1. The villain? I've jumped to the opposite side. What are you standing there for? Go cut her hair. In the dimly lit classroom, a few discarded desks and chairs were piled in the corner, and the air was thick with a suffocating heaviness. Mu Xiaozao gripped the scissors tightly, trembling as she took a step forward. Before her sat a cold-faced girl with black hair, bound to a chair. The girl was drenched, her semi-transparent school uniform clinging to her skin, the hem torn, and her black stockings riddled with holes. Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, her heart racing with trepidation. A few days prior, she had traversed into this tale of a powerful heroine's revenge, becoming a mere pawn in the hands of the villains. Each day, she was commanded by the main antagonist to commit various misdeeds. Though she had only skimmed the synopsis, Mu Xiaozao could identify this frail black-haired girl before her was the true heroine of the story, Yushi, known for her decisive actions. According to the plot, the villains frolicked for a time in the beginning, but as the narrative progressed, the heroine's revenge arc commenced, and they all met tragic ends. Now, she, a mere bystander, was being manipulated by one of the major villains to torment the true heroine. Don't just stand there. Did you hear me? Cut her hair. Behind Mu Xiaozao, a heavily made-up blonde girl named Song Zhuozhua crossed her arms, glaring intently at her back, flanked by a few lackeys. Song Zhuozhua was a minor antagonist at the start of the story. As of now, Mu Xiaozao was reluctantly aligned with her. This was bad. The true heroine was in front, and the current leader was behind. As a weak little girl caught in between, what was she to do? Her hand holding the scissors quivered slightly as her mind raced. If you don't take action soon, I won't spare you. It seemed the wait had been too long. Song Zhuozhua finally snapped. Wait a moment, I understand. No, she couldn't afford to offend this blonde girl just yet. Mu Xiaozao gritted her teeth. In this glitch narrative world, power dictated order. She held no status within the academy. If she angered the main villain, her demise as a minor character could come even sooner. With this thought, she cautiously brought the blade to Yuzai's bangs. If she just cut a little, it should be fine, right? She pondered. Just then, Yushi suddenly lifted her head, her crimson eyes locking onto Mu Xiaozao with an icy glare. What? Can't bring yourself to do it? Yushi raised her chin in derision, her haughty demeanor betraying no hint of being victimized. With a firm resolve, Mu Xiaozao, reflecting the blade's cold glint, gently snipped a lock of hair. Snip! The black strands fluttered to the ground as Mu Xiaozao's nerves tightened. She dared not meet Yuzai's gaze. Just as she resolved to halt her actions, a sharp school bell shattered the silence within the dilapidated classroom. Ding ding. Mu Xiaozao exhaled a sigh of relief. That bell rang just in time. It was like her savior. Sister, we should get back, one of the lackeys cautiously reminded Song Zhuozhua upon hearing the bell. The teacher will take attendance for the next class. Oomph. In response, Song Zhuozhua begrudgingly kicked a nearby desk and shot a fierce glare at Yushi. They'll let you off this time, but next we shall see. With that, she dusted herself off and, before leaving, instructed Mu Xiaozao. Hey, little one, cleaning up this mess is your job. Having said this, Song Zhuozhua strode out with her entourage, leaving Mu Xiaozao and Yushi alone in the abandoned classroom. The leader had finally departed. The little pawn felt a slight easing of her tension. However, the heroine still remained. Thus, her heart had not completely settled. She hesitated, glancing back at the securely bound Yushi, feeling a bit at a loss. The task entrusted to her by Song Zhuozhua was simple. Untie the heroine and erase all traces of the incident, disguising it as if nothing had occurred. The reason was straightforward. Song Zhuozhua did not wish to tarnish her own image as a refined young lady. She had always kept her bullying of Yushi under wraps, letting others do her dirty work. The weak-willed, original character had been her most frequently used tool. However, Mu Xiaozao was now different. She would no longer follow the original character's path of being manipulated, earning the label of villain and meeting an untimely end. It was utterly unjust. She vowed to amend her ways. At the very least, she needed to alter the heroine's perception of her. Even if they could not become friends, their relationship could not remain too poor after all. This was the future powerful heroine. Seizing this opportunity, she would strive to redeem herself. Thus, Mu Xiaozao set down the scissors, placing her hands carefully over her chest, and approached Yushi step by step, her large eyes gradually misting over. I'm sorry, You classmate, she adopted a pitiful expression, extending her small hands to begin untying the ropes binding you. She didn't mean to hurt you. It was them who forced me. Does your wound still hurt? Would you like me to help bandage it? Despite her voice sounding somewhat awkward, Mu Xiaozao endeavored to maintain her composure. She crouched down, intending to untie the ropes around Yu Zai's legs, her fingertips brushing against the cool, damp skin of the girl. Having been doused with cold water earlier, Yushi was completely soaked, her black hair clinging to her cheeks, the contours of her figure subtly visible beneath her translucent shirt. Moreover, the remnants of her torn skirt revealed crimson marks, exuding an air of chilling beauty and melancholy. Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, inserting her fingers between the ropes and the girl's black stockings, hooking her knuckles, and pulling forcefully outward. Just wait a moment, it will be done shortly. Yushi glanced at her, but said nothing. After considerable effort, Mu Xiaozao finally loosened the ropes around Yu Zai's legs and grasped the rope's end, preparing to untie her arms. Suddenly, the chair used for binding toppled. Yushi sprang up, stepping forward to press her body against Mu Xiaozao's chest, pushing her backward. Before Mu Xiaozao could comprehend the situation, she was sent sprawling to the floor. Thud! Pain shot through her rear as she lay on the ground, staring in shock at Yushi, her mind struggling to catch up. At that moment, Yushi was atop her small frame, her black hair cascading down, her piercing red eyes fixed on Mu Xiaozao's face, emanating a powerful aura of intimidation. What was happening? Why did the heroine suddenly push her down? Had she said something wrong? With her petite frame completely pinned beneath Yushi, Mu Xiaozao's heart raced with panic. Mu classmate, you claim to be innocent? Yushi leaned in closer, her lips brushing against Mu Xiaozao's ear, her warm breath enveloping her cheek, almost touching. Yais. Mu Xiaozao had completely forgotten her intention to redeem herself, stammering out a response. You're quite the actress. In an instant, Yu Zai's icy voice struck her heart. Before she could defend herself, Mu Xiaozao suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ear. Yushi opened her mouth and bit down hard on her earlobe. A red mark instantly appeared on her fair skin. Ouch! The sudden pain startled Mu Xiaozao, causing her to hurriedly cover her injured ear. Yushi soon released her grip, tossing aside the remnants of the ropes still clinging to her arm, and straightened her clothes. Practice your acting skills for next time. With a final glance at Mu Xiaozao, she strode toward the classroom, leaving behind a rhythmic echo of her footsteps. 2. The Little Villain's Rescue Plan. Mu Xiaozao sat on the ground, clutching her reddened earlobe, still dazed from the encounter. Her mind replayed the earlier scene. Heroine, I truly mean no harm. Why don't you believe me? Just then, a clear and adorable voice rang in her ear. Congratulations, host, on binding the Villain Rescue exclusive system. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback and looked around, realizing that she was alone in the classroom. It dawned on her that the voice was resonating directly in her mind. Villain Rescue System? What on earth is this? Mu Xiaozao was utterly bewildered. This system specializes in rescuing various unfortunate little villains. From this day forth, as long as the host completes the tasks, rewards will be granted through this system, thereby preventing the tragic endings of villains. Oh, what kind of tasks are there? Novice task. Change the female lead Yu Zai's perception of you. Since we are no longer engaging in misdeeds, we must let the esteemed female lead know. Reward. 10,000 in living expenses. Such a simple yet practical reward. It was indeed quite useful. After all, Mu Xiaozao was a financially strapped student with a monthly university allowance of only 800, forcing her to rely on part-time jobs to maintain her standard of living. She often had to settle for the most economical meals in the cafeteria, hesitating even to order an extra chicken leg. Clutching her phone, Mu Xiaozao had a faint feeling that this system might genuinely help the little villain achieve a happy ending. Host, it's getting late. Hurry back to class. Hearing this, she remembered that it was indeed class time, and if she delayed further, she would be marked absent. Thus, Mu Xiaozao hastily jogged back to the classroom. At the door, she encountered Yu Shi, who was also late. Why are you two so late? Points must be deducted. The teacher frowned and inquired, noticing Yu Zai's wrinkled attire. Yushi, what happened? Upon hearing this question, Mu Xiaozao felt a pang of anxiety, glancing at Yushi and then at Song Zhuozhuo, who was already seated in the classroom. As expected, the leader was glaring threateningly at Yushi. To maintain her image as the rich heiress, She had meticulously concealed any instances of bullying, forbidding Yushi from revealing a single hint. I tripped over my own feet. Yushi replied calmly. Seeing that she hadn't betrayed her, Song Zhuozhua wore a smug smile and turned to chat with other girls. The teacher said no more and allowed the two to enter the classroom. As Mu Xiaozao stepped inside, she surveyed the room, discovering that all seats were already occupied, leaving only 2 empty spots at the back, conveniently adjacent. It seemed she had no choice but to sit with the female lead. With no other option, Mu Xiaozhao adjusted her skirt and followed Yushi to sit down. After the earlier experience, she felt quite guilty, unable to focus on the lesson, occasionally sneaking glances at Yushi. She could not fathom this woman at all. After finally deciding to stand up to the leader, the female lead not only remained unmoved, but appeared even more displeased. Just then, the teacher's voice resonated from the podium. Next is the classroom task form pairs, as your scores will contribute to your overall grade. As soon as the words left his mouth, the classroom buzzed with excitement, and students immediately began seeking partners they enjoyed working with. Unfortunately, Mu Xiaozhao had no friends, and after discreetly asking around, her gaze landed on the solitary Yushi. Yushi continued to sit quietly, engrossed in her book. But could it be that she would have to team up with Yushi? Mu Xiaozhao thought this notion rather precarious. The throbbing pain in her ear served as a reminder that Yushi was not someone to be trifled with. While she was lost in thought, Yushi looked up and met her gaze. What are you staring at me for? The pressure was palpable. Yushi, would you like to team up with me? Mu Xiaozhao asked timidly, bracing herself for a reprimand. To her surprise, however, Yushi did not refuse but merely replied coolly. Mu Xiaozhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At least Yushi hadn't turned down the partnership otherwise. Based on the original host's limited knowledge, her assignment would likely suffer a failing grade. You'll handle the report writing, you just need to gather the data. Yushi said as she began to work, willingly taking on the more challenging aspects. Mu Xiaozhao nodded eagerly, obediently opening her phone to search for information. Ding! As the screen lit up, a text notification chimed. The leader, Song Zhuozhua, had sent a message. Song Zhuozhua. Hey, shorty, why are you teaming up with Yushi? Song Zhuozhua. Never mind, just remember to fabricate some data for her. Make it sound exaggerated. Song Zhuozhua. Reply received after reading. Song Zhuozhua. Why haven't you replied yet? Mu Xiaozhao glanced at the messages and chose to ignore them. Received? This was a class assignment. Setting aside the need to strategize with the female lead, her group performance also affected her score. If they submitted a shoddy assignment, both would suffer the consequences. Before long, the time for the classroom task concluded, leading into the presentation segment. In truth, Mu Xiaozhao had hardly contributed apart from lending her name. The entirety of the work had been completed by Yushi alone. The teacher for this course was a highly esteemed professor, notorious for his strict grading and high failure rates. As the earlier groups presented, the professor shook his head repeatedly, but when it was Yu Zai's group's turn, he suddenly arose from his chair. This group's analysis is exceptional, he praised enthusiastically. Who came up with these ideas? Come see me after class for further discussion. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the classroom, all eyes fixated on the two of them. Receiving such commendation from the esteemed professor was unprecedented. Whispers rippled through the students. Could this group actually receive a high score today? Not long after, amidst the collective anticipation, the grades were announced. Mu Xiaozhao glanced at the results, and Yushi truly lived up to her reputation as a top student. Thanks to Yu Zai's outstanding presentation, she too benefited, achieving a score above 90 for the first time in her usual assignments. Wow, Mu Xiaozhao actually scored a 90? Isn't she supposed to be a slacker? That's only because of Yushi. Mu Xiaozhao merely coasted along. Speaking of which, Yushi is indeed impressive. She even helped Mu Xiaozhao secure a high score. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of chatter, and amidst the crowd, Song Xiaozao's expression was particularly grim, her face contorted as if she had consumed 10 pounds of bitter melon. She shot a fierce glare at Mu Xiaozhao. Mu Xiaozao's phone vibrated once more. Song Zhuozhua. Mu Xiaozhao. How dare you ignore me? Song Zhuozhua. Talk to me, will you? Are you dead? She sighed, reluctantly picking up her phone. This little antagonist was exceedingly bothersome. Alas, according to the original storyline, she was still bound by certain constraints. Mu Xiaozhao. Leader, woe is me, I am wronged. Song Zhuizhua. Mu Xiaozao. Though I teamed up with Yushi, I contributed nothing. She did all the data work herself. Song Zhuizhua. FW. Mu Xiaozao. What's FW? Song Zhuizhua. Waste. Looking up, she noticed the blonde girl ahead was so furious she was gritting her teeth, shoving her phone in her bag, and cursing along with her group of friends. Watching her lose her composure, Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but chuckle a little. Speaking of which, since her added points were entirely thanks to Yushi, shouldn't she express her gratitude? Just as she turned her head, the bell for the end of class rang. Before she could finish her sentence, Yushi had already slung her backpack over her shoulder and walked straight out of the classroom, as if she had not heard her words at all. Mu Xiaozao's smile stiffened. This person didn't leave her even a single opportunity. With a huff, she hastily packed her belongings and defiantly chased after her. 3. To forgive you? Certainly, but at a cost. Under the scorching summer sun, Mu Xiaozao stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, tightly clutching her meal card, breathless. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but Mu Xiaozao, in both her past and present lives, has always been abysmal at sports, the kind that fails university physical education assessments. In a bid to keep pace with Yushi, she had to jog all the way, barely managing to catch up by the time they reached the cafeteria. Regardless, she thought it best to enter and clarify matters with her. Mu Xiaozao flowed with the crowd into the cafeteria and spotted you, she sitting by the window, quietly eating with her head bowed. The inky black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The sunlight filtering through the glass illuminated her profile, rendering her features akin to a meticulously crafted piece of art. Upon seeing Yushi and recalling the earlier encounter in the abandoned classroom, Mu Xiaozao felt her nerves tighten. Her steps weighed down as if leaden. Breathe. Stay calm. Act natural. She silently encouraged herself. Just as she approached Yuxi's table, someone bumped into her from the side. Stumbling, Mu Xiaozao's meal card clattered to the ground. I'm sorry. The person hastily apologized, not bothering to look back as they hurried away. Mu Xiaozao bent to retrieve her card, and when she looked up, she found Yushi gazing at her. Their eyes met, and Mu Xiaozao froze, her mind blank. Yushi, her brain began to race. Is there something you need? Yushi's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Mu Xiaozao opened her mouth, but her throat felt constricted, preventing any sound from escaping. All her carefully rehearsed lines vanished from her mind. She felt her cheeks flush, her palms starting to sweat. I just wanted to thank you for teaming up with me in class. Our score was quite good, huh? Oh. Yushi glanced at her coolly before returning to her meal, seemingly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Panic surged within Mu Xiaozao, finally summoning her courage. She quickly walked to Yushi's table and sat directly across from her. Yushi, I still have something to say. I truly regret what happened to you. I never intended to deceive you. I promise I won't partake in any harmful actions with Song Zhuizhua and the others again. Please believe me, okay? Having spoken in one breath, Mu Xiaozao's eyes were fixed on Yushi, fearing she might miss any reaction. I'm not in the mood to discuss this right now. Yushi sighed softly, lowering her head to continue eating, her expression unreadable. It was clear she wanted to dismiss her. Mu Xiaozao felt her heart sink. Having finally gained a chance to converse with Yushi, she was reluctant to let it slip away and knew she had to keep the dialogue going. She understood Yushi's feelings. After all, she had indeed caused her considerable pain. To resolve their conflict so easily would require some effort on her part. I know you may not forgive me, but could you grant me a chance? Perhaps, let me do something for you? She suggested cautiously. This piqued Yushi's interest. Finally, she lifted her head, scrutinizing Mu Xiaozao with a hint of surprise. What can you do for me? She asked, narrowing her eyes, her tone laced with skepticism. Anything. Mu Xiaozao responded without hesitation. Anything, you say? Yushi echoed, a cold smile curling her lips as she waved her chopsticks towards Mu Xiaozao. Then come closer and open your mouth. What is this about? Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, obediently leaning in, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Soon, a piece of tomato was thrust into her mouth, and she instinctively bit down, immediately overwhelmed by a sharp, tangy flavor that nearly brought tears to her eyes. Goodness, this tomato has lemon juice in it. What sort of dark culinary sorcery is this? I must lodge a complaint. Today's cafeteria tomatoes are rather unappetizing. You should finish them off for me, Yushi said with a light laugh, deliberately emphasizing the last few words, and do not spit it out, understand? Mu Xiaozhao's eyes widened. Help eat tomatoes? But if she didn't want to eat them, she could simply throw them away. She didn't comprehend why Yushi insisted on this. Yet, since this was the request from the female lead sister, Mu Xiaozhao had no choice but to endure it to express her sincerity in apologizing. Here comes the second piece and the third. Like a caretaker feeding a small animal, Yushi used her chopsticks to deliver piece after piece of tomato from her meal box into Mu Xiaozhao's mouth. She seemed to relish the sight of Mu Xiaozhao's struggle. Watching the silver-haired girl chew diligently, tears welling at the corners of her eyes. Yushi's crimson lips curved into a slight smile. Mu Xiaozhao, however, was oblivious to this. Her tongue felt as if it were being assaulted by acidity. The wretched tomatoes. Nevertheless, Mu Xiaozhao felt a sense of relief. Yushi had not completely forgiven her, but at least she had been granted chance. With this opportunity, she could continue to mend her image in Yushi's eyes. Host, you did well. The system's voice sounded quite pleased. After finally finishing the devilish tomatoes from Yushi's meal box, Mu Xiaozhao felt as though her energy was halved. She would need to buy ice cream to properly reward herself. No worries, just consider it a vitamin supplement. She forcibly comforted herself. Meanwhile, Yushi had already tidied up her meal box, letting down her dark hair tied in a ponytail, and slung her bag over her shoulder, preparing to leave the cafeteria. Just as her black shoes stepped out, she abruptly turned back, her tall figure silhouetted against the light as she faced Mu Xiaozhao. Do you truly wish to earn my forgiveness? Yes. Upon hearing the question directed at her, Mu Xiaozhao eagerly nodded. Words are mere frivolities. I wish to see your actions, Yushi said, tilting her chin and looking down at Mu Xiaozhao. If you can assist me with more tasks in the future, you will forgive me, then? Mu Xiaozhao could not resist chiming in. I will consider forgiving you based on my mood. A subtle smile played at the corners of Yushi's lips before she turned away and left the cafeteria without a backward glance, leaving Mu Xiaozhao staring blankly at her retreating figure. Seems her impression of you has improved slightly, though it still falls short of the task requirements. This cat feels that the host may have to endure some hardship in the future. That's all right. I'm prepared, Mu Xiaozhao replied earnestly. Watching Yushi's departing figure, given the opportunity presented to her, she couldn't let it slip away easily. The little antagonist must save herself. 4. My roommate could not possibly be this adorable. Dragging her weary body, Mu Xiaozhao returned to her dormitory, closing the door behind her and nearly collapsing against it. Today's schedule had been jam-packed, especially the advanced mathematics class in the afternoon, which had pushed her mind to its limits. I'm utterly exhausted. She sighed deeply, rubbing her aching temples as she slowly made her way to her bed. The most economical dormitory type at Tianyu Academy is a 4-person room. However, today her 3 roommates were all out, leaving her alone in the room. Mu Xiaozhao scanned her surroundings. Although her space was small, it was quite cozy. Anime posters adorned the walls, and her desk held a few textbooks and a laptop. She casually pulled out a textbook from beneath another, intending to see how many notes the previous occupant had made. What is this? Mu Xiaozhao stared in disbelief. The textbook was merely a cover, and inside, it contained nothing but manga of cute girls. The Flower's Kiss? Eventually, it will be you. Orange and Orange? As she continued to scroll, she even encountered some obscure, restricted works that were entirely unfamiliar to her, causing Mu Xiaozhao's heart to race and her cheeks to flush. It dawned on her that the original owner was also a fan of Yuri. A fragment of the original owner's memory surfaced, revealing that this little girl had her thoughts completely misdirected. She either mingled with Song Zhuozhua's group or spent her days fantasizing about girls being affectionate with one another. No wonder this girl had to repeat a year. For someone like Mu Xiaozhao, who was a paragon of virtue, the appropriate course of action was to borrow a book. She had no peculiar hobbies, merely a desire to understand the pure emotions shared between girls. After all, Yuri is the secret to a woman's eternal youth. After perusing the general content, Mu Xiaozhao stood up and opened her phone's memo app. She couldn't allow herself to become engrossed in the romantic entanglements of girls. As a proactive and ambitious traveler, she held a fervent enthusiasm for her transformation into a beautiful girl. Before heading out, she needed to apply lip balm and ensure she had sanitary pads in her backpack. She reviewed the contents of her memo once more. Today marked nearly a week since she had become Mu Xiaozao in this world. Although she had struggled to adapt at first, her inherently feminine personality from her previous life often manifested as she played the adorable girl role in chat groups for her friends' amusement. After days of practice, Mu Xiaozao had become adept at concealing her former self. Next, it was time to practice how to walk in a dress. Approaching her wardrobe, she opened the door to find a limited selection of clothing. The original owner had a rather gloomy disposition and wore unremarkable, drab outfits. After much deliberation, she finally selected a rather cute dress, deciding to try it on. As she tilted her head, Mu Xiaozao inadvertently caught sight of herself in the full-length mirror standing in her dorm. The girl reflected in the glass had a particularly delicate stature. Although she was an adult, she appeared like a middle school student, exuding an endearing charm. A cascade of soft silver hair framed her shoulders, her bright violet eyes sparkled. Her lips were plump and inviting, and her face bore a youthful, doll-like quality, complemented by a slender waist. Despite having once been a villain, her visage was undeniably flawless. Even without makeup, she had the potential to debut as an idol. Unable to resist, she sat down in front of the mirror, extending her flawless, rosy feet, playfully swaying them up and down, her pearlescent toes curling and uncurling. Should she wear white or black? Thoughts began to swirl in her mind. Who was it that resisted their transformation for so long? This was what she had always yearned for. It felt akin to creating an irresistibly adorable female character in a game. Each glance in the mirror was a sheer delight. Host, please restrain yourself. Your roommate is about to return. The system hastily reminded her, sensing her expression had grown a tad too exuberant. I know. Mu Xiaozao quickly composed her features, cleared her throat, and retracted her feet. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside, followed by the cheerful laughter of several girls entering with takeout in hand. They were Mu Xiaozao's 3 roommates, Shen Wanjia, Zhao Mengmeng, and Zhanghua. Due to her personality, the original owner had a strained relationship with her roommates. She tended to isolate herself, appearing secretive, which made others hesitant to approach her. However, Mu Xiaozao assessed that her roommates were not ill-intentioned. They had always sought to improve their rapport with the original owner, only to be met with her subtle rejections. Xiao, have you eaten? Shen Wanjia, who had a slightly plump figure, asked out of courtesy upon spotting Mu Xiaozao in the dorm. I've already eaten. What are you all having today? Mu Xiaozao replied with a smile. The warmth of her smile momentarily stunned the other 3, as it radiated an inexplicable charm, starkly contrasting the original Mu Xiaozao. Strawberry fried mooncakes. Shen Wanjia shrugged helplessly. Is that delicious? The cafeteria ran out of everything else. Shen Wanjia chuckled wryly before returning to her phone. Familiar background music played in Mu Xiaozao's ears. I can't believe it. By the way, Shen Wanjia's name wasn't originally this. She claimed her parents became infatuated with the game Genshin Impact when it was released. They decided to name their daughter Yuan Shen Wanjia, merging their surnames. Yet, the name felt too cumbersome, and after much protest, it was ultimately shortened to Shen Wanjia. Hey, Jia, you really should cut back on your anime obsession. Spending money on those characters is pointless compared to attending a concert of a handsome guy. Zhao Mengmeng teased, glancing at Shen Wanjia's phone screen filled with game visuals. Zhao Mengmeng was an avid celebrity follower, often spending her living expenses on promoting stars, which left her scraping by on instant noodles at the end of the month. Due to their differing interests, Zhao Mengmeng and Shen Wanjia often engaged in playful bickering in their dormitory. Your precious idols have flopped how many times? I'd rather have my kaching. Aren't those paper characters just pixels and data? Your idols are just as unreachable. Jia, you really don't get it. Zhao Mengmeng retorted sarcastically, turning her back. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Mu Xiaozao's, noticing the dress she wore today. Oh, Xiao, that outfit is quite adorable. Why don't you wear such things more often? She scrutinized Mu Xiaozao from head to toe. Well, I just forgot to wear it. That won't do. In my opinion, girls should always dress beautifully, Xiao Mingming exclaimed, nudging Zhonghua beside her. Right, Guajia? Of course, I've always thought so. Zhonghua, tall and slender, was the most fashionable in the dorm, her gaze fixed on Mu Xiaozao since she entered. Xiao, I've long believed you should dress better and be more confident. Don't always hang around with that group, led by Song Zhuozhua. They're not good for you. Exactly. I've never liked them, Xiao Mingming agreed. If it weren't for her family background, she wouldn't dare act so arrogant in school. Had the original owner heard such criticisms of her leader, she would have quietly withdrawn. However, Mu Xiaozhao had no intention of retreating. She recognized that these girls were genuinely looking out for her. Yes, I will heed your advice, she replied with a gentle smile. Thank you all. The atmosphere in the dorm felt quite pleasant, and Mu Xiaozhao found it comforting to be there. Of course, I awakened to ensure the little villainous could lead a beautiful life. Praise me, praise me. I appreciate your kindness. Days passed, and Mu Xiaozhao gradually adapted to her new life. After her first class, she stepped outside, inhaling the morning breeze deeply, feeling refreshed. System, how can I earn Yushi's trust? Host, I suggest you find opportunities to express your care for her more often. According to my database analysis, girls are most likely to develop a sense of dependency during vulnerable moments. Vulnerable? Mu Xiaozhao pouted. Would Yushi ever have such moments? Suddenly, she paused. In the distance, the faint sound of a hushed female voice emanated from an empty classroom. It was coming from the southeastern corner, precisely from there. This voice belonged to Song Zhuozhua. Mu Xiaozhao held her breath and carefully approached the source of the sound. The voice was coming from a classroom with its door ajar. Through the gap, she could see Song Zhuozhua with her back turned, engaged in a phone call. You should hit her. What? You're afraid to hit her? Song Zhuozhua's voice suddenly rose. What is there to be afraid of? We've tried countless methods to break her down, and this time we must. Hit! Mu Xiaozhao's heart tightened. An ominous premonition surged within her. Just as she was about to lean closer to hear more clearly, Song Zhuozhua's voice continued. She is already here. Yushi is right below the C building. Remember, don't make it too obvious. Just pretend it's an accident. Mu Xiaozhao's mind buzzed. This group of lunatics was actually planning to run over Yushi with a car. She turned and dashed downstairs, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. There were 2 exits to the C building. From which direction would Yushi come? The southeastern corner. The southeastern corner is Host. 3 o'clock direction. Mu Xiaozhao burst out of the classroom, the blinding sunlight causing her to squint. Not far away, Yushi was approaching slowly, cradling a stack of books. Meanwhile, 20 meters behind her, a black electric scooter was gradually accelerating. Yushi, watch out! Yushi looked up in surprise, still processing the situation when another girl riding the electric scooter charged forward. Bang! Mu Xiaozhao watched helplessly as Yushi stumbled a few steps from the impact and fell, her orange juice splattering on the ground, the vibrant liquid splashing everywhere. Are you blind? A girl with rainbow-colored hair dismounted from the scooter. This was Tianzi, the closest friend of Song Zhuozhua. Instead of apologizing upon seeing Yushi injured, she took the offensive. My new dress is ruined by your juice. You owe me a new one. Yushi silently stood up, brushing off the dust from her skirt. Her fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, casting a cold glance at Tianzi, yet she remained silent. Hey, I'm talking to you. Tianzi, incensed by the silent disdain, retorted. Do you know how much this dress costs? Hurry up and pay. By this time, a crowd of students had gathered, some whispering, others surreptitiously recording the scene, yet none dared to speak out. They were merely spectators, relishing the drama. Enough. You were the one who crashed into her. A clear reprimand silenced the crowd. Mu Xiaozhao herself was surprised to hear her voice. Realizing she had pushed through the crowd to stand before Yushi, confronting Tianzi head-on. Despite her social anxiety, the anger rising within her banished her usual timidity. Her stern expression startling Tianzi. Now, the onlookers were intrigued. Look, it's about to turn into a fight. I love watching girls brawl. Tianzi's expression darkened further. You're looking for trouble, huh? Which side are you on? Mu Xiaozhao hesitated. Oh no, she was currently embodying the role of the antagonist. How could she openly stand up for Yushi? Host, are you out of your mind? The system shouted in her mind. Think of a way to backtrack. Mu Xiaozao's mind raced, her gaze inadvertently catching the surveillance camera in the corner. A flash of inspiration struck her. No, Tianzi, listen to me. She lowered her voice so only a few nearby could hear. The School History Museum's camera has a clear view of this area. It will be obvious who hit whom. Are you sure you want to continue this? If they pull up the footage showing you riding against traffic and hitting someone, the Academic Affairs Office 1T let you off lightly. This tactic proved effective. Tianzi's expression shifted as she glanced at the camera, then surveyed the increasingly curious students around them. Biting her lip, she ultimately scoffed at Yushi and, pushing her scooter, turned to leave. The crowd, sensing the excitement had dissipated, began to disperse. Mu Xiaozao sighed with relief, only then realizing her back was drenched with sweat. Turning to Yushi, she found her observing her with a probing gaze. Yushi, your leg. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Mu Xiaozao cautiously inquired. Yushi, however, did not respond but simply continued to watch her, taking a few steps forward before suddenly extending her hand towards Mu Xiaozao. Huh? Before Mu Xiaozao could react, Yushi flicked her forehead. Ouch, she exclaimed, quickly covering the spot and casting a pitiful glance at Yushi. Why did you help me? Yushi asked, her slender fingers still suspended in the air. Because I saw you surrounded here. That isn't a reason to meddle in my affairs. Is it? Yushi appeared displeased. You're with Song Zhuozhua's crowd, right? Did you consider the consequences of acting impulsively? Was the protagonist actually concerned for her? Mu Xiaozao was taken aback. Judging by her demeanor, she had assumed she would be more aloof, not realizing she would care about her feelings. I didn't mean to be so thoughtless when I asked you to do something for me. Yushi sighed. You're truly an unreasonable fool. I'm not a fool. Mu Xiaozao pouted, retorting softly. Fools don't realize they're fools. Well, okay, I can't argue with her. Mu Xiaozao lowered her head, her gaze landing once more on Yushi's injured leg, which was scraped from the fall. Though the wound wasn't severe, blood was still seeping from it. By the way, Yushi, aren't you going to bandage your wound? No need, it's not deep. I'm used to it. Yushi replied nonchalantly. Those words struck a chord of sympathy in Mu Xiaozao, who felt a pang of compassion. She turned and rummaged through her backpack. As someone who had always been meticulous, her bag contained an array of small items. Essential oils, band-aids, tissues, everything one might need. Regardless, let me take care of it for you. As she spoke, she crouched down, tearing open the packaging of the band-aid and carefully applying it to the wound on Yushi's leg. Yushi did not refuse. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the pink heart-patterned band-aid, seemingly lost in thought. Once finished, Mu Xiaozao stood up and waved at Yushi. You still have other matters to attend to today, so I won't keep you any longer. Until, wait a moment. Yushi suddenly interrupted her, stepping forward to grab Mu Xiaozao's arm. Come with me. I need to talk to you. 6. First task accomplished. Beside a relatively quiet patch of greenery, there was a wooden bench where the two sat down. Mu Xiaozao felt anxious, unable to fathom why Yushi had summoned her. Her small hands rested on her knees, betraying her discomfort. Yushi, what do you want to say? The incident in the old classroom where you cut hair, I misjudged you. Yushi fixed her gaze on Mu Xiaozao. I often saw you with Song Zhuozhua and the others, and I thought you were just teasing me that day. But now I realize you weren't lying. Mu Xiaozao's heart leapt with joy, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Of course, Yushi, my apology was sincere. However, this matter cannot simply end here. I don't like being indebted to others. Since you've apologized, I must also apologize to you for my misunderstanding. Mu Xiaozao was momentarily stunned as Yushi slowly leaned closer, their proximity diminishing. I'm sorry for biting your ear that day. That. Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but touch her earlobe, feeling a lingering ache from the force with which Yushi had pressed down. The mark on her ear had yet to fade, and it indeed throbbed a little. If it bothers you so much, why not return the pain to me? She suggested. Pain? Wait, wasn't this distance a tad too close? When she lifted her gaze, she found Yushi's face almost touching her cheek. Yushi gently raised her hand, tucking a strand of her black hair behind her ear, revealing a neck as fair as jade. Mu Xiaozao's heart raced uncontrollably, her eyes lingering on the delicate curve of Yushi's ear, which glimmered faintly through the dark locks. Why not take a turn? That would be fair. Yushi's voice floated over, languid and laced with a hint of seduction. Do? What do you mean? Mu Xiaozao pondered. Finally realizing that she wanted her to mimic that day as action and bite her ear. A twinge of nervousness surged within her. She initially intended to suggest that such extremes were unnecessary, but the dark-haired girl appeared entirely unperturbed, patiently awaiting her response. Gulp. Mu Xiaozhao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she swallowed hard, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the graceful arc of Yu Shi's ear. There was indeed an impulsive urge to bite. Should she proceed? Yes. Since this was the other party's proposition, she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity. After all, she was not the one at fault. She had suffered unjustly that day, and a flicker of resentment lingered in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth. Her movements, however, were gentle. After all, she was still a bit timid. Peeped just a fleeting touch of her lips, like a jolt of electricity, and she immediately stepped back, gazing up cautiously at Yu Shi. The air hung heavy for a moment. Were you afraid it would hurt, so you held back? Yu Shi let go of her hair, looking somewhat exasperated. No, that's not it. Mu Xiaozhao's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm not bothered anymore. I just hope you believe me now. It felt as though she had just engaged in something rather delicate. Having bitten, no, perhaps it was better to say kissed, the heroine's ear. The heroine truly smelled delightful, and the taste was quite pleasant. Yet she had merely intended to retaliate, not realizing that such close proximity to a beauty could be so detrimental to her heart. I am not as fragile as you think. Yu Shi shrugged off her expression, but the opportunity was fleeting. She would not press harder. You're not genuinely hoping I would bite harder, are you? Through the host's relentless efforts, the heroine has finally acknowledged the host's sincerity. Meow. Congratulations on completing the task. A reward of 10,000 yuan has been credited. The system's reward arrived at that moment, suggesting that her assistance to Yu Shi in the morning had indeed altered her impression of her. Hee. Just the thought of having a little extra cash made Mu Xiaozhao's lips curl into a smile that she couldn't suppress. Forget that meager assistance package. Skewers and milk tea. Here I come. What are you laughing at? Yu Shi found this silly grin somewhat perplexing. Mu Xiaozhao suddenly realized her lapse in composure and scrambled for a reason. Oh, it's because you're willing to forgive me. I never said I forgave you. It felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her, and Mu Xiaozhao's smile vanished instantly. I simply don't want to owe you any favors. This time, I've settled the misunderstanding, but what you did to me in the past is far from over. Yu Shi crossed her legs, speaking earnestly. Then what must I do for you to forgive me? Quite simple. Just as before, do things for me, Yu Shi said with a half-smile, beckoning her with a finger. Until I'm satisfied. Mu Xiaozhao's lips twitched in response. She attempted to muster a smile, but found it utterly impossible. Had the roles been inverted? Why did it seem that the heroine appeared more like the antagonist? So, are you still expecting me to eat the unpalatable food for you? Honestly, if it weren't for the system's task rewards, she would have been tempted to back out. Although she sensed that Yu Shi wasn't a bad person during their brief contact, the notion of being in a subservient, debt-repaying relationship felt rather uncomfortable. Am I the sort to torment you by deliberately buying you something distasteful? Yu Shi stood, casually adjusting the pleated skirt behind her. Let us exchange contact information. I'll notify you once I think of the next task. Thus, Mu Xiaozhao found a new contact, named Yu Shi in her green bubble, while Yu Shi added a new avatar, nicknamed Zhao, to her phone. After sending a greeting sticker in the chat box, she tucked her phone into her canvas bag. See you later. On her way back to the dormitory, Mu Xiaozhao pondered over the events that had just transpired, remaining silent. Host, I notice you seem a bit downcast. What is the matter? Winky face, the system's cute voice chimed in her ear. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xiaozhao finally spoke. I was just wondering if establishing this kind of relationship with you, she is truly a good idea. Meow? Does the host no longer wish to pursue the heroine's storyline? Well, Mu Xiaozhao nodded. For after all, the harm inflicted upon you, she was not her doing. The thought of repaying debts to gain her favor felt rather disheartening. Surprising. You are indeed a unique host, considering such matters in what is ostensibly a Yuri narrative. What on earth is a Yuri narrative? Mu Xiaozhao chuckled wryly. So, system, are there any alternative ways to avoid a bad ending? Once the question left her lips, The system fell silent for a considerable time before suddenly adopting a serious tone. No. Huh? It appears I must clarify things for you. Host, do you understand why I chose you? And why you have been reborn into Mu Xiaozao's body? Why? Because it is the original hostess wish. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback, her steps involuntarily halting. Standing on the campus path, the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, scattering her silver hair. The original host's wish? She murmured softly. The original host was quite timid, unable to refuse the demands of the major antagonist, which led to many grudges and ultimately a tragic future. At her moment of death, the original host was granted a chance for rebirth, but lacked the confidence to navigate her life anew, hence wishing for another self to help rewrite her past. Thanks to this wish, I was born. Since the host is currently using the original host's identity, the matters that can be altered in the future are inherently tied to her past regrets. Therefore, as the heroine who was harmed by the original host, you cannot sever your ties with Yushi. With a sigh, Mu Xiaozao massaged her temples. It seemed she had no choice but to continue with the original plan. I understand. Good luck, host. I will always support you. As she continued walking, Mu Xiaozao suddenly recalled another matter. Speaking of which, I have completed the previous beginner task. Are there any new tasks ahead? Don't rush. When you have a look, tada! The lottery system I have developed with great enthusiasm is now open. 1. Absolute aesthetic. Yushi compliments Mu Xiaozao as cuteness once. Low-level lottery upgradable. 2. King of boxing. Mu Xiaozao decides to stop being the little sister and challenges the boss, Song Zhuozhua, to a duel. In the midst of an intermediate lottery, a dazzling announcement proclaimed. Super high profile. Mu Xiaozao demonstrates extraordinary prowess, surpassing Yushi to secure first place in the class with a single exam. Stop. First, could someone clarify the meaning of this lottery? Meow, allow this cat to explain, dear host. Upon completing tasks, you shall earn opportunities for a lottery. The higher the lottery tier, the more precious the rewards. Mu Xiaozao scratched her head in contemplation. She grasped the concept, yet a nagging question lingered. Regarding the second task, are you serious? Her lips quivered slightly. Me? Challenge? Song Zhuozhua? Is this for real? The leader was undeniably talented, possessing both literary and martial skills. Not only did she hail from a well-off family, but her combat prowess was formidable as well. Mu Xiaozao recalled that Song Zhuozhua had earned a black belt in Taekwondo at a young age, often resolving disputes with her subordinates through reason. In contrast, Mu Xiaozao was, to put it mildly, a delicate and fragile girl. Challenging Song Zhuozhua to a duel felt akin to courting disaster. Moreover, the difficulty of the third task was equally daunting. Given her current abilities, even with the knowledge and memories from her past life, she could only aspire to a mediocre performance in class. Realistically, surpassing Yushi in such a short time frame appeared nearly impossible. This system was rather cruel. However, upon further reflection, Mu Xiaozao noted that these tasks did not come with deadlines. If she approached them gradually, starting with the simplest challenges to incrementally enhance her attributes and strength, her chances of success would increase significantly. Very well. I shall accept the task of being praised for my cuteness by Yushi. Although, she remained uncertain about Yushi's aesthetic preferences. Regardless, it was worth a try. At the very least, she had acquired Yushi's WeChat contact earlier. The next time Yushi sought her out for something, she could present herself in a more adorable manner. Go for it, host. This cat believes you shall undoubtedly succeed. The system resumed its playful demeanor, providing emotional support. Upon returning to her dormitory, Mu Xiaozao intended to collapse onto her bed for a well-deserved rest, but as soon as she entered, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Shen Wanjia, Zhao Mingming, and Zhang Gua fixed their wide eyes upon her, their expressions brimming with curiosity. I heard you clashed with that Song Zhuozhua today. Is it true? Shen Wanjia was the first to speak, her tone laced with surprise. Mu Xiaozao felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? She had just returned, yet it seemed the entire world was aware of her earlier encounter. It wasn't until Zhang Gua produced her phone, displaying a page from the campus wall, that Mu Xiaozao realized the truth. Those onlookers had already shared their quarrel online. As both girls were somewhat well-known within the academy, the campus wall was abuzz with chatter. Various comments flew by at lightning speed. and Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but scroll through them. Unbelievable. Another dispute over electric scooters. The girl with black hair is stunning. Does anyone have her contact information? The one who crashed into her looks terrifying. Beneath this post were a flurry of speculations. That's outrageous. If I encountered such a hot-tempered girl, I would be utterly flabbergasted. Setting aside the facts, could the girl with black hair have done nothing wrong? I believe there must be a reason behind the actions of that fierce girl. The black-haired one must have stolen her boyfriend. Don't turn everything into a glitch drama. By the way, who is that little squirt daring enough to confront the fierce girl? Perhaps the black-haired girl is her partner? I sense a potential couple brewing. Mu Xiaozao nearly dropped her phone in disbelief. Please do not ship us. I merely intervened in a matter of injustice. Although, Yushi is indeed quite attractive, but I am not at that level. After digesting the comments, she felt as if she had been stripped bare, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Raising her gaze, she found her 3 roommates still staring at her expectantly, as if awaiting her acceptance speech. Please do not look at me like that. Mu Xiaozao fidgeted uncomfortably. I was simply too impulsive at that moment. Xiaozao, confronting that girl directly was quite reckless. Zhang Guo furrowed her brow, a hint of exasperation in her voice. However, Zhao Mengmeng found Xiaozao's bravery commendable, smiling brightly. But darling, please don't be so impulsive next time. That type of person is not easily provoked. Mu Xiaozao obediently nodded, her small hands clasped together, appearing as a docile little sister, submissively absorbing her roommate's advice. While her friends continued their chatter, Mu Xiaozao's thoughts were more concerned about Yushi's situation. Opening her phone, her gaze lingered on a new friend request. Yushi's profile picture was strikingly simple, a pure white background featuring the silhouette of a black fox. Curiosity piqued. She clicked into Yushi's moments. Discovering the content was equally understated. Unlike her roommates, who shared daily college life or culinary experiences, Yushi's posts were devoid of personal anecdotes, focusing solely on still-life photography accompanied by brief captions. Suddenly, Mu Xiaozao stumbled upon several photos of the school's stray cats, a cluster of fluffy kittens huddled together, exuding an irresistible charm. Was she caring for these cats? After a moment's contemplation, she returned to the chat interface and typed a few lines. Mu Xiaozao. Have you seen the comments on the campus wall? Peeking. JPG. Before long, Yushi's reply appeared. Yushi, I don't often check that. Why? Mu Xiaozao. It seems today's events were recorded by onlookers. Yushi, are you concerned? Mu Xiaozao. Not particularly. I just noticed some peculiar rumors about you. Awkward. JPG. Yushi. Oh, I see. So what of it? Mu Xiaozao stared at the screen, her expression stiffening. She suddenly felt as though she were meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Yushi appeared completely unfazed by the rumors. Her genuine concern made her seem as if she were searching for conversation. Of course, as the protagonist of a revenge story, Yushi was unlikely to be swayed by trivial gossip. With a silent sigh, Mu Xiaozao realized her worries were unfounded. How embarrassing. I need to swiftly change the subject, or else our conversation will hit a standstill. Thus, she shifted topics and sent a cute emoji. Mu Xiaozao, never mind. Yushi, how is your wound healing? This time, Yushi did not reply immediately. Mu Xiaozao waited a full minute before a new message appeared on the screen. Yushi, classmate Mu, even if you show a little extra concern, I won't forgive you so easily. That brief statement seemed to distance them once again. Yushi was still harboring resentment over past events, and the caution in her tone was palpable through the screen. Mu Xiaozao bit her lip, her fingers hovering over the screen for a moment before she decided to try again. Mu Xiaozao, I recognize my previous mistakes, and I do not expect you to forgive me immediately. However, if you require assistance, please don't hesitate to let me know. Pleading. JPG. A few seconds later, a new reply appeared. Yushi, this weekend, join me in caring for the school cats. To pet cats? Absolutely. This was an opportunity initiated by the female lead. She could not let it slip by. Mu Xiaozao, certainly. Shall we meet behind the library in the small garden on Saturday afternoon? Yushi, After a brief reply, Yushi's avatar dimmed, seemingly indicating she had gone offline. Mu Xiaozao set down her phone, her heart fluttering with excitement. Although Yushi remained aloof, at least she was willing to let her get a little closer. If she wanted Yushi to compliment her on her cuteness, she needed to dress up properly, perhaps buy a new outfit. Speaking of which, what kind of clothing do girls consider cute? While contemplating the system's task, she turned to face the full-length mirror in the dormitory, her little hands fidgeting with her hair and bow tie. Outside the school, in a modest rental apartment, Yushi's dark hair cascaded over her shoulders as her fingertips lightly grazed the cold screen of her phone. A faint smile graced her lips, as if she were savoring the recent conversation. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, accompanied by the sound of crisp footsteps. "Miss, the information you requested has been gathered," the maid announced, unfolding a laptop before Yushi. The screen displayed meticulously organized files and videos. Yushi reclined on the sofa, casting a fleeting glance. "Here are the evidences of the girls from the academy bullying you. However, I am still collecting information regarding the daughter of the chairman of Xinghue Entertainment. Please proceed with your work," Yushi replied in a businesslike tone. The maid hesitated for a moment, noting Yushi's lack of interest in the computer. "Miss, do you plan to report this to the school again?" Yushi shook her head. "No. I've tried so many times without success. Song Zhuozhua has her own little tricks. She never personally engages in actions that can be classified as bullying, making it difficult to gather crucial evidence. Previous attempts to escalate the situation or involve other departments have all been dismissed as mere childish squabbles, haven't they?" The maid furrowed her brow. "But, don't you find it strange?" Yushi's eyes narrowed, locking onto the maid with a piercing gaze that rendered her motionless and anxious as Yushi stood up. "Few people in this area know my past. Song Zhuozhua's targeting of me likely has other motives." As she spoke, Yushi approached the window, gazing into the moonlight, her eyes lost in thought. "Other motives? I suspect she has someone backing her." Yushi continued, tapping her knuckles lightly against the window frame, as if calculating something. "Moreover, I've always suspected that this person might be waiting for my resistance to ensnare me in their trap." Amlin, standing behind her with the laptop still in her arms, felt a sense of unease, sensing that her mistress's plans were far more intricate than they appeared. "By the way, Amlin, come here." Just as Amlin was about to excuse herself, Yushi suddenly called her over. "Please keep this safe for me, in case in a frame." "Mississippi, what is this?" Amlin asked, puzzled. "A memento," Yushi replied with a slight smile, her lips glistening. Amlin opened her palm, bewildered as she examined the object Yushi handed her. A pink band-aid shaped like a heart, showing signs of previous use. In her headphones, a song played as Xiaozao swung her little white legs, leisurely sipping her milk tea, her cheeks puffing up adorably. Being a reborn female college student is simply delightful. Now, Xiaozao's mind was filled with thoughts on how to become even cuter. The host is remarkably proactive about being a girl, as expected of the right choice. Of course, once I dress up nicely, the protagonist will surely praise my cuteness. To research adorable outfits, Xiaozao opened a video site on her computer, searching for videos on women's fashion. In her previous life, she had read numerous Yuri transformation novels and fantasized about living as a beautiful girl, pondering how to style various dresses each day. However, due to her social anxiety, she felt too shy to wear such outfits in real life, often settling for creating a female character in games to indulge her fantasies. Now, she was determined to fully experience the life of a beautiful girl. What exactly constitutes as cute? She mused aloud. In her own aesthetic, a demure, obedient appearance akin to a neighborly girl, accessorized with ruffles and a Peter Pan collar, seemed pure and adorable. Yet perhaps girls had different tastes? She slurped her taro milk tea and chewed thoughtfully, deciding to consult her 3 good roommates. After all, these seasoned girls had far more experience in the art of femininity than she did as a newcomer. But who should she approach? Xiaozao immediately thought of Shun Wanjia, who played Genshin Impact. In her previous life, she had also adored the two-dimensional world, and she and Shun Wanjia shared common interests, making her seem more approachable. She discreetly glanced back. Today, Shun Wanjia was playing Genshin, but was instead engrossed in a game of Zone Zero. She had just drawn a shark girl and appeared to be in high spirits. "Muvyozo apruruchiter." "Wanjia, I have a question for you," she said tentatively. "What is it?" How do you think I can dress cuter? No sooner had she spoken than the other two roommates turned their chairs toward her like radar, their eyes wide with surprise. What? Xiaozao is actually talking about dressing up. Oh my gosh, you finally get it. Zhonghua and Zhao Mengmeng exclaimed, instantly pulling their chairs closer to Shen Wanjia's. Thus, three judges appear before Mu Xiaozao, sitting side by side, their eyes burning with anticipation. No need to be so formal. I was just asking casually, feeling a bit flustered under their intense scrutiny. Mu Xiaozao felt as if she were being interviewed by three panelists. Xiaozao, you've undergone quite a transformation. Are you trying to impress someone? Zhao Mingming's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered something monumental. No, I just want to change my style. I've always thought you should dress better. Seeing you leave the house in a sack made me embarrassed to walk beside you, Zhonghua bluntly critiqued. Shen Wanjia also put down her phone, excitedly rummaging through her wardrobe. Come on, how about trying on the Klee cosplay outfit I bought? No, don't let your otaku vibe pollute our dorm. There's no way that can be worn as everyday attire. Before Shen Wanjia could finish, Zhao Mingming interrupted, always critical of her friend's choices. She extended her hand to present a little white dress, blocking Shen Wanjia's cosplay outfit. Xiaozao, try this one on. Before Mu Xiaozao could even take the dress, another hand obstructed Zhao Mingming's. Oh, come on. Since our Xiaozao is going on a date, how could you let her wear something so plain? I think she should wear a low-cut mini dress. This time, it was Zhonghua who objected. Soon, the trio engaged in a lively debate, each voicing their opinions, leaving Mu Xiaozao momentarily forgotten in their fervor. The dormitory buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of voices. Mu Xiaozao felt a bit dazed by their enthusiasm. Was the disparity in aesthetic preferences among girls this significant? Of course. In my opinion, since you're going to take care of a cat, you should dress like a cat girl. That's far too embarrassing. Mu Xiaozao swiftly rejected that suggestion. After an intense discussion and a rigorous selection process, Mu Xiaozao finally donned the ultimate cute ensemble unanimously approved by her roommates. She stood before the full-length mirror in her dormitory, gazing at her reflection. Her face suddenly flushed like a ripe apple. This is too. Mu Xiaozao stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. Her gaze drifting, completely unable to meet her own eyes in the mirror. At that moment, she had her silver hair styled into low twin ponytails, dressed in a light pink dress adorned with fluffy ruffles at the hem, the length reaching just above mid-thigh. The slightly cinched waist design accentuated her slender figure, while a small bow at her chest added a touch of charm. This outfit was neither overly conservative nor excessively revealing, exuding a youthful essence. But wait, there's more. Shen Wanjia beamed as she retrieved a pair of white lace knee-high socks from her wardrobe and handed them to Mu Xiaozao, urging her to wear them. She hesitated briefly before obediently putting them on. The thin knee-high socks, with their lace trim barely visible, made her legs appear even longer and more delicate. Wow, those legs! Absolutely stunning. They were akin to a game character model. Shen Wanjia couldn't help but whistle, her eyes sparkling. Xiaozao, with legs like yours, it would be a waste not to pursue modeling. Leg goals. Stop it. Mu Xiaozao's face turned even redder as she lowered her gaze to her legs, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her dress. Host, your outfit is simply exquisite. The heroine will undoubtedly be captivated by you. I hope she can compliment my cuteness too. A sense of anticipation blossomed in Mu Xiaozao's heart. Her three roommates continued to shower her with praise for her ensemble, their enthusiasm seemingly unyielding. Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but feel fortunate to have such a troupe of advisors. Perhaps she would treat them to milk tea another day. There might be many more matters she would need their guidance on in the upcoming strategy sessions. She thought to herself. With this sense of anticipation, the weekend swiftly approached. Yushi sent her location via chat, indicating a small shelter where the school cared for stray cats, a joint initiative by the cat-loving individuals on campus. Mu Xiaozao recalled this place, situated behind the playground. Rising early in the morning, Shen Wanjia eagerly styled her hair, and Mu Xiaozao set out in the carefully coordinated dress chosen by her roommates. As she neared the shelter, her phone in her backpack lit up. A message from you, she urging her appeared on the screen. Yushi, are you not here yet? Oh no, I accidentally ran late. I hope the heroine isn't upset. Mu Xiaozao glanced at it and hurried her pace. Upon arriving at the small shelter, she spotted Yushi from a distance. Today, Yushi wore a simple off-white long shirt paired with black pants, her dark hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a laid-back vibe. She crouched amidst a cluster of cats, gently stroking the head of a ginger cat, which purred contentedly with its eyes closed. Mu Xiaozao's heart raced. She took a deep breath, adjusting her expression. She would greet her, wearing a natural smile, hoping to draw attention to her outfit and receive customary compliments. Yushi, she called softly with a sweet smile. However, Yushi merely glanced up briefly, her focus still on the ginger cat. Muxio Joes smile faltered, a pang of disappointment striking her. She looked down at her meticulously crafted dress, then at Yushi's indifferent profile, beginning to doubt whether her attire was too extravagant. Did Yushi not favor the style? Or did she simply not care about her appearance? Just as her thoughts spiraled, Yushi finally ceased her petting. Come here. Her voice was soft yet firm. Mu Xiaozao paused for a moment, then approached, carefully smoothing her dress as she crouched beside Yushi. Yushi poured some cat food from a nearby bag into a small plastic bowl, seemingly preparing to feed the cats. You should hold that calico cat. She's a bit shy, so be gentle, Yushi instructed. Following Yushi's gaze, Mu Xiaozao spotted a fluffy calico cat lounging nearby, leisurely grooming its paws. Nodding, she tiptoed over, crouching down to attempt to scoop up the cat. Meow. The cat seemed to sense her intentions, glancing up with a hint of wariness in its eyes. It's okay, don't be afraid. Mu Xiaozao whispered soothingly, her fingers just brushing against the cat's back when, suddenly, the cat twisted and swiped its paw, knocking the satin bow from her hair loose. Ah! Mu Xiaozao gasped, scrambling to catch the ribbon, but the cat had already darted away. She looked down at the fallen bow at her feet, her meticulously styled silver braid now unraveled and disheveled. In that moment, she recalled how she had never been fond of animals in her past life. Each time she returned home for the spring festival, the village dogs would chase after her, making her most dreaded task during the new year the return to the countryside. Little did she know that in this world, Mu Xiaozao faced the same fate. Oh no, what a stroke of bad luck. She awkwardly raised her head to meet Yushi's gaze. I am sorry, I couldn't hold on to it. Yushi looked down at the ginger cat by her feet, then back at Mu Xiaozao, remaining silent for a moment. She seemed to be smiling, yet her expression was still rather aloof. You scare my cat away, she stated. Mu Xiaozao bit her lip, feeling a touch aggrieved. I'm really sorry. This tone was rather harsh. Despite her best efforts, it still ended in disaster. She hadn't meant for it to happen. What about the cat I lost? What do you propose we do? Yushi's gaze bore into her, as if awaiting her response. Should I go help you catch it back? Mu Xiaozao replied uncertainly. She turned to seek out the calico cat, only to find it had vanished into the grass. Oh no, in such a vast school, locating a single cat would be exceedingly difficult. Just give up. If it's scared off, it won't show up for quite some time, Yushi remarked from behind her. Stepping in front of her, her long black hair cascading around her. One of my cats is missing. You shall replace it. Me? Replace it? Well, you know how to act like a cat, don't you? Host, the heroine means for you to act like a cat in front of her. I told you today was perfect for the catgirl outfit. No. This is far too embarrassing. Mu Xiaozao swiftly turned her head to scan the surroundings, relieved to find that only she and she were present in this area. Those crimson eyes held an inexplicable pressure, an invisible weight pressing down on her. I understand. The small girl with disheveled hair stiffened her body, clenching her tiny hands into fists, hesitantly raising them to her chest. She inhaled deeply. Meow, she called in a voice so soft it was barely audible. I didn't catch that. Meow, meow. Her ears flushed a shade of pink as she shut her eyes and tried again, summoning the courage to call out twice more. Still, it was inaudible. Yushi appeared dissatisfied with her performance. She placed a hand on Mu Xiaozao's shoulder, indicating for her to kneel down. Then, she crouched beside her, studying the silver-haired girl's demeanor. Meow, Yushi declared, that was an acceptable sound, and remember, cats lick their paws. As she spoke, she lifted the nearby ginger cat. which lazily groomed its paws, providing a perfect demonstration for Xiaozao. Why must the performance be so elaborate? What purpose does it truly serve? Yet, Xiaozao refrained from voicing her complaints, enduring the humiliation as she brushed her hand against her lips, her clear eyes now veiled with a sheen of moisture. Meow. Yushi, is that enough? The cat spoke human words. Does that seem reasonable to you? Of course, it's a beaver. I'm not actually a cat. I'm human. Xiaozao felt a tinge of embarrassment and found it difficult to continue. Her task was to earn compliments from the protagonist about her cuteness. Perhaps with a bit more effort, she might say it aloud. Clinging to this flicker of hope, she opened her mouth once more, her small fists waving in the air. Meow. Yushi's gaze settled on Xiaozao, hesitating for a moment, an imperceptible ripple flickering in her eyes. Silvery hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, the ends slightly curled. Xiaozao's cheeks blushed faintly, her eyes glistening with innocence, her lashes fluttering delicately. Quite cat-like. Yushi murmured, her tone laced with an elusive warmth. Come here, I have cat treats. As she spoke, she tousled Xiaozao's soft silvery hair, lifted her chin with a single hand, and retrieved a glimmering piece of pomegranate candy from her pocket. With a gentle parting of her fingers, Yushi placed the candy in Xiaozao's mouth, pressing her lips shut. An obedient cat earns a reward. The fruity flavor surged upon her tongue, a delightful sweetness tinged with a hint of tartness, swiftly enveloping her palate. Xiaozao's eyes widened as she gazed at Yushi, barely 10 centimeters away, her heartbeat quickening. Up close, the protagonist appeared quite gentle. Her hair was as dark as ink, her brows perfectly arched, the tips of her eyes slightly upturned, and her long lashes lent her a neighborly charm rather than an imposing demeanor. However, her gentle face seldom smiled, giving her an air of coldness. If only her hobbies were a bit more conventional. Enough teasing. Thank you. I feel much better now. Yushi finally released her grip. Did I do something? Xiaozao scratched her head. In truth, she had done nothing but experience some peculiar antics. Host, do not forget, the task remains unfulfilled. It dawned on her that her aim today was to elicit a compliment from you, she about her cuteness. After performing for so long without any reaction from Yushi, it seemed she needed to devise another strategy. Oh no, she is bullying me. What should I do? This can't continue. Xiaozao mused inwardly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt. She bit her lip, her mind racing with plans. Perhaps I should try again. Encouraging herself silently, she took a deep breath, summoning her courage to approach Yushi and gently tug at her sleeve. Yushi, she called softly. What is it? Yushi continued to pet the nearby cats. Xiaozao blinked, striving to make her expression appear even more adorable, a skill she had perfected while donning women's attire. What do you think of my look today? She tilted her head slightly. Yushi's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds before she lowered her head again to resume feeding the cats. It's all right, I suppose. Xiaozao's heart sank, and her smile nearly faltered. Unwilling to accept such a lukewarm response, she leaned in closer, softening her voice further. Then, do you think I'm cute? She had thrown caution to the wind. If it weren't for the system's mission, she would never have dared utter such an embarrassing line. Yushi's hand paused momentarily as she raised her head. Do you want the truth or a lie? Her heart raced unexpectedly at Yushi's directness, leaving her momentarily flustered. Of course I want the truth. Your outfit today is a bit too contrived. Bam! She received a merciless critique. Xiaozao felt as if her back were pricked by 1,000 needles, her gaze awkwardly shifting away. Yushi offered her no leniency, not even a perfunctory compliment. She wished she could bury herself deep into the earth. I'm a bit thirsty. Shall we grab some coffee? Yushi did not linger on the topic, filling the cat's food and water bowls before tidying up their beds and standing up. Xiaozao, having nothing else to occupy her, nodded in agreement. Let us head to that CAF by the lake. Upon entering the lakeside CAF, the atmosphere was refined. The melodies of a saxophone gently wafting through the air, while the chandelier cast a warm orange glow. A window-side table was available, and the two settled onto the wooden chairs. What would you like to drink? I'll place the order, but we'll split the bill. Thank you. I can't handle overly bitter drinks, so just strawberry juice for me. You should order a cup of black coffee. Before long, the drinks were ready, and as the service desk called out the order, Xiaozao stood up to retrieve the tray. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, and as she carefully balanced the tray, she inadvertently bumped into another person with her elbow. Oh dear, the girl gasped softly. I'm so sorry. Xiaozao heridy epalizaist. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention. When Xiaozao looked up, her breath caught in her throat. The girl before her was adorned in luxury, with pink curls framing her face, sporting extravagant makeup that suggested cosmetic enhancements on her chin and nose. For reasons unknown, Xiaozao felt her heart tighten upon seeing this girl. Despite having never encountered her before, she felt a flicker of fear. Instinctively, she stepped back, just as the CAF erupted in commotion. Several boys and girls rose from their seats and flocked toward this direction. Wow, it's Xiaozao. I watched your video from last week. The lipstick shade suits your complexion perfectly. Senior, can I get your contact information? The entire campus is buzzing about you. Are you planning to star in a short drama soon? I heard you're debuting. The pink-haired beauty was instantly surrounded, her fans clamoring around her. Xiaozao was jostled to the side by the enthusiastic crowd, nearly losing her grip on the tray. What's going on? Xiaozao wondered. From the descriptions, it was clear that this person held an impressive status, akin to an internet celebrity. Returning to Yushi's side with the tray, she discovered Yushi's gaze also fixated on the pink-haired girl. Do you know her? Xiaozao inquired. I do. Yushi's tone revealed no emotion. At that moment, a path opened through the crowd. Xiaozao, holding her drink, smiled at her fans as she walked toward the window, her high heels rhythmically tapping against the wooden floor. Xiaozao noticed she was heading directly toward her, but Xiaozao did not glance her way. Yushi, what a surprise to see you here. It's been a while. Xiaozao beamed, her voice friendly. Yushi's icy red eyes bore into her, and after a moment, her lips curled into a faint smile, though her voice was as cold as ice. Are we that familiar? The atmosphere in the CAF plummeted to a frigid silence. Xiaozao's expression froze, her face shifting from pale to flushed and back again. The surrounding fans were equally stunned, whispering among themselves. What is happening? Who is that? I saw her on a campus wall a few days ago. I think her name is Yushi. That is so disrespectful. Who does she think she is? Xiaozao stood awkwardly to the side, glancing between Yushi and Xiaozao. She sensed that there was a certain complexity in the relationship between the two. It was evidently not the right moment to inquire further. How vexing. Had she known, she would have delved deeper into the original work. Now, devoid of any narrative prompts, she could only rely on the system to alter her fate. Xiaozao managed a faint smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Yushi, you remain unchanged as ever. How have you been lately? Yushi, however, did not respond. Instead, she lowered her head to sip her drink, her gaze coldly fixed outside the window, as if Xiaozao were non-existent. After a prolonged silence, Xiaozao felt the conversation had grown stale and reluctantly turned to leave. Observing this, the fans began to disperse, restoring tranquility to the CAF. Yushi, are you not going to drink? It will get cold if you don't. Before Xiaozao could voice her question, Yushi deftly shifted the topic. It seemed that the protagonist had no intention of discussing the matter, prompting Xiaozao to abandon her curiosity and take a sip from her cup. Ugh, how bitter. The anticipated sweet fruit juice was replaced by a sharp bitterness that struck her senses. She grimaced, nearly spitting out the liquid in her mouth. Coughing, she covered her mouth, struggling to swallow, tears welling from the bitterness. I think I took the wrong cup, Xiaozao said. Her face contorted in distress as she lifted the cup lid, only to discover it contained black coffee, not her strawberry juice. Yushi, resting her chin on one hand, observed the little girl before her with keen interest. You're drinking my black coffee. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Xiaozao hastily placed the cup back on the table, awkwardly wiping the corners of her mouth. You cannot blame me for this, Mu. It was you who grabbed the drink, and it was also you who misplaced the coffee and juice. You shouldn't hold me accountable, should you? Yet, Xiaozao felt like crying. The words she wished to express lodged in her throat. Yushi had already taken a sip of her strawberry juice. Undoubtedly aware of the mix-up, yet she chose to withhold that information, seemingly eager to witness her reaction to the bitter coffee. Was she angry with me? Or was she merely toying with me? She found the woman utterly perplexing. Here, drink this to ease the bitterness. At that moment, the nearly half-empty cup of strawberry juice was pushed back toward her. Mu Xiaozao, disregarding her concerns, took several large gulps, finally managing to wash away some of the bitterness from her mouth. Across from her, Yushi sipped from the coffee that Mu Xiaozao had just tasted, lightly biting the straw, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Since that day, she had intervened for Yushi during the incident with the electric bike. Mu Xiaozao had seemingly offended their leader, Song Zhuozhua. The latter's demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation. On that morning, as Mu Xiaozao navigated the bustling crowd with her cat-ear backpack while glancing at her phone, her silver braid danced behind her like a playful tail. 1, 2, 3, 4. Goodness, there were 5 groups. She tapped her fingertips lightly, a bitter smile crossing her lips. Her WeChat pin chat list revealed 5 groups, all comprised of people surrounding Song Zhuozhua. Due to severe fragmentation within their little clique, each group excluded 1 or 2 members, each girl harboring her own ulterior motives. Currently, Mu Xiaozhao's 5 groups were eerily silent, a stark stillness prevailing. This had persisted for several days. She understood well that this silence was not due to a lack of conversation, but rather a deliberate avoidance of her presence. As they shifted their discussions to groups where she was absent, as for the content of their conversations, it was highly likely they were speaking ill of her. The intricacies of girls' small circles could indeed be troublesome. If only she could distance herself from that group, it might not be such a bad thing. Yet it was evident that Song Zhuozhua would not easily relinquish her useful little sheep. Just as Mu Xiaozhao passed by flower bed around the corner, Song Zhuozhua and several of her friends happened to emerge from behind the teaching building. Caught off guard, the 2 groups collided unexpectedly. Song Zhuozhua's brows furrowed, and her face darkened immediately. She swung her bag behind her with one hand, halting her steps directly in front of Mu Xiaozhao. This was clearly an invitation for her to greet. A sense of wariness rose within Mu Xiaozhao, yet her expression remained composed. "Good morning, big sister." Song Zhuozhua did not reply, merely casting her a fierce glare before casually tossing her shoulder bag into Mu Xiaozhao's arms. "Reserve seats for me in the upcoming class." No sooner had she spoken than the other girls began tossing their bags at Mu Xiaozhao as well. The petite Mu Xiaozhao was suddenly overwhelmed by the weight of the bags, stumbling back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Reserve seats? How burdensome. Did the original owner have to perform such tasks? Before she could react, Song Zhuozhua had already turned away, leading her entourage away. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and marched toward the classroom with a heavy load. The next class was college English, held in a lecture hall. When Mu Xiaozhao entered, burdened with a pile of bags, all eyes turned to her, as if she were a spectacle. Embarrassment washed over her. She was unaccustomed to being the center of attention. "Mu Xiaozhao, you're not planning to reserve seats again, are you?" A girl stood up, her gaze directed at Mu Xiaozhao, laced with displeasure. Again, Mu Xiaozhao suddenly recalled that the original owner had often reserved 7 or 8 seats alone, to the annoyance of her peers, even drawing ire on the campus forum. However, she was no longer that Mu Xiaozhao and had no intention of engaging in such detestable acts. Thus, she shook her head. "No, I'm just carrying their bags." "Oh." The girl returned to her seat, no longer pursuing the matter. When Song Zhuozhua and her group arrived at the classroom, they discovered that the good seats had already been taken by other students. Meanwhile, their bags were unceremoniously placed in the first row corner, an uninviting spot that students typically avoided. Mu Xiaozhao's figure stood out prominently behind those seats. Tianzi's face turned livid with anger as she approached without hesitation, slamming her palm on the desk in front of Mu Xiaozhao, and shouted, "You were supposed to reserve seats for us. What are you doing here?" Mu Xiaozhao lifted her head, meeting her gaze with calm assertiveness. "I've already reserved seats for you. Look, aren't these all seats? Are you foolish? I meant for you to secure decent seats, but others want to sit in the other spots." Mu Xiaozhao glanced sideways at her classmates. Indeed, several students wore expressions of distaste. Tianzi, known for her troublemaking, had long garnered discontent among many, yet with Song Zhuozhua's backing, her classmates either flattered her or remained silent in fear, allowing her to thrive without consequence. Just then, the bell rang, interrupting the confrontation. Tianzi, unable to retaliate, muttered a curse and sulked back to her corner seat, her frustration boiling over as she couldn't focus on a single word throughout the English lesson. Meanwhile, Song Zhuozhua was evidently suppressing her anger. When the break commenced, Mu Xiaozao found herself encircled once more. Mu Xiaozao, do you dare to oppose me? Song Zhuozhua crossed her arms, glaring fiercely at her. I'm not opposing you. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Mu Xiaozao met her gaze steadily, her tone calm and steady. What you should do? Tianzi scoffed. What right do you have to speak in such a manner? You should do whatever Song Jie tells you. Mu Xiaozao felt a surge of irritation. If you want to offend someone, do it yourselves. Don't use me as a pawn. This statement caught Song Zhuozhua off guard, rendering her momentarily speechless. She never anticipated that the typically docile Mu Xiaozao would utter such words, causing her heart to flutter with unease. At that moment, the gaze of her classmates in the classroom turned toward her. Song Zhuozhua had not intended to attract attention, but Mu Xiaozhao's voice was too loud to ignore. Song class monitor, Tianzi, let's just drop it, a boy interjected. Mu Xiaozhao hasn't done anything wrong. You should let her go. Exactly. It's one thing to bully her, but the classroom seats are communal. We need to sit too, another girl chimed in. Although their tones were restrained, Song Zhuozhua's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. She was acutely aware that her actions were disgraceful, but previously, with Mu Xiaozhao as a scapegoat, all grievances had been directed at her. She had managed to extricate herself unscathed and even relished it. But now, the little lamb had decided to resist. How could she refuse? If she did not comply, who would take the blame? It was imperative to teach her a lesson. Song Zhuozhua cast a glance, and Tianzi immediately seized Mu Xiaozhao by her collar, dragging her towards the exit. Mu Xiaozhao was taken aback, her frail frame being pulled away from her seat. Wait, where are you taking me? The girls trailed closely behind, their faces alight with anticipation for the unfolding drama. The classmates exchanged glances, some contemplating intervening, but the fierce glare from Song Zhuozhua made them retreat. After all, Song Zhuozhua was known for her dominance in school, being the daughter of the Song family, and no one wished to attract trouble. Yet, among the crowd, one person's expression stood in stark contrast. This individual followed Mu Xiaozhao's retreating figure, seizing the opportunity to stealthily pursue her while others were distracted. Mu Xiaozhao stumbled through the corridor, her wrist painfully gripped by Tianzi. Where could this ruthless person be taking her? Panic began to stir within her. Earlier, she had lost her temper. Her demeanor had been overly assertive, and she had strayed far from her usual character, inciting Song Zhuozhua's fury. System, can you intervene this time? She recalled her golden finger and silently called upon it. I apologize, host, but the system's regulations are quite stringent. I currently lack the authority to provide you with free benefits. Well, it seemed that reliance on it was futile, although she had never found this system particularly dependable. Mu Xiaozhao, may fortune favor you. Tianzi's steps were brisk, with the other girls closely trailing, seemingly aware of the impending events, even eager for them to unfold. Where exactly are you taking me? Mu Xiaozhao finally could not restrain herself from asking. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to break free, only to find her body too frail to resist. Tianzi merely scoffed as they traversed the academic building, arriving at the abandoned warehouse at the rear of the school. This was the most secluded part of the campus, rarely frequented, especially in the morning when hardly anyone passed through. Bang! Tianzi kicked the warehouse door open with a sharp, piercing sound. She shoved Mu Xiaozhao inside, following suit. The other girls filed in behind, the last one casually shutting the door. Inside, the dim light revealed an atmosphere thick with dust and mildew. Sister Song, the person is yours, Tianzi said. Mu Xiaozhao stumbled, her body feeling weightless as she fell to the ground. Song Zhuozhua, what do you intend to do? She struggled to keep her voice calm. What was that attitude you just displayed? Try saying it again. Suddenly, Song Zhuozhua kicked a discarded cardboard box toward Mu Xiaozhao, causing dust to swirl. Mu Xiaozhao bit her lip, her gaze betraying a flicker of defiance. "I will no longer comply with your demands," she repeated firmly. "From this moment on, I refuse." Initially, she had not intended to disrupt the original character's persona so soon, planning to endure Song Juju's antics a little longer. However, she realized that she was not adept at being a silent observer. From the outset, from cutting the protagonist's hair to the electric bike incident and the seat hogging, her irritation had only intensified. Today, she simply could not tolerate it any longer. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can act however you please? Don't forget, it was you who begged me to take you in," Song Juju yelled hysterically, bending down to grab a wooden stick from the ground, striding toward the seated Mu Xiaozao. Just then, the warehouse door was abruptly pushed open, and a figure rushed in. Song classmate, stop." Song Juju's hand froze mid-air. Turning her head, she wore an impatient expression upon seeing the newcomer. Mu Xiaozao glanced towards the illuminated doorway, where stood a petite girl with short hair. She appeared even thinner than Mu Xiaozao, with slightly yellow hair and a pair of somewhat outdated round glasses perched on her nose. "Juya?" The name slipped from Mu Xiaozao's lips, awakening the original owner's memories at that moment. Notably, Mu Xiaozao's mind was simultaneously filled with memories of both male and female identities. However, as the male consciousness controlled this body, the female memories only surfaced in relevant scenarios or when she deliberately recalled them. At this moment, numerous pieces of information regarding Lin Juya flooded Mu Xiaozao's mind. Lin Juya was the original owner's companion from high school and her only friend at school, timid and conflict-averse. A true wallflower among peers, even more so than Mu Xiaozao. They were in different majors and rarely shared classes except for English. Yet today's events had fortuitously intersected. "Miss Song, please don't hurt Xiaozao." Lin Juya, visibly trembling, stepped in front of Mu Xiaozao, her face pale. "Just don't hit her and I'll give you money." Lin Juya's voice quivered, yet she understood that her dear friend was behind her, and she could not abandon Mu Xiaozao. Song Juju's expression soured as she glanced around at the girls. "Who locked the door? How did you let someone in?" The subordinates exchanged fearful glances, none daring to confess. Song Juju clicked her tongue. "I'm sorry, Song classmate. I promise I'll advise Xiaozao in the future." Lin Juya, standing to the side, was already incoherent. "Enough." Song Juju approached Lin Juya, patting her shoulder, suddenly digging her nails in with force, causing Lin Juya to gasp in pain. Her gaze shifted past Lin Juya to Mu Xiaozao, her words laced with menace. "This time, your friend pleaded on your behalf, so I'll let you off. But next time, you better adjust your attitude." Since she had been seen, she could not continue her assault. Moreover, she had no desire to truly make an enemy of Mu Xiaozao. She merely wished for her little lamb to obediently follow orders, assisting her with her unscrupulous endeavors. Forever submissive. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Mu Xiaozao's eyes as she silently rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Remember, Mu Xiaozao, I am granting you this one opportunity." Song Juju felt satisfied. Although the little lamb remained silent, given her meek nature, she should have learned her lesson by now. With a disdainful glance at Mu Xiaozao, she departed the warehouse with her entourage. Only Mu Xiaozao and Lin Juya remained inside. Lin Juya sighed in relief, quickly turning to regard Mu Xiaozao with concern. "Xiaozao, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" Mu Xiaozao shook her head. "I'm fine." "Sigh, it's all your fault for being so stubborn." Lin Juya frowned, reproaching her. "This is Tianyu Academy. We cannot afford to provoke those influential figures. You should have held back today. For students like us, even if we report it to the instructor, no one will stand by our side. The best way to protect ourselves is to be obedient. Weren't you always aware of that?" The air was thick with an indescribable heaviness, perhaps due to the lack of ventilation. Was a worldview of this novel truly this oppressive? How much bullying had the original owner endured? Mu Xiaozao had no intention of continually retreating. Yet at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words in response to her friend's concerns. The two exited the warehouse and stepped onto the sunlit, glaring campus path. Lin Juya appeared deep in thought, and when they reached a fork in the road, she suddenly called out to Mu Xiaozao. "Xiaozao, here, I've made up my mind." She took a deep breath. "I can't just leave you to fend for yourself. If you were on your own, you would certainly act recklessly like today. So, shall we reconcile? Reconcile? Oh, you mean that? Mu Xiaozao finally recalled the previous conflict between her and Lin Zhuye, which had led to their recent silence. But what was the nature of their disagreement? She searched her memory. At that moment, Lin Zhuye leaned in closer and whispered something to Mu Xiaozao. Behind them, atop a French-style campus viewing platform, two figures leaned against the iron railing. Yushi withdrew her gaze and handed the binoculars to the uniformed Enlan, her raven hair tousled by the wind. "Miss, what are you observing?" Enlan inquired. "A curious person," Yushi replied. "Enlan, if someone suddenly adopts an entirely different personality, what do you think could be the reason? Dual personality?" Enlan, with limited knowledge of psychology, could only offer a vague response. "Perhaps." Yushi squinted. "I can't help but wonder what exactly has transpired with her." Returning to the dormitory, Mu Xiaozao collapsed onto a chair, her body completely relaxed as she stared up at the ceiling. The events in the warehouse lingered in her mind, particularly Song Zhuozhua's arrogant face and aggressive demeanor, which left Mu Xiaozao feeling quite unsettled. "That leader is too much. She doesn't even regard me as a person. Even a minor antagonist deserves dignity. Oomph." If not for Lin Zhuye intervening, she would have truly stood up to resist. However, reflecting on Song Zhuozhua's reaction, Mu Xiaozao realized that escaping the clutches of this blonde girl would not be simple. Song Zhuozhua would not easily abandon a useful scapegoat, and her chaotic little group would not let her off the hook either. "I really want to teach that girl a lesson," Mu Xiaozhao pouted, waving her delicate fists in the air, imagining that the air itself was her nemesis. "Unfortunately, dear host, with your current strength, defeating the leader will be quite challenging," the system interjected. "Huh, my strength?" Mu Xiaozhao blinked. "Let me calculate your attribute values." Beep. Generating Mu Xiaozhao's attribute panel. Soon, a simple numerical panel appeared before her. Name, Mu Xiaozhao stamina. For knowledge. For charm. For luck. For why are all my scores 4? I almost thought the page had a 404 error. No way, am I really this pathetic? Disappointment washed over her as her gaze fell upon the full-length mirror nearby. The little girl's face was fair and smooth, her features exquisitely delicate, setting aside everything else, based solely on her appearance. She should at least be a standout among hundreds. Why was her charm value only 4? The system seemed to sense her confusion. "Don't fret, let me explain. Since your role in the novel is that of a cannon fodder character, your charm cannot be too high. Even if you are attractive, those around you will remain oblivious. Of course, this is only temporary. You can improve your panel by completing tasks, rising from a minor character to a beloved heroine." I don't necessarily need to be the center of attention," she replied. "I just want to live well in this world." Mu Xiaozhao propped her chin on her hand and glanced at the 4-4s once more. Currently, Mu Xiaozhao had 3 tasks to undertake. The simplest one involved getting Yushi to compliment her cuteness. Upon completion, she would earn a chance to draw a lottery. However, this task appeared deceptively challenging. Last time, during their cat-petting session, Yushi's blunt demeanor had taught Mu Xiaozhao a harsh lesson. The heroine was aloof and not prone to compliments. Ugh, that frustratingly straightforward girl. Would it kill her to say I'm cute? She waved her tiny fists in the air again, this time directing her imagined wrath at Yushi. She had already set aside her dignity, donned embarrassing attire, and even pretended to be a cat. Yet Yushi remained as wooden as ever, not uttering a single polite phrase. Must she resort to something even more humiliating to elicit a response? As she pondered this, Mu Xiaozhao recalled another matter. "System, how many points do I need in stamina to challenge Song Zhuozhua one-on-one? Currently, I cannot view the attribute panels of others, but I can offer some references. A score of 5 represents the average human stamina. The male average is approximately 5, while the female average is around 4, 5. So even if I complete tasks, I can only reach a score of 5. Mu Xiaozhao felt a wave of dejection. However, the system remained optimistic. "Don't worry, dear host. I will assist you in finding a solution." This statement provided Mu Xiaozhao a sense of reassurance. "No problem. I become braver with each battle." Since her previous outfit did not align with the other party's aesthetic, she resolved to think of new ways to approach Yushi. Even a single attribute point mattered. She needed to secure it first. While she was deep in thought, A pair of hands suddenly pinched her cheeks and gave them a gentle squeeze. Huh? Mu Xiaozao was momentarily bewildered. What are you thinking about, dear Xiaozao? You look so troubled. It was Zhao Mengming's voice. Mu Xiaozao then realized her roommates had returned to the dormitory, looking at her with concern. Your expression was quite frightening just now, Shen Wanjia said, handing Mu Xiaozao a pack of spicy snacks. Here, have something. It might cheer you up. Facing the three concerned faces before her, Mu Xiaozao felt a warmth in her heart. She knew she couldn't share the warehouse incident with them. After all, it was a unique task she had to face as a minor antagonist. So she accepted the snacks, took a bite, and displayed a harmless smile. It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired from studying today. I feel like I'm learning nothing and am a bit anxious. Oh, what is there to be anxious about? Zhang Guoda exclaimed, patting Xiaozao's shoulder casually. It's perfectly normal not to learn everything in college. Otherwise, how would you maintain that innocent, foolish gaze? That's right. Shen Wanjia chimed in. Tomorrow is the club carnival. Xiaozao. Let us go explore and lighten our mood. Clubs? The familiar term sparked a glimmer of excitement in Mu Xiaozao's eyes. University clubs were diverse, gathering an array of people and providing numerous opportunities for interaction among students. Mu Xiaozao pondered the potential advantages of joining the same club as Yu Shi for her mission. However, which club would Yu Shi choose? While she contemplated this, her phone screen lit up with a message from Lin Juyi. Lin Juyi. Xiaozao, are you there? Lin Juyi. Tomorrow is the club carnival. Join the same club as me. Lin Juyi. I promised I wouldn't neglect you, so you must be with me. Encountering an unexpected situation or a calculated scheme. Staring at the text on the screen, she recalled Lin Juyi's words from that day. Although Lin Juyi was the original owner's only friend, their relationship had always been somewhat awkward. Lin Juyi possessed a capricious nature, often sulking for no apparent reason, leading to days of silence between them. When Mu Xiaozao first arrived in this world, she had witnessed Lin Juyi's anger at her lack of response, which culminated when she saw Mu Xiaozao being pulled out of the classroom by Song Zhuizhua. How should she respond? Mu Xiaozao hesitated, sensing that the original Mu Xiaozao within her wanted to agree. Ultimately, she decided to wait and see tomorrow. Thus, she replied that she would consider it. Then, Mu Xiaozao noticed that Lin Juyi's name remained next to typing for an entire minute, yet no further messages materialized. Mu Xiaozao felt perplexed. The next day, the club carnival was held in the school square. Even before her alarm rang, the deafening music permeated the dormitory. The noise was so loud it seemed capable of shaking the walls. How noisy, Shen Wanjia complained, yawning as she rolled out of bed, followed by the other three girls gradually rising. As first-year university students, they were still quite enamored with club activities. The girls chatted and laughed, taking Mu Xiaozao along to the event location. In the square, various clubs had already set up their booths, each promoting their activities with small loudspeakers. As Mu Xiaozao walked among them, she felt as if she were wandering through a grand exhibition. Tianyu Academy offered a plethora of extracurricular activities, with a wide array of student organizations. Yet, the most influential remained the official student council. At this carnival, the student council's promotional board stood prominently, taking up the space of an entire club, exuding an air of grandeur. Before she could approach, the student council's area was already teeming with people. Several of her roommates pushed forward, and although Mu Xiaozao initially intended to avoid the commotion, she found herself unintentionally swept to the front due to her petite stature. Oh, isn't that senior Xia Sui? Wow, she personally came to recruit members? She's even more beautiful in person than in the photos. If I could take a picture with her, I would die content. The excited chatter was incessant, and as Mu Xiaozao looked closer, she recognized the stunning pink-haired girl at the center of attention, Xia Sui, whom she had encountered at the CEF. Today, she wore an elegant outfit that seemed quite expensive, her eyes sparkling with joy as she introduced the student council's activities to a junior, her fingers inadvertently brushing his shoulder. The junior's face turned as red as a tomato, his head nodding vigorously, utterly entranced by her presence, oblivious to anything other than her fragrance. Observing this scene, Mu Xiaozao felt an inexplicable discomfort and instinctively shrank back. She and Xiaozao were not acquainted, yet for some reason, this body seemed to resist seeing her. Even a glance stirred an inexplicable anxiety within. Xiaozao, what's wrong? Shenwan Jia inquired, gently patting her shoulder. Oh, nothing. Mu Xiaozao snapped back to reality, forcing a smile, though she merely felt overwhelmed by the crowd. Come on, after all, Senior Xia is a prominent figure at our school. Shenwan Jia exclaimed. I heard she's not only academically gifted, but also participates in various activities. The line of people pursuing her stretches to the school gate. Mumosa. All right, the student council isn't for us. Let's check out that area over there, Shenwan Jia said, wrapping her arm around Mu Xiaozao's and planning to guide her to the nearby mobile gaming and anime clubs. Just as Mu Xiaozao took a step, she suddenly felt a tug on her wrist from the other side. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lin Zhuyi. What a coincidence! They ran into each other in the square. Zhuyi? Xiaozao, have you made a decision about what you were considering yesterday? Lin Zhuyi gazed intently at her, her expression earnest. Her voice, typically soft, elevated a few decibels to ensure Mu Xiaozao could hear her. Ah! Mu Xiaozao glanced at Shenwan Jia and then back at Lin Zhuyi, feeling somewhat awkward. Don't mind us, you two chat. I'm off to find Guajia and the others, Shenwan Jia said nonchalantly, waving as she rejoined the throng. Thus, Lin Zhuyi grasped Mu Xiaozao's arm, leading her away without further ado, her braids swaying behind her. Come, follow me. Zhuyi, where are you taking me? Mu Xiaozao had no choice but to follow her away from the bustling area. After walking for a while, Lin Zhuyi finally released her grip. Let's go here together, Lin Zhuyi said. Mu Xiaozao looked up and was taken aback to find they had arrived at the manga club. She remembered that Lin Zhuyi had always loved reading shoujo manga, and it was their shared interest in a particular series that had sparked their initial connection. Xiaozao, I miss the days we read manga together in high school, Lin Zhuyi said, gazing up at the brightly colored sign. Now that we're in college, can we still do that? She approached the booth's small table, picked up a registration form, and turned to hand it to Mu Xiaozao, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Mu Xiaozao hesitated for a moment, but with the registration form thrust into her hands, she felt she had no reason to refuse and accepted it reluctantly. She initially wanted to ascertain which club she had chosen before making a decision, but then realized that Tianyu Academy imposed no limits on club memberships. Ultimately, it would suffice to accompany Lin Zhuyi and join an additional club. Thus, Mu Xiaozao filled out her personal information on the registration form. Lin Zhuyi watched her intently, and only after confirming that she had completed every section did she break into a satisfied smile. Wonderful. Now we can be together in college. As long as you're happy, Zhuyi. Mu Xiaozao found herself at a loss for how to respond to this somewhat peculiar girl. The senior members of the manga club, delighted by the arrival of 2 new members, began organizing a chat group for them. Hey, Junior, welcome to our family. The enthusiastic male president, clad in otaku attire, approached, examining the 2 newcomers with keen interest. Here's a souvenir for you, he said, placing a badge in each of their hands. Feeling the cold metal in her palm, Mu Xiaozao looked down to see the badge adorned with a chibi version of the club's mascot, a delightfully cute golden retriever Loli. The artwork appeared quite impressive. She held the badge up to the sunlight, scrutinizing it closely. Do you think it looks good, Junior? I designed it myself. The otaku president beamed with pride as he noticed Mu Xiaozao's focused gaze. This is the magical girl badge. The introverted president had yet to finish his words when he was suddenly interrupted. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mu Xiaozao abruptly lifted her head. Beside them, a black-haired girl had appeared, calmly observing the 2. Yushi's dark red eyes were fixed intently on the president, her hand extended with fingers splayed. I signed up as well. I should get a share, right? You really want to see me that much? The president was taken aback. The black-haired girl exuded an air of cool elegance, her brows and eyes imbued with a hint of heroism. Strikingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic. Could such a stunning girl truly exist in reality? And she wished to join his club? Surely he must be dreaming. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled. His tongue felt tied, rendering his speech stuttered. This is your badge. He fumbled to hand her the badge, his face adorned with a nervous smile. Yushi accepted the badge, offering a faint thank you before turning to leave. Yushi, Mu Xiaozao called out, astonished. Although she hadn't read the later plot of the original work, her understanding of the protagonist's character led her to believe that Yushi would not be the type to join a comic club. Moreover, the plot's design seemed unrelated to the forthcoming revenge plan. If the author truly wrote it this way, it likely served no purpose but to pad the word count. Wait, could it be? Had the storyline begun to shift? The thought stirred a mix of excitement and unease within her. Yushi paused, glancing back at Mu Xiaozao. Is there something you need? What a coincidence. You're joining the comic club too. Mu Xiaozao found herself at a loss for words, only managing a sheepish smile. Yes. Yushi's tone remained indifferent. Do you usually enjoy reading comics? Not much. Then why the sudden desire to join the comic club? Is that answer important to you? Well, not really. I'm just thrilled to be in the same club as you. Although it felt somewhat insincere, Mu Xiaozao decided to be bold. Look, Yushi, I'm not the same Mu Xiaozao as before. I genuinely wish to cultivate a good relationship with you. Her large eyes brimmed with sincerity as she earnestly gazed at Yushi, embodying the essence of an innocent girl. Thrilled? You truly are an odd one. Yushi chuckled softly. Just as Mu Xiaozao was about to say something more, another voice interjected. Xiaozao, is this your friend? It was Lin Juyi. She had been left to the side, her expression souring, her eyes fixed on Mu Xiaozao. Hearing the question, Yushi's gaze shifted towards her as well. Under the scrutiny of both, Mu Xiaozao felt an inexplicable pressure, her hands unconsciously squeezing in her pockets. Were she and Yushi friends? Certainly not. They had yet to reach the point of forgiveness. At best, they were acquaintances. Before Mu Xiaozao could respond, Yushi spoke for her. We are not friends. As expected, Mu Xiaozao felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Juye's eyes darted between the two, seemingly sensing something, but she refrained from probing further, gently tugging at Mu Xiaozao's sleeve. Xiaozao, shall we explore other clubs? That evening, the newcomers of the comic club were quickly added to a group chat. The introverted president was enthusiastic, immediately sending a generous red envelope of 100 yuan upon establishing the group. The chat's atmosphere surged with excitement. Wow, what a generous envelope. The president is amazing. Truly, our esteemed leader. Thank you, boss. You are so generous. Why did I only manage to snatch 1 cent? Mu Xiaozao observed the rapidly scrolling messages, noting that Yushi's avatar was conspicuously absent. Yushi neither claimed the red envelope nor contributed to the chatter. She had always been quite reserved in class, in stark contrast to Song Zhuozhua, who treated the class group as her family. Mu Xiaozao silently claimed 5 yuan, sending a grateful sticker in return. After the envelope distribution, the president began outlining the daily operations of the comic club and introducing ice-breaking activities. According to him, he had recently assumed the role of president, brimming with ambition to transform the club into a vibrant and sacred entity akin to those depicted in comics. The activities and programs were meticulously planned by him, and he even personally funded refreshments, hoping everyone would engage wholeheartedly. Ice-breaking activities. Mu Xiaozao murmured. Though she and Yushi were classmates, they often found it difficult to converse. Now that they were in the same club, she finally had a legitimate opportunity to approach Yushi. Mu Xiaozao's mind lingered on the task of complimenting Yushi. The previous outfit seemed unfeasible. Should she ask Zhao Mengmeng and the others for different recommendations? But what if Yushi simply disliked compliments? Even if she dressed beautifully, it might be futile. System. Here, this system was not particularly intrusive, which Mu Xiaozao found reassuring. It only appeared in times of necessity. You said every task is achievable. Is that true? Of course it is true, Meow. You're not hiding any conditions now, and will later say you never asked. Lying is for little dogs. How could you doubt me? Do you think I'm Cupid? The system seemed displeased by her skepticism, its adorable voice tinged with annoyance. Have you encountered difficulties, host? No worries. I'm here to offer strategies. Just wear the cat girl outfit I suggested for the ice-breaking activity. Absolutely not. That would surely lead to my demise. Why did this entity constantly fixate on that embarrassing outfit? Pretending to be a cat in front of you, she had already caused Mu Xiaozao enough embarrassment. She had no desire to engage in more humiliating antics. Fine, since I'm here, I might as well embrace it. She scrolled through her phone once more. The ice-breaking activity was tentatively scheduled for Saturday afternoon, coinciding with an invitation from Song Zhuo to assist with volunteer work. This provided the perfect excuse to decline the president's invitation. By now, she found herself less concerned about Song Zhuo's temper. Initially, she expected Song Zhuo to be furious, but surprisingly, after her act of defiance, the leader had tempered her demeanor, no longer exuding the same arrogance. Perhaps she intended to ease up on her underlings, allowing the reins to slacken a bit. Regardless, Mu Xiaozao's resolve to confront Song Zhuo had not waned in the slightest. That detestable woman. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Saturday. This time, Mu Xiaozao opted for a simple outfit, choosing a white JK uniform from her wardrobe. With her roommate's assistance, she tied a fish-shaped ribbon and headed out. The president had designated the meeting place on the second floor of the Student Activity Center. Following her phone's navigation, Mu Xiaozao arrived downstairs, only to find the comic club members gathered in a bustling crowd outside rather than in the classroom. Today, the introverted president sported a slicked-back hairstyle, his forehead glistening, indicating he had made an effort to present himself. Yet, his expression seemed rather grim as he paced among the group. What could possibly be wrong? How could this happen? Repeatedly murmuring this phrase, Mu Xiaozao curiously approached, inquiring to those around her until she clarified the situation. The student council has occupied our venue. The vice president lamented, stating that it was they who had initially granted us the space, yet they abruptly changed their minds and expelled us from the activity room. Surely this cannot be the intention of senior sister Xiaozao? She is certainly not the type of person to act this way. Lin Jia murmured softly. A fleeting image of the exquisitely beautiful pink-haired senior crossed Mu Xiaozao's mind, stirring an unsettling premonition within her. She pressed her lips together, refraining from responding to Lin Jia's comments. What should we do now that we've aired? The newcomers have arrived. We cannot allow their visit to be in vain. Can we? The seasoned members of the comic club appeared troubled, casting hopeful glances at the president, seeking a resolution from him. There is no other option. The keys are in their possession, and we must concede. The president sighed, setting down 2 large bags brimming with snacks and beverages, guilt evident in his shrug. This behavior from the student council is not unprecedented. Our school grants considerable autonomy to the student council, allowing them to manage many affairs. Even if we wished to lodge a complaint, there would be no avenue to pursue. Mu Xiaozao listened quietly, recalling numerous past tales of the student council's tyranny within the school, all of which had been suppressed by the administration. After all, the student council president, Xiaozao, is the granddaughter of the academy's headmaster. The Xiao family wields significant influence in North City. How about we hold our activity in the old classroom? The president pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands in realization. It has been ages since anyone visited there. The tables and chairs may be a bit dirty, but a quick clean should suffice. That sounds good. Let us go there. Upon hearing this, the other veteran members felt it was a viable solution and followed the president toward the old teaching building. Upon opening the classroom door, a cloud of dust greeted them. The president organized everyone to start cleaning. Naturally, the newcomers were reluctant to engage in labor right away, but recognizing the president as predicament, they begrudgingly began to assist. Mu Xiaozao grabbed a cloth and a small bucket, intending to fetch some water, and noticed Yushi walking ahead, prompting her to hasten her pace to catch up. Yushi, are you going to get water too? She inquired with a bright, charming smile, but Yushi seemed oblivious, not even turning her head. Hey, why are you ignoring me? Mu Xiaozao muttered under her breath, feeling a flicker of indignation. However, she was not one to easily concede. If Yushi was going to disregard her, she would simply be more proactive. She quickened her steps to match Yushi's pace, deliberately walking alongside her, and cheerfully remarked, Yushi, that water bucket is quite heavy. Let me help you with it. This time, Yushi finally lifted her gaze, a hint of sarcasm lacing her voice. Help me? With your little frame? I say I'm the one who should assist you. Mu Xiaozao felt deflated instantly. She had no retort. How frustrating to be belittled by this woman. Pouting, her cheeks puffed, the smile she wore moments ago transformed into a look of despondence. Yushi found it amusing but restrained her laughter, merely slowing her pace slightly to allow Mu Xiaozao to keep up. The two walked side by side along the pathway, their conversation stalling, leaving only the sounds of their footsteps and the distant chirping of birds. This simply would not do. Every moment spent with the protagonist must be seized. Mu Xiaozao tightened her grip on the bucket's handle, her mind racing to conjure a topic to shatter the uncomfortable silence. Ahem, today's events were rather unexpected. She began softly, glancing at Yushi's expression. I was astonished the student council would attempt to seize our venue, and the president seems quite distressed that the council president did not intervene. Unexpected? I find it quite consistent with her character, Yushi replied, her tone devoid of much sentiment. Do you know her well? Mu Xiaozao recalled their encounter in the CAF, where Yushi had not shown Xiaozao any warmth. It seemed there was some underlying conflict between them that Mu Xiaozao was unaware of. Yes, quite a bit. However, these matters are of little concern to you. Yushi remained disinclined to discuss the topic further, prompting Mu Xiaozao to resign herself to silence once more. Not again. Another conversation had fizzled out. Why could she not sustain a discussion for even a minute? Was Yushi the ultimate conversation killer? Mu Xiaozao regretted her impatience in studying. Now she was adrift, blind to the intricacies of the narrative, forced to navigate one step at a time. By this time, they had arrived at the water faucet near the sports field. Mu Xiaozao placed the bucket under the spout and turned the tap, the cold water splashing against her skin. After a moment, the bucket was filled. As she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to lift the bucket, she suddenly found it unmovable. Puzzled, she exerted more effort. The realization struck her that her slender arms lacked the strength to lift it. No matter how much she grimaced and strained, the bucket remained stubbornly still, as if it were welded in place. See? I told you. You can't help me. Yushi shot her a sidelong glance, her words tinged with mockery, as she effortlessly lifted her own bucket with one hand, shaking it in front of Mu Xiaozao. I don't need your assistance. Dang, could you help me? Mu Xiaozao hesitated, a glimmer of hope in her voice. Not a chance, Yushi replied quickly, cutting her off with an expression that conveyed their unfamiliarity. If she would help, then so be it. After all, the protagonist had this disposition. Mu Xiaozao was not new to Yushi's character. Relying on others was futile. Self-reliance was her best option. She shot Yushi a defiant glare. It's fine. Yushi, you can head back. I can manage on my own. Mu Xiaozao was undeterred. What could a mere bucket of water do to her? Taking a deep breath, she summoned her strength for another attempt. I refuse to let this wretched bucket defeat me. Suddenly, the bucket slipped from her grasp, spilling its contents all over Yushi's beige skirt. The delicate fabric of the pleated skirt became instantly soaked, clinging to her skin. Yushi's expression shifted dramatically as she looked down at her drenched skirt, droplets cascading from the hem onto the ground, forming a small puddle. Oh no! What have I done? Mu Xiaozao was stunned, never expecting her aim to be so precise, panic setting in. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I only wanted to fetch water. I never anticipated this. This time, she had surely offended the protagonist, and all her hard-earned goodwill was likely to evaporate. Mu Xiaozao felt tears of frustration welling up. Had she known her petite frame would be such a hindrance, she would have refrained from showing off her strength. Yushi did not respond immediately. Instead, she rummaged through her pocket, retrieving a pack of tissues, which she tossed to Mu Xiaozao from midair. Help me clean this up. Her command was succinct. Understood. Mu Xiaozao was filled with remorse, hastily placing the bucket aside and kneeling to retrieve a tissue. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to make amends before Yushi's temper flared. Though she thought this, when Mu Xiaozao's gaze fell upon Yushi's long, slender legs, she realized this task might be far more daunting than she had anticipated. Mu, you are truly adorable. Her hands trembled slightly, her movements to grasp the tissue appearing somewhat sluggish. Even with diligent study of feminine mannerisms, Mu Xiaozao's mindset couldn't transition swiftly, causing her to perceive Yushi through a masculine lens. Now, she was tasked with wiping the legs of this stunning beauty. Mu Xiaozao's mind raced, her ears flushing with a delicate blush as she avoided Yushi's gaze. Stay composed, she mentally urged herself. You're a girl now. and girls don't feel embarrassed by such things. She inhaled deeply, pressing the tissue against Yushi's soaked skirt, meticulously dabbing beneath the pleated fabric. Her legs were long and shapely, their smooth contours accentuated by the clinging, wet material, revealing mature curves. The lower leg below the knees were also drenched, the ankles slender like the necks of porcelain vases, the pale skin glistening with water droplets. Before long, Mu Xiaozhao's face was burning. Her heart pounded, as if a fawn were frolicking in her chest, and her mind wandered aimlessly. She asked me to do it, it's not my fault. She thought, as a gentleman, I would never take advantage of her. Despite her thoughts, she tried to keep the tissue between her fingers and Yushi's skin, avoiding direct contact. What are you doing? Yushi's voice startled Mu Xiaozhao. Well, I'm wiping your eye. Hurry up, I'm getting tired of standing. Don't rush me, she mumbled, grabbing a fresh tissue and attempting to calm her racing heart as she absorbed the water from the skirt. Fortunately, the weather was dry, and the skirt wasn't too thick, so it dried halfway after a while. Okay, it was my fault this time. I'm done with the skirt, she said, crumpling the used tissues and looking up at Yushi. I've finished wiping. Is there anything I missed? Yushi glanced down, as if inspecting homework. The skirt is done, but what about my legs? 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 My legs got wet too. Come here and clean them. She sat on a nearby wooden chair, crossing her legs and pointing her toes at Mu Xiaozhao. Hey! The composure she had just regained vanished. Yushi's tone was that of a master commanding a servant, as if daring her to refuse. This girl is too arrogant. But upon reflection, Mu Xiaozhao realized it was her fault and swallowed her protests. I understand, she replied softly. Bear with it, she thought. I can't ruin my relationship with the female lead. I must never make such a silly mistake again. I need to establish a positive image in front of Yushi. She suppressed the blush on her face, knelt before Yushi, and obediently continued wiping. Most of the water droplets on her skin had already dried, leaving only faint traces that would soon disappear. Nevertheless, the friction of the tissue against the skirt inevitably caused Yushi's leg to twitch slightly. In an instant, her fingers accidentally brushed the inside of her knee. Mu Xiaozhao recoiled as if burned. I'm sorry. It's normal to touch. What are you apologizing for? Yushi frowned. Right. It's fine if you don't mind. Mu Xiaozhao could feel Yushi's gaze upon her, heavy and suffocating. She lowered her head, her hair almost touching the ground. Fortunately, her voluminous silver hair concealed her flushed cheeks, where Yushi would surely notice. Is it strange for a girl to be shy around another girl? She wondered. If Yushi finds out, what will she think of me? The thought made her anxious. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her mind grew more chaotic. The more she tried to avoid contact, the more she seemed to make it. The woman's subtle fragrance, mingled with moisture, filled her senses, and the soft touch of her skin made Mu Xiaozhao's heart race faster. Oh, I want this to end soon. Just as Mu Xiaozhao was about to give up, a hand gently brushed aside the stray hairs on her cheek. She looked up instinctively, revealing her embarrassed expression to Yushi. The petite girl's face was flushed, her lips slightly parted, her hands clasped together nervously, like a frightened rabbit. She stammered. She tried to explain, to tell Yushi it was an accident, that she wasn't blushing because of her legs. But in her panic, she couldn't think of a plausible excuse. Yushi's perfume seemed to possess a magical power, clouding her mind and robbing her of her ability to think. It's over, she thought, her heart sinking. Will Yushi hate me? Isn't it strange for a girl to be shy around another girl? Yushi gazed at the pitiful girl before her, a smile playing on her lips. She gently brushed Mu Xiaozhao's ear with her cool fingertips, leaned closer, and whispered, Were you blushing just now? I. Blushing at me? Mu Xiaozhao shuddered slightly. Then, she heard the woman's enchanting voice, like a night breeze caressing her ear, seeping into her heart. Mu, you're so adorable. Her heart skipped a beat. Mu Xiaozhao was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Yushi's face, now so close. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. What did you say? She managed to whisper, her mind still reeling. I said you're adorable, Yushi repeated, a hint of amusement in her eyes, as if trying to read Mu Xiaozhao's thoughts. Mu, you're even more adorable than I imagined. After cleaning, the classroom was much more refreshing. Pale orange sunlight streamed in through the clean windows, illuminating the newly polished desks and chairs. The Otaku Club president seemed to be in a better mood, busily arranging the snacks and drinks he had brought on the table, a smile on his face. Lin Jie was helping him pour drinks, occasionally looking up at the door as if waiting for someone. Just then, the classroom door creaked open, and a silver-haired girl with pigtails walked in, causing Lin Jie's eyes to light up. Xiaozao. She was about to approach her when she noticed that Mu Xiaozao's expression was a little off. The silver-haired girl's face was slightly flushed, and her eyes were a little flustered, as if she had just experienced something. What's wrong? Before she could finish the question, Lin Jie stopped. She saw Yushi following closely behind Mu Xiaozao, the two of them very close together. Wait, did they go out together? Didn't she tell me they weren't friends? Lin Jie frowned, looking at Mu Xiaozao's uneasy expression, her suspicions deepening. Xiaozao you. Mu Xiaozao, hearing Lin Jie's voice, seemed startled and quickly waved her hand. No, I'm Yufine. Lin Jie frowned even more. She glanced at Mu Xiaozao and then at Yushi, feeling that something was amiss. Especially with Mu Xiaozhao's flushed face and racing heart, it was evident that all was not well. Although discomfort settled in her heart, she could only force a smile and say, "That's good, come sit over here." The president, busy arranging snacks and drinks on the table, immediately looked up upon hearing Lin Jie's words and cheerfully beckoned everyone. Yes, yes, everyone come and sit. Although there was a minor mishap today, our activities must continue. The group gathered around the table, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Mu Xiaozao let out a sigh of relief, striving to appear as natural as possible. She cast a furtive glance at Yushi, only to find her maintaining an aloof demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. What was the meaning of suddenly praising her cuteness? The warmth on Mu Xiaozhao's cheeks had yet to fade, despite her previous efforts to elicit a compliment from Yushi. It was ironic that after her embarrassing moment, Yushi had taken the initiative to call her cute. She truly couldn't fathom this woman's taste. Although the process was unexpected, the task of being praised by the heroine was finally accomplished, and the system promptly granted Mu Xiaozhao an assignable attribute point. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one opportunity for a low-level lottery, upgradable. The host can choose to draw immediately or retain the opportunity and draw after completing the upgrade task. Upgrade task? Is it to elevate the low-level lottery to a mid-level one? Precisely. The low-level lottery has a relatively low cost-performance ratio. I recommend that the host upgrade before using it. For the time being, Mu Xiaozhao had no immediate need for prizes. All right, I shall temporarily retain the opportunity. The music playing in the background was upbeat, and the members of the manga club were engaged in a game of passing the flower while drumming. The person who received the flower had to stand up and introduce themselves. The Otaku president had exceptional luck today, being the first to receive the flower. He stood up, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, "Hello everyone, I am Du Pingyuan, a top student from the computer science department, the future leader of the coding world. Currently single and recruiting a girlfriend. Interested parties, please sign up quickly, as spots are limited and first come, first served." At that moment, a boy in the corner suddenly raised his hand and grinned. "President, what about boyfriends?" As soon as he spoke, the classroom erupted in laughter. Du Pingyuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a serious expression, stroking his chin contemplatively. "Well, that is a question I must ponder. However, since you're so earnest, I can make an exception and offer you an interview opportunity. Come on, you can't be serious. Are you really going to jeopardize our revolutionary friendship? Get lost. Who said I was serious?" The moment these words left his mouth, chaos ensued in the classroom, with some even chanting in unison. The boy was laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Du Pingyuan waved his hand to bring the conversation back on track, and the music resumed, allowing the game of passing the flower to continue. The next to receive the flower was Lin Jie, who stood up shyly and glanced around at everyone. "Hi, I'm Lin Jie, a freshman from the computer science department," she stammered. "Wow, Junior, we're from the same department. Shouldn't we get to know each other better? Let us exchange contact information. No ulterior motives. I just want to help you fix your computer if it breaks." There were quite a few boys from the computer science department in the manga club, and upon seeing the pure and adorable glasses-wearing junior, they could hardly contain their excitement. Lin Jie, who already disliked being the center of attention, felt her face pale as she cast a pleading glance at Mu Xiaozao. "What's going on? Why are you looking at me?" Mu Xiaozao was momentarily stunned. Understanding that it was time for a hero to save the damsel in distress, she realized that despite her own discomfort with social interactions, she needed to step in for Lin Jie, a significant friend to the original character. "Cough, cough. Everyone, please quiet down. It's my turn to introduce myself," she said, clearing her throat and standing up. "I'm Mu Xiaozao, a freshman from the literature department." To her surprise, her words ignited an even more intense uproar in the classroom than before, and the already excited boys became even more animated. "Oh my, a white-haired Loli. My DNA just activated. Is that hair real or dyed? How did I not notice such an adorable girl before?" Mu Xiaozao was taken aback by their reaction, instinctively taking a step back. My self-introduction, finished? Hey, you haven't added me on WeChat yet. I'm suffering from a terminal illness that requires a glimpse of white hair to survive. Can you bear to let me fade away? Let us exchange contacts. No ulterior motives. I just want to help you fix your computer if it breaks. Dude, didn't you just say that? Your lines are being recycled a bit too much. And as for that terminal illness, I couldn't care less about your fate. She quickly retreated to her seat and surreptitiously queried the system. "Hey system, what is going on? Didn't you say my little villain has no charm? Why are they reacting so strongly now?" 3. Probably because the host is a white-haired girl, although the charm value is only 4. It is enough to excite the white-haired enthusiasts among them, meow. What a bunch of trivial fish. What? However, this group of little Chu-nans has already been captivated by you, meow. I'm quite curious to see their reactions once your charm value is maxed out. I absolutely do not wish to know. Mu Xiaozao facepalmed. In a comic, her expression would surely be one of exasperation. Although she was aware that her appearance was quite cute, being lauded by a group of boys left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Why were they coming to her instead of Yushi? That woman was undoubtedly the stunning beauty. Rejecting conventional beauty standards must start with oneself. In any case, ever since she stood up to introduce herself, the focus of the event had inexplicably shifted to Mu Xiaozao. By the time it concluded, a swarm of boys from the manga club was clamoring to add her on WeChat. After much evasion, Mu Xiaozao finally managed to escape. That night, Mu Xiaozao returned to her cozy little nest and changed into her fluffy pink pajamas. She drew the curtains and planned to indulge in some web novels before sleep. Recently, she had been captivated by a novel titled "I'm Just a Maid, Blood Princess, Please Don't Love Too Deeply," which featured wonderfully twisted and weighty plots among the girls. Truly delightful. Mu Xiaozao had stayed up all night reading it 2 nights ago, giggling to herself. However, just as she was about to enjoy the narrative of a weak character being forcibly loved, a notification popped up on her phone. In the previously silent group chat of Song Zhuozhuo and her friends, a new message bubble appeared. Song Zhuozhuo. Mu Xiaozao tomorrow for PE class. Gather by the basketball court. Song Zhuozhuo. Don't keep me waiting. Mu Xiaozao bit her lip, her brows unconsciously knitting together. Was she being coerced into doing something dubious again? Although her previous resistance had made Song Zhuozhuo more restrained, it was evident that she could not so easily extricate herself from the villainous group. Outnumbered and outmatched, Mu Xiaozao had come to realize that even a firm refusal to Song Zhuozhuo's orders would be futile. The leader would employ various means to bring her to submission, and her delicate body was in no condition to resist. With no other choice, she reluctantly typed a response in the message bar. Mu Xiaozao acknowledged the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, she was resolute in her commitment to refrain from causing harm to Yushi. In her relationship with her superior, she recognized the need to maintain a delicate balance, neither too lenient nor overly harsh. She intended to ensure that Song Zhuozhuo would not take liberties with her while remaining unharmed. After perusing the novel for a while, her spirits, previously dampened by Song Zhuozhuo's actions, began to lift. As fatigue crept in, Mu Xiaozao succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, during physical education class, the sun blazed mercilessly overhead, its heat nearly unbearable. The concrete path glowed white under the scorching rays. and even the white lines on the track dazzled the eyes. Nevertheless, the sports instructor showed no mercy with a sharp whistle. The students were compelled to jog in the sweltering heat. As a self-proclaimed athletic underachiever, Xiaozao quickly found herself lagging behind. "Oh dear, I must catch up," she thought, her face pale and breathless. Soon enough, she fell a half lap behind, then an entire lap. As she rounded a corner, the lead runner, having just completed a lap, trailed behind her, while the teacher, idly observing, turned and caught sight of the scene. "Well, not very tall, yet quite swift. You've reached the front so quickly," he remarked with a grin directed at Xiaozao. "Quick as a flash? They've already lapped me." Xiaozao nearly rolled her eyes in response. Alas, her frail physique could hardly muster the strength. Her legs, concealed within her sweatpants, began to tremble as she fought to maintain her balance and avoid a humiliating fall. "Meow, dear host, how pitiful. Shall I run in your stead? Really? You can run for me?" "Just kidding." Xiaozao sighed in exasperation. Who had programmed such a mischievous personality into this system? She contemplated lodging a complaint or demanding a replacement. "Apologies, I'll behave." Indifferent to the banter, Xiaozao endured the heightened heart rate and, after finally completing the running task, felt a sweetness rise in her throat, nearly fainting from exhaustion. Stumbling along the path, she sought a shaded spot to rest. Suddenly, the message from Song Zhuozhua echoed in her mind, commanding her to gather after finishing the run. "Where to?" Perhaps beside the basketball court. I really do not wish to go." With a sense of dejection, she glanced at her phone and trudged toward the basketball court like a zombie. How slow I am. As expected, she had arrived late. By the time she reached the court, several girls were already waiting, with Song Zhuozhua at the forefront, hands on her hips. Her frustration evident upon seeing Xiaozao. "You made us wait, Xiaozao, how bold of you. I hardly have a larger face than yours," she nearly retorted, but upon surveying the expressions of those present, she ultimately refrained. "Is it because Sister Song has been too kind to you that you've begun to overestimate your worth?" Tianzi commented beside Song Zhuozhua. Xiaozao merely lowered her head in silence. "Go buy us some drinks," Song Zhuozhua coldly instructed, gesturing toward the vending machine at the far end. "You know our preferences, don't get it wrong." Buying drinks for the leader and her companions was merely one of the routine fragments of the original owner's memories. Should she procure something unpalatable to them, a scolding would surely follow, and the cost would not be reimbursed. Feeling unwell, Xiaozao was disinclined to engage in conversation. Since it was merely a matter of purchasing drinks and not a task that would offend anyone, she decided to endure for now. Turning away, she listlessly made her way toward the vending machine. After a while, as she returned with an armful of drinks, she noticed an unexpected figure in their previous spot. Yushi? She had not anticipated Yushi's presence there. Today, Yushi donned a deep blue sports sweatshirt, her black hair tied into a high ponytail, a defined jawline lending her an air of determination. At this moment, she stood face to face with Song Zhuozhua. "I merely passed through here. Why are you obstructing me?" Yushi inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Song Zhuozhua. "What for? You know full well." Song Zhuozhua retorted viciously, signaling to her friends, who promptly surrounded Yushi, glaring menacingly. Someone living in a rental has no self-awareness. Thinking she can stand on equal footing with me, she advanced toward Yushi, her voice sharp and grating. "In the outside world, my father is the chairman of a conglomerate, and, at school, I am the class leader. The teachers heed my words. If you learn to humble yourself, perhaps I might let you off easily." Yushi let out a cold laugh, showing no sign of retreat. "And what if I do not learn?" Song Zhuozhua's fury ignited at the disdainful tone, her complexion darkening as she lost control. "You're asking for trouble." She suddenly raised her hand, poised to slap Yushi. Xiaozao's heart raced. In that split second, a basketball unexpectedly soared from the court, striking Song Zhuozhua squarely on the head. A perfect hit. Thud. Bright red blood trickled from Song Zhuozhua's nose. In the stunned silence, she swayed backward, wiping the blood from her face, her expression shifting from rage to astonishment. Song Zhuozhua clutched her nose, blood seeping through her fingers, her countenance transitioning from anger to shock, then to outrage. She whirled around, shouting toward the direction of the basketball. "Who did that? On the court, a tall boy standing around 6 feet tall ambled over leisurely. Clad in black athletic wear, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, indicating he had just finished playing. His gait was relaxed, yet his gaze was sharp and piercing. Class leader Song, my apologies. I lost my grip, he said, approaching the group with a casual tone, devoid of any apology. Song Zhuozhua pointed an accusatory finger at him. You, Ji Xiaoming. You did that on purpose. Ji Xiaoming shrugged nonchalantly. Class leader Song, you're mistaken. My shooting accuracy is notoriously poor. Who would have guessed the ball would end up hitting your face? As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve his ball, spinning it on his fingertip with the flair of a leading man from a romance drama. Moreover, you stood in front of Yushi for so long. If you hadn't blocked my path, the ball wouldn't have hit you. Realization dawned on Song Zhuozhua, and she trembled with rage. However, she clearly harbored a degree of trepidation toward Ji Xiaoming, hesitating to unleash her fury. He was a key player on the school's basketball team, and his family background was impressive. He was not someone to be trifled with. Though Song Zhuozhua was brazen, she understood whom she could provoke and whom she could not. You, just wait. Song Zhuozhua ground her teeth, spitting out a venomous threat before turning to her companions, barking, What are you standing around for? Let us go. Tianzi and the others hurriedly followed Song Zhuozhua, casting malevolent glances at Ji Xiaoming and Yu Shi as they departed. Once Song Zhuozhua and her entourage had distanced themselves, Ji Xiaoming turned his attention to Yu Shi. Yu Shi, are you all right? Yu Shi glanced at him, her expression emotionless. Thank you. It was a minor matter. Ji Xiaoming waved his hand dismissively, his gaze lingering on Yu Shi's face. What trouble have you gotten into with him again? Did I not mention that you should inform me when encountering such matters? I will protect you. Yu Shi interrupted him, clearly reluctant to accept his fervent offer. This left Ji Xiaoming considerably disheartened. His expression faltered momentarily, yet he endeavored to maintain his smile. Yu Shi, I understand your strength, but at times, it is essential to learn to rely on others. You are a delicate girl, so gentle, and it's easy for you to be bullied at school. I will handle these matters myself. However, the sun shone brightly, the greenery vibrant, and the handsome young man and beautiful girl standing together created a dazzling scene, reminiscent of a Cinderella and Prince Charming narrative unfolding on campus. Xiaozao, clutching a pile of beverages, stood off to the side, feeling as if she had stumbled into the wrong set. If it weren't for the knowledge that the original work was labeled as a revenge tale featuring a strong female lead, she would truly believe that Yu Shi might develop something with a striking young man towering at nearly 2 meters. Yet, based on the original storyline's trajectory, poor Ji Xiaoming would merely be a lovesick supporting character. Yu Shi, consumed by revenge, would not be ensnared by romantic entanglements. The plot would likely culminate in a grand finale of vengeance, a thrilling tale. Well, Yu Shi, do exercise caution in the future. Song Zhuozhua is not to be trifled with. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Xiaoming's gaze shifted, landing on Xiaozao, who stood in the background like a mere prop. They exchanged an awkward glance for a fleeting second, after which Ji Xiaoming's expression darkened. What are you staring at? Xiaozao hesitated momentarily, suddenly realizing that there was a fierce animosity concealed within his gaze. Ji Xiaoming looked at her with the same disdain he reserved for Song Zhuozhua and her ilk. Ah yes, she was indeed part of the antagonistic clique. As the male lead cherished the female lead, he would undoubtedly harbor contempt for those who bullied her. And Xiaozao was a thorn in his side. Feeling a bit awkward, she lowered her head. Perhaps it was best to make a quick exit before he had the chance to speak to her. It seemed that her leader had not summoned her for anything, so surviving another day as a minor antagonist was a small victory. Thus, she clutched her collection of cans tighter and resolved to leave this quagmire. However, just as she took a step forward, the world around her suddenly lost its vibrancy. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if a heavy weight had been pressed upon her, making even breathing a challenge. It dawned on her that she must have been standing under the sweltering sun for too long, leading to her heat exhaustion. With a clatter, the cans slipped from her grasp, scattering across the ground. Subsequently, the silver-haired girl's body seemed to be drained of all strength, and she collapsed limply. Just before losing consciousness, she vaguely sensed someone rushing towards her, cradling her in their arms. The person emanated a faint fragrance, crisp and gentle, reminiscent of gardenias in early summer. Such a delightful scent, she murmured inwardly before succumbing to an engulfing darkness. Looking down at the unconscious Xiaozao, Yushi hesitated for a moment. Upon witnessing her collapse, she had instinctively dashed forward to catch her, not expecting the silver-haired girl to truly fall unconscious in her embrace. Ji Xiaoming, I need your help. Ji Xiaoming was taken aback, evidently surprised that she would actively request his assistance. Fine, if you truly require me to carry her. I meant to ask you to help pick up the beverages. Huh? Ji Xiaoming's hand froze midair, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. He glanced at the scattered cans on the ground and managed a forced smile. All right, I will gather them. Yushi did not engage him further, lifting the fainted Xiaozao and heading towards the infirmary. They passed through the sports field and the school swimming pool. The petite girl in her arms felt fragile, and carrying her was not overly taxing. Her hair fluttered softly in the breeze, and her skin felt pleasantly cool to the touch. This sensation was rather agreeable. As she walked, she unexpectedly slowed her pace. Perhaps due to the delightful tactile experience, she found herself wishing to prolong this moment. Sunlight filtered through the curtain gaps in the infirmary, mingling with the faint scent of disinfectant in the air. Yushi gently laid Xiaozao on the bed. Her movements tender. How is she? Ji Xiaoming's voice called from the doorway, holding several bottles of beverages with an unwilling expression. She fainted from heat exhaustion. She should be fine after a bit of rest. Well, she brought this upon herself by mingling with that group of delinquents. Her frail constitution is to blame. At her words, Yushi turned her gaze toward Ji Xiaoming, her expression neutral. Thank you, Ji classmate. I will handle things here. Huh? Ji Xiaoming had anticipated that Yushi would accompany him, mentally preparing to find a way to endear himself to her. Instead, she dismissed him to remain alone. You have other matters to attend to, don't you? Please, go about your business. Seeing Yushi's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to leave the infirmary reluctantly. As the iron door closed, the dimly lit room was left with only the two girls. Yushi, standing by the bed, gazed down at Xiaozao, a torrent of inexplicable emotions surging within her. The silver-haired girl appeared remarkably delicate, like a doll, her eyelashes resting gently, her complexion flushed with a sickly hue, beads of sweat glistening as they traced the curve of her neck into the hollow of her collarbone, catching the light in a fragmented dance. The health teacher was inexplicably absent, and with no one else around, Yushi could only apply her knowledge to alleviate Xiaozao's heat exhaustion. First, she needed to cool her down, loosening her clothing. Her fingertips trembled slightly above the buttons of the shirt. The air conditioning hummed softly, yet could not drown out the erratic rhythm of Yushi's heartbeat. She found herself captivated by the silver-haired girl before her. Ever since she noticed that Xiaozao seemed transformed overnight, Yushi's interest had intensified. What had brought about this change in Xiaozao? In just one night, her demeanor and tone had altered entirely. Not only had she come to apologize, but she also endeavored to please Yushi, fulfilling her every whimsical demand. The contrast to the previous Xiaozao was stark. How she longed to delve deeper into this mystery. Unable to resist, Yushi climbed onto the bed, straddling Xiaozao, her slender fingers deftly unbuttoning the girl's shirt, a smile gracing her lips. Her expression resembled that of a wildcat that had discovered an intriguing prey. Xiaozao, you are simply too adorable. It's utterly irresistible to tease you. As Xiaozao lay unconscious, Yushi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, if I were to engage in various antics, I can only imagine the delightful reactions I would elicit from you. The thought alone is thrilling. For someone suffering from heat exhaustion, cooling them down is paramount. Thus, Yushi proceeded to remove every article of clothing from Xiaozao that could be taken off, striving to expose her skin to the air. After unfastening the first 3 buttons of the collar, she rolled up the girl's sleeves, eventually fetching a basin of water to wet a towel, placing it upon Xiaozao's forehead. As the cool towel met her skin, Xiaozao emitted a soft whimper akin to that of a small animal. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she gradually opened her eyes. Ugh, are you awake? So slow. Yushi's voice remained calm. Mu Xiaozao blinked, her gaze slowly focusing on Yushi's face. She froze momentarily before abruptly sitting up, a look of panic washing over her. Yushi? What are you doing here? Yushi did not respond to her query, but instead pressed a hand on her shoulder, her tone steady. Do not move. You fainted due to heat exhaustion. Mu Xiaozao surveyed the infirmary, and memories of her fainting spell came rushing back, a flush of embarrassment creeping across her face. She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a whisper. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. As long as you know. Mu Xiaozao secretly glanced at Yushi, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Surely, Yushi wasn't particularly fond of her, was she? Nevertheless, Yushi personally escorted Mu Xiaozao to the infirmary, likely out of a sense of moral obligation after witnessing someone faint before her eyes. Could it be that she, too, possessed a gentle side? By the way, remember to settle the fee for carrying you here, Yushi interjected, abruptly dousing Mu Xiaozao's budding sense of gratitude with a bucket of cold water. Indeed, it was unwise to harbor any expectations of this person. How much? She asked pitifully. Yushi, amused by Mu Xiaozao's easy manipulation, maintained a stoic expression. I'm not lacking in money. Just another thing, she replied, counting on her fingers. One is for forgiving you, and the other is for bringing you to the infirmary. Mu classmate, you now owe me 2 favors. What I require will be disclosed once I've made up my mind. Mu Xiaozao sensed that this was certainly not a good omen. But with the logic on Yushi's side, she felt reluctant to protest. I understand. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have activated a hidden quest. What? Cherish and protect mission. Have the female lead massage your legs. Lottery upgrade X1. However, this quest is time-sensitive. You must complete it within 1 hour. What? Mu Xiaozao exclaimed, springing from the bed and leaving Yushi bewildered. Wasn't he at odd to suddenly ask for a leg massage after just accruing a debt of gratitude to Yushi? Hey, how you phrase it matters. This is a quest I fought hard to secure for you. But that request is too. Then don't do it. The system's voice sounded displeased, falling silent. Mu Xiaozao was engulfed in contemplation. She knew well that her request was indeed abrupt. Yet without taking this step, she feared she would struggle to escape her current predicament. Resolutely, she inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to meet Yushi's gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of timidity. You elf. I've already paid your fee in advance, right? Yes, Yushi raised an eyebrow. What do you wish to convey? Mu Xiaozao bit her lip, as if summoning every ounce of determination, finally articulating, I don't usually exercise much, and after running today, my legs are sore. Since you accepted my fee, could you perhaps take better care of me and help me massage my legs? Yushi's gaze lingered on Mu Xiaozao's face for a few seconds, then drifted over her flushed cheeks and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, as if assessing the authenticity of her words. After a brief moment, she chuckled softly. Mu classmate, are you trying to act coy? Mu Xiaozao's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. No, I'm not. Yushi ceased her teasing and walked to the bedside, looking down at Mu Xiaozao, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Legs, extend them. Huh, you actually agreed? Mu Xiaozao was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously stretched her legs out before Yushi. Despite wearing shorts for gym class, she had paired them with over-the-knee black socks, the translucent fabric enveloping her delicate feet, which curled inward shyly. Well, we need to take these off to massage properly, right? Yushi stated. Should I take them off? As Yushi leaned down, her fingers gently brushed against Mu Xiaozao's skin, slowly helping her remove the socks to reveal her exquisitely smooth calves. The lightness of her touch sent tingles through Mu Xiaozao, her cheeks growing even warmer. Then, Yushi truly began to massage her legs. The aching calves were cradled in her hands, kneaded meticulously, her gaze focused as if she were diligently sensing the tension within the muscles. Does this hurt? Just a little. And here? It's fine. Mu Xiaozao murmured softly, savoring the sensation of Yushi's fingers, her previously tense body gradually relaxing. So I can apply more pressure, then? Yushi smirked mischievously, suddenly increasing her grip. The sweet, high-pitched wail of the little girl echoed through the infirmary. I've never massaged someone before. It seemed she was rather enjoying it at first. As Yushi stepped into the cramped 50-square-meter old rental apartment, she spoke while removing her coat and switching on the air conditioning. Behind her, Anlan, with her short black hair and clad in a sleek black dress, entered, carrying convenient food purchased from a nearby convenience store. Engaging in such activities is quite unlike you, miss, Anlan remarked, glancing at her employer with mild exasperation as she unpacked the fast food from the plastic bag. I simply find Mu Xiaozao quite intriguing and wish to spend more time with her, Yushi replied with a faint smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Ultimately, I'm still pondering the true reason behind Mu Xiaozao's change in attitude. In the absence of mental illness, I don't believe a person can undergo such a drastic personality shift without cause. Yushi settled down, leisurely breaking apart disposable chopsticks. Ready to begin her meal when a thought struck her. She turned back to retrieve a can of carbonated drink from her canvas bag and handed it to Anlan. What is this? Anlan accepted the drink, squeezing it to find it empty, the exterior also remarkably clean. A new collectible. When did you develop the habit of collecting trash? She sighed, exasperated. How rude, to call my collectibles garbage. Yushi retorted, with displeasure palpable. You must at least tell me why you're collecting these. With a resigned sigh, Anlan accepted the can, placing it alongside a previously acquired Band-Aid. Another Band-Aid and an empty can? Your thought process is growing increasingly peculiar, Mississippi. At this rate, I might suspect you've come down with something. Though she was aware that she was never truly normal. Beneath her calm exterior lay a depth akin to a black hole, unfathomable and profound. Even as her maid, who spent every day with her, she had never truly grasped Yushi's thoughts. Because this was given me by Mu Xiaozao, Yushi replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of a cherry tomato. The drink is finished, but I've kept the can. I want to collect all sorts of things associated with Mu Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao, Anlan recalled, was a girl she had seen once at school, a subordinate of Song Zhuazhua, who had previously bullied her mistress. It was unclear when this interest in her had sparked, but upon returning, Yushi often mentioned Mu Xiaozao, albeit with a fascination that felt somewhat. Miss, your tastes are rather eccentric. Anlan was taken aback by Yushi's words, almost at a loss for a retort. Collecting empty drink cans? Is this some sort of twisted game? Does the young lady perhaps harbor feelings for that girl? Yet, no matter how one looked at Yushi, she seemed far from the type to fall in love with anyone. Anlan had accompanied Yushi for a considerable time. In her eyes, Yushi always treated the world as a mere game, selecting only the options that offered the most dramatic effect. Enough of analyzing the young lady's thoughts. It would lead to unhappiness. The current task is to eat. Anlan shook her head vigorously and began to clatter her lunchbox. The meal before her had been consumed for 3 consecutive days, and she was beginning to tire of it. However, Yushi seemed unfazed, enjoying her food heartily. By the way, miss, as you eat, Anlan recalled something. It would be wise to contemplate how to respond to the master's letter instead of evading the issue. Yushi's gaze suddenly turned as cold as winter. If you wish to return, go by yourself. I have severed ties with that family. Anlan felt a pang of panic, realizing she had misspoken. If she had known better, she would not have mentioned the master in front of the young lady. She quickly closed her mouth and lowered her head. In the early morning, Mu Xiaozao slowly opened her eyes and turned over. A wave of soreness coursed through her legs. Although her run had taken place 2 days prior, the muscle aches were unbearable, exacerbated by Yushi's merciless massage. She struggled to sit up from the bed, massaging her aching legs with her hands. The host is too formidable. Congratulations on completing the task. Mu Xiaozao forced herself to lift her head, her expression far from pleasant. You had better reward me suitably for this suffering, or I shall not let you off easily. Rest assured, the reward is imminent. Shall the host commence the lottery? Yes. Beep, beep, beep. The system is conducting the lottery. Congratulations. You have received a medium reward, basic combat skills. Basic combat skills? What does that entail? By utilizing this skill, the host can temporarily elevate their stamina to a level of 7 points and acquire the techniques of an average fighter. More than sufficient to deal with someone like Song Zhuazhua. Mu Xiaozao's eyes sparkled. However, it does come with certain side effects. Once the skill is employed, the host's stamina will be slightly depleted, entering a weakened state, which requires a period of recuperation before the next use. So, after using this skill, I will become quite feeble. Indeed, it is best to use this when your basic attributes are higher. However, given the urgency of the task, I can only suggest that you take the risk and attempt to activate this skill. Mu Xiaozao fell silent for a moment. How long will it take to recover stamina? That depends on the duration of your usage. The essence of the basic combat skills is to draw upon your future stamina for present use. The longer the usage time, the longer the weakened state will last. Mu Xiaozao nodded. Dash. The host indeed possesses resolve. Now, the skill implantation is about to begin. Please prepare yourself. Mu Xiaozao closed her eyes, immersing herself in the slowly rising power within her, gradually coalescing into a formidable force. Her limbs were enveloped in a warm sensation akin to water, permeating from the surface into her meridians, reaching her very marrow, influencing her internal organs with a feeling of fullness and comfort. Then, she abruptly opened her eyes. This power was now concentrated within her. She sensed that she could activate the skill through sheer will, unleashing the latent explosive force within her. Her fists clenched. She waved them up and down, already brimming with pent-up energy. The next step was to await the opportune moment to break free from the team. Just then, a knock resounded at the dormitory door. Mu Xiaozao initially thought her roommates had returned. She slipped on her slippers and went to open the door, only to find Lin Juya standing outside with red-rimmed eyes. Xiaozao. Upon seeing her, Lin Jia opened her arms and lunged towards Mu Xiaozao, enveloping her in a hug. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback by her sudden gesture. What's wrong? What happened? Lin Jia sniffled and continued. I seem to have run into trouble at the comic club. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and displayed a chat record to Mu Xiaozao. Leaning closer, Mu Xiaozao recognized the senior who had requested Lin Jia's contact information that day at the comic club. A senior claiming to be a Sea King said, he liked me and want me to meet him behind the teaching building this afternoon. I truly have no feelings for him. I already like someone else, but the senior refuses to listen, insisting that I go. He even threatened to wait for me beneath the girls' dormitory if I don't. Xiaozao, can you help me? Thus, in order to assist Lin Juya in shaking off the clingy senior, Mu Xiaozao changed into a refreshing outfit and stepped out. The two walked side by side along the path to the teaching building, cherry blossom trees gently swaying in the breeze, petals falling like rain. Are you all right, Juya? Mu Xiaozao glanced at Lin Juya, noticing her weary expression and prominent dark circles under her eyes. Lin Jia bit her lip, tightly gripping her phone. Don't mention it. I initially only wanted to meet more like-minded friends, but after adding that senior-s contact, he has inundated me with messages, robbing me of my sleep at night. Have you rejected him? Lin Jia shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I can't bring myself to say it. I just feel he is very enthusiastic, and I don't want to disappoint him, so I've been hesitant to refuse directly. But the more I do this, the more eager he becomes. Mu Xiaozao pondered for a moment. I see. From her understanding of boys, that senior must have interpreted Lin Juya's attitude as a sign of coyness. The more hesitant she appeared, the more he assumed she was shy and unable to express herself. Perhaps he was even daydreaming about their future children's names. You need to learn to reject him, Mu Xiaozao advised. When you meet him this time, be sure to state your refusal clearly, all right? I'll listen to you. Lin Jia traced the edge of her phone's screen, nodding. They continued forward, the cherry blossom trees becoming sparser and giving way to several tall phoenix trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patterns on the ground, and soon they arrived at the teaching building. At that moment, Lin Jia's phone suddenly vibrated. She glanced down, her expression instantly darkening. What's wrong? Mu Xiaozao noticed her distress. Lin Jia bit her lip, her voice trembling. It's that senior. He says he has arrived at the meeting place and is asking when I'll come. Let us go. I'll accompany you. If he intends to do anything, I'll be there. Lin Jia was touched by this statement, suddenly quickening her pace and tightly grasping Mu Xiaozhao's hand. Mu Xiaozhao froze in place. Why are we holding hands? Having been single her entire life, she was utterly unaccustomed to walking hand in hand with another girl. However, if she were to shake off Lin Jia now, it would appear rather strange. So she had no choice but to maintain the hand-holding posture as they approached the designated location. In the distance, they spotted a boy clad in a blue Chelsea outfit. A vibrant rose clenched between his teeth, arms crossed lazily as he leaned against a sturdy phoenix tree. His gaze wandered until it settled on Lin Jie, and he elegantly pinched the rose between two fingers, revealing a dazzling smile. "Oh, hi there, Junior. Have you decided on your answer to my love?" Mu Xiaozao felt her face flush with embarrassment, nearly digging a hole to the Louvre. She glanced at Lin Jie, noticing her tightly pursed lips and a glint of resolve in her eyes, as if she had summoned immense courage. "Senior, I'm sorry, but I still cannot reciprocate your feelings." The rose slipped from the boy's grasp, his smile instantly fading, replaced by disbelief. "Why? Have I not been good enough?" Lin Jie shook her head because there is someone else I admire. The boy's countenance shifted dramatically. "Then can't you also admire me? What don't you like about me? I'll change. I can transform into the person you desire." A chorus arose. "Junior, oh please accept his affections." Lin Jie recoiled from his persistence, prompting Mu Xiaozao to step forward, shielding her. "She has articulated her feelings clearly, Senior. Now that you comprehend her sentiments, perhaps you should depart." Upon noticing another girl, the boy's jaw dropped. His gaze lingered on Mu Xiaozao for a moment. The silver-haired, twin-tailed maiden possessed a petite frame and an endearing appearance, yet radiated an undeniable aura that captivated attention. A peculiar glimmer ignited in his previously dejected eyes. "Junior, how about when I become acquainted? I find you even more enchanting than your friend." Give me a minute. I'll simply amend the names on the love letter and present it to you." Mu Xiaozao nearly choked on his words. "Dude, you're being incredibly shallow, aren't you? To fall for someone new so swiftly is beyond belief." A wave of revulsion washed over her. "I apologize, but I have no interest in your type." Undeterred by Mu Xiaozao's expression, the boy leaned in closer with renewed enthusiasm. "Are you certain you won't reconsider?" "No. If you refuse, I'll implore your friend." He reached for Lin Jie's shoulder. "Don't touch Juye." Mu Xiaozao felt a sudden surge of tension, her body erupting with force. In a flash, she shoved the boy's arm away, sending him staggering backward before collapsing to the ground with a thud. He stared at Mu Xiaozao in astonishment, unable to fathom the immense strength of the 5-foot-tall petite girl. "Is this the legendary violent Loli?" The boy was bewildered. He glanced at the menacing Mu Xiaozao, then at Lin Jie, who cowered behind her. Both girls' faces were etched with disgust, genuine revulsion, not feigned reluctance. So, they weren't just being coy. So, no one will ever admire me. A sudden realization struck him, piercing his heart. Senior, are you not?" "I apologize, Junior. I'll take my leave. I won't trouble you any further." Mu Xiaozao, concerned that she had been too forceful, hesitated, wondering if she should apologize, but the senior scrambled to his feet, dusted himself off, and fled in a blur. Sigh. She rubbed her wrist with a hint of annoyance. She had unconsciously employed the basic combat skill, unleashing the latent power within her, effortlessly felling a grown man. It seems a physique stat of 7 is quite respectable. However, Mu Xiaozao knew she needed to acclimate to using the skill. As she gradually relaxed her tense muscles, a wave of weakness washed over her. "Host, you are now entering a debilitated state. Although this episode will be brief, please ensure you replenish your energy and rest." Mu Xiaozao slowly turned to face Lin Jie, who was also gazing at her. "Xiaozao." Lin Jie's heart pounded, but she dared not reveal her feelings, instead fixing her gaze on Mu Xiaozao with adoration. 25. The Nemesis arrives. Xiaozao was so dashing just now, despite her diminutive stature and adorable appearance. She had bravely shielded her, even resorting to violence to protect her, a veritable knight in shining armor from a fairy tale. "Juya, I'm glad you're unharmed." Mu Xiaozao offered a weary smile, her eyes gentle, her silver hair shimmering radiantly in the sunlight. Lin Jie's heart raced even faster. "I apologize. I'm feeling a bit drained and would like to rest." A sense of enervation crept through Mu Xiaozao's limbs. She took a seat on a nearby chair, and Lin Jie promptly followed. The skill's activation had been brief, so Mu Xiaozao recovered in a matter of minutes. After a few deep breaths, she felt much improved. With this, I may not become instantly powerful, but at least I won't be as helpless as before when facing Song Zhuozhuo and her cronies. Mu Xiaozao felt a surge of confidence. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Zhuye's peculiar expression. Ahem, Zhuye. Ah, it's nothing, nothing, Lin Zhuye stammered, averting her gaze before Mu Xiaozao could inquire. Xiaozao, you seem to have changed so much from before, she whispered. People are bound to change, Zhuye, haven't you? Mu Xiaozao replied calmly. I've experienced so much in college that I felt compelled to change myself. Even if her soul was no longer the original, she would strive to portray the role convincingly to avoid complications. Mu Xiaozao concocted a plausible explanation to deflect the topic. Indeed, Lin Zhuye said, lowering her head to fiddle with her fingers. But even with the changes, I still wish to maintain our past relationship, Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao didn't quite grasp the meaning of past relationship, but based on her memories, it probably referred to their friendship in high school. Of course, I've always considered you a dear friend, Zhuye, she smiled. Just a dear friend? Lin Zhuye's eyes darted about. Am I merely a friend to Xiaozao? Huh? Could the memories be flawed? What else could it be besides a friend? Perhaps she meant to add best before friend? Lin Zhuye added earnestly, I want to be Xiaozhao's best friend. So that's what she meant. She found it amusing. Do young girls always enjoy such semantic games? Insisting on adding a qualifier. Since Lin Zhuye was so particular about it, she would humor her. All right, then we're best friends. The two girls chatted idly for a while longer. Lin Zhuye looked up, watching a sparrow glide across the azure sky, leaving behind wisps of white clouds. The weather is lovely today, she mused, her mood as bright as the clear skies. Xiaozao, I'm truly grateful for your help today. I don't know how I would have shaken off that persistent senior otherwise. It was nothing. You can always come to me if you need anything in the future. Lin Zhuye paused, her tone shifting slightly. But Xiaozao, I don't think you should be so confrontational with Song Zhuozhuo and her friends. You might end up hurting yourself again. If you're short on money, I can help you pay them off. No need. Mu Xiaozao understood that Lin Zhuye was concerned, but she didn't entirely agree with her approach. Since high school, Lin Zhuye had been an outcast, frequently bullied by troublemakers. Her usual response was to appease them with money. Lin Zhuye's family's financial situation was only average. Even so, in order to avoid conflict, she would rather forego her breakfast to save money and pay the protection fee, lest she provoke the bullies. Mu Xiaozao could comprehend Lin Zhuye's choice, motivated by the desire to protect herself. However, she was acutely aware that submitting to those who bullied her would only embolden them further. Human nature operates in such a manner. Those who thrive in the world are often not the gentle souls who solely prioritize altruism. Compassion, self-sacrifice, and humility can sometimes render one's ability to survive in society increasingly fragile. Kindness and innocence become their greatest vulnerabilities, leading them to be ensnared by those with ulterior motives, ultimately leaving them battered and bruised. Mu Xiaozao was determined not to become such a person. She resolved to stand against the bullying of Song Zhuozhuo, even if her strength seemed insignificant, like a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. She could not allow her adversaries to perceive her as weak and easily manipulable. Xiaozao, listen to me. It's all right if you don't fight back. If you have anything troubling you, I am here to listen. Lin Zhuye continued to speak earnestly to Mu Xiaozao, reassuring her that she would not be lonely with her by her side. Just as Mu Xiaozao was about to respond, a familiar ringtone suddenly echoed from her backpack, causing her expression to shift slightly. Xiaozao, who is it? Lin Zhuye noticed the silver-haired girl's unease and grew concerned. Mu Xiaozao clenched her teeth, her gaze fixated on the name she detested. Song Zhuozhuo. Meanwhile, in Mu Xiaozhao's dormitory, the light was dim and the space felt cramped. Song Zhuozhuo sat with her legs crossed in Mu Xiaozhao's chair, her eyes filled with malice and her expression dark. Where have you been, you wretched person? Hurry up and come out. I'm already at your dormitory door. She cursed into the phone, her manicured nails trembling, causing a few gems to fall off. You traitor. How could I have trusted you so much? Why don't you just die? Song Zhuozhuo's fury was not without reason. An hour ago, she had received a photo from Tianzi, allegedly taken by another friend of Tianzi's at school. The image, captured in the sports field, depicted an overheated Mu Xiaozao lying in Yuxi's embrace, their closeness apparent. How could Mu Xiaozao be so friendly with Yuxi? Wasn't this a betrayal? However, if that were the only issue, Song Zhuozhua would not be this enraged. The other reason was that she had been in a foul mood for days. The incident where Ji Xiaoming had struck her with a basketball had left her sleepless that night, yet she knew she could not provoke someone of Ji Xiaoming's caliber. Regardless of backgrounds, Ji Xiaoming was immensely popular among the female students as a key player in the basketball team. And there was even a dedicated fan club for him at Tianyu Academy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his popularity was second only to that of the student council president, Xiaozao, who was an internet sensation. To provoke Ji Xiaoming would mean incurring the ire of his fervent female admirers, and even with her father's influence, Song Zhuozhua could not emerge unscathed. Thus, her suppressed anger ultimately found its target in Mu Xiaozao. Upon seeing the photo of Mu Xiaozao and Yuxi, her emotions erupted, and without hesitation, she summoned a few friends to confront Mu Xiaozao at her dormitory. However, upon entering, they discovered that Mu Xiaozao was absent, leaving them empty-handed. Song Zhuozhua immediately began calling Mu Xiaozao. "I'll give you 10 minutes to come back. Otherwise, Xiaozao, don't come back." Just as she spoke, a hand suddenly snatched her phone away, and someone shouted at the other end. Song Zhuozhua looked up to meet Zhang Guo's gaze. "If you need something, come to me, not them." "Song Monitor, this is not your home. Please refrain from acting so domineeringly here." Zhang Guo hung up the phone and threw it back to Song Zhuozhua, her anger simmering. Upon returning to the dormitory, she had found her space occupied by Song Zhuozhua's gang, while the comparatively timid Zhao Mengmeng and Shun Wanjia could only seethe silently. Zhang Guo, possessing a bolder disposition, was incensed to see Mu Xiaozao and her friends being bullied. "Who do you think you're speaking to? What's wrong with my attitude?" Song Zhuozhua smirked derisively. "As the monitor, it is perfectly reasonable for me to assist the teachers in checking the dorms. But we are not even the same major. So what? Listen up. I'm only here for Mu Xiaozao and do not wish to involve myself with you irrelevant people." Song Zhuozhua crossed her arms defiantly, glaring at Zhang Guo. Although she was often arrogant, she was not foolish enough to make enemies indiscriminately. Since her sole intention was to confront Mu Xiaozao, there was no need to provoke her roommates, lest they lend support to Mu Xiaozao. "I don't wish to be adversarial with you either. This is a matter between Mu Xiaozao and me. It has nothing to do with you." "Nothing to do with us?" Zhang Guo scoffed. "Xiaozao is our roommate. Her affairs are our affairs. I've long known you bullied Xiaozao because of her kind heart, and now you've gone too far, right under my nose. I cannot stand idly by." Song Zhuozhua was furious, while Zhang Guo found her glowering expression rather amusing. She had always held disdain for those who preyed on the weak. In the past, Mu Xiaozao had kept to herself in the dormitory, rarely communicating, which had led Zhang Guo and the other two roommates to speak little with her. However, things had changed. As their relationship improved, Zhang Guo discovered that Mu Xiaozao was not as difficult to approach as she had initially thought, though she occasionally displayed shyness. Zhang Guo realized that Mu Xiaozao was actually a gentle and cheerful girl, and this transformation had positively impacted the dynamic among the roommates. A treasured roommate like her, with such an adorable appearance, was something Zhang Guo would never allow to be bullied. "I simply cannot let you, the spoiled princess, run rampant in school," Zhang Guo declared loudly. "You, Song classmate, that's enough." The previously silent Shun Wanjia finally spoke up, stepping in front of Song Zhuozhua and pointing firmly towards the door. "Xiaozao will not be coming back today. You should leave. Moreover, this is our dormitory. It is quite rude of you to barge in like this." Zhao Mengmeng, who had been quiet until now, gathered her courage to add. Seeing the three girls' resolute attitudes, Song Zhuozhua was taken aback. However, her small group consisted of 5 members. So in terms of numbers, they had the upper hand, making retreat out of the question. She stood up from Mu Xiaozhao's seat, pacing around the dormitory while scrutinizing the 3 of them. "Oh, so you all want to be tough, do you? What? Are you all going to protect her at all costs?" "Yes, we're going to protect her." "Song classmate, just leave." Zhang Guo responded fearlessly. "Get out. We have no time to entertain you." Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Song Zhuozhua had never been forced out before. The united front of the three girls left her feeling stifled and furious. She turned and shot a glare at her followers. The other girls, dressed provocatively, hurried to step forward to confront the three girls. One last chance. Tell us where Mu Xiaozao is. One of the girls commanded arrogantly. If you choose not to speak, we shall remain in your dormitory. Another girl stepped forward. Fine, then you can sleep on the floor. Shen Wanjiao was genuinely furious, her tone significantly more assertive than before. She glanced back at Zhao Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, tell Xiaozao not to come back today. If she can't find the dormitory, let her go to my friend's place. In any case, do not let this person succeed. Seeing that Mu Xiaozao's roommates were resolute, Song Zhuozhuo wore a cold expression, a hint of menace in her gaze. She paced around the dormitory, scrutinizing the three girls who claimed they would protect Mu Xiaozao, her eyes filled with undisguised malice, radiating an intense hostility. Well, I remember you three. Opposing me is akin to opposing my father. You should be aware of my family's background, right? If that's the case, I expect you to. Bang! At that moment, the dormitory door was forcefully pushed open, interrupting Song Zhuozhuo's words. Xiaozao. The three roommates turned to see Mu Xiaozao standing at the entrance, one hand resting on the doorknob, her silver pigtails swaying gently in the breeze. Sunlight poured into the corridor behind her, while the silver-haired girl's face remained shrouded in shadow, her eyes smoldering with suppressed rage. You're looking for me, aren't you? If there is something to discuss, come at me, but do not involve my roommates. Mu Xiaozao strode forward, meeting Song Zhuozhuo's gaze with unwavering confidence. Ah, you finally returned. I thought you were too frightened to even continue your studies. Song Zhuozhuo mocked, prompting her entourage to join in derisive laughter, hurling insults at Mu Xiaozao. Isn't that right? You've done something wrong and can't even admit it. What a waste. Sister Song is nice to you, yet you fail to appreciate it, insisting on acting foolishly. Just wait and see how Sister Song will deal with you. In the past, after a few rounds of such mockery, this seemingly weak girl would have started to cry, enduring the torment in silence. The girls derived pleasure from Mu Xiaozhao's suffering. The more she cried, the more joy they felt. However, today, Mu Xiaozhao appeared markedly different. She stood there composed, casting a cold glance at them, as if observing a group of simpletons. Under such scrutiny, their laughter gradually faded. If there is nothing urgent, let us talk outside, Mu Xiaozhao declared, resolutely stepping toward the exit, adding, come here. Xiaozhao, don't go with them. They're definitely going to do something to hurt you. Zhanghua, unable to contain her worry, rushed out as Mu Xiaozhao prepared to leave alone. It's fine, Guajie. Mu Xiaozhao turned back with a smile, the sweetness of her expression reminiscent of her usual self. It's my fault for causing you all this concern today. When I return, I'll treat everyone to a meal as compensation. But you, Zhanghua hesitated, mouth agape, glancing at Mu Xiaozhao's frail form and then at the intimidating girls, thinking that perhaps this girl was merely putting on a brave face. However, before she could voice her concerns, it was too late. Mu Xiaozhao had already been led away by the group of girls resembling delinquents. Mu Xiaozhao was ushered out of the dormitory building without resistance this time. A subtle shift in her demeanor replaced her usual reluctance with a newfound determination and calmness, though her eyes still harbored a sense of vigilance. She pondered that if these girls dared to cross a line, she would unleash her modest self-defense skills. Though the odds were not in her favor, she believed she could manage to protect herself. The journey felt particularly lengthy, with Mu Xiaozhao's focus entirely on the movements of the girls in front of her. At last, they arrived at their destination, the familiar abandoned warehouse. The weathered iron door creaked ominously in the wind. Song Zhuozhuo halted at the entrance, a sinister smile spreading across her face, her gaze piercing into Mu Xiaozhao. Mu Xiaozhao returned her stare, then stepped into the warehouse without hesitation. As she entered, the rickety iron door slammed shut behind her, muffling all external noise and trapping them in this confined space. Song Zhuozhuo strode to the center of the warehouse and forcefully shoved Mu Xiaozhao, who stumbled back but quickly regained her balance. Song Zhuozhuo, did you summon me here just because of you, she? Mu Xiaozhao inuited, het, tonicitidi. Song Zhuozhuo's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean just because? Mu Xiaozhao Deep down, you know what that wretched woman did. She brought this upon herself. Do you think I'm unaware of the schemes you're plotting behind my back? As she spoke, Song Zhuozhuo slowly reached into her pocket. The sound of metal clinking echoed as she pulled out a colorful paperclip. As per our usual arrangement, since you've betrayed me, you should be prepared for the consequences. Each word from Song Zhuozhuo was laced with menace, her fingers toying with the paperclip, her expression malevolent. Mu Xiaozao felt her lips twitch at the sight of the clip. She was all too familiar with its purpose. It was one of the tools of punishment utilized by Song Zhuozhuo's clique. Though it appeared to be an ordinary clip, it was, in fact, a favorite instrument of torture. Pinching it onto one's fingers would induce excruciating pain, with the duration of the punishment determined solely by Song Zhuozhuo. The leader had a peculiar penchant for relishing the sounds of others' pleas. The more desperate the cries, the more her pride swelled. To satisfy this twisted desire, Song Zhuozhuo had devised numerous torturous methods. Instinctively, Mu Xiaozao recoiled her hand. That subtle movement ignited Song Zhuozhuo's fury. What is wrong? Mu Xiaozao, do you refuse to accept your punishment? Do you think you still have a choice? Her voice escalated sharply. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a teacher's voice, seemingly inquiring about something. Oh no, there is someone outside. A teacher. Song Zhuozhuo's expression shifted abruptly as she turned sharply, barking at her followers. Who will distract that teacher? Make sure to lock the door. I don't want anyone interrupting my lesson with this ungrateful wretch. The girls exchanged glances, then began shoving each other as they hurried out, not forgetting to securely lock the warehouse door behind them. In the dimly lit space, only Mu Xiaozao and Song Zhuozhuo remained, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Song Zhuozhuo, still clutching the paperclip, approached Mu Xiaozao slowly, lowering her voice even further. So, Mu Xiaozao, will you accept your punishment obediently, or shall I be forced to compel you? I advise you to recognize your situation, otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. As she stepped forward to administer the punishment, Mu Xiaozao suddenly lifted her gaze, swatting Song Zhuozhuo's hand away. The paperclip clattered to the ground, scattering in disarray, producing a sharp sound. Song Zhuozhuo's expression darkened instantly, her already vicious eyes growing even more malevolent. Mu Xiaozao, you've certainly grown bold, daring to act defiantly before me? Every word dripped with venom. Fine, do not blame me for being heavy-handed. Mu Xiaozao straightened it Hersipine, fearlessly meeting Song Zhuozhuo's gaze. Whatever you plan to do, come at me. Song Zhuozhuo was incensed by Mu Xiaozhao's words, stepping forward with a raised hand. Ready to strike. Mu Xiaozhao, forewarned, quickly seized Song Zhuozhuo's wrist and twisted it forcefully. A sharp pain shot through Song Zhuozhuo's arm, causing her to stumble forward. You! How dare you touch me? It's over for you, Mu Xiaozhao, completely over, she exclaimed, clutching her aching wrist and glaring at Mu Xiaozhao. Ignoring her pain, she let out a furious roar and lunged at Mu Xiaozhao like an enraged leopard. Feeling a surge of warmth within, Mu Xiaozhao's gaze sharpened. She deftly sidestepped while swiftly extending her leg, effectively tripping Song Zhuozhuo just as her balance faltered. Taken by surprise, Song Zhuozhuo lost her center of gravity and fell towards the ground. However, just as she was about to collide with the floor, Mu Xiaozhao grasped her collar and yanked her up, then forcefully hurled her against the adjacent wall. A dull thud echoed as Song Zhuozhuo's back slammed against the wall, causing the plaster to tremble and flake off. She felt an intense pain surge through her, her vision momentarily darkening as she struggled to catch her breath. With wide, terrified eyes, she stared at the petite girl before her, as if seeing a stranger. She could hardly believe that the meek Mu Xiaozhao, who usually cowered before her, possessed such strength. It was as if another soul resided within that fragile form. Mu Xiaozhao, you. Song Zhuozhuo's voice quivered. Laced with the beginnings of tears, her previous bravado utterly diminished. Is that enough? Mu Xiaozhao inquired, her victory feeling almost too effortless, leading her to question the validity of Song Zhuozhuo's black belt in Taekwondo, even without extensive knowledge of martial arts. It was evident that the once mighty figure before her was not quite as formidable as she claimed. You! Mu Xiaozao anticipated further threats from Song Zhuozhuo, but instead, her next words softened considerably. If you dare to speak of today's events, I want to let you off. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the iron door as the girls who had stepped out for fresh air returned. The expression on Song Zhuozhuo's face turned even more anxious, more so than when she had been bested by Mu Xiaozao. In disbelief, Song Zhuozhuo grappled with the humiliation of being defeated by someone shorter than herself. As the proud scion of the Song family, her vanity and love for status paled in comparison to her need for dignity. Yet at that moment, she found herself bested by someone she had always looked down upon. She dreaded the thought of what others would think if they saw her in such a disheveled state. A black belt in Taekwondo being subdued by Mu Xiaozao. Would they still obey her as they had in the past? Perhaps, in that instant, her prestige would crumble, and the order she had established within her circle would be irrevocably disrupted. Leaning against the wall, Song Zhuozhuo attempted to rise, a gash marking her face. As she caught sight of Mu Xiaozhao's calm demeanor, which ignited a wave of panic within her. Mu Xiaozhao, no, this is not the Mu Xiaozhao I once knew. She was certain that the fragile Mu Xiaozhao, regardless of the bullying she endured, would only display a pitiable expression akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Never could she have imagined such a fierce gaze directed at her. Could it be that Mu Xiaozhao was merely acting all along, concealing her true strength? What else had she hidden? An overwhelming fear washed over Song Zhuozhuo as she bit her lip, striving to appear composed, though her trembling body betrayed her inner turmoil. At that moment, the iron door swung open abruptly, revealing the group of girls who had gone out. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of Song Zhuozhuo leaning against the wall, her hair disheveled, her clothing tattered, and her face marred by wounds. The injuries appeared severe, blood trickling down, suggesting that stitches may be required. "Sister Song, what happened to you?" One of her followers asked cautiously, her face reflecting shock. "Oh my goodness." The boss was beaten. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaozhao had transitioned into a weakened state. Having released her combat skills, her earlier ferocity dissipated. The girls exchanged glances between Song Zhuozhuo and the now vulnerable Mu Xiaozhao. This doesn't add up. It can't be Mu Xiaozhao. Who did this? Who fought whom? Did a third party intervene? Mind your own business. I just had a little accident. Song Zhuozhuo feigned indifference, glaring at the girl. The latter, taken aback by Song Zhuozhuo's fury, quickly lowered her gaze, offering a nervous smile. "I was simply concerned for you, especially since you mentioned teaching Mu Xiaozhao a lesson. If that's the case, I've already dealt with her, that useless thing. My circle has no room for dead weight." Song Zhuozhuo spat, pointing accusatorily at Mu Xiaozhao. "From this day forth, get lost." Mu Xiaozhao couldn't help but chuckle. Despite her condition, Song Zhuozhuo's defiance remained intact. Who was really teaching whom a lesson here? "Mu Xiaozhao, get out of here. Just go." Song Zhuozhuo, ignoring everything else, sought to rid herself of this burning potato, wanted to distance herself from Mu Xiaozhao as quickly as possible. Mu Xiaozhao had no desire to waste further words on Song Zhuozhuo. Her objectives had been achieved. She had not only liberated herself from the villainous clique, but had also successfully challenged and bested Song Zhuozhuo, accomplishing two goals with one action. She cast one last glance at the girls and, with a calm demeanor, departed the dilapidated warehouse, resolved never to return to their company. From this moment on, she would embark on a new journey, no longer a petty antagonist dwelling in the shadows, but living the life she desired. As afternoon descended, the gentle sunlight outside felt like honey stirred in a cup. The campus radiated warmth, and amidst the deep green shrubbery in the flower bed, a few blossoms peeked out, their fragrance intoxicating when approached. Walking beneath the tender rays, Mu Xiaozhao felt the weight on her shoulders finally lift. Unbeknownst to her, her phone had accumulated numerous messages, predominantly from her roommates, all inquiring about her well-being. Remembering how her friends had stood up for her against Song Zhuozhuo stirred a sense of gratitude within her. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of successfully challenging Song Zhuozhuo." As she strolled further, the system's notification chimed in. Mu Xiaozhao nodded in acknowledgement. "Congratulations, host, on receiving a mid-level reward, knowledge enhancement. Upon use, your knowledge value will increase by 1 point. As there are no side effects, the system will apply it automatically. That sounds rather promising. The academy she attended employed a formative assessment system, comprising 4 evaluations throughout the semester, with scores weighted to determine the final grade. In a few days, the monthly assessment for her major course would take place. The previous 2 assessments, conducted under the original host guidance, yielded less than satisfactory results, putting her on the brink of failure. The 3rd attempt was crucial for salvaging her grades. Nice, the host is getting smarter. This cat is quite pleased. Having completed the first 2 tasks, the final challenge loomed. To surpass you, and achieve first place in the class. However, this task appeared to be the most daunting. From a struggling elementary school student barely passing to suddenly becoming a university top achiever, the leap is indeed monumental. Since immediate transformation seems unattainable, I shall take things one step at a time. Right now, Xiaozao merely wishes to unwind. Perhaps an evening out with roommates for dinner would be delightful. Where shall we dine? That night, Xiaozao brought her roommates to a renowned restaurant near the campus. One she had long heard praised by her peers for its delectable dishes and generous portions. Wow, Xiaozao, are you really treating us to dinner? Zhang Guo exclaimed as they entered, astonished to find themselves in this establishment. You must be quite extravagant. Oh, it's nothing, as long as everyone enjoys themselves. Xiaozao replied with a smile. They chose a window-side table, and the attentive server promptly presented the menu. Xiaozao encouraged her friends to order their favorite dishes while she patiently awaited their choices. Xiaozao, you were incredibly composed today, especially in front of Song Zhuozhua. I would have been terrified, Shen Wanjia remarked, flipping through the menu. If I were in your shoes, I would have been completely dumbfounded. Indeed, Xiaozao, you've truly impressed us today. Did they not give you any trouble afterward? Zhao Mingming chimed in. Rest assured, I've handled it. Xiaozao assured them with a grin. Exactly. We should indulge such people. Zhang Guo raised her glass. Cheers. The rest of the roommates followed suit, clinking their glasses together, filling the air with lively chatter. Soon, the dishes arrived, a feast for the senses. Kung Pao chicken, Westlake vinegar fish, Dompa pork, Mapo tofu, and Yangzhou fried rice adorned the table, all signature dishes of the restaurant. In high spirits, Zhang Guo suddenly expressed a desire for some beer. Though not particularly adept at drinking, her enthusiasm spurred the others to eagerly join in the request. All right, let us order a dozen, Xiaozao replied, but let us not overindulge. Don't worry, I can handle my liquor, Zhang Guo declared confidently, turning her attention to her friends. The beer arrived swiftly, and the girls chatted merrily as they sipped. Indeed, Zhang Guo proved to be quite the drinker, while Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mingming began to blush after just a couple of glasses. Xiaozao intentionally moderated her intake, concerned for the safety of her 3 intoxicated friends. A sense of responsibility compelled her to look after them. As the evening progressed, Shen Wanjia leaned drunkenly against Xiaozao's shoulder, while the other 2 girls supported each other as they exited the restaurant. Home, we've had enough to drink, ha ha ha, Zhang Guo boisterously announced. Unintentionally glancing up, Xiaozao noticed the night sky was adorned with countless stars. As they walked beneath the streetlights on campus, the inebriated Shen Wanjia relied heavily on Xiaozao as if she were a crutch. In front, Zhang Guo and Zhao Mingming chattered animatedly, their voices carrying across the distance. Xiaozao remained contemplative, her thoughts lingering on the points she had just earned, pondering how to accomplish her next task. So lost in thought was she that she failed to notice a shadow approaching. A girl walked towards her, raising a hand as if to greet her. The night breeze swept by, and as they brushed past each other, the girl paused slightly, her face displaying a flicker of disappointment when Xiaozao did not respond. She gazed at Xiaozao, who was laughing with her roommates, her expression gradually morphing into one of complexity. Xiaozao, Lin Jia murmured her name, lowering her head to glance at her phone, which displayed an array of unanswered messages sent to Xiaozao. 2 hours had passed since she last reached out, yet not a single message had been responded to. Why won't you reply to me? She pressed her fingers tightly against her phone's casing. The cool breeze tousled her deep brown hair and the hem of her clothing, casting her silhouette into solitude beneath the dim streetlight. A Upon returning to the dorm and switching on the light, Mu Xiaozao plopped down in her chair, only to notice the multitude of messages Lin Jia had sent, inquiring about the bullying incident involving Song Zhuozhua. Having been engrossed in dinner, she had neglected to check her phone and inadvertently left Lin Jia hanging for quite some time. Mu Xiaozao quickly apologized and explained. Jia, I'm so sorry. I was out to dinner with my roommates and didn't check my phone. After a while, Lin Jia replied without mentioning the lack of a response. Xiaozao, did Song Zhuozhua do anything to you after we parted ways? Lin Jia's concern for her safety warmed Mu Xiaozhao's heart as she began tapping out a response. It was nothing serious. They blocked my dorm room and tried to cause trouble. But no worries, I've resolved the issue. Silly face. JPG, you can relax. Resolved? Lin Jia expressed surprise, even disbelief. Last time, Mu Xiaozhao had been powerless. How had she managed to fix things now? Her expression shifted to one of confusion. Xiaozhao, how did you handle it? Did you tell teacher? No, I handled it myself. I'm no longer in their circle, Mu Xiaozhao replied. After sending that message, the chat window displayed a lengthy typing notification. Mu Xiaozhao waited patiently, but after a considerable delay, Lin Jia's new message finally appeared. Didn't I tell you not to resist? This statement caused the smile on Mu Xiaozhao's face to fade. It sounded odd. Did Lin Jia misunderstand her situation? Juya, are you misinterpreting things? They didn't harm me. That's not the issue, Xiaozao. I told you I would help you if you needed money. Just endure situations like this. Why didn't you listen to me? Xiaozao, you truly don't understand me at all. Mu Xiaozhao found herself momentarily at a loss. Lin Jia was her close friend. Shouldn't she be happy that Mu Xiaozhao had finally escaped the torment of those bullies? Why was she saying such perplexing things? She typed for a while, struggling to find the right words, eventually deciding to say something to lighten the mood. Juya, please listen. Message rejected by the other party? Message rejected by the other party. A red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. She had been blocked by Lin Jia. What? What is going on? What did I do? Mu Xiaozhao's hand froze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. She quickly scrolled through the chat history, but found nothing amiss. Recalling the past when the original Mu Xiaozhao and Lin Jia were friends, Lin Jia would occasionally act in inexplicable ways, yet they would always reconcile after some time. Mu Xiaozhao couldn't help but remember a male friend from a previous life who would get blocked by his girlfriend every time they quarreled, leaving him frantic and unable to contact her for days. Girls are truly hard to understand. Do they all behave like this? Oh well, it probably isn't a significant issue. Once Lin Jia calms down, she'll surely want to discuss things. Though somewhat displeased with Lin Jia's actions, Mu Xiaozhao didn't dwell on it too long. She placed her phone in her bag, noticing that it was getting late. After a yawn, she proceeded to wash up. After addressing the matter concerning Song Zhuozhua, just a couple of days later, the monthly examination for the specialized course was fast approaching. The difficulty of the course was quite substantial, and most of the classmates had lost any inclination for leisure, gathering instead in the library to prepare for the impending test. Mu Xiaozhao was no exception. However, she harbored a few ulterior motives regarding her revision. Since cultivating a good relationship with the female lead was a necessary task, could this review session also serve as a new plot point? Without further ado, Mu Xiaozhao sent a message to Yushi. Xiaozao, there are a few concepts in this subject that I find rather perplexing. Could you perhaps assist me? I shall treat you to bubble tea. Yushi, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2nd floor of the library. The promptness of the reply was astonishing, and the eagerness in her agreement brought Mu Xiaozhao immense delight. Excellent. The library strategy was set in motion. Regarding her plan to enhance her rapport with Yushi in the library, Mu Xiaozhao had already gleaned strategies from a video by a renowned expert, reputed for his understanding of female interactions. This expert's ID was Deep Forest Library. The strategies for elevating affection levels in the library were elaborated upon. In the midst of the video, a blue dolphin appeared, speaking in an adorable cartoon voice. The dolphin adjusted its non-existent scholarly glasses. Do you wish to enhance mutual affection through shared study? Allow me to elucidate this tactic of knowledge temptation with 3 essential maneuvers. First, Employ charming little gestures to garner extra points. When seeking assistance, tilt your head slightly at a 45-degree angle. When faced with a conundrum, nibble on your pen cap like a fawn. Mu Xiaozao nodded vigorously, completely engrossed in her learning, while the system in her mind appeared to scoff at her. Host, do you truly believe these methods are effective? This cat finds them rather nonsensical. Particularly that notion of adorable little gestures. Won't it make the other party perceive you as rather foolish? Perhaps it is worth a try after all? After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xiaozao resolved, I'm rather unsure how to interact with girls anyway. I might as well give it a shot. Winky face, this cat has an ominous premonition. Thus, having memorized the strategy, Mu Xiaozao appeared punctually on the second floor of the library the following afternoon. The library of Tianyu Academy stands as the most opulent structure within the institution. This terraced edifice rises majestically, comprising 5 levels, each adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass windows that shimmer like gold beneath the sunlight. As she was to meet the female lead privately today, Mu Xiaozao took great care in her appearance before stepping out. She donned a pink checker dress with a doll collar, and her silver hair cascaded in beautiful waves, styled with a curling iron. Although she initially intended to apply light makeup, her skills were lacking, and she ultimately departed with a bare face. First and foremost, one must present oneself beautifully. The study group, after all, is akin to a date in its essence. As she ascended to the second floor in the viewing elevator, the little dolphin video on her phone babbled on. Having reserved 2 bright and spacious seats well in advance through the School S software, she arrived at her designated spot, placed her cat ear backpack down, and quietly awaited her companion. Yushi arrived fashionably late, her attire simple yet elegant, a light blue fitted dress paired with a pale short-sleeved t-shirt, and she cradled a hefty stack of books and notebooks in her arms. You classmate, you've arrived, Mu Xiaozao said, promptly rising to graciously pull out a chair for her. However, Yushi did not acknowledge her. Instead, she dropped her books onto the table with a heavy thud. What's this? Mu Xiaozao inquired. My notes, Yushi replied. The School S textbooks are poorly written. I reviewed the concept you struggled with yesterday, and thought that the textbook might confuse you further. Thus, I organized my notes to present an alternative approach for explaining the topic. Mu Xiaozao felt a surge of gratitude and was about to express her thanks when Yushi abruptly interrupted. I want the most expensive milk tea later. No excuses. Her thanks swallowed, Mu Xiaozao quietly sat down as Yushi donned her glasses, drawing her chair closer and opening her notebook, leaning slightly toward Mu Xiaozao. The faint scent of gardenia emanated from her collar, barely noticeable from afar, but more pronounced up close. Let us begin with the first chapter. First, you must examine its structural framework. A pair of delicate hands grasped a black pen, and with a light voice, elegant characters flourished across the blank page. Mu Xiaozao rested her chin on one hand, nodding attentively as she listened. In truth, she was already well-versed in this chapter's content, yet she feigned ignorance, keenly absorbing Yu's explanations. This tactic was learned from the library video. When seeking clarification, one must avoid topics they are unfamiliar with. Imagine if the other person earnestly elaborated, and you remained utterly clueless. Your likability would inevitably plummet. Thus, one should select familiar knowledge, pretend to be baffled, and upon completion of the explanation, feign sudden enlightenment, exhibiting admiration to foster a sense of accomplishment in the other person. The image of the romantic guru, the little dolphin, danced in her mind, confidently imparting wisdom. Mu Xiaozao's eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at Yushi's profile, just as Yushi turned to meet her gaze, the metal frame of her glasses glimmering. While solving problems, one must first delineate the steps. Next, address each key piece of information provided in the question. She continued. Did you understand what I just explained? Absolutely. Yushi, you're remarkable. Mu Xiaozao beamed. You explained concepts so thoroughly. Yushi remained unfazed by her flattery, flipping a page and continuing her discourse, her fair fingers gliding over the text. The female lead's demeanor remained as aloof as ever. Ordinary gestures of goodwill elicited no response, a reality Mu Xiaozao had grown accustomed to. However, as time ticked away, she sensed something amiss. Was Yushi sitting a tad too close? Their arms brushed against one another, and she felt Yushi's leg occasionally grazing hers, though Yushi appeared oblivious, wholly absorbed in her explanations. The weather was quite warm today, and Mu Xiaozao wore a light outfit, her porcelain skin exposed. Each time Yushi leaned in, her leg would lightly brush against the silky fabric of Yushi's attire. Furthermore, the ample curves of Yushi's figure rendered the space even more constricted. The sensations left Mu Xiaozao blushing, her palms clammy. She had been focused on the lesson, but now her concentration had completely unraveled. This girl, Yushi, did she not feel the heat of proximity? Mu Xiaozao endeavored to shift her body slightly away, seeking distance, yet soon Yushi encroached once more. Wedging closer together, the warmth of their skin mingled, transmitting each other's body heat. In any other circumstance, this might be tolerable. Yet, Yushi was a striking beauty, her visage and physique utterly flawless. Mu Xiaozao inhaled deeply, closing her eyes. The cool air conditioning blew overhead, the occasional chirping of birds could be heard outside, and the murmur of other students engaged in conversation at neighboring tables filled the air, while the sound of the administrator's cart rattled down the corridor. Yushi's arm brushed against her again. Suddenly, Mu Xiaozao opened her eyes. No, she could not remain calm. Wicked thoughts had expelled all rationality from her mind, and she felt herself galloping toward an unusual direction, her mind flooded with inappropriate imagery, spiraling out of control. At last, she could endure no longer. Placing her hands firmly on the table, she stood up, her cheeks still flushed. Yushi, I need to use the restroom. Yushi lifted her pen, her lips curling slightly in annoyance. How troublesome. Apologies, I will return shortly. Mu Xiaozao hastily turned, striding toward the restroom. Her head bowed low to conceal her expression from prying eyes. It was all Yushi's fault. Why was she so oblivious to personal space? Was it normal for girls to engage in such closeness? Oh no, could it be that the fault lay with her? She twisted the faucet, splashing her face with cold water, gradually calming her racing heart. How peculiar! She had ample contact with other girls. Yet why did she lose her composure solely in Yushi's presence? Was it due to Yushi's beauty? How infuriating! Mu Xiaozao was not so shallow. Attractive faces are ubiquitous. Stunning ones are rare find. She conceded that she found Yushi exceptionally appealing, perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Yet, she refused to yield. Mu Xiaozao intended to pursue the female lead, not to be ensnared by her. With her mind devoid of romantic notions, she would wield her metaphorical sword with conviction. What is love? What is affection? Mu Xiaozao had long since transcended such trivialities. Miss Yushi's layered strategies after finally adjusting her mental state. Mu Xiaozao emerged from the restroom to find Yushi still in her original position, gazing out the window with her delicate eyelashes casting shadows. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Mu Xiaozao cleared her throat, pulled out the chair beside Yushi, and sat down once more. Just so you know, if you waste my time like this again, I shall add another favor to your debt. Yushi lightly tapped the wooden table with her pen and opened the notebook she had previously set aside. Now, shall we continue with the topic from earlier, classmate Mu? Did you comprehend the problem-solving method I explained? Yes, I understood everything. Mu Xiaozao replied, brimming with confidence, her words resolute. A brief visit to the restroom had cleared her mind of distractions. In essence, she had vanquished her inner demons. Is that so? Then please explain it back to me. I shall assess your understanding. Yushi said, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she pushed the notebook and pen towards Mu Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao hesitated momentarily, but thankfully, she had prepared for this. The forest library had indeed proven to be a master of romance. The content of that video was crafted to prevent such situations. Due to her previous distractions, Mu Xiaozao had barely absorbed what Yushi had taught. Had she asked about any unclear concepts, she would undoubtedly have found herself in a precarious position. However, in truth, Mu Xiaozao was already well-versed in the material. Even without Yushi's guidance, she could articulate the solutions flawlessly. Thus, a smile adorned Mu Xiaozao's face, exuding an air of confidence. Of course, no problem. First, let's tackle this first question. She proceeded to analyze each question meticulously, her explanations flowing seamlessly, logic crystal clear, akin to a model answer. I must admit, I am not particularly adept at studying. It is solely because of your excellent teaching that I am able to learn so swiftly. Yushi, did I get everything right? In conclusion, she couldn't resist lavishing praise on Yushi, racking her brain for flattering words. Yushi chuckled softly, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Xiaozao. Your answers are correct, but that is not how I explained it. This line of reasoning is entirely your own, isn't it? She squinted playfully, deliberately slowing her speech as if to tease the girl before her. Classmate Mu, did you already know all of this? How could this happen? Xiaozao's expression froze, her lips twitching. She had been exposed. Her ruse was unraveling. So focused was she on the correctness of her answers that she had overlooked this crucial detail. Classmate Mu is quite peculiar. You clearly possess the knowledge. Yet you insist on dragging me to the library to explain concepts. Are you perhaps attempting to trick me? Yushi remarked, lazily gathering her notebook and books, stacking them neatly into her bag. And no, that's not it. Xiaozao panicked, tugging at Yushi's sleeve. Please, let me explain. I truly had no intention of deceiving you. Then what was your reason? Xiaozao found herself at a loss for words. Surely, she couldn't admit it was to win her over? See, still trying to defend yourself? Out of words, are we? Classmate Mu, do you wish to bully me like before? No. Is your reflection merely for show? Absolutely not. Xiaozao's heart raced. She couldn't help but raise her voice, drawing the attention of those around them. She clutched Yushi's sleeve tightly, terrified that the protagonist would simply walk away. No, I must not allow this misunderstanding to persist. It took considerable effort to change your impression of me. If I let you leave now, wouldn't that render my efforts futile? I invited you to the library for different reasons. What reasons? Xiaozao finally decided to be bold. Because I wanted to see you. She thought, forget it. I'll just keep spinning this tale. Every chance counts. I truly wish to be your friend. You always leave class early, and we hardly have the opportunity to converse. Which is why I invited you here. I apologize, Yushi, but I genuinely did not mean to deceive you. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me. Xiaozao's voice trailed off, becoming barely audible. Suddenly, Yushi leaned closer, slightly bowing her head, her dark hair cascading down. If I were to forgive you, would you comply with any request I make? Her voice carried an alluring undertone. In the faint scent of gardenia, Xiaozao momentarily lost her focus, and as if enchanted, she nodded slightly. Yushi extended her finger, lightly dipping Xiaozhao's soft lips. This is the second time, classmate Mu, she spoke with an inscrutable tone. You must keep your word, understand? Why, yes, I understand. Despite a nagging sense that something was amiss, Xiaozao instinctively replied. Then, she observed a fleeting smile on Yushi's typically expressionless face, as if her scheme had succeeded. In summary, Xiaozao's objective of elevating her favorability had inexplicably been achieved. Yushi appeared to be in high spirits. The ice cubes in her translucent citrus tea shifted slightly as Xiaozao took a deep sip, feeling as though her gums were nearly frozen. Yushi strolled leisurely beside her, holding a gigantic bowl of grass jelly topped with an assortment of red beans and taro balls, resembling a small hill. She was utterly unreserved, ordering the most expensive milk tea and adding every possible topping. Xiaozao felt an urge to comment on Yushi's appetite. Could she possibly consume all that? Classmate Mu, Yushi said, scooping up a piece of taro ball with a small spoon. Why are you so determined to improve our relationship? If you get too close, won't class leader song make things difficult for you? Xiaozao sipit hajitrusti, shaking her head while biting on the straw. I no longer associate with them. Literally, I have promised not to harm you again. So I will not heed Song Zhuozhuo's words anymore. Yushi seemed somewhat taken aback, turning to face her. Wait, you haven't done anything to them, have you? Well, I did act a bit, but those details are insignificant. Yushi, I genuinely want to be your friend. If they bully you again, I will protect you. Xiaozao smiled sweetly, her eyes curving adorably, sunlight gleaming upon her silvery hair, making her appear almost ethereal. Upon witnessing this scene, Yushi suddenly halted, her dessert remaining untouched. With an unfamiliar expression, she scrutinized Xiaozao's face as if contemplating something. What is it? Mu Xiaozao asked, perplexed. I have a few questions for you. From an angle where Mu Xiaozao could not see, Yushi's gaze grew progressively colder. You are indeed the original Mu Xiaozao. Beneath the cafeteria, there exists an electronic scale for measuring height and weight. Mu Xiaozao appeared bewildered, uncertain of Yushi's intentions in bringing her here. Despite her doubts, she complied and stepped onto the scale. The electronic counter sprang to life, proclaiming, "Welcome to the campus weight scale. Your height is 154 centimeters. Your weight is 43 kilograms." Yushi glanced at the data and nodded gently. "Too thin. You should eat more. How can you say that when you're quite slender yourself?" Mu Xiaozao thought to herself, pouting slightly. Nevertheless, she quickly changed her expression, turning to Yushi with a bright smile. "Yushi, would you like to take a measurement?" "Me?" Yushi replied with a teasing tone. "If Mu classmate is interested in me, then I shall step on it for you." "No, it's not that I'm interested." Yushi had already positioned herself on the scale, standing tall. The electronic voice resumed. "Your height is 167 centimeters. Your weight is 53 kilograms. Mu Xiaozao noted that Yushi felt heavier than she had anticipated, although her waist was slim and her arms and legs devoid of excess flesh. She appeared quite slender overall. "Wait." As Yushi stepped off the scale, Mu Xiaozao noticed a certain part of her body quivering with movement as her feet touched the ground, creating quite the ripple. So that's where the weight is concentrated. Realization dawned upon her. She then lowered her gaze to her own physique. Time was peaceful, unruffled. The view was expansive, unobstructed. A splendid location for establishing an airport. Small, yet quite adorable. "I don't desire such adorability." Just as Mu Xiaozao pouted in annoyance, Yushi's tone shifted. "You ought to engage in more physical activity, Mu classmate, lest we encounter a recurrence of past events." "Past events? What do you mean?" Mu Xiaozao sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Yushi's demeanor had grown serious. "The sports meet," she stated, her eyes deep and penetrating, as if trying to see through Mu Xiaozao. "During last semester's sports meet, you were coerced by Song Zhuozhuo to participate in the relay race. And when it was time for the third leg, you fell, causing our class to miss out on the overall first place. You haven't forgotten, have you?" It seemed there was some truth to this. Yet why did Yushi suddenly bring it up? Mu Xiaozao struggled to recall, her gaze evasive. A hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. "That incident. I wasn't the third leg. I was the anchor leg. In any case, I indeed messed things up. I'm sorry, everyone." Yushi's gaze remained fixed on Mu Xiaozao, as if searching for some hidden truth within her. "After that day, you didn't join the class photo. You quietly returned to your dorm, didn't you?" Memories of the original surged forth like a tide, scenes flashing in her mind like faded puzzle pieces being reprinted, forming a complete picture once more. That day had been the worst of the original's university life. The relay had gone awry. Not only had the original been bullied by Song Zhuozhuo's clique, but she had also endured the ridicule of her classmates and a profound sense of guilt. With no outlet for her pain, the original could only suppress her feelings, apologizing to others throughout the day until she was left without the strength to speak. Mu Xiaozhao's heart began to ache slightly, her voice lowering. After the competition, Yushi remained beside her, patiently awaiting a response. "No, I didn't retreat to my dorm post-competition. I encountered you in the changing room. Don't you remember, Yushi?" I suddenly looked up. Recalling that day was indeed quite disheartening. I intended to wash my face in the changing room before joining everyone for the class photo, but I lost control of my emotions and ended up crying alone, unaware that you had discovered me. I even asked you not to inform the others. Thank you for keeping my secret, Yushi. The silver-haired girl's eyes sparkled, her clear pupils reflecting Yushi's image. Yushi's expression grew increasingly complex, as she discerned sincerity in Mu Xiaozhao's words. I merely lacked the inclination to converse with others. It wasn't out of kindness, she sighed. Well, what I needed to say today is done. I must study now. I shall take my leave. Wait, Mu Xiaozhao called out. Why bring this up all of a sudden? There's no particular reason. Could you clarify your thoughts before you depart? Are you perhaps still concerned about that incident? If that is the case, I am indifferent to the class's honor. Yushi chuckled dryly. I merely mentioned it casually. Do not overthink it. After departing from Mu Xiaozhao, Yushi walked alone to a secluded corner, retrieving her phone from her bag. This phone had been recording since earlier, capturing every word Mu Xiaozao had uttered. Yushi pressed the stop button, and the recording file was automatically saved. Previously, Yushi had not paid much attention to Mu Xiaozao. Weak, timid, speaking timidly, and nearly subservient to Song Zhuozhua. She was merely a supporting character, an NPC in the game. That was the entirety of Yushi's impression of her. However, one day, this supporting character transformed, no longer adhering to the script, stepping out of the original storyline, as if reborn, taking center stage. Was she truly the same Mu Xiaozao as before? She placed the half-drunk cup of herbal jelly beside her, leaning back against the bench, and began to browse through her phone's photo album. There were few pictures in Yushi's album, mostly school cats and study materials, alongside electronic notes on Mu Xiaozao. To obtain Mu Xiaozao's previous data, Yushi had invested considerable effort. She compared this data with the current Mu Xiaozao, seeking to unravel the mystery of what had transpired within this girl. The mole on her neck remained unchanged. Height and weight matched the original values. The school's facial recognition system had not been updated, and the fingerprint lock used for exam identity verification showed no anomalies. Thus, the possibility of her being a twin was eliminated. She added 2 more notes in her electronic notebook. The manner of speaking, language style, and behavioral habits had all altered. Even her previously inward-facing gait had been corrected overnight. A preliminary judgment could be made that Mu Xiaozao exhibited a different self-state, bearing characteristics of dual personalities. However, just moments ago, this Mu Xiaozao had not only evaded the trap of the third relay leg, which she had intentionally misstated, but she had also perfectly recounted an event that only she and the original Mu Xiaozao had experienced. This particular memory was not something that could be learned from others. It required personal experience to possess it. She had not exhibited any memory gaps, and her recollections were coherent, which did not align with the usual criteria for dual personalities. Standing in the shade behind her, Anlan could no longer contain herself, listening to Yushi's monologue. "Miss, why are you investing so much energy in her?" she inquired, perplexed. Yet Yushi remained engrossed in her analysis, completely disregarding her. If only I could obtain pre- and post-test data on visual sensitivity and pain threshold, then the changes in physiological indicators and perceptual systems could be compared and analyzed. Yushi, Anlan's voice finally broke through Yushi's reverie. She circled around to stand in front of Yushi. "I cannot comprehend what you intend to accomplish. Are you merely interested in that girl?" "Indeed, I am very much intrigued." Beneath the shade of the tree-lined avenue, the mistress and her attendant stood, one upright, the other seated upon a bench. Despite Anlan's incessant prattling, Yushi seemed indifferent, idly stirring the various ingredients in her chilled beverage. Taro balls, grass jelly, peanuts, and vibrant chocolate drops were neatly divided into quadrants, a tableau of utter ennui. If you genuinely harbor an affection for psychology, you ought to have acquiesced to return to the master's side, availing yourself of the family's patronage to pursue advanced studies abroad, with prospects of, "Here, take this. I cannot finish it. Place it in the refrigerator at the apartment." Mid-sentence, Anlan found herself holding half a cup of grass jelly. She scrutinized the beverage with a peculiar expression before abruptly looking up. "Miss, I am earnest. You cannot continue in this vein of indolence. Are you not apprehensive that the family might genuinely disown you? I rather wish they would abandon me sooner, sparing me further complications." Yushi rose with a derisive smile. "As for the master and the family, I desire no entanglement with them. Do you intend to reside in that humble abode indefinitely? Given your lineage, such a dwelling is unbefitting." "My lineage? What lineage?" she retorted, her displeasure growing more palpable. "I am merely an ordinary individual, residing in an ordinary dwelling. What is inappropriate about that?" Anlan was rendered speechless. She was cognizant of Yushi's obstinate nature, yet she also knew that, unlike the progeny of other prominent families, Yushi seldom genuinely directed her ire toward others. Hence, Anlan dared to implore her repeatedly. "If you yearn for the opulence and grandeur of that estate, you are at liberty to return at any time. Remaining by my side entails a life of simplicity, subsisting on university cafeteria fare or convenient fast food," Yushi continued, her tone tinged with sardonicism. "That is not the case, Mississippi. I am acting in your best interest. Anlan, Each individual is entitled to their own choices. Yushi's patience was visibly waning. She stood, sweeping her raven tresses behind her ears, and fixed in lawn with a direct gaze. I respect you, and I implore you to reciprocate that respect. After a night of relentless study in the dormitory, Mu Xiaozao felt her mental acuity somewhat compromised as the day of the monthly examination dawned. Upon arising, she beheld in the mirror a pando-eyed visage. Ah, had I known, I would not have studied so late. She rubbed her weary eyes, yawning incessantly, every joint protesting. The examination hall was a tiered lecture room. Before the commencement of the test, a multitude of examinees had already arrived, depositing their satchels against the wall and engaging in last-minute cramming with their study materials. Mu Xiaozao approached the wall and noticed a cluster of satchels belonging to Song Zhuozhua and her cohort in the corner. Her gaze shifted slightly, revealing Song Zhuozhua, Tianzi, and several other girls standing in a tight circle, engaged in hushed conversation. Suddenly, Song Zhuozhua's eyes swept over, lingering on Mu Xiaozhao's face for a fleeting moment. Mu Xiaozhao quickly averted her gaze, acutely embarrassed. Having declared her departure from their clique, she resolved to feign ignorance of their existence. Lost in reverie? 5 minutes until we enter the examination hall. A gentle tap on her head with a book heralded Yushi's arrival. Her tone was markedly more affable than before. I'm aware. Mu Xiaozhao rubbed her head and turned to face Yushi. Observing Mu Xiaozhao's haggard appearance, Yushi suppressed a smile, quickly composing her features into a stern expression. Burning the midnight oil? She inquired. Indeed, I did burn the midnight oil. Mu Xiaozhao touched her face, a touch of guilt creeping in. If your health is compromised, I would advise against frequent all-nighters. Yushi rummaged through her pencil case for her admission ticket. But did you not grasp the material that day? Why the need for such extensive review? Because Mu Xiaozhao's throat felt parched. Did you only quiz me on the material I already comprehended, neglecting the areas where I was deficient? A direct hit, her secret laid bare. Observing Mu Xiaozhao's frozen expression, Yushi finally erupted in laughter, nearly moved to tears. Ah, io siligusa. Though I'm unaware of your motivations, next time, prioritize the areas you find challenging. She patted Mu Xiaozhao's shoulder. Of course, the fee for services rendered remains applicable. This could not be gratis? Good heavens, how many favors had she accrued? Mu Xiaozhao could scarcely recall. How long would it take to repay them all? Ah, as the two were conversing, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the air, emanating from behind them, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the corridor. In the vicinity where Song Zhuozhua and her companions had placed their satchels, a glass tumbler lay shattered on the floor, water inundating a large section of the tile. Scattering study materials and textbooks, Tianzi knelt on the floor, clutching her reddened cheek, tears welling in her eyes, gazing up at Song Zhuozhua with a mixture of astonishment and terror. Do not strike me. Sister Song. Her voice trembled, standing beside Song Zhuozhua. Another girl named Qing Tang still had her hand raised high. Just moments before, she had delivered a vicious slap to Tianzi's face. Whom were you addressing? Song Zhuozhua frowned. This is a public space. It was not I who struck you. Sister Song, I was in error. Smack. Qing Tang's palm landed heavily on Tianzi's face once more, this time leaving 5 crimson welts. Blood trickled from Tianzi's nose. Tianzi dared not utter another word. Though she was known as a brash delinquent in other contexts, in Song Zhuozhua's presence, she was compelled to endure humiliation and act as a sycophantic follower. She knelt prostrate at Song Zhuozhua's feet, gathering her scattered materials and furtively stowing them in her satchel, casting wary glances at Song Zhuozhua. Just then, the announcement for the commencement of the examination echoed through the corridor. Onlookers dispersed, forming queues at the entrance, preparing to enter the hall one by one. What transpired exactly? Mu Xiaozhao glanced back curiously. Tianzi, her hair disheveled, stood at the rear of the queue, maintaining a distance from Song Zhuozhua and her clique, remaining silent. While Mu Xiaozhao was aware that such rifts within Song Zhuozhua's coterie were not uncommon, the fact that she had allowed Tianzi to be publicly assaulted was somewhat surprising. After all, Song Zhuozhua valued her reputation and generally restrained herself in public. Have you indulged in enough spectacle? It is time to depart. A small voice reminded her. Yushi was prompting her. Mu Xiaozao snapped out of her reverie and realized that the student in front of her had already entered the examination hall. She quickened her pace, approaching the proctor to submit her credentials and verify her identity. This examination brooked no carelessness. However, with the assistance of the system and Mu Xiaozhao's recent diligent studies, she was confident that this time, she would not produce a pitiable result as she had in the past. As the examination bell rang, all candidates simultaneously lifted their pens and began to write. Mu Xiaozhao took a deep breath and opened the exam booklet. The multiple-choice section was relatively straightforward, primarily consisting of basic concepts and theoretical applications that she had previously reviewed. However, upon reaching the essay questions, her brow furrowed slightly. The prompts required candidates to analyze the causes and potential solutions of a pressing societal issue, drawing upon real-world examples. Though the topic appeared open-ended, achieving a high score posed a considerable challenge. Recall the answering technique she had taught her. As she reminisced, Mu Xiaozhao began jotting down notes on a blank sheet, and soon her thoughts began to flow. The enhancement in her knowledge was remarkably evident. Her understanding had reached a level 5, significantly improving both her review efficiency and her response speed. At least she no longer had to fear finishing last. Mu Xiaozhao mused. Although she was teetering on the brink of failure, the failure rate for this particular course was actually low, hovering around 5%. With over 100 students in the program, as long as one wasn't among the last few, failure was hardly a concern. As the minutes ticked by, the only sound in the classroom was the soft rustle of pen on paper. Mu Xiaozhao remained focused on her answers, occasionally glancing up at the clock at the front of the room, silently calculating the remaining time. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught Yushi, who elegantly closed her exam booklet, tidied her desk, and handed the paper to the proctor. Mu Xiaozhao was taken aback. Had she submitted her exam so quickly? Truly impressive, a top student. She glanced down at her own remaining essay questions and hastened her writing. By the time the exam concluded at noon, students were famished, hastily submitting their papers before grouping together to head toward the cafeteria. Mu Xiaozhao picked up her cat ear backpack and stood on tiptoe, searching for Yushi's figure amidst the crowd. The throng of students was overwhelming, and her shorter stature made it difficult to see past the taller boys in front of her. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the system could develop a height-enhancing feature? Just then, she felt a tug at her backpack. Turning to find she playfully grabbing one of the cat ears. Ah, please don't tug on my cat ears. They might get damaged. She quickly hugged her backpack to her chest. It was a cherished, limited edition item. Such a miser. Yushi remarked with a playful frown as she released her grip. So, you weren't looking for me after all? I was just being overly sentimental. Mu Xiaozhao shook her head vigorously. I was indeed looking for you. How do you think you did on the exam, Mu? I didn't expect the conversation to shift to me so swiftly. I should be fine. I doubt I'll finish at the bottom. Really? As for me, I think I might have done poorly. The sun was quite strong. Yushi squinted slightly, but I might still secure the top spot in class. Wow, Yushi, you're so intelligent. Scoring that well is truly enviable. If only I could possess half of your brilliance. Mu Xiaozhao managed a feigned smile, while internally wishing to express a gesture of international friendship. Hey, are you asking me this just to show off? Was it intentional? Such an annoying display of modesty. She had been pleased just moments ago that Yushi had sought her out, but now she realized it had all been a setup for this very moment. You're too kind, Mu, Yushi replied aloofly, casting a glance her way. I'm off to the cafeteria now. See you later. Aren't we supposed to eat together? Mu Xiaozhao stammered, hastily stepping forward to block Yushi's path as she began to walk away. Yushi paused. Are you inviting me? Yes, indeed, I'm inviting you. Mu Xiaozhao affirmed. Yushi rested her chin on her finger, feigning deep contemplation. Should I join you for lunch? Let me think about it. Mu Xiaozhao gazed at Yushi, her heart racing with anxiety. A minute ticked by. Yushi, have you made your decision? Not yet. 2 minutes passed. Yushi. Just a moment longer. Mu Xiaozhao felt increasingly anxious, her palms starting to sweat. Was it really necessary to ponder over simply having a meal together? Did she not want to? Or did she find it bothersome to dine with her? Yushi continued her act of contemplation, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. For some reason, she found Mu Xiaozao's anxious demeanor amusing and wished to enjoy a little longer. The silver-haired girl tilted her head back, her hands clasped in front of her, her clear, innocent-looking eyes radiating an air of vulnerability that invoked a desire to tease her. Feigning ignorance of Mu Xiaozao's distress, Yushi leisurely prolonged her response until Mu Xiaozao's anxiety reached a boiling point. Well, since you have so earnestly invited me, I suppose I shall reluctantly agree. After what felt like an eternity, Yushi finally replied, deliberately elongating her words. She couldn't possibly have scored that high. The results of the monthly exam were announced just 3 days later. When the grades were released, it coincided with the end of major class, and everyone in the classroom remained behind, eagerly discussing the scorecards. Wow, the multiple-choice questions seemed so easy. Who would have thought there were so many traps? Why didn't you choose C for the first question? The essay questions were completely beyond the syllabus, weren't they? The classroom buzzed with chatter, while Mu Xiaozao nervously clutched her phone, opening the results sheet. Upon seeing her score, she let out a sigh of relief. Her efforts had indeed paid off. She had successfully risen from the bottom of the class to an average ranking. Consequently, when combined with her previous 2 monthly exam scores, she no longer had to worry about failing this subject. Yushi, what did you score? Not far away, several girls surrounded Yushi's desk, eager to see her results. Yushi maintained an indifferent expression, but did not refuse them, turning her phone screen to show them. 95 points. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. How did you do it? Just studied normally, Yushi replied nonchalantly. You really didn't use any special methods? How can you score so high in every subject? It's not that high. There are others in the grade who scored higher. You're being too modest, the girls exclaimed in unison. Just as these girls were admiring Yushi, a sudden cough interrupted them. They instinctively turned their heads to see Song Zhuozhuo, her smile instantly freezing upon their gaze. Song Zhuozhuo glanced at them, and the girls hurriedly averted their eyes. One girl, unable to resist, asked class monitor Song, "How much did you score this time?" Song Zhuozhuo's lips curled downwards, and she huffed, "Before you inquire about other scores, perhaps you should focus on your own." The girl smiled awkwardly. It was evident to everyone that Song Zhuozhuo was in a foul mood. As the class monitor, she must have known everyone's scores by now, and it was no surprise that she was upset. Once again, she had been surpassed by Yushi, although the leader had spared her. It seemed she still had her sights set on Yushi. Mu Xiaozao stuck out her tongue, suddenly feeling a hostile gaze upon her. Startled, she turned to find a figure looming behind her. "What is your score?" Tianzi asked in a gravelly voice. Today, she wore no makeup, her complexion pale, standing unsteadily as if she had just stepped out of sci-fi film. Mu Xiaozao's words caught in her throat for a while before she managed to mechanically respond. 82 points. Cheating? Tianzi suddenly snatched Mu Xiaozao's phone, trembling as she magnified the screen. "How is it possible for you to improve so much in such a short time? Hey, what are you doing?" Mu Xiaozao snatched her phone back. "You're cheating. You must be cheating." Tianzi's voice rose an octave. "Mu Xiaozao, I don't believe you could improve so quickly." The attention of the other students in the classroom shifted towards them. Standing by the wall, Song Zhuozhuo shot Tianzi a disapproving glance, but Tianzi completely ignored her. "I didn't cheat. It's all legitimate. What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Xiaozao felt exasperated, then explained the situation. "You were always at the bottom of the class, and now, in just a month, your scores have jumped to average? Even if you had outside tutoring, it shouldn't be this drastic." Mu Xiaozao exhaled a frustrated sigh, thinking what a troublesome person this was. This time, it wasn't Song Zhuozhuo who was making things difficult for her, but rather her friend. "My score is none of your business. See? You're feeling guilty. You must be cheating." Tianzi looked at the other classmates. Mu Xiaozao scored 82 points. "Do you think that's normal?" Everyone exchanged glances, silence enveloping the room. No one responding. Mu Xiaozao smiled wryly. "Of course it's normal. What is abnormal about it?" Suddenly, a cool voice shattered the silence. Yushi, just finishing packing her things, slung her bag over one shoulder and raised an eyebrow at Tianzi, her tall frame standing out in the crowd. "Yushi, I knew you two were in cahoots." Tianzi grew angrier upon seeing someone supporting Mu Xiaozao. That's merely your assumption. I'm not familiar with Mu Xiaozao. I just think it's foolish to slander someone without any evidence. You, Tianzi, feel free to report anything, but refrain from causing a ruckus here. With that, Yushi tossed her long black hair back and turned away from Tianzi. Tianzi was left speechless with anger, but she suddenly sensed the curious gazes of her classmates upon her, causing her heart to race with unease. What embarrassment! Not far away, Song Zhuozhua scoffed disdainfully, her expression one of contempt as she gathered her followers and headed for the exit, not waiting for Tianzi. Seeing this, Tianzi hurriedly packed her bag and chased after them. Hey, Sister Song, wait for me. Sister Song. After school, Mu Xiaozao strolled leisurely down the corridor and noticed you. She's standing by the flower bed next to the Roman column, her head bowed and motionless. What's she doing? Surely, she isn't waiting for me. Mu Xiaozao mused, the rejection of the meal still fresh in her mind. She took a couple of steps forward, then suddenly quickened her pace, attempting to slip past Yushi. Just as she reached Yushi's position, a hand shot out, blocking her waist. Whoa! Mu Xiaozao nearly stumbled. Why'd you make me wait so long? You thought you could just run off without saying hello? Yushi steadied her forward-leaning body. Ah, were you waiting for me? Mu Xiaozao asked, surprised. Who else in this class would warrant my time? So being with me is a waste of time? That's quite an unfair accusation. I meant it as a compliment. All right then, I thank you. It truly was a compliment. I genuinely appreciate it. Mu Xiaozao tightened her grip on her bag strap. So what do you need from me? The comic club. You remember too, right? We have an event today. You didn't see the group message? Yushi's tone held a hint of exasperation. Mu Xiaozao suddenly remembered she was indeed a member of the comic club, but had been so busy studying for exams lately that she hadn't paid attention to club matters. All right, I almost forgot. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head. I've been swamped with exams lately and haven't checked the group messages much. Speaking of the comic club, Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but think of Lin Juyi. After being deleted without warning last time, would she encounter her at the club today? 36. Is she more important, or am I? The location for the club activities was ultimately decided to be the old classroom once again. Wow, the president is impressive. As soon as they entered the manga club, the members couldn't help but marvel at the scene before them. The previously empty space was now brimming with life. Various manga posters adorned the walls, while the corners displayed an array of anime merchandise and figurines, though the windows and door frames bore the marks of age. Under the president's meticulous arrangement, the old classroom had been rejuvenated. Lin Jia had arrived earlier and was engaged in conversation with the vice president of the manga club. Upon noticing Mu Xiaozao's entrance, she merely nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. Mu Xiaozao quickly returned the gesture, her face tinged with awkwardness. The nature of their relationship seemed different from last time. Had they quarreled? Or was there another reason? Yushi, who had been following behind, discreetly observed the two with the corner of her eye before casually taking a seat next to Mu Xiaozao. After a while, she noticed that Mu Xiaozao kept glancing at Lin Juya, even failing to realize that she had changed seats. So that's it. Mu classmate wishes to mend her relationship with that girl. She doesn't even care about me anymore, Yushi thought, a smirk forming on her lips. Since Lin Juya means so much to you, I must assist you. Once most members had arrived, the president walked to the front of the classroom and clapped his hands. Mu Xiaozao finally diverted her gaze back. Hey, this time I've devised an interesting activity. The most recommended manga rankings. His voice was strong and full of enthusiasm. The rules were simple. Everyone would receive a small box to write down their most recommended manga, and then take turns presenting them. Presenting a manga? Mu Xiaozao felt a wave of anxiety. The original owner had read many manga, but most were of the yuri and mature themes, which she could hardly present in front of everyone. After much contemplation, she finally settled on a more conventional title. The activity commenced. The president was the first to take the stage, introducing a popular shonen manga, The Titan I Recommend. As it was a well-known work, the members below displayed expressions of eager anticipation, and the atmosphere grew lively. Following him, the other members presented in turn. Mu Xiaozao introduced a fantasy manga, while Yushi opted for a lesser-known science fiction piece. Finally, it was Lin Juye's turn. She had never been adept in front of large crowds. Due to her introverted nature, speaking publicly had always posed a challenge for her. Standing at the podium, she nervously pinched her small box. I would like to recommend a healing romance manga. Upon hearing the title, Mu Xiaozao's eyes brightened. The manga Lin Jie was presenting was titled Even Without Wings, a birthday gift she had specially chosen for Mu Xiaozao on her 18th birthday. The story was simple. Two souls reincarnated as birds, yet paralyzed by the fear of falling, hesitated to spread their wings and soar into the sky. Ultimately, they chose to leave the flock and stay together, living in a nest for their entire lives, with a happy ending. Did she choose this story as a way to reconcile with me? Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but ponder. The story may not be extraordinary, but it holds significant meaning for me. I hope those who resonate with it will cast their vote for it. After finishing her sentence, the shy Lin Jie hastily concluded her presentation and stepped down from the podium. Mu Xiaozao gazed at Lin Jie's retreating figure, her emotions becoming complex. All right, that concludes the introductions. Let's proceed to the voting. The president signaled for a pause. Each person has one vote for the manga they wish to see. The entire process needed to be confidential, so everyone was instructed to queue outside the classroom and enter one by one when it was time to vote. As they waited in the corridor, Mu Xiaozao recalled Lin Jie's last words. Please, those who resonate, cast your vote. There was no doubt about it. That was an olive branch extended for reconciliation. Since this manga represented an important memory for both of them, Lin Jie hoped to restore their relationship in this manner. When it was her turn, Mu Xiaozao unhesitatingly cast her vote into Lin Jie's box. No matter what, finally, this girl's sulking matter would be resolved. Mu Xiaozao wore a look of relief. It seems the old saying holds true. A woman's heart is like the weather in June. Sunny one moment and stormy the next. Lin Jie, at last the storm is cleared. When the class monitor began counting the votes, Mu Xiaozao had already formulated a plan to approach Lin Jie afterward and inquire about the reason for her earlier deletion. The Titan I recommend, 28 votes. Rent a friend, 10 votes. The quintessential quintuplets, 5 votes. Even without wings, 1 vote. Mu Xiaozao smiled at Lin Jie, only to find her expression was quite troubling. Her bangs obscured her eyes, and she bit her lip, seemingly struggling to conceal her emotions. A wave of unease washed over Mu Xiaozao. What is happening? She wondered. Have I misunderstood? After the voting results were announced, the president declared the ultimate winner, the Titan I recommend, with an overwhelming number of votes, triumphing in this event. The classroom erupted in cheers, yet Mu Xiaozao had no interest in the celebrations. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Jie, attempting to decipher the emotions on her face. As the event concluded and everyone began to pack up and prepare to leave, Mu Xiaozao hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to approach Lin Jie. Jie. Lin Jie looked up, her expression one of resentment. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback, unsure of how to begin. She initially intended to directly ask Lin Jie what was wrong, but the words caught in her throat, fearing that being too direct would worsen the situation. Ahem, I really liked the manga you recommended today. Mu Xiaozao made an effort to shift the topic. Lin Jie paused, momentarily taken aback, before lowering her voice. Then why didn't you vote for me? Huh, I did. Mu Xiaozao stumbled. That vote was for you. As her voice trembled, Lin Jie retorted. I can't believe you didn't vote for that manga. Hold such significant memories for us. Mu Xiaozao was completely blindsided by the turn of events. She stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Lin Jie's disappointed and angry face, feeling utterly speechless. No, Fuye, I didn't deceive you. I truly don't know how this happened, but I did vote for you. Then why are the results like this? Lin Jie pressed. It might just be that the person counting the votes made a mistake, a voice interjected. Both turned to see Yushi, who had joined them without them noticing. The black-haired girl cradled a few manga volumes in her arms, casually leaning against the door frame, appearing quite relaxed. It's just a manga vote. Lin classmate doesn't need to take it so seriously. Mu classmate has said so. You should trust her. Yes. It could just be an error. Mu Xiaozao added, sincerely looking at Lin Jie. Yet, Lin Jie remained cold, her glasses glinting under the light as she took a step back, her emotions finally erupting. Why should I believe you? Xiaozao must have forgotten that manga and voted for someone else. and now you're trying to deceive me. I thought that by joining the manga club, we could return to our previous relationship. But Xiaozao, you clearly don't care about me. If this is how it's going to be, we might as well not be friends. A cascade of thoughts rendered Xiaozao momentarily speechless. How could such trivial matters escalate to the point of severing ties? She found herself utterly at a loss for how to respond to Lin Juye's remarks. After all, in her previous life, she had embodied the essence of a straightforward man, lacking the sensibilities of a feminist. Aligning her thoughts with Lin Juye's proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Just as she hesitated, a hand grasped her arm, and the fragrance of gardenias enveloped her once more. It was truly unfortunate that Lin did not wish to believe in her. Yushi embraced Mu Xiaozao, resting her chin gently upon her shoulder. And with a tender smile directed at Lin Juye, she declared, "Since you no longer require Mu, she shall belong to me." A girl of conflicting emotions, what do you mean? Lin Juye found herself momentarily speechless, frozen in place upon hearing Yushi's words. "Since you have spoken so definitively, there seems to be no reason to continue this conversation. I have matters to discuss with Mu, so I shall take her away now." "That's not what I meant." Lin Juye wished to convey that her earlier words were said in anger, but as she turned her gaze to Mu Xiaozao, she found her head lowered, offering no denial of Yushi's statement. "I'm sorry, Juye. I think we all need to take a moment to calm down," Mu Xiaozao said weakly. "My thoughts are a bit tangled right now. Let us talk about this another time." Yushi smiled at Lin Juye, unfazed, as she took Mu Xiaozhao's arm. "So, we'll be leaving now. Goodbye, Lin." The two figures vanished at the staircase. Left alone, Lin Juye remained rooted in place, her mind replaying the moment when Yushi leaned against Mu Xiaozhao, a subtle pang of sadness stirring within her. Was it true that Xiaozao and Yushi were not friends? Such intimate gestures contradicted their claims. Who could believe that? What if the reality was different? Could they be close, yet not in a friendship? Meanwhile, Mu Xiaozhao and she had descended the stairs. Mu Xiaozhao walked in silence, her heart a swirl of conflicting emotions. She stole glances at Yushi, who appeared quite cheerful, hands clasped behind her back, her footsteps light, the black ponytail swaying gently. Today, the protagonist was acting unusually. Why had she suddenly stood up for her? Furthermore, Yushi, who was typically aloof, had drawn so close today. Even taking her arm, this was entirely out of character. "Yushi, why did you say that earlier?" Mu Xiaozhao hesitated, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Is there a problem?" Yushi paused for a moment, then turned her head, her expression still adorned with a faint smile. "Besides, you still need to help me with something. I can't afford to waste time with her. That is my reason." Mu Xiaozhao had no retort. She sensed that Yushi's reasoning was somewhat flimsy, yet she couldn't pinpoint what felt amiss. Though Yushi's tone was light, her eyes held an inscrutable depth, as if concealed beneath her words lay something unspoken. Mu Xiaozhao chose not to delve deeper. "What do you need me to do?" "Go to the cat shelter and take care of the cats. I'll join you." "Oh, very well. Follow me." As she took a step forward, Yushi suddenly halted, turning her back to Mu Xiaozhao. "Wait a moment. I need to dispose of some trash." With that, Yushi walked toward a nearby bin. She naturally extracted a small piece of paper from her pocket, crumpled it, and tossed it into the recycling bin before returning. The two continued toward the cat shelter. In the bin, out of Mu Xiaozhao's sight, the crumpled paper slightly unfurled, revealing the words "comic voting." The journey was silent, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the air. Upon reaching the entrance of the cat shelter, the half-open wooden door seemed like a portal to another world. Yushi gently pushed the door, which creaked softly. Instantly, several cats, as if sensing a familiar presence, rushed from various corners, encircling Yushi's ankles, their soft bodies brushing against her as they mewed sweetly, like affectionate children. Yushi knelt, caressing their heads, her fingers weaving through their soft fur, her expression noticeably gentler than usual. The cats appeared to warm to her. One bolder orange cat even leaped on her lap, closing its eyes in bliss, relishing the exclusive affection. "Would you like to pet one too?" Yushi suddenly looked up, addressing Mu Xiaozhao. Mu Xiaozhao hesitated. She adored small animals, but recalled the incident when she had frightened a cat away, leaving her a bit apprehensive. Slowly, She extended her hand towards the orange cat. However, the moment her fingers brushed its ear, the cat emitted a low growl, its body tense, causing her to retract her hand as if shocked. Perhaps I should just let it be? She gazed at Yushi with a forlorn expression, her eyes full of disappointment. They don't seem to like me. Looks like you're not very popular, Moo. Yushi teased, a smile playing on her lips, devoid of any sympathy. That's unfair. Indeed, time at the shelter passed swiftly, and soon it was time for dinner. The aroma of food wafted through the campus. As a day student, Yushi did not reside on campus and parted ways with Mu Xiaozao midway. As they bid farewell, Yushi glanced back, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately offered a simple goodbye before disappearing down the path. Alone, Mu Xiaozao walked along the concrete pathway, weaving through dappled sunlight, the early summer breeze brushing against her. Inside the basketball court, a match appeared to be in progress, with whistles and cheers echoing, the sound of basketballs bouncing rhythmically. As she passed, the game concluded, and a handsome boy emerged from the court, his features striking, glistening with sweat, resembling a youthful idol from a drama. A towel draped around his neck. He casually rolled up the hem of his jersey, revealing a well-defined abdomen that elicited a chorus of excited screams from the surrounding girls. Yi Xiaoming, can we exchange contact information? Do you need water, G? The girls, with eyes gleaming like wolves, thrust various brands of bottled water toward him, creating a scene reminiscent of a press conference. Microphones thrust at a star. Ji Xiaoming simply offered a polite smile, waving his hand at the eager girls. I appreciate your kind intentions, but there's no need to buy me water, he said in a voice rich with charm. At this, the girls' fondness surged, their enthusiasm escalating to new heights. They nearly twisted open the bottle cap to pour the water directly into his mouth. Mu Xiaozao found it rather amusing and silently marveled at the extent of Ji Xiaoming's popularity at school. No wonder the leader dared not provoke him. If those little fans were aware of the confrontation between Song Zhuozhuo and Ji Xiaoming that day, they would undoubtedly have made Song Zhuozhuo's life miserable. She considered simply observing the spectacle and was about to leave when she suddenly noticed a familiar face among the group of girls surrounding Ji Xiaoming. Tianzi. Mu Xiaozao paused. Betrayer at this moment, Tianzi appeared to be a completely different person compared to her former self. Clutching a bottle of chilled mineral water, she stood at the periphery of the crowd. Although she did not push her way into the center, her gaze relentlessly followed Ji Xiaoming. Ah, this audacious little girl, it turns out, is also a fan of Ji Xiaoming. Mu Xiaozao felt somewhat taken aback, recollecting the previous altercation on the basketball court. Tianzi had stood beside Song Zhuozhuo without betraying a hint of admiration for Ji Xiaoming. Clearly, she had been concealing her feelings quite effectively. At this moment, Ji Xiaoming could no longer resist the fervor of his fans. He casually accepted a bottle of mineral water and, after expressing his gratitude, took several sips. Wow! The girl from whom the water was taken felt as though she were floating on cloud nine, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. While other girls cast envious glances, Tianzi looked equally displeased. She raised her water bottle, attempting to draw Ji Xiaoming's attention. However, her position was too far off, and Ji Xiaoming did not even notice her. He elegantly wiped his sweat with a towel, waved to the girls, and then sauntered toward the locker room. Tianzi was left utterly disappointed. She walked to the flower bed, angrily unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured the water into the soil, then stomped on it in frustration. If it weren't for that crowd of obnoxious people blocking the way, he would have seen me. Tianzi muttered curses under her breath, stamping her feet in frustration, when she suddenly caught sight of Mu Xiaozao, standing at a distance. What bad luck! Why did I have to run into her at this moment? The mere thought of Mu Xiaozao ignited an uncontrollable hatred within Tianzi. She marched toward Mu Xiaozao, casting a look filled with disdain as if she wished to inflict 1,000 cuts upon her. Mu Xiaozao was bewildered by her demeanor, and as they brushed past each other, she instinctively stepped aside. Go to hell, Tianzi muttered, not bothering to look back. At this moment, her animosity toward Mu Xiaozao was palpable, a seething hatred that made her grit her teeth. Tianzi had harbored a secret crush on Ji Xiaoming for quite some time, And everything had been proceeding smoothly until that day on the playground when she witnessed Ji Xiaoming, for the sake of a certain Yu Shi, a girl from a humble background, injuring Song Zhuozhua with a basketball. However, what affected her more than Ji Xiaoming's interest in Yu Shi was another matter entirely. The relationship between Song Zhuozhua and Ji Xiaoming had completely shattered, and she dared not let the others in her circle know about her feelings for Ji Xiaoming. Thus, every afternoon, she could only sneak away to watch him practice basketball. Ultimately, the truth could not be concealed forever. Someone had reported her to Song Zhuozhua. On the day of the monthly exam, Song Zhuozhua mercilessly had Qing Tang publicly slap her as a lesson. Why? Why treat me this way? Tianzi was filled with indignation as she recalled how Song Zhuozhua had chosen to spare her during Mu Xiaozao's betrayal. And what of herself? As someone who had been closest to Song Zhuozhua, she had suffered such unfair treatment. This disparity fueled her intense hatred. Unable to direct her anger toward Song Zhuozhua and temporarily powerless against Yu Shi, she concentrated all her fury upon Mu Xiaozao. It was perplexing. Shouldn't the one suffering the most be someone like Mu Xiaozao? Previously, she had trailed behind them like a dog, enduring kicks from anyone who felt displeased. Yet now, even someone like Song Jie no longer troubled her. That Mu Xiaozao had effortlessly extricated herself from their control, and not only that, she had made remarkable progress in her studies during the monthly exam, even surpassing Tianzi. Why? Why? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the faster she walked. Seizing the opportunity when the girls were distracted, Tianzi jogged to the back door of the boys' locker room. Enough of that. Revenge could wait for another day. For now, she needed to put that little vixen out of her mind. Taking a deep breath, she nervously scanned her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching her before firmly standing at the door. This time, it should work, right? Tianzi pulled out the confession letter she had meticulously prepared. Although she was aware that this action might provoke Song Zhuozhua's ire, she had finally resolved to confess her feelings to Ji Xiaoming. Since that day on the basketball court, when Ji Xiaoming had aided Yu Shi, Tianzi had secretly gathered information about Yu Shi, aiming to discern the type of girl Ji Xiaoming favored. Her investigation had proven successful, as she found someone claiming to be Yu Shi's friend, named Enlan. Enlan had only charged her 200 yuan and divulged all the details about Yu Shi, from her attire and demeanor to the reasons Ji Xiaoming was attracted to her. Enlan had even enthusiastically assisted her in composing this confession letter. Tianzi was quite pleased with the contents of the letter. If she could move Ji Xiaoming with it, she would no longer have to be Song Zhuozhua's shadow, but instead step into the heart of a wealthy and handsome man, achieving her perfect life. At that point, even if she were to sever ties with Song Zhuozhua, Tianzi wouldn't mind. She would make Ji Xiaoming fall in love with her, ensuring that this handsome young man would wish to stay by her side, treating her as his legitimate girlfriend. With Ji Xiaoming standing in front of her to shield her from Song Zhuozhua's familial pressure, Tianzi would not only refuse to heed Song Zhuozhua's commands, but would also repay her for all the past grievances. The more she contemplated, the more delighted she became. Gripping the confession letter, her face radiated anticipation. Creak! Just as Tianzi was lost in her daydreams, the back door of the locker room swung open. Ji Xiaoming emerged, freshly changed, and upon spotting Tianzi, he appeared somewhat surprised. Ji Xiaoming. Tianzi felt a rush of panic, quickly adjusting her expression and presenting the letter with both hands. Please accept this. A flicker of impatience crossed Ji Xiaoming's face, yet he did not overtly express it, merely shaking his hand apologetically. Sorry, I'm not really fond of receiving things from others. Please, just take this letter. Tianzi raised her voice, stepping forward and persistently pressing Ji Xiaoming. Taken aback by her sudden fervor, Ji Xiaoming glanced at her multicolored hair and the tattoo above her collarbone. What a bothersome woman. He inadvertently clicked his tongue. All right, I suppose I'll take it. But, classmate, I might not have time to write you back. That's fine. Just accepting it is enough. A satisfied expression finally graced Tianzi's face as she handed over the letter, watching Ji Xiaoming depart. Click. Nearby, in the flower bed at the corner of the locker room, a faint shudder sound echoed. A glimmer of light flickered on the glass camera lens. Hidden among the bushes, and Lan transmitted the captured photos and videos to Yushi. After Tianzi left, she dusted off her skirt and rose to her feet. Happy birthday! On a summer night, the sky was adorned with countless stars, twinkling like diamonds scattered across the firmament. Beneath the cloak of night, the tranquil campus resonated only with the soft chirping of insects and the gentle breeze that occasionally brushed through the treetops. Today was Friday. The last class of the afternoon extended until 6:30, and by the time Xiaozao returned from the library after finishing her homework, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Although her time in this world had not been extensive, she had gradually acclimated to the rhythms of campus life. Each day followed the class schedule, studying, returning to the dormitory to chat with her roommates, and indulging in a couple of games. If it were not for the burden of a mission to alter the fate of the heroine, Xiaozao would have found great contentment in such leisurely days. Ascending the staircase to the familiar door of her dormitory, Xiaozao retrieved her key, only to discover that the lock refused to budge. Curious, she twisted the key again. After some time, a click echoed, and the alloy door slowly creaked open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Puzzled, Xiaozao wondered why her roommates were not nestled inside, as they typically would be at this hour. As she pushed the door open and stepped inside, suddenly, the lights blazed to life. Don't move. 3 roommates sprang forth from behind the door, armed with confetti poppers, and showered Xiaozao's face with a cascade of colorful bursts. The vibrant fireworks floated through the air like a gentle rain, settling upon her silver hair. Startled, Xiaozao gazed at them in confusion. Happy birthday, Xiaozao! Zhanghua, Shun Wanjia, and Zhao Mingming chimed in unison. Seeing Xiaozao's bewildered expression, they erupted into laughter. Oh dear, we aim to surprise you, but it seems we startled you instead. Are you all right, Xiaozao? Shun Wanjia gently shook Xiaozao's shoulders, bringing her back to reality. Am I all right? Is today my birthday? Of course, you wouldn't have forgotten your own birthday, would you? Zhao Mingming exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock at Xiaozao's naivety. If you don't remember, that's fine. We'll help you remember, Zhanghua said as she brought forth a strawberry cake from her side, adorned with the words Happy Birthday, Xiaozao, in charming script. Presenting the cake before Xiaozao, she grinned widely. Come, let us eat cake, birthday star. Okay. Thank you, everyone. After sharing the dorm for so long, Xiaozao felt a swell of gratitude, astonished that her roommates had gathered to celebrate her birthday and even prepared a cake. It was evident that they truly valued her presence. At their urging, she placed her backpack down, removed her jacket, and stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet in the center of the room. The other 3 had already settled cross-legged on the floor. In front of them lay a desk, with a strawberry cake prominently displayed. Although it weighed merely a pound, the cake was exquisitely crafted. Abundant strawberries piled atop layers of cream made Xiaozao's mouth water at just a glance. Wow, it smells delightful. The silver-haired girl knelt, her hands braced on the ground, leaning closer, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Where should I start eating from? Don't rush. We must light the candles first, Zhanghua said, playfully patting Xiaozao's head as she observed her eager expression. Meanwhile, Shun Wanjia struggled to insert the candles, counting repeatedly but failing to get it right, prompting Zhao Mingming to tease her before snatching the candles from her hand. Hey, you star-chasing girl. I haven't agreed to let you have them yet. Shun Wanjia lunged to reclaim them, but Zhao Mingming was quick, evading her grasp. Do I need your permission, darling? Zhao Mingming chuckled, proceeding to insert the candles. I just couldn't bear to see you floundering. Don't use that nauseating nickname for me. Darling, 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 darling. I've had enough of you, Zhao Mingming. I'll tie you up in the dorm for 3 days of gaming, if I have to. Let Maheyu cleanse your soul. If you truly do that, I'll have no choice but to make you spend your entire month's allowance to attend a concert with me. In that case, I might as well die. Their banter, though seemingly an argument, carried an undertone of playful flirtation. Ultimately, it was Zhanghua who managed to insert the candles. With the lights dimmed and the candles lit, the atmosphere of a candlelit dinner enveloped them. This was Xiaozao's first time celebrating her birthday with so many girls, and she felt a bit anxious sitting among them. Wait, let us take a group photo before we dig in, Zhao Mingming suddenly suggested. Seizing the opportunity, to capture the moment. The others readily agreed. Zhao Mengmeng retrieved her prize selfie stick and directed the three of them to strike poses. Xiaozao, don't just do the peace sign. Come, let me teach you some new poses. Place your hands in a flower shape beside your face. It'll make your face look smaller. Wow, Xiaozao, you're so adorable. Mu Xiaozao felt like a puppet, manipulated by Zhao Mengmeng to adopt various awkward stances. While the camera clicked away. Don't tire yourself out. University days are precious, and we must capture beautiful memories. Zhao Mengmeng said with a grin. Mu Xiaozao felt warmth spread within her. Despite the oppressive atmosphere in the classroom, the lingering tensions with Song Zhuozhua's group, the inexplicable anger from Zhuye, and the fluctuating attitude of Yu Shi, returning to the dormitory enveloped her in a sense of healing. It felt as if she had momentarily escaped the intrigue of a novel and returned home. With her head bowed slightly, Mu Xiaozao joined in the birthday song sung by her roommates, placing her hands together and blowing out the candles. The flickering candlelight extinguished and applause erupted around her. Woohoo! As the lights flickered back on, Zhao Mengmeng leaned close to Mu Xiaozao, her large eyes adorned with false eyelashes, sparkling with curiosity. Darling, what wish did you make just now? What did you say? I want to hear. Zhonghua, ever the gossip enthusiast, quickly joined in. A birthday wish. Mu Xiaozao pondered, tapping her chin. I didn't wish for anything particularly special, just to enjoy each day happily. How ordinary. Is that really your wish? It is. I truly feel that way. I thought you might wish for a tall, handsome guy. Zhao Mengmeng sighed, hands in the air, realizing Xiaozao was still quite innocent. Not everyone is as unambitious and lowbrow as you. Shun Wanjia chimed in, hands on her hips, snickering before embarking on a playful chase with Zhao Mengmeng. Pillows flying in every direction. Mu Xiaozao, bewildered, chewed on cake, watching the two as if they were performing a circus act. Nearby, Zhonghua, having finished her cake, set down her fork and nudged Mu Xiaozao with her shoulder. Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao replied, her mouth still full. There is something I want to tell you. Although the atmosphere may not be quite right, I hope it won't dampen your spirits. It's all right, go ahead. Zhonghua's gaze was gentle as she rested a hand on Mu Xiaozhao's shoulder. Earlier, you may not have noticed, but we have been keeping our distance from you. However, this was all a misunderstanding. She continued, we thought you did not wish to communicate with us, or that you disliked us, given your silence in the dormitory. Mu Xiaozhao paused her actions, listening intently. It wasn't until I encountered Song Zhuozhua that I realized your previous demeanor was likely due to bullying by those girls. I understand the feelings of being bullied. I apologize. Xiaozhao, I wish I had understood you sooner. Zhang Guoshou's slender, pointed face reflected a hint of unease, and her tone carried a tinge of guilt. Yet, Mu Xiaozhao shook her head. She wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, sitting upright to face Zhang Guoshou. I have never minded this matter. Simply being able to share a dormitory with you all brings me great joy. She displayed an innocent smile, her words sincere. The past troubles of the original owner have faded. Now, Mu Xiaozhao is ready to embark on a different journey in life. Xiaozhao. Zhang Guoshou gazed at her and couldn't help but grasp her hand. Right, tomorrow morning the three of us also have class together. Shall we go to the teaching building together? Oh, that sounds great. Thus, their plan to attend class together was set. Later, as bedtime approached, Mu Xiaozhao played with her phone behind the bed curtain. Few had sent her birthday wishes today. Apart from her roommates, only her younger sister had reached out. Lin Jie's profile picture remained gray, as she had unilaterally deleted Mu Xiaozhao and never re-added her. As the clock approached midnight, Mu Xiaozhao unexpectedly glanced at Yu Shi's profile picture with anticipation. The silhouette of the black and white fox lay quietly in the frame, its eyes seemingly locking with hers. Would Yu Shi send her birthday wishes? Mu Xiaozhao was uncertain. The two could hardly be called friends at this point, and she had never disclosed her birthday to Yu Shi. Oh well. Just as Mu Xiaozhao decided to close her phone, the fox silhouette's profile picture suddenly flickered. It was a message from Yu Shi. She quickly propped herself up on the edge of the bed, grasping her phone with one hand, and opened Yu Shi's chat. There! She saw a cold message lying on the screen. Yu Shi, there's an early class tomorrow. Remember to bring me breakfast. Yu Shi, coffee, toast, tea, eggs. Mu Xiaozao swiftly pressed the power button, sulking as she wrapped herself in her blanket. Due to the exuberance of the previous night, the next day, everyone in the dorm overslept. Shenwanjia was the first to notice something amiss. She glanced at the time on her phone and leaped up in alarm. Oh no, we're going to be late. After nimbly climbing out of bed, she quickly roused the other three who were still sound asleep. They had no time to wash up, throwing on their coats and shoes before sprinting toward the classroom. Mu Xiaozao didn't even have time to comb her hair. Her long, silver locks cascaded down her shoulders like freshly fallen snow, fluttering in the wind with each step. She yawned, running while attempting to casually tuck her hair back into place, striving to make it appear less disheveled. Faster. If we don't hurry, we will truly be late, Zhang Guoshuo urged from the front, turning back to see Mu Xiaozao as hair resembling a bird's nest, unable to suppress her laughter. Xiaozao, your hair. Before Zhang Guoshuo could finish her sentence, Mu Xiaozao realized her embarrassing state, her face flushing crimson. Stop it. I know, she mumbled, quickening her pace to mask her embarrassment. The other two, Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mengmeng, were also running behind, with Shen Wanjia's glasses sliding down her nose from the speed, forcing her to hold them up with one hand. Zhao Mengmeng appeared lethargic, seemingly unconcerned about being late. The four of them sprinted frantically, finally bursting through the doors of the teaching building at the last moment. Since Mu Xiaozao was not in the same major as her three roommates, she waved goodbye and rushed to another classroom. Inside, the teacher stood at the podium with the attendance sheet, casting an unhappy glance at the recently arrived Mu Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao, late again. Mu Xiaozao quickly lowered her head and softly explained, I'm sorry, teacher. I had some matters last night and overslept. The teacher frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her excuse, but he said nothing more, simply waving her to take a seat. Relieved, Mu Xiaozao hurriedly found a spot. As soon as she settled into her seat, she suddenly remembered another pressing matter. Oh no, I rushed out this morning. She had forgotten to buy breakfast for Yushi. Spreading her books on the desk, she nervously peered through the crowd toward Yushi's direction. Coincidentally, she was also looking at her. Today, Yushi wore light makeup and had her hair styled into a high ponytail, appearing fresh and polished. She slightly tilted her head, her dark red nails resting against her cheek, her gaze inscrutable. Ugh! For some reason, every time Yushi stared at her, Mu Xiaozao felt an unsettling chill. It felt less like being scrutinized by a protagonist and more like being targeted by a formidable antagonist. Digging her phone from her pocket, Mu Xiaozao messaged Yushi. Mu Xiaozao, good morning, Yushi. Small cat. JPG, Yushi, bring me breakfast after class. An ominous feeling crept into Mu Xiaozhao's heart, as if something sinister lurked behind her. What excuse could she concoct to deflect this? She averted her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant as she glanced around. Her phone vibrated again. Yushi, breakfast. Okay. Why send it twice? Mu Xiaozhao typed quickly. Mu Xiaozhao, Yushi, I forgot to buy breakfast this morning. How about I treat you to lunch to make up for it? Yushi forgot? Why? Mu Xiaozhao, my roommates and I celebrated our birthdays last night and accidentally stayed up too late. Fingers crossed. JPG, Yushi, I see. Yushi, wait for me at the small grove. Mu Xiaozhao? No, protagonist's sister. I just forgot breakfast. Why are we suddenly going to the grove? Are you planning something sinister? Yushi, don't keep me waiting. Come right after class. Well, Mu Xiaozhao understood that she had no choice in the matter. Although she couldn't gauge Yushi's true intentions, it seemed that if she did not comply, things could worsen. Very wise judgment, Meow. To maintain a good relationship with the protagonist, it is essential not to sour things with her. The system, which had been silent for a long time, chimed in at this moment. But why do I feel like this protagonist is a bit off? Wait, why do I feel like she has been watching me? Mu Xiaozhao pretended to pay attention in class, though her peripheral vision frequently darted to Yushi. That somewhat eerie gaze had not departed since she entered, as if it were a personal surveillance device. No worries, host. You need not fear. I have your back. Rest assured. The system was brimming with confidence. If I truly encounter misfortune, will you protect me? I will mourn for you. Then what use are you? The typically arduous professional class seemed to fly by today. Mu Xiaozhao was utterly unprepared. hoping the bell would ring later. But the dismissal bell rang mercilessly, shattering all her fantasies. With a gentle chime, Yushi rose from her seat, waving to her companion before heading towards the forest. She truly intends to go. Mu Xiaozao obediently followed behind, clutching her cat-eared backpack, her disheveled hair veiling her face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she harbored a lingering dread of this small grove. The memories of the original owner lingered in her mind. Each time she ventured into the more secluded areas of the campus, unbidden recollections of past bullying would resurface. However, this was a burden she had kept to herself, never uttering a word to anyone. The entrance to the grove stood quietly ahead. In truth, to call a forest was a stretch. It merely encompassed a few hundred square meters, a modest green space within the school. A few camphor trees surrounded the stone path, their dense, umbrella-like canopies obscuring the azure sky and delicate clouds. At the center stood a small pavilion adorned with azure-gray glazed tiles, its octagonal eaves supported by upright rosewood pillars. Yushi walked ahead, hands clasped behind her back, her silhouette melding into the verdant shade. Yushi, why are we coming to the grove? Mu Xiaozao bunted, unable to contain her curiosity. You'll know once we arrive, Yushi replied, her tone enigmatic. Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, a wave of apprehension washing over her. She sensed that Yushi's demeanor today was peculiar, markedly different from her usual self. As they entered the pavilion, the surrounding air seemed to grow quieter, even the chirping of birds fading into silence, leaving only the soft crunch of leaves beneath their feet. Did you celebrate your birthday last night? Yushi suddenly inquired as they came to a halt. Yes. Mu Xiaozao hesitated, taken aback by Yushi's unexpected question. She looked up, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her smile. My roommates celebrated for me, so we ended up staying out late. Yushi narrowed her eyes slightly, a look of understanding crossing her face. It was evident that Mu Xiaozao had enjoyed her time with her friends. Yet, she had completely forgotten about breakfast in the midst of all the excitement. I'm Sully. I truly didn't mean to forget. Come here. Yushi abruptly lifted her hand, resting it on Mu Xiaozao's shoulder, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What are you doing? Outdoors in the grove? The thoughts of the girl were tangled with confusion and hesitation. No, this was not the time for such musings. She refrained from resisting, closing her eyes in quiet anticipation of Yushi's next move. Then, she felt Yushi's fingers delicately parting her silver hair. Your hair is quite messy. You didn't comb it this morning, did you? The silk-like strands flowed through Yushi's fingers. At some point, she had retrieved a black satin ribbon and stood behind Mu Xiaozao, beginning to braid her hair. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback. Don't move. Okay. Yushi's fingers glided over her scalp, meticulously smoothing the unruly strands, and then, adhering to Mu Xiaozao's usual style, she tied her hair into two low pigtails. Next, she motioned for Mu Xiaozao to turn around, presenting her with a small mirror. How does it look? Mu Xiaozao gazed at her reflection. It looks really beautiful. Her bangs lay flat, and the braids were symmetrical. When it came to hairstyling, it was evident that Yushi's skills surpassed Mu Xiaozao's own. Yet, Mu Xiaozao couldn't shake the feeling that the lace pink ribbons tied at the sides were a tad too adorable, not something one would expect from Yushi. Yushi adjusted the positions of the ribbons before finally releasing her hold, satisfied with her work. These ribbons are a gift for you, to make up for yesterday. Happy birthday, Mu Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozao was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her reflection in the mirror as a rush of complex emotions welled within her. She had not anticipated that she would remember her birthday, let alone prepare a gift. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her fingers unconsciously brushed against the satin ribbons, their texture soft and delicate. Thank you, Yushi. Mu Xiaozao murmured softly. Yushi offered no reply, merely nodding slightly, her expression serene as a still pond. But Yushi, how did you remember my birthday? Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but inquire. After a brief silence, Yushi responded, I just happen to know. All right. Mu Xiaozao sensed a hint of evasiveness in Yushi's answer, but dared not press further. A hush fell over the pavilion. At that moment, Mu Xiaozao's phone rang. Oh, it's my roommate. She cast an apologetic glance at you, before answering. Xiaozao, where are you? Hurry back to the dorm. Oh, what's the matter? We're buying group tickets for the amusement park. We're free this weekend. Let us go have some fun. An amusement park? Huh? Yes. There's a new Ferris wheel, the largest in the city. It's supposed to be a signature attraction. You'll definitely love it. I understand. Although Xiaozao wasn't particularly interested in amusement rides, she felt compelled to accept her roommate's enthusiastic invitation. After deliberating, she decided to agree. I'm sorry. My roommate called me back to the dorm for something. After hanging up, she looked at Yushi and said, I may have to leave. Yushi's eyelashes fluttered gently. That's all right. She watched as the silver-haired girl quickened her pace, hurrying back toward the dormitory. As the footsteps faded, a soft click echoed through the serene grove. 41. She's a monster named Love. I like you. I like you so much. Every cell in my body screams. I like you. On the screen, a beautiful actress wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom as she rushed to embrace the male lead, as if she might faint in his arms at any moment. Outside the screen, Yushi pressed her fingertips down, then elegantly lifted them. In the comment section of the drama, a new one-star review appeared. Yushi frowned momentarily, pressing her temples, then slouched lazily on the sofa. What childish lines, she muttered softly. No matter how many romantic dramas she watched, Yushi could never grasp the notion of love as portrayed on screen. What is love? Is it empty gifts? Tedious monologues? If simply uttering I like you and going out for a date, indulging in some physical needs, could be deemed love, then the very concept of romance seemed rather dull. In the end, love was not nearly as grand as literary works depicted. It was merely the desire to possess what one wished for and derive pleasure from it. If one could comprehend this essence, wouldn't everything be much simpler? She pushed her phone to the center of the coffee table, her peripheral vision catching sight of a metal box nearby. Inside lay an untidy assortment of countless satin ribbons, solid colors, polka dots, checkered patterns. Various styles and designs piled together like a small mountain in a wholesale goods store. She casually picked one up, deftly tying it into a bow and holding it under the bright light. This won't do. The pink ones suit her much better. Yushi murmured to herself, her eyes narrowing slightly. In truth, she had known about Xiaozao's birthday long before. The gift had been in the works for over a week. First, she decided on a practical item that could be used often and showcased to others, hair accessories. Then, she meticulously selected the ribbon style. Xiaozao's hair was a cool-toned silver white, cascading down to her waist with a luxuriously smooth texture, excluding overly bright reds and vivid yellows, as well as mature floral patterns and ripples. The ultimate selection that emerged victorious was a pink satin ribbon adorned with lace edges, a gift rendered entirely perfect. However, presenting it directly to the recipient was not in Yushi's nature. If she were to unveil her intentions as plainly as a soap opera character, her gift would inevitably blend with those of Xiaozao's other friends, and her well wishes would merely echo countless other generic birthday greetings. Yushi detested being a mere replica. She could only be the special one. She first feigned forgetfulness regarding Mu's birthday, requesting her to fetch breakfast. When Xiaozao found herself in a moment of melancholy, Yushi would orchestrate a surprise. Retrieving the ribbon from its iron box, a subtle smile graced her lips, as the juxtaposition of negative and positive emotions would create a profound impact. Of course, this approach would not necessarily endear her to the other party. Yet, Yushi had no desire to forge a friendship with Xiaozao. She merely wished to occupy a more significant space in her heart. Yushi was uncertain whether this sentiment constituted love. Nevertheless, she discovered pleasure in the endeavor and relished the pursuit. The notion of having Xiaozao think solely of her was undeniably enticing. Rising from her seat, Yushi ambled to the window of her rented room, gazing through the sliding panes at the bustling marketplace below. A throng of pedestrians moved in a vibrant tapestry of expressions, each engaged in their own pursuits. This area, a village within the city, resonated with the lively calls of vendors, and if she were to open the window, the mingled aromas of various barbecue stalls would waft in. At times, Yushi perceived this window as a kaleidoscope, showcasing an ever-changing panorama. She observed the world through the glass. pondering what Mu Xiaozao might be doing at that very moment. The image of the silver-haired girl surfaced in her mind, her cherubic smile enchanting. Before she knew it, Friday had arrived. Mu Xiaozao indeed appeared eager about her weekend outing with her roommates, even seeming somewhat distracted during class. Yushi noticed her being called upon by the teacher. Upon hearing her name, the silver-haired girl sprang to life, frantically flipping through her notes and babbling incoherently. Only after she concluded did she realize that the book she held was not relevant to the subject matter. The teacher's expression darkened, inciting a wave of laughter from the class. Mu Xiaozao, her face flushed, sank into her seat, nearly wishing to vanish into the ground. Si liga, iu si mumut, unable to suppress her laughter. After class, Yushi gathered her books and glanced toward Mu Xiaozao's direction. The petite girl was hurriedly stuffing her belongings into her bag, still sporting the rosy hue of embarrassment from earlier. Yushi's lips curved upward, ready to invite her for a meal, only to see Mu Xiaozao dash toward the classroom exit, her roommates waiting for her outside. There they stood, familiar figures beckoning her with enthusiasm. One girl called out, "Xiaozao, hurry! We're heading to the supermarket for snacks for our trip." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaozao's face lit up with a sweet smile, akin to a little bird taking flight towards them. The group of girls converged, chattering joyfully as they made their way to the supermarket, the atmosphere light and carefree. Yushi paused, her intended words dissipating like dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the strap of her bag as an inexplicable urge surged within her to follow. This thought tugged at her nerves gently. Without a second thought, Yushi stepped forward, trailing them from a distance, her movements as silent as a cat, her gaze fixated on Mu Xiaozao's silhouette. The silver strands of her hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, swaying with her every motion like a stream of moonlight. Before long, they entered the campus supermarket. Yushi hesitated at the entrance, but ultimately ventured inside. The store bustled with activity, shelves brimming with an array of enticing products. Mu Xiaozao and her roommates pushed a shopping cart, selecting snacks while discussing their plans for the next day. "Xiaozao, do you prefer chips or cookies?" a bespectacled girl asked, holding up a bag of chips with a smile. "I'm fine with either, but if it's chips, I prefer barbecue flavor," Mu Xiaozao replied, her eyes sparkling. "Then let us grab this. And how about some juice?" "Sound great." Yushi stood nearby, feigning interest in the merchandise. Her ears perked up to catch every word they exchanged. Through the gaps between drink bottles, she occasionally stole glances at Mu Xiaozao, mentally noting the items she selected: pomegranate juice, barbecue chips, pudding. Pudding was put back. Just then, Mu Xiaozao suddenly turned her head, her gaze sweeping across the shelves and seemingly landing in Yushi's direction. Yushi's heart raced. She quickly lowered her head, feigning concentration on the product in her hands. Her heartbeat quickened, her palms slightly sweating, fearful of being discovered following Mu Xiaozao. Fortunately, the silver-haired girl seemed oblivious and soon resumed her shopping with her friends. Yushi exhaled in relief, yet a wave of disappointment washed over her, leaving her feeling somewhat disconsolate. Clang! A bottle of cola tumbled from a shelf, and Yushi instinctively reached out to catch it, the can landing perfectly in her grasp. With a sigh, she placed the cola back on the shelf. At that moment, her gaze shifted slightly. Opposite her stood another familiar figure, not looking at her, but, like Yushi, observing Mu Xiaozao. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaozao pushed the shopping cart down the spacious aisle, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the snacks on the shelves. The campus supermarket, strategically located at the center of the school, was adjacent to the teaching buildings and dormitories, making it exceptionally convenient. Brightly lit and neatly organized, the store offered a plethora of products, ranging from snacks and beverages to study supplies and essential commodities. Having acquired a substantial amount of food and drink, Mu Xiaozao's cart overflowed with a delightful assortment of snacks. "You really do love snacks, Xiaozao. You've bought the most among us," remarked Zhanghua, tossing a box of chips into the cart. "Snacking lifts my spirits," Mu Xiaozao replied with a blink, her cart now brimming with a variety of treats, enough to last several days. Yet, as a foodie, she couldn't bring herself to return a single item to the shelf, fully aware she had taken more than necessary. I concur. Every time I eat spicy strips, my mood improves, Shen Wanjia chimed in, draping an arm around Mu Xiaozhao's shoulders. Spicy strips? Zhao Mingming leaned lazily against the shopping cart, stifling a yawn. Are you sure you're not consuming something substandard? Hey, spicy strips are the epitome of deliciousness. Shen Wanjia retorted defiantly. You don't understand. They're the very soul of humanity. If you indulge and end up with a face full of acne, you'll regret it, Zhao Mingming quipped. You're the one who LL breakout. Oomph. I'll buy 2 bags, one for myself, and the other also for myself. All right, you two, enough with the bickering, Zhanghua interjected with a laugh. Hurry up. Once we finish shopping, we can head to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, not far off, Mu Xiaozhao remained detached from the banter. She picked up a box of chocolates, sneaking a glance at the price while silently calculating her remaining food budget for the month. I swear this is the last item. Hazelnut-filled white chocolate, 25 per box? Oh well, if I must indulge, then indulge I shall. She gritted her teeth and placed the chocolate into her shopping cart, reasoning that they would be engaging in activities over the weekend that would demand considerable energy. Just then, Mu Xiaozhao suddenly felt a gaze piercing through her from the other side of the shelf. Instinctively, she turned her head, but was met only with rows of beverage bottles. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. A sense of unease crept into her heart, prompting her to quicken her pace in an effort to shake off the feeling of being watched. Yet, no matter which corner she turned, that gaze clung to her like a shadow, relentlessly following her. How peculiar! Who could it be? Mu Xiaozhao found herself glancing back repeatedly, but each time she saw nothing but a throng of students bustling about the supermarket, each engrossed in their own selections, seemingly oblivious to her presence. The sensation of being observed grew ever stronger, as if an invisible pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, silently monitoring her every move. Xiaozhao, what's wrong? Zhang Guan noticed her discomfort and approached with concern. It's nothing. Mu Xiaozhao managed a faint smile, lowering her voice. I just feel like someone is watching me. Watching you? Zhang Guan raised an eyebrow, scanning their surroundings. Who could it be? It wouldn't happen to be some boy with a crush on you, would it? Stop joking. Mu Xiaozhao gently pushed her away. I genuinely feel something is off. You're just being overly sensitive, Shen Wanjia chimed in, munching on a sample of spicy snack. With so many people in the supermarket, it's only natural that some would glance your way. Exactly, don't overthink it, love. Let us finish shopping and grab a bite. I'm starving. Zhao Mingming leaned against the cart, yawning. Mu Xiaozhao nodded in agreement, yet her gaze remained darting toward the rear of the store. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the cart and hastily moved toward the checkout counter. Then, abruptly, she turned around, utilizing the mirror on the shelf. Her peripheral vision caught a fleeting silhouette behind the ice cream freezer at the end of the aisle. It was someone clad in a gray coat, the brim of their hat pulled low, obscuring their features. She could only discern it was a girl by her posture. Who could this person be? Mu Xiaozhao furrowed her brow, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet the name eluded her. Zhanghua, wait for me, I'll be back shortly. Hey Xiaozao, where are you going? Xiaozao. She had no intention of letting the person escape. In a swift motion, Mu Xiaozhao abandoned her cart and headed toward the ice cream freezer. The observer clearly realized they had been discovered. Trembling slightly, they crouched low and swiftly bolted from their position. Hey, stop! Mu Xiaozhao took off running, her footsteps echoing rapidly against the supermarket's tiled floor. She focused intently on the gray figure ahead, who was evidently quickening their pace in an attempt to evade her pursuit. Suddenly, the figure made a sharp turn, attempting to navigate around a shelf brimming with beverages. However, in their haste, they collided with the edge of the shelf. Several bottles wobbled precariously before plummeting to the ground. Crash! 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 The sound of shattering glass reverberated throughout the supermarket, drawing the attention of nearby students. Mu Xiaozhao was startled by the sudden noise, but she pressed on, seizing the moment of distraction to close the distance. Don't run. Just a foot away. Mu Xiaozhao reached out, yearning to grasp her. Unfortunately, the figure evaded her by twisting away, causing Mu Xiaozhao to stumble and nearly fall herself. The observer cast a glance back at her, hurriedly lowering the brim of their hat, attempting to escape through another exit. Mu Xiaozao would not grant her that opportunity. She quickly regained her footing and continued the chase. Just as they were about to burst through the supermarket's exit, the figures suddenly tripped, as if caught by an unseen force. Ah, she screamed, losing her balance and crashing to the ground, the gray cap flying several meters away. At that moment, Mu Xiaozao pushed through the queue at the checkout, emerging from the crowd. "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" She panted, directing her question at the fallen figure and inadvertently looking up. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. You she? Why had she encountered her here? Yushi offered a soft smile, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear, then withdrew her foot from beneath the fallen observer. It was she who had stood there moments ago, lifting her leg to trip the observer. Yushi found the scene of the fall particularly amusing. "What a coincidence, Mu classmate. Are you here at the supermarket too?" She asked casually. "What a coincidence. No, this isn't the time for idle chatter." Mu Xiaozao knelt beside the girl on the ground, gently patting her shoulder. The girl paid her no mind, merely attempting to steady her heavy breathing to alleviate her anxiety. Noting the lack of response, Mu Xiaozao turned the girl over. She did not resist. "Tian, are you Tianzi?" Upon recognizing her face, Mu Xiaozao exclaimed in astonishment. Tianzi's eyes flickered uncertainly, clearly caught off guard by Mu Xiaozhao's pursuit. She attempted to rise and flee, but it was too late. Mu Xiaozhao firmly grasped her wrist. "Tianzi, why were you stalking me? What do you want?" Yushi stood to the side, arms crossed, observing the scene with keen interest, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, as if finding the unexpected drama entertaining. "Tianzi, following others is not a commendable habit. Care to explain?" Yushi remarked. Faced with pressure from both sides, Tianzi's expression darkened further. "Who is following you? I came to the supermarket to stalk you? How ridiculous. But just now you clearly what? Are you paranoid? Just because you're at the supermarket doesn't mean I can't be here." It seemed that Tianzi would rather die than admit to her peeping. However, Mu Xiaozhao sensed something amiss. In her memory, Tianzi was typically more brash. Yet today she appeared unusually flustered, as if engaged in some illicit activity. Was it possible that Songzhuozhua had sent her? Could it be that the leader had not entirely relinquished the idea of making her a lackey? Yet if that were the case, why the clandestine following? A myriad of speculations swirled in Mu Xiaozhao's mind. She sought to interrogate Tianzi further, but Tianzi had already taken advantage of her distraction to stand up. "Just you wait, I'll settle the score with you two another day." Tianzi shot a glare at Mu Xiaozhao, and Yushi, hands plunged into the pockets of her coat, striding toward the exit. "She has gone? Following and spying. How perverse," Yushi remarked with a chuckle, watching Tianzi depart. "Mu classmate, are you sure you won't let her go just like that?" "Well, she refused to say anything," Mu Xiaozhao replied, lowering her head, feeling something was amiss. Suddenly, she turned to Yushi. "By the way, Yushi, how did you notice Tianzi was following me?" The smile faded from Yushi's face. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Just then, Zhang Guo, Shen Wanjia, and Zhao Mingming rushed over. "Xiaozhao, what happened? Why did you suddenly run off?" Zhang Guo asked, breathless. Mu Xiaozhao paused, pondering for a moment, deciding it unnecessary to divulge the details of Tianzi's stalking. After all, this was her own affair, and she did not wish to dampen her roommate's spirits for the outing. "I approached Yushi simply because I saw her here, eager for a chat, haha." She was giving Yushi all sorts of signals. Chatting? Well, the conversation has already concluded. Yushi graciously allowed her reasoning to fade, suggesting they continue with their activities while she refrained from intruding further. However, fate had other plans. In the cafeteria, Mu Xiaozhao unexpectedly crossed paths with Yushi once more. Mu Xiaozhao was walking alongside a few roommates, her tray laden with an astonishingly generous lunch, encompassing everything from steak and noodles to drinks. In stark contrast, Yushi approached with only vegetables, rice, and a cup of lemon juice on her tray. "Yushi, what a coincidence." Coincidence? One might call it anything, but Yushi thought, casting a casual glance at Mu Xiaozhao's tray, her expression subtly shifting. "Don't look at me like that. I'm petite. I need to eat more to grow, Mu Xiaozao retorted, displeased as she pulled her tray slightly back. I didn't say anything, Yushi chuckled awkwardly. Xiaozao, come on, there's a seat over here. Mu Xiaozao turned to see her roommates had already secured a spot for her, and she gave Yushi a slight nod. Yushi, my roommates are waiting for me. I'll head over now. Okay, Yushi responded, her face betraying no emotion, joining Zhonghua and the others. Mu Xiaozao took her designated seat, happily picking up her utensils. Her roommates had already begun to eat and chat, having been famished after an exhausting trip to the supermarket. Particularly, Shen Wanjia devoured her food with abandon, lacking any semblance of ladylike decorum. Meng Meng, do you have any updates on that handsome guy's WeChat? None. Seeing him towering at nearly 2 meters with a WeChat avatar of an anime, Loli made me too intimidated to add him. What is wrong with an anime Loli? What is wrong with our second dimension? Shen Wanjia exclaimed. Why the rush, huh? Hey, give me back my grilled meat. Hand it over. Mu Xiaozao paid little attention to her roommate's banter. As she picked up a piece of rib to eat, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Yushi. The dark-haired girl sat alone with her tray, making her way to a window seat bathed in light. Mu Xiaozao recalled this spot as the very one where she had first sought Yushi's company. From this angle, Yushi's eating posture appeared beautifully graceful. Her lashes were long, her nose elegantly defined, and her lips subtly curved. Her black hair cascaded casually over one shoulder, and her expression bore an air of detachment. Suddenly, Mu Xiaozao pondered a different question. Does Yushi have friends? Whether in class, at meals, or participating in clubs, Yushi always seemed solitary, as if isolated from her surroundings. This solitary demeanor stirred something within her. I'm sorry, ah. Mu Xiaozao abruptly lifted her untouched lunch and stood up. Xiaozao, what is wrong? Her roommates paused their discussion, looking up at her in unison. I want to go have lunch with Yushi. I have some things I'd like to talk about. Mu Xiaozao forced a smile, though her heart wasn't in it. In truth, she had no particular topic to discuss. She simply felt a pang of empathy for you, she sitting alone by the window. Oh, the friend from your class? Go on, go on. Shen Wanjia waved her hand graciously. Xiaozao and her friend seemed quite close. Could there be a story there? Zhao Mingming mused, resting her chin on her hands and smiling at Mu Xiaozao's departing figure. Thus, Mu Xiaozao carried her lunch tray across the cafeteria aisle. With a soft thud, she placed her tray on the seat opposite Yushi and took a seat, striving to appear nonchalant. I thought I'd join you for lunch. Yushi paused in her eating. Mu classmate. You wouldn't happen to genuinely be fond of that lemon tomato from last time, would you? Mu Xiaozao's peripheral vision caught sight of the lemon juice and cherry tomatoes in front of Yushi, instantly recalling the tangy flavor. She quickly shook her head. How could that be? Why bring that up? Because if that is not the reason, I can't fathom why you would abandon your roommates to seek me out. Yushi replied. Mu Xiaozao forced a laugh, her lips twitching. Couldn't tea. It'd simply be that I wanted to eat with you. I noticed you're always alone. Eat with me. Yushi seemed taken aback, yet quickly regained her composure. Mu classmate, you appear to have misunderstood me. Misunderstood? I choose to be alone, Yushi explained. I'm more accustomed to solitude. Too many people only create noise, which is why I prefer not to accompany others. So, she revels in solitude. Mu Xiaozao was left speechless. Why act upon misguided sentiments? Attempting kindness only to fail? Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. You should return to your roommates. Mu Xiaozao anticipated Yuxi's next words, a sense of disappointment washing over her. However, Yushi did not follow the expected script. But, Mu classmate, I advise you to think twice about seeking me out for lunch. Yushi speared a cherry tomato with her fork, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Mu Xiaozao's face. Because if I end up clinging to you, you may find it difficult to return to that side. What did that mean? Mu Xiaozao felt a surge of confusion. Yuxi's words left her perplexed. She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, staring blankly at Yushi. Yet, Yushi continued without further explanation, calmly fixing a cherry tomato on her fork, spinning it around before extending it toward Mu Xiaozao. Make a choice, Mu classmate. Her tone was serious, her gaze penetrating. Return to your roommates, or join me? Mu Xiaozao stared at the unusually vibrant cherry tomato. The bright red juice trickled down the silver fork, dripping onto Yu's pale wrist, reminiscent of a droplet of blood, evoking a certain alluring beauty. Suddenly, she recalled a novel she had read. Vampires, in an effort to suppress their thirst for blood, would substitute tomatoes for blood, as the color of tomato juice closely resembled that of blood. With this thought, Mu Xiaozao felt a slight tightness in her throat, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Under Yu's watchful gaze, she leaned closer to the cherry tomato, her lips parting slightly as her teeth sank into the flesh. The bright red juice burst in her mouth, a wave of tartness enveloping her taste buds. Ah, how sour! Her eyes glistened with moisture. Yet, just as she was about to scrunch her face in distaste, a faint sweetness emerged amidst the sourness, quietly spreading across her tongue. Mu Xiaozao, who typically disliked the acidity of tomatoes, discovered an unexpected sweetness within. This newfound sweetness compelled her to continue tasting, even if it meant enduring more intolerable flavors. In that moment, she realized she may have made a choice, embracing the sweetness while enduring the sourness. Yu's lips curled into a subtle, significant smile, tinged with an unsettling allure. It seems you've chosen me. Her gaze remained fixed on Mu Xiaozao. Now, there is no turning back, Mu classmate. It's just a meal, she said lightly. Let's not make it sound so peculiar. Just a meal? What else could it be? Mu Xiaozao chewed the tomato thoughtfully. Throughout this meal, her mind wandered. It wasn't merely Yu's strange demeanor that distracted her. It was also the unsettling encounter with Tianzi at the supermarket that lingered in her thoughts, especially the flustered look on Tianzi's face, which left Mu Xiaozao with an uneasy sense of suspicion. "Su, my dear classmate," Mu Xiaozao began, "how did you discern that Tianzi was trailing me in the supermarket just now?" Yu set her spoon down and raised her gaze to Mu Xiaozao. "It was nothing particularly special," she replied nonchalantly. "I was merely selecting a beverage near the cold drink cabinet when I noticed Tianzi stealthily following behind you. Her actions were rather conspicuous, making it difficult not to notice." Mu Xiaozao frowned slightly. "But why would she be following me? We have no connection whatsoever." Yu shrugged lightly. "Who knows? Perhaps she harbors a peculiar interest in you, or there might be someone orchestrating her actions from behind the scenes." "Orchestrating from behind the scenes?" Mu Xiaozao paused. "Are you suggesting Songjuzhua?" "That possibility cannot be dismissed," Yu acknowledged. Mu Xiaozao lowered her head, prodding her food with a fork. "On the day of examination month, I had a conflict with Songjuzhua, and now she is following me again. I can't help but feel there is a connection between these two events," she sighed, though I cannot articulate what that connection might be. Yu raised an eyebrow, seemingly deep in thought. "In any case, Yu, do exercise caution. Those individuals are unlikely to let us off easily." "Yes, I understand." The two continued to engage in light conversation before concluding their lunch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Wanjia, Zhao Mingming, and Zhang Hua finished their meal. Noticing that Mu Xiaozao was still engrossed in conversation with Yu, they decided not to interrupt and returned directly to their dormitory. "By the way, what was the name of that girl who had lunch with Xiaozao?" "I'm not sure. I think it was Yu." As Zhao Mingming spoke, she captured the attention of Shen Wanjia and Zhang Hua. Seeing her companion's curiosity piqued, she elaborated. "I heard from a senior in the school's modeling team that the girl is quite beautiful, and several clubs are vying to recruit her. Yet, her demeanor is rather peculiar. No matter how warmly others approach her, she remains indifferent. I wonder how Xiaozao became friends with her." "Beautiful," Shen Wanjia echoed, nodding in agreement. "I must admit, she is indeed quite attractive. Oh, how I wish to be friends with such a beauty." Zhao Mingming clasped her hands to her face, yearning to inquire about her skincare routine and the shade of her lipstick. "Ah, perhaps I should have Xiaozao introduce us." "Makeup? Are you daydreaming again about marrying a male celebrity?" Zhang Hua chuckled. "What is so funny? Isn't there even a minuscule chance?" Shen Wanjia found their banter amusing, but was about to interject when her phone screen suddenly lit up with a new message. Ding! The signal alert chimed, soon followed by identical sound from Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mingming's phones. Ding! Ding! The crisp notifications pierced through the quiet street. prompting the three to exchange bewildered glances before unlocking their devices and opening the chat application. Hey, a stranger added me. How odd. Xiao Mingming frowned, turning her screen towards her friends. Just then, the other two looked up. Me too. I've never seen this profile picture before. There's no note attached. Could it be a scam? I've installed a fraud prevention system. So this kind of amateur scam, 1T fool me. Shun Wanjia scoffed, reaching to decline the request, only to have her hand halted by Xiao Mingming. Wait a moment, darling. Don't you find this a bit peculiar? Peculiar? Let me see your phones. Specifically the friend request page. Shun Wanjia and Zhang Gua exchanged puzzled glances and handed their phones to Xiao Mingming. On their screens, the same friend request appeared, identical to the one on Xiao Mingming's device. Just as I suspected, we are all being contacted by the same individual. He added all three of us. And since we share a dormitory, it must pertain to something related to it, Xiao Mingming reasoned. That is plausible. Zhang Gua pondered for a moment before nodding. His profile picture appears to be a default one, and the name seems randomly generated. He is likely using a secondary account. Well, in any case, let us see what he intends to do, Shun Wanjia remarked, pressing the button to accept the friend request. As the night, rain poured relentlessly. The meteorological station's latest forecast warned of moderate to heavy rain from Saturday to Sunday in the city. Some areas might experience brief, intense downpours, thunderstorms, and strong winds. Citizens were advised to take precautions, carry rain gear while traveling, avoid lingering in low-lying areas, and ensure their safety. The rain makes the roads slippery. Please drive cautiously and maintain a safe distance. The rhythmic sound of rain pattered against the window, akin to countless fingers gently tapping on the glass. The weather announcer's melodious voice gradually faded, enveloping the entire Tianyu Academy in a shroud of white noise. The distant hills appeared hazy in the rain, and the buildings, washed by the downpour, looked particularly forlorn. Due to Mu Xiaozao leaving her water cup in the club activity room, only 3 individuals remained in the dormitory. What a letdown. No weekend outings, and I bought so many snacks. Shun Wanjia sprawled across her bed, forming a star shape, her eyes lazily glancing out the window. Water streaked down the glass, resembling countless tiny streams cutting the campus scenery into fragments. If this week doesn't work out, we could go next week. After all, the group purchase coupon 1T expire that quickly. Zhang Gua remained optimistic, sitting cross-legged on the lower bunk while scrolling through short videos, occasionally bursting into laughter. After a while, she rubbed her belly and turned to Xiao Mingming, who was silently absorbed in her phone. Mingming, why have you been so quiet? Zhang Gua inquired with concern. The stranger who added us yesterday just messaged me. Oh, what did he say? At this, Shun Wanjia and Zhang Gua perked up, but they noticed Xiao Mingming's lips had turned pale, indicating something was amiss. He just created a group chat for the 3 of us. You should. Check your phones. The 2 exchanged glances and quickly retrieved their devices, opening the chat. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, momentarily brightening the entire dormitory as if it were day. The electric light streamed through the window, casting shadows on the walls, briefly dispelling the darkness. The dormitory was unlit except for that fleeting moment of lightning, revealing the faces of Xiao Mingming, Shun Wanjia, and Zhang Gua. Unknown contact. Jingsa Garden 6310 dormitory. Unknown contact. It's definitely you all, right? The 3 gathered in the center of the dormitory, enveloped in an uneasy atmosphere. Zhang Gua, what do you want by adding us? Unknown contact. Nothing much, just think it's rather pitiful that you've all been deceived. Unknown contact. I'm here to reveal a little truth. Zhang Gua, stop with the cryptic nonsense. Just say what you mean. Unknown contact. Shun Wanjia, look, I understand it's tough in your line of work, but as poor students, we really have no money. I advise you to reconsider your choices. Amitba, JPG, unknown contact. Crazy. Who the hell is trying to scam you for money? Unknown contact. Forget it. I'll be straightforward. Do you truly believe that Mu Xiaozao in your dormitory is the same as she appears outwardly? Zhang Gua, what? Stranger, are you certain that she hasn't been deceiving you all along, while you innocently placed your trust in her? Shen Wanjia, who are you calling naive? You're the simpleton. Your entire family has an IQ of a mere 250. Zhonghua, regardless of your identity, do not attempt to sow discord within our dormitory. Zhao Mingming, exactly. Stranger. Ha ha ha. Disbelief is acceptable. I possess ample evidence to sway your convictions. Stranger, since she currently feigns benevolence before you, allow me to reveal the multitude of vile and sordid acts committed by Mu Xiaozao in the past. The room was dimly lit, the radiance of the phone screen illuminating the three girls' pallid complexions. Tick, tick, tick. Accompanying a series of message notifications, a succession of videos flooded the chat group. These videos, filmed in disparate locations, all featured the same protagonist, Mu Xiaozao. Zhao Mingming's fingers trembled slightly as she initiated the first video. The scene depicted Mu Xiaozao standing in the corner of an old schoolroom, a pair of scissors clutched in her hand. Her gaze was fixed, devoid of emotion, upon a girl huddled on the floor. The girl's face was contorted with terror as she desperately shielded her hair, yet Mu Xiaozao unflinchingly snipped off a lock. Is this Xiaozao? Zhao Mingming's voice quivered as she stared intently at the screen, unable to reconcile what she was witnessing. Shen Wanjia activated another video. This one was filmed on the rooftop. Mu Xiaozao, brandishing a glass bottle, advanced upon a frail girl. The girl, backed against the railing, clung to it, as if on the verge of plummeting from the precipice. Mu Xiaozao continued her advance, the glass bottle glinting ominously in the incandescent light. Ultimately, she shattered the bottle before the girl, muttered something inaudible, and then turned and departed, leaving the girl sobbing on the ground. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be Xiaozao. Shen Wanjia's voice wavered with disbelief as her fingers clenched her phone, her knuckles turning white. The subsequent videos followed a similar pattern, dousing with cold water, cutting school uniforms, branding skin with cigarette butts. The silver-haired girl executed these acts with a blank expression, impervious to the pleas of her victims. What is happening? Even Zhonghua, usually the most composed, could no longer remain seated. Silence descended upon the dormitory, broken only by the sound of rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. The three girls sat in stunned silence, their faces reflecting mutual bewilderment. Are these videos authentic? Zhao Mingming inquired in a hushed, helpless tone. No, I refuse to believe it. How could Xiaozao be capable of such things? Shen Wanjia's eyes were filled with conflict and anguish. However, these videos appear genuine. Zhonghua's voice was grave as her fingers scrolled across the screen, seeking any sign of fabrication. Yet, her experience suggested that the videos were indeed captured live. The clarity in the subject's expressions made it highly improbable that they were AI-generated fakes. Just then, the stranger sent another message. Stranger, so, do you believe me now? Stranger, your good friend Mu Xiaozao is actually a habitual bully who has been masquerading as a victim to elicit your sympathy. Stranger, the reason I'm sending you this is simple. I, too, was deceived by her, using the same tactics. No. Xiaozao must be innocent, Shen Wanjia exclaimed, but her words were drowned out by an even louder clap of thunder outside the window. Zhao Mingming covered her ears in fright, her eyes welling up with tears. Zhonghua, however, remained fixated on the text and videos. Zhonghua, I've seen everything you've sent, but I still have one question. How did you obtain these videos? After a moment, she realized that the stranger wasn't responding. The number of participants in the group chat had inexplicably decreased by one. Zhonghua hastily opened a private chat with the stranger, only to be met with a red exclamation mark. The stranger had already deleted all three of them. 46. Dormitory quarrel. The atmosphere in the dormitory was oppressively heavy. Outside, torrential rain poured down, and layers upon layers of dark clouds obscured the sky. Distant thunder rumbled, and nearby, a bolt of lightning illuminated the earth with an eerie, ghastly light. The three girls sat huddled together, the cold light from their phone screens illuminating their pale faces, their eyes reflecting shock, confusion, and a hint of unease. How is this possible? Zhao Mingming's voice trembled, her fingers barely able to grip her phone. She replayed the videos repeatedly, as if trying to find some flaw on the screen. Xiaozao, how could she be this kind of person? She's always been so kind to us. How could she? I don't believe it either. Shen Wanjia suddenly raised her head. Xiaozao is so innocent and pure. These videos must be fake. Someone must be deliberately framing her. Zhonghua remained silent, her gaze still fixed on the phone screen, her fingers unconsciously scrolling through the chat logs. But these videos don't seem fake. Her brow furrowed, a complex expression in her eyes. A thought was forming in her mind, and Zhonghua's fingers unconsciously pressed into her palm. The other two girls froze, turning to her, waiting for her to continue. Thinking back, don't you think Xiaozao has been acting strangely? Zhonghua's tone was calm, but anyone could tell that she was restraining herself. She used to keep her distance from us, but one day, she suddenly changed, becoming much more lively and cheerful. Why? What happened to her? Xiaozao never mentioned anything to us, and it seems like she had some pretty big conflicts with Song Zhuozhuo and the others. Zhonghua, are you suggesting? I want to believe her too. But bullies are masters of disguise. I've seen their true colors. Xiaozao might have been ostracized by her original group, which is why she suddenly changed her attitude towards us. As she spoke, Zhonghua suddenly extended her arm to the other two girls and slowly rolled up her sleeve with her other hand, revealing a dark red, centipede-shaped scar. Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mingming were taken aback. They exchanged glances before giving Zhonghua a look of sympathy. You both know about the scar on my arm. It was actually left in a similar way to what's shown in the videos. I don't want to go into the details. Zhonghua's tone turned heavy. In short, if these videos are real, I can't pretend that nothing happened. I know all too well how they use feigned kindness to deceive others, and then exploit them until there's nothing left. Are you saying we should suspect Xiaozao? She's our roommate. Shen Wanjia's voice suddenly rose. Yeah, if we misunderstood Xiaozao, she would be so hurt. Zhao Mingming said in a weak voice. That's why we need to find out. Zhonghua's tone became firm. We can't just blindly believe, and we can't just blindly suspect. We need to ask Xiaozao and get to the bottom of this. Why make such a fuss? Xiaozao is treating us pretty well now. So, Shen Wanjia, you want to turn a blind eye to the videos? Continue to act like everything is normal and pretend you don't know anything? I didn't say that. Stop arguing. Zhao Mingming suddenly stood up. Enough. Don't argue about this. Xiaozao, she's coming back soon. Zhonghua looked at them, her heart also filled with conflict and pain. She knew that she couldn't fully accept this reality either. But her reason told her that this matter couldn't just be swept under the rug. The dreary sound of rain reverberated within the dormitory, akin to an invisible curtain enveloping the three individuals tightly. The air seemed to have solidified, making even breathing feel laborious. Zhao Mingming appeared to be fixated on the screen, though perhaps she was not truly seeing anything at all. Shen Wanjia kept her head bowed, her hands clenched tightly together, her lips pressed into a thin line. Zhonghua leaned against the bedside, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window. None of them spoke. They simply sat in silence, as if uttering a word might shatter a fragile equilibrium. On the other side of the door, a girl in a gray duckbill cap leaned against the wall, clutching her phone. The chat interface lingered on a recently exited group chat. A default avatar within the screen bore an uncanny resemblance to a stranger Zhonghua and the others had encountered earlier. Tianzi could hardly suppress a smirk at the corners of her mouth. She had overheard the quarrel in the dormitory, the doubts cast by her roommates upon Mu Xiaozao, and everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. She was now eager to witness the anguish on Mu Xiaozhao's face. Look, Mu Xiaozhao, since Sister Song won't take action against you, I shall ensure you taste suffering. Don't think you can escape our grasp. Tianzi had her own schemes brewing in her mind. Once upon a time, Mu Xiaozhao had joined Song Zhuozhuo's little clique out of a desire to avoid solitude in class. Now, however, with her sudden change in temperament, her learned defiance, and her voluntary departure from Song Zhuozhuo, Tianzi reasoned that there could only be one explanation. Mu Xiaozhao had found a new circle of friends. After several days of observation, Tianzi was convinced that this new group comprised Mu Xiaozhao's roommates. With these companions, that little brat dared to sever ties with them and had grown rather self-important. Tianzi had to dismantle this newfound refuge. She intended to make Mu Xiaozhao aware that once her secrets lay in another's hands, she could no longer live freely. Only by learning to bow low before her could Mu Xiaozhao reclaim her rightful place, the one where she could be bullied by anyone if she wished to remain in this school. Suddenly, A series of footsteps shattered the silence. The sound, though not loud, resonated with unusual clarity in the tranquil dormitory corridor. "Who is it?" Tianzi gasped, hastily pulling her hat brim low as she rose from the floor. She quickly scanned her surroundings for a place to conceal herself. However, the corridor was desolate, with only a few closed dormitory doors. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself. The footsteps drew nearer. Tianzi recognized she had no time to hesitate. She swiftly turned, covering her face with her hat, gritting her teeth, and made her way toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Mu Xiaozao appeared around the corner of the staircase. She had just returned from outside, her shoes soaked through, and her wet umbrella dripped water onto the floor. Alas, such heavy rain. Had she known, she would not have ventured out. Mu Xiaozao muttered to herself as she walked. Suddenly, she noticed a peculiar girl standing before her. Before Mu Xiaozao could react, the girl brushed past her, hurrying down the hallway like a gust of wind. Mu Xiaozao felt a twinge of familiarity with the figure. Something about her seemed suspicious. Not delving further into her thoughts, Mu Xiaozao reached in her bag to retrieve her keys and unlocked the dormitory door. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, the air was stifling. Utilizing the faint light from outside, Mu Xiaozao could barely discern the environment and noticed that her 3 roommates were seated, their gazes fixed upon her. The torrential rain continued to pour, creating an eerie silence in the room that made Mu Xiaozao uneasy. "Aren't we turning on the lights?" She set down her drenched umbrella. Zhao Mingming lifted her head, about to speak, but then swallowed her words. Shen Wanjia silently hugged her knees. "What on earth is wrong with you all?" In this strange atmosphere, Mu Xiaozhao's smile faded. She glanced at her roommates, confusion clouding her expression. "Xiaozao, we have some questions to ask you." Finally, Zhonghua broke the silence. Her voice was calm, yet carried an imperceptible chill. Mu Xiaozhao hesitated, replying, "Sure, go ahead and ask." Zhonghua picked up her phone, the screen displaying a video. She handed the phone to Mu Xiaozhao. "Take a look at this first." Mu Xiaozhao accepted the phone, lowering her gaze to the screen. In an instant, her pupils dilated, and her head spun as she nearly lost her balance. The video depicted a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, coldly tormenting another girl, leaving lipstick marks and crisscross patterns on the victim's school uniform. As she scrolled further, there were scenes of hair being cut, followed by cold water being splashed. Memories surged within Mu Xiaozhao's mind. These heinous acts were all committed by the original owner under the coercion of Song Zhuazhua. "Xiaozhao, I do not wish to doubt you. I merely seek your response to this question." Zhonghua rose, walking solemnly to face Mu Xiaozhao. "You are our friend, so whatever you say, we will believe you. Well, as long as you tell the truth." At that moment, Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mingming, seated on either side, also turned their attention toward her. The oppressive atmosphere made Mu Xiaozhao involuntarily step back, her back pressing against the cold door. Yet she steadied her breath, maintaining her gaze. "Is this person in the video truly you?" The rain intensified, but Zhonghua's voice rang out clear. "Wait, what is happening? Who recorded these videos? And who sent them to her roommates?" In the original owner's recollection, there had been no one with a camera during those illicit encounters. Yet the events were all captured, with only her face visible. It felt like a meticulously orchestrated frame-up. However, identifying the perpetrator or the source of the video was not the immediate concern. The pressing issue was how to explain her situation to her roommates. Mu Xiaozhao's mind was in turmoil. You didn't do this, did you?" "Xiaozhao." Zhao Mingming weakly tugged at her sleeve. Her words tinged with a certain hope. Mu Xiaozhao bit her lip, lowering her head. Of course, it was not her doing. It was that of the original owner. Yet she could not divulge the truth of her crossing over, nor could she undo the wrongs already committed. She sensed that her roommates, while eager to trust her, had already begun to harbor seeds of doubt, especially when she caught Zhonghua's cold gaze, which seemed to have already concluded that Mu Xiaozhao was the culprit. Sigh. She breathed a soft sigh. There was no way out of this. Even if she denied it now, it would only appear as an attempt to cover her tracks in the eyes of others. It would be better to lay everything bare and clarify the sequence of events. As for whether they believed her, that was their concern. Her roommates waited expectantly, 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Finally, Mu Xiaozao broke the silence. It was me, she replied calmly, but that was all in the past. I was coerced by Song Zhuozhua and had no choice but to comply, thus committing those acts. Now, I have severed ties with them. As her words fell, the air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhao Mingming's expression dimmed instantly. She released her grip on Mu Xiaozhao's sleeve, her lips trembling. But Xiaozhao, that's enough, Mu Xiaozhao. Zhanghua interrupted, her emotions rising. When she looked at Mu Xiaozhao again, her eyes were laced with hostility. Coercion? No choice. Mu Xiaozhao, do you know what one of the most common excuses is when gang offenders are brought into the interrogation room? I was compelled. I didn't want to do it. They made me do it. Everyone attempts to exonerate themselves with such justifications. If the interrogator, in their benevolence, believes them, what of the victims? Are they to suffer in vain? Mu Xiaozhao's heart plummeted. She knew Zhanghua to be righteous, always championing the cause of the underdog. She recalled Zhanghua being the first to step forward and shield her when Song Zhuozhua sought to cause her trouble. Yet now, Zhanghua's skepticism struck her like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the core. Zhanghua, Mu Xiaozhao attempted to explain. Say no more. Zhanghua's voice was resolute. Every frame in that video is crystal clear. Mu Xiaozhao, we were once friends, but the cornerstone of friendship is trust. I can no longer trust you. Mu Xiaozhao opened her mouth, only to find herself without a rebuttal. How had matters taken such a turn? She bit down on her lower lip with increasing force, inadvertently drawing blood. The metallic tang filled her mouth unnoticed. Calm yourself, Zhanghua, Shun Wanjia interjected. I am aware of the unfortunate events you've experienced in the past, but you're being too emotionally driven at the moment. Yes, let's all reflect on this. Before we discuss it further, Zhao Mingming mumbled from beneath her covers. Silence descended upon the dormitory once more. Though everyone was present, no one spoke. Only the sound of rain mingled with their breathing, creating an oppressive stillness. As she lay in bed, Mu Xiaozhao felt a tightness in her chest, as if ensnared in a dense, inescapable web. She replayed the videos, seeking some clue, some inconsistency. Hey, system, do you know who filmed these videos? Informing host. Your roommates are merely characters more insignificant than supporting roles in this narrative, barely making an appearance at all. Their influence is negligible and will not impede your path to redeeming the villain. Therefore, this meow has not developed any tasks specifically for them. However, 3. If you are particularly concerned about them, this meow will investigate. Suddenly, a Bluetooth file transfer notification appeared on Mu Xiaozhao's phone. Here is the footage from outside the dormitory an hour ago. This meow went to some lengths to acquire it from the surveillance room. Thank you. Mu Xiaozhao opened the file. In the blurred footage, Tianzi appeared suspiciously. She first walked to Mu Xiaozhao's floor, pacing back and forth several times before lingering outside Mu Xiaozhao's door for an extended period. Though her facial expressions were indistinct, Mu Xiaozhao could surmise that Tianzi was intently listening to something. So, the girl I encountered earlier was indeed Tianzi. Does that mean she sent the videos to my roommates? Mu Xiaozhao rolled over in her bed, raising her hand and splaying her fingers towards the ceiling. Well, she certainly hasn't been fond of me lately, even going so far as to provoke me during exams. Yet, obtaining the footage did little to alleviate Mu Xiaozhao's unease. More than proving her innocence, she was troubled by the very fact that her roommates suspected her. She had hoped to find solace and respite in the dormitory, but it seemed things were not as idyllic as she had imagined. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Mu Xiaozhao closed her eyes, her silvery hair cascading across the pillow like a shimmering waterfall. 48. A dream concerning Mu Xiaozhao's demise on that rain-soaked night. Mu Xiaozhao had a long, elaborate dream. She traversed countless epochs, entering a series of ephemeral, illusory worlds, like frames from a film reel, defined by chiaroscuro. The incessant downpour seemed to persist for an eternity. The pattering raindrops coalesced into rivulets, then into mighty rivers, and finally into a vast ocean that submerged Tianyu Academy. And Mu Xiaozhao's frail form plunged into the sea, falling. Her eyes widened in bewilderment as she gazed at the undulating surface of the water. Against the infinitely stretching canvas of grayish blue, countless golden threads, interwoven by sunlight, formed a vast net. "It's clearing up," she murmured, extending her hand, only to trace a feeble arc in the air. Her body continued its inexorable descent, drifting further and further from the surface. Suddenly, she felt a chilling, viscous touch on her back. Startled, Mu Xiaozao turned to see a young girl's hand clutching her shoulder. "I have done nothing wrong." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. It was none other than Mu Xiaozao herself, or, more precisely, the original Mu Xiaozao. "I have done nothing wrong. I have never felt remorse for a single thing I have done." The raspy voice, as if emanating from the abyss, sent shivers down her spine. More and more hands emerged from inky depths of the sea. Were these things? Mu Xiaozhao's face paled as she gritted her teeth and began to struggle desperately. She sought to break free from the darkness and swim towards the sunlit surface. But the hands beneath the water multiplied, grasping her shoulders, hair, and legs. A tremendous force dragged Mu Xiaozhao relentlessly downward. "Damn it! Let me go, whatever you are!" She tried to shout, to summon the system, but no sound escaped her lips. She could only open her mouth wide, emitting a stream of bubbles. As her body was enveloped by the pallid hands, she heard more and more voices, all with the same timbre, yet emanating from every direction, overlapping one another. "Many have erred. My parents, who passed away without adequately caring for me, are at fault. My classmates, who secretly called me gloomy girl, are at fault. Lin Zhuya, who would sulk and ignore me at the slightest provocation, is at fault. The one who is at fault is myself, who is afraid to cry when alone. But I will not atone." In a daze, Mu Xiaozhao was dragged into the depths of the sea, lost to the light, shrouded in darkness. A series of images flashed before her eyes, accompanied by fragments of Mu Xiaozhao's inner monologue, shattered and reassembled. Monologue beginning, I pushed her with my own hands. The thud of that girl's head against the locker sounded like a sack of rotten potatoes hitting the ground. They praised me for doing well, and I knew that I had finally been accepted by them, no longer a pitiful loner. But before that smile could bloom on my face, the ash from Big Sister's cigarette fell on my school uniform collar, burning a small black hole, like an ugly mole. Her eyes held a threat. If I didn't throw that girl's backpack into the toilet tonight, that mole would turn into a fist a foot like the icy, bone-chilling snow that was stuffed into my sweater last winter when I was pinned to the frozen playground. That girl didn't cry today. She just curled up on the ground. Her glasses shattered, one lens smeared with blood. How I wish she would scold me, hit me, or even glare at me. But her eyes were empty and lifeless, passing right through my face as if I were just a puff of air. Was that how she looked at me last year, when they poured cold water on me and forced me to help them copy their self-criticisms? Was I like her, unable to even hate? Late at night, I always dream of the girls I bullied. Sometimes she turns into me, surrounded by a group of people pulling her hair. Sometimes she holds a knife, but the blade is pointed at her own wrist. I rush over to grab it, only to find that I am already holding a bloody blade. Awakening. My pillow is drenched, indistinguishable whether it is cold sweat or tears. Gradually, my emotions have grown numb. Yet, I cannot afford to stop, for I am acutely aware that this is my means of survival. Should I cease, I would revert to that solitary and dampened girl. I am inherently shy, unable to initiate conversations with others, yet I fear the mockery of being alone. I detest darkness, loathe solitude, and abhor the peculiar gazes of others. At least here, in the company of my elder sisters, I possess a sanctuary, do I not? The days of tormenting others are not entirely unbearable. However, a fragment of memory lingers, one I cannot shake off regardless of my efforts. One fateful night, my elder sister instructed me to confine a girl in the restroom. As I closed the door, I noticed the words helped me scrawled on the wall, the edges stained with dried blood. Those letters struck me as hauntingly familiar. I cannot discern whether they were my own or the girl's. Monologue. As the myriad voices gradually faded away, all images dissipated into the darkness. Mu Xiaozhao found her feet submerged in water, adrift in an endless void, when suddenly she felt a young girl embrace her from behind. It was a cold embrace that pierced to the bone. Upon contact, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice cellar, trembling uncontrollably. "Let me go." Mu Xiaozao instinctively attempted to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter the girl held her. Then the girl pressed her lips to Mu Xiaozhao's ear. "Mu Xiaozhao, do you wish to survive in this world?" Her voice mirrored that of Mu Xiaozhao, creating an illusion as if she were listening to her own recording. "Then listen closely. The scars of the past are indelible. In this world, there are 3 individuals who despise you, who wish for your complete disappearance. The first is the second." The voice ebbed and flowed, at times ethereal, at others whispering closely. Mu Xiaozhao could only discern fragments. Yet among them, the one most likely to end your life is the third person. The girl's voice suddenly turned cold, and the arms that had tightly encircled Mu Xiaozhao released her abruptly, as if an invisible bond had been shattered. "Her name is Yushi." The moment the name was uttered, the previously tranquil waters enveloping Mu Xiaozhao churned violently, transforming into a vast, dark vortex. Water surged into her mouth and nose. Ugh! A tremendous force pulled Mu Xiaozhao into the abyss, spiraling her deeper into the cold, chaotic underworld until she was entirely consumed. Then, she jolted awake from the nightmare. 49. Unknowingly, isolated, her heart raced violently, and Mu Xiaozhao's consciousness had yet to fully awaken from the nightmare, her head aching with pressure. She extended her hand from beneath the covers and laboriously rubbed her eyes. The seemingly self-revealing monologues and laments from her dream lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Was that dream real, or merely the product of her own frantic imagination? "The one most likely to kill me is Yushi." Mu Xiaozhao could not dismiss this future possibility. She sensed that this world might be more perilous than she had presumed. The relentless rain outside had yet to cease. It had poured throughout the night, leaving the morning shrouded in a gray haze. The dormitory was eerily quiet, with no one speaking. Each of her 3 roommates absorbed in their own affairs. The previous conversation rested heavily on their hearts, and none dared to disrupt the silence. Mu Xiaozhao slowly sat up, massaging her temples in an attempt to dispel the heaviness in her mind. She descended from her upper bunk, took her seat, and switched on her desk lamp. "It seems the host is rather unhappy. Would you like to explain using that video to your roommates?" I understand." Mu Xiaozhao inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, contemplating that, at this juncture, even if they were to learn of Tianzi's treachery against her, she could not erase the blemishes of the original owner. Those deeds were indeed committed by this very body. Whatever. Life goes on. Meals must be eaten." Mu Xiaozhao stretched her joints, adjusting her posture for greater comfort, and resolved to begin her assignments. She opened her computer and commenced typing. Thanks to her prior efforts and the enhancement of her knowledge attributes, she completed the tasks with relative ease. After finishing one subject, she accessed the English assignments on the Learning Pain app. Group collaboration for the English drama exercise. Wait, another group project? As she read, a hint of frustration washed over her. University group projects were particularly torturous, especially in English class, which seemed to revel in assigning them, leaving everyone in despair. So, whom should she team up with? She had previously partnered with Zhu Yi, but this time, the memory of the red exclamation mark after Lin Zhuye unfriended her flashed in her mind. Not only were her roommates wary of her, but Lin Zhuye had also severed ties. In just a few days, Mu Xiaozhao realized her social circle had crumbled. Even Song Zhuozhua's villainous clique had disbanded. Now, she found herself in a state of utter isolation. Not a single plastic sister remained. How had it come to this? Gazing at the impending deadline of the group assignment, Mu Xiaozhao felt a surge of frustration, relinquishing her hold on the mouse and slumping in her chair. What would the host consider? Teaming up with the female protagonist? Yushi? Right? Yushi's also in her English class. On her last birthday, Yushi had gifted her 2 ribbons, seemingly indicating a slight improvement in their rapport. Perhaps it was worth inviting her. Resolute, Mu Xiaozhao located Yushi's little fox avatar on the list. Just as she opened it, Yushi sent her a message first. Yushi, come to the cat shelter today to help. Yushi, it's raining. The Cat Lovers Association didn't come to refill the food. Mu Xiaozhao's hand, poised to send a group invitation, halted mid-air. After a moment of contemplation, she felt that sending the invitation outright might result in another rejection. as had happened previously. It would be wiser to assist Yushi at the cat shelter first, thereby fostering goodwill before broaching the team up. Thus, she meticulously selected a cute cat emoji and accompanied it with a message. Mu Xiaozao, sure. I was just thinking about visiting the kitties too. Got yas. JPG. Yushi. See you at the cat shelter in 15 minutes. Don't keep me waiting. How cold? Mu Xiaozao quickly glanced at the time. With only 15 minutes left, there was no time to dress up properly. She gathered her thoughts and tied the 2 pink ribbons Yushi had gifted her in her hair, then turned in front of the dormitory mirror. Though she wore a casual, short denim skirt, the flowing lace ribbons did not diminish her cuteness in the slightest. More importantly, seeing herself adorned with her birthday gift might please Yushi. With this thought in mind, Mu Xiaozao tied her shoelaces and hurried out the door. Oh no! I forgot it was still raining. Upon reaching the ground floor and witnessing the drizzling sky, Mu Xiaozao realized she had foolishly left her umbrella behind in the dormitory. Regrettably, there was no time to retrieve it. Yushi's time frame was too tight. If she ran back for the umbrella, she would undoubtedly be late. Fortunately, the rain had gradually lessened by this time. With a determined heart, Mu Xiaozao dashed outside, splashing a trail of water behind her. It's all right. The rain will soon cease. Mu Xiaozao began to console herself. The rain merely intensified for a moment. I'm not a delicate girl. A little rain won't harm me. Yet, the downpour threatened to escalate. Oh no, I'm going to be drenched. Mu Xiaozao raced through the rain, the fine droplets transforming into large beads that pelted her body and face, soaking her clothes and hair. Water trickled down her forehead, blurring her vision. She found herself frequently wiping the rain from her face to see the path ahead. At last, she arrived at the cat shelter. Breathing heavily, Mu Xiaozao leaned against her knees, trying to calm her rapid breaths. When she lifted her head, she was taken aback to find no one around. Where is Yushi? Mu Xiaozao paused, scanning her surroundings to ensure she hadn't gone astray. The door of the cat shelter was firmly shut, devoid of any light or sound. A few cats lounged under the signboard-esque awning, lazily grooming their paws, seemingly indifferent to the sudden downpour. Pulling out her phone, Mu Xiaozao noticed the screen was speckled with raindrops. After wiping the screen, she discovered that Yushi had not sent any new messages. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to text Yushi. I have arrived at the cat shelter. Where are you? After sending the message, she squatted at the door of the shelter, attempting to warm herself. The rain continued to fall. A chill breeze swept through, and cold water dripped from her hair, while droplets from her clothes cascaded down. The cold seeped through the fabric, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Achoo! Mu Xiaozao rubbed her nose, gazing at the puddles on the ground, feeling a bit aggrieved. Could it be that Yushi stirred me up? As time ticked by, Mu Xiaozao's heart sank further. 5 minutes later, she heard a crisp splash. The reflection of the sky in the puddle shattered as a pair of white high-heeled sandals came to a stop before her. Instantly, the rain ceased above her head. She looked up, arms crossed, and saw a sky-blue umbrella shielding her from the rain. Yushi held the umbrella, leaning slightly forward, her gaze fixed upon Mu Xiaozao, her dark hair swaying in the wind. How troublesome, she said, brushing the rainwater from Mu Xiaozao's face. In this weather, the clever cats have all sought refuge, leaving only the foolish ones to brave the rain. You're the only one left beside me, foolish cat? Mu Xiaozao glanced around in confusion, bewildered by the absence of any cats. Isn't it just you? Yushi lightly flicked Mu Xiaozao's forehead with her finger. It dawned on Mu Xiaozao that she was referring to her as the foolish cat. Get up. If this continues, you'll surely catch cold. Yushi extended her hand, her pale fingertips still glistening with raindrops. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Xiaozao took hold of that cool hand. Yushi gently pulled her to her feet. Come with me, Yushi instructed. To where? Wait, didn't you say you needed my help at the cat shelter? I've already finished everything. So why did you call me over with the umbrella shielding them? The two walked side by side through the rain. The main road was eerily quiet, devoid of other pedestrians. Leading her, Yushi brought Mu Xiaozao to a sheltered corridor, stowing away the blue umbrella before turning to scrutinize her closely. By now, Mu Xiaozao was completely soaked. Her silver pigtails hung behind her, while her bangs clung messily to her cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, her wet eyelashes blinking occasionally, the corners of her mouth turned downwards, exuding a vulnerable charm that stirred sympathy. Yushi's gaze dropped slightly. Mu Xiaozao's pristine dress had become semi-transparent, faintly outlining the shape of her inner garments well. Her figure wasn't particularly perfect. What are you looking at? Mu Xiaozao felt Yushi's gaze linger a bit too long. I'm observing your disheveled appearance. Do you wish to mock me? You're not amusing at all right now. Yushi sighed. Mu classmate, you look rather unwell. It shouldn't solely be due to the rain. Has something happened? Though her tone seemed casual, Yushi's eyes keenly assessed Mu Xiaozao's expressions, as if trying to capture every minute change. It's nothing, Mu Xiaozao replied, twisting the water from her dress, her thighs exposed slightly beneath the hem, her knees pressed together. She was reluctant to share her troubles regarding her dormitory and Lin Juyi, as they were not truly friends and there was no need for deep entanglements. Really nothing? Mu classmate, I hope you're not deceiving me. Yushi pressed further. Mu Xiaozao was somewhat taken aback. Why did she care about such matters? Yet, from Yushi's words, she detected a lack of sincerity, more akin to mere curiosity. It was merely a minor conflict with her roommate. It wasn't significant. She offered a forced smile, hoping to brush it off. Tell me, why? If you truly wish for my forgiveness, you should be candid with me. Yushi's tone turned resolute. Once those words escaped, Mu Xiaozao found herself at a loss for words, biting her lip, her fingers unconsciously intertwining. Actually, her voice dropped. The things I did for Song Zhuozhuo got out, and my roommates say they can no longer trust me. Yushi gently hummed, encouraging her to continue. They believe I had ulterior motives in approaching them, that everything about me is merely a facade. Mu Xiaozao's voice dwindled, but I never thought that way. I tried to explain to them, yet it was futile. They've already formed their opinions. Now, whenever I return to the dormitory, the atmosphere turns awkward. Suddenly, Mu Xiaozao fell silent. Her lips pressed gently by Yushi's finger. That's enough. I understand, she said, her voice softening, a hint of elusive emotion glimmering in her eyes. As she lifted her hand, she tucked a stray silver hair behind Mu Xiaozao's ear. Mu classmate, how unfortunate Song Zhuozhuo's group bullies you. Your friend Lin Juyi distrusts you, and your roommates all harbor doubts. You've done nothing wrong, yet they treat you this way. Even I, as an outsider, find it excessive. Yushi's words rendered Mu Xiaozao somewhat uncomfortable. She couldn't help but wave her hands, attempting to clarify. Yushi, I didn't mean to speak ill of my friends. I can understand Juyi and my roommates' perspectives. I can see how they might have formed that misunderstanding. Perhaps it's indeed my fault in some way. In any case, they're really not that terrible. Yushi chuckled softly, her red lips curving into a beautiful arc. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Mu Xiaozao felt that Yushi had been smiling more often lately. However, such smiles did little to ease Mu Xiaozao's tension, instead stirring a sense of unease within her. You truly are a good person, Yushi remarked. But they're at fault, aren't they? You need to shoulder the blame. Moreover, even if they doubt you, I believe in you. Mu Xiaozao felt somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Why had Yushi's demeanor towards her shifted so dramatically? Reason dictated that Yushi was acting strangely, yet her words felt like a warm current, gradually permeating Mu Xiaozao's heart. She lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting Yushi's, and she perceived a subtle tenderness within them. Do you believe me? Mu Xiaozao's voice wavered with uncertainty. Yes, I believe you. But why? Why would you believe me? Even Lin Juyi. Yushi suddenly advanced, closing the distance between them, compelling Mu Xiaozao to retreat slightly. While we may not be friends, and I am not yet ready to forgive you so readily, I have been observing your actions. As she spoke, Yushi continued to approach, gradually cornering Mu Xiaozao, who stared wide-eyed at the raven-haired girl before her. Whether it was the incident with the electric scooter or the one at the manga club, the person I saw was not the one they imagined you to be. A pair of hands suddenly rested upon Mu Xiaozao's shoulders. Mu Xiaozao shuddered, gazing blankly at Yushi, who stood a head taller than her. Mu, only I know the real you. Yushi. Mu Xiaozao was rendered speechless, a tempest of emotions surging within her, leaving her unsure how to respond to Yushi. How peculiar. Yushi was acting most uncharacteristically today. She longed to discern the underlying motive, but her thoughts were in disarray, unable to form any coherent line of reasoning. Those vivid, crimson eyes seemed to possess the power to consume one's very soul, robbing Mu Xiaozao of her ability to think, leaving her passively under Yushi's control. Her hair, clothes, and sleeves were all soaked. Yushi drew closer, gently tweaking Mu Xiaozhao's bangs. "Oh, right, the changing room is nearby. Shall I accompany you to change your clothes?" 51. Drenched, allow me to assist you in changing? The sound of rain remained confined to the world beyond the windows. The main lights were off, casting the changing room into a dim ambience. Due to the weather, it was deserted, save for the lockers standing silently along the walls. Yushi settled Mu Xiaozhao on a seat, extracting tissues from her bag to gently dab the water droplets from her face. "I could do it myself." Mu Xiaozhao felt somewhat uneasy with such close proximity. Yushi's movements faltered slightly, a hint of coldness creeping into her voice. "Is that so? Are you implying that I am meddling?" Mu Xiaozhao hastily shook her head, explaining in a flurry of words that's not what I meant. I just feel a bit awkward. Then sit still and be quiet. Mu Xiaozhao obediently sat still, allowing Yushi to attend to her. After drying her cheeks, Yushi reached out and undid Mu Xiaozhao's braids, allowing the damp silver hair to cascade down. As she touched the pink ribbon, a fleeting smile flickered across her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure and continued to comb through the hair. The subtle rustling of hair filled the air. Silence hung between them until Yushi's hand landed on the buttons of Mu Xiaozhao's chest. Mu Xiaozhao's eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively grasped the hand. Wait, hold on. Yushi, what are you doing?" Mu Xiaozhao stammered. "Helping you take off your clothes." "Take off my clothes?" Mu Xiaozhao's face flushed crimson, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes, aren't they all wet? You'll catch a cold if you don't take them off," Yushi stated, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "But I don't have any clothes to change into." "I do in the locker. You're going to lend them to me?" "Thank you, Yushi. It's just that this kind of thing, I'm a little shy." "What's there to be shy about? We're both girls." Yushi pushed her hand away. "Don't be a hindrance. Move your hand." Mu Xiaozhao remained silent. Yushi wordlessly undid the buttons of her dress, her wrist brushing against the skin of Mu Xiaozhao's abdomen, causing her face to grow even warmer. But she endured it. "That's right, I'm a girl now. There shouldn't be any other thoughts between girls, even when being honest with each other, let alone just helping someone change clothes. Relax, relax." Mu Xiaozhao took a deep breath. "Take off your underwear too." Moxiozo's composure shittered. After wringing out the wet dress, Yushi placed it by the sink. She took a key from her bag and found her locker, retrieving a set of clean clothes and a towel. She turned to face the silver-haired Loli, who stood with her arms crossed, her face flushed. "Your reaction is too exaggerated, don't you think?" She frowned. "I guess I was right. Mu, you do react to girls." That's not true. You're mistaken. I didn't react at all. But your face is so red. I might have a fever." Mu Xiaozhao stubbornly refused to admit the thoughts in her head. She glared at Yushi warily, like a cautious little beast, her arms crossed over her chest. "A fever?" Yushi chuckled, taking a few steps closer, suddenly looming over Mu Xiaozhao. "Shall I take your temperature?" "Sure, but how?" "Open your mouth and let me see." "Huh?" Mu Xiaozhao opened her mouth, wondering how Yushi, who was not only academically gifted, also knew how to examine tongues. She really is the female lead of a novel. So talented. Then she saw Yushi raise her slender finger and, without hesitation, place it inside. Mu Xiaozhao's ears flushed crimson. 10 minutes later, Mu Xiaozhao, dressed in a white shirt, sat on the wooden stool like a statue. Her long hair was spread across her shoulders, her hands resting on her knees, the echoes of her racing heart still lingering. "Why did you have to take my temperature that way?" she muttered quietly. "I washed my hands, and I used hand sanitizer, so don't worry about it." "That's not the issue." Mu Xiaozhao was both embarrassed and annoyed. "Why did you use your finger to take my temperature? Isn't that common sense?" Yushi glanced at her. Rattling off, forehead thermometers are easily affected by the environment and have lower accuracy. Oral thermometers are closer to the core body temperature and have higher accuracy. You just got caught in the rain, and you're in such a cold and humid environment. So a forehead thermometer would definitely be inaccurate. I chose the oral method for the sake of accuracy. That sounds reasonable, but who uses their finger to check temperature? Mu Xiaozao felt troubled, but she didn't want to understand Yuxi's logic. She was afraid that if she understood too much, she would mistakenly believe that the other person was trying to take advantage of her. Speaking of which, you don't have a fever, but your face is very red. At that moment, Yuxi had already sat down next to Mu Xiaozao, which meant that Mu, you really are interested in girls? Mu Xiaozao wanted to say no, but her body betrayed her. Damn it, I can't fool her this time. Mu, you don't want others to know, do you? Yuxi suddenly hugged her shoulders from behind, her crimson eyes concealing an excitement she couldn't suppress. She tried to keep her breathing steady. I don't like you at all. In fact, I still resent what you did to me. If I tell your roommates, or Lin Jia, that you have fantasies about girls, what kind of eyes do you think they will look at you with? Mu Xiaozhao's face changed instantly, her fingers digging into the edge of the wooden chair. Don't. I finally got a chance to be reborn, and I want to live my life well. I can't let everything be ruined. Louder? Yuxi, please don't do that. She was practically begging. A satisfied smile gradually appeared on Yuxi's face, as if she had finally heard what she wanted to hear. She pulled Mu Xiaozhao's delicate body closer to her. Muku was reluctant for me to speak out. What should I do? Although I found it quite bothersome, I am not devoid of empathy. She feigned distress, tilting her head slightly as she gazed out at the rain. Suddenly, she turned back to Muku Xiaozhao. I have a solution. How about this, Muku? You owe me another favor, and I shall turn this matter into a secret known only to the two of us. Muku Xiaozhao's heart skipped a beat. How many favors has she already owed? The third? The fourth? She struggled to recall, but her mind felt blank and nothing came to her. Up to this point, Yuxi's requests had not been too unreasonable. Just one experience with an exceptionally sour tomato and a few instances of tending to the cat shelter. Although there had been previous attempts at camaraderie, it did not imply that Yuxi bore no grudges against Muku Xiaozhao. Would these trivial tasks truly satisfy her? Might there be more outrageous demands to come? Well, there was no time left for further contemplation or hesitation. Muku Xiaozhao had no choice but to acquiesce. She then observed Yuxi stand up, tucking a strand of her long black hair behind her ear. The deal is struck. I shall now redeem this favor. Muku, let us venture to the amusement park together. Yuxi's long eyelashes cast shadows, and a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. Muku Xiaozhao hesitated, glancing at Yuxi's outstretched hand. The amusement park, but it was still raining outside. The weather forecast indicated it would cease shortly, and the night lights would be more enchanting. Before she could respond, Yuxi seized her wrist, saying, "Don't overthink it. I accidentally purchased 2 tickets and don't wish to waste them." Thus, Muku Xiaozhao was led away from the school gate before she could utter another word. The windshield wipers swayed rhythmically across the glass, and the bus to the amusement park felt rather desolate. Yuxi and she sat side by side at the back, gazing out at the blurred scenery beyond. "Muku, what are you thinking about?" Yuxi inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Is it about your roommate?" Muku Xiaozhao bowed her head in silence for a moment, offering no reply. It seemed her thoughts had been accurately guessed. Yuxi mused quietly, continuing to speak in a casual tone. "By the way, was your dormitory planning to go out today?" On Friday, she had inadvertently overheard their chatter about a trip to the amusement park. The plan was later canceled. Reflecting on this, Muku Xiaozhao felt her spirits sink again, sighing, "With things turn out this way, they probably don't want to see me anymore." Yuxi observed her from the side, inching closer, her hand seemingly unintentionally resting on Muku Xiaozhao's leg. "Are you feeling down, Muku? Hey, if you come with me, it might be even better than going with your roommates," she said, chuckling lightly. "What do you think?" I don't know. That's all right. You'll understand soon enough." The air was tinged with the faint floral scent from Yuxi's collar, and the hand resting on Muku Xiaozhao's leg remained, even shifting slightly. Muku Xiaozhao felt utterly uncomfortable. Today, Yuxi was acting unusually. She racked her brain, unable to fathom Yuxi's intentions. Was she going to tease her again with some new trick? "Great news, host. I have finally discovered a new task." "What is it?" Muku Xiaozhao perked up immediately. "Task. Compliment the female, lead 5 times on this bus ride. Reward. A chance for a medium-level lottery draw. Complimenting 5 times for a medium-level lottery draw?" This was the simplest task she had encountered thus far. It seemed to offer remarkable value. However, Muku Xiaozao cast a furtive glance at Yushi, her throat feeling somewhat dry. How should she initiate this? For someone like her, who struggled with social interactions, finding a topic was already a formidable challenge, let alone weaving in compliments seamlessly. Seize the opportunity, host. This task must be completed on this bus. If we reach our destination, it will be void. I know. Let me think. Muku Xiaozao scratched her head, bowing her head to seek external assistance. She began searching for compliments for girls on her phone, drawing from past experiences. She revisited the well-known blogger teacher Shenlin's page, hoping to unearth something useful. Let me learn properly. A bombshell compliment that will make your special someone blossom? She quickly took notes. Sister, you are so beautiful. I can only admire you during lunch, or I shall inevitably fall for you. What beautiful contact lenses are you wearing? Are they deep or light? Why do I turn into a lovesick fool the moment I see you? May I consult you on an academic question? Freud's personality structure theory divides into the ID, the ego, and what? Muku Xiaozao sincerely wished she did not know the answer to the third question. But alas, she did. Curse it. What terrible ideas are these? Any of these lines would surely earn me another round of torment from that wicked woman. She almost clicked unfollow on that account. Yet, she held herself back. Muku, what are you mumbling about? Yushi was now resting her eyes as they were nearing their stop. Please remind me to get off. Oh, sure. Oh, no. How could it be time to arrive so soon? Muku Xiaozao glanced at the bus stop sign outside, steeling herself to rely on her own abilities. Regardless, girls always appreciate beauty. Compliments about appearance should surely be safe territory. After rehearsing in her mind for a moment, she discreetly tugged at Yushi's sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. Yushi, Ahem, the outfit you're wearing today is quite lovely. She endeavored to sound as natural as possible. Yushi slightly opened her eyes, offering minimal reaction. Is that so? Thank you. Seeing a favorable response, Muku Xiaozao felt a bit of relief and quickly pressed on. But clothing also relies on the person wearing it. To be honest, I've always thought you were very beautiful. Yushi? Go on. Yushi blinked, her expression inscrutable. Muku Xiaozao silently counted her compliments. She had delivered 2, with 3 remaining. Your voice is also very pleasant. And she struggled to think of more, reciting every compliment she could muster, entirely oblivious to Yushi's gaze. The bus halted at another stop, the electronic announcement chiming. Only one stop remained until the amusement park, yet Muku Xiaozao couldn't conjure up her final compliment. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a sweet floral scent, subtle yet distinct, reminiscent of gardenia. It was the unique fragrance that Yushi exuded. I've got it. Yushi, you smell wonderful, she murmured almost instinctively, her taut nerves finally easing. At last, she had uttered 5 compliments. Muku Xiaozao felt a sheen of cold sweat forming. Flattery was not her forte, and today she had certainly exceeded her usual limits. It was only then that she remembered to gauge Yushi's reaction. In her fervor to complete the system task, she had blurted out a series of awkward compliments. Surely Yushi's expression was now one of displeasure. Muku, you certainly know how to flatter, Yushi remarked, her tone lacking genuine warmth. Those words you just spoke, how many were sincere? Have you gone to such lengths to earn my forgiveness that I should thank you once more? Upon her utterance, Mu Xiaozao found herself momentarily flustered, her fingers intertwining unconsciously. No, not at all. I merely believe you are wonderful and wanted you to know. Well, I am genuinely flattered, Yushi replied with a teasing smile. For now, I'll take your words at face value. Thank you for the compliment. The announcement signaling the bus's arrival echoed, transforming the view outside from dense woods to the vibrant, semi-arched entrance of an amusement park. Yushi rose from her seat, slinging her crossbody bag, and turned to face Mu Xiaozao. Let us proceed, classmate Mu. The weather forecast proved accurate. The sky was brilliantly clear. After the rain, it resembled a canvas washed clean, a deep blue, with sunlight streaming through the clouds, warm yet gentle. Puddles of varying sizes dotted the ground, reflecting the colors of the sky like mirrors. The amusement park was not overly crowded, which spared them the hassle of long queues. Yushi had purchased a deluxe pass, granting them unlimited access to all attractions. Mu Xiaozao intended to offer her share of the money, but was met with Yushi's retort, "Do you think I lack funds?" Reluctantly, she tucked away her phone, feeling a twinge of unease. The two walked in tandem, the atmosphere more reminiscent of acquaintances than friends, akin to strangers who occasionally drew closer. Yushi trailed behind Mu Xiaozao, her gaze fixed on her silhouette, replaying the earlier scene on the bus where Mu Xiaozao had earnestly praised herself. Why the need to curry favor? Yushi pondered, sensing an inexplicable motive lurking beneath Mu Xiaozhao's words, one that eluded her understanding. Yet, one realization dawned upon Yushi. You are indeed not the Mu Xiaozhao I once knew. In silence, she mused. The former Mu Xiaozhao had been timid, fragile, and somewhat selfish. Now, she exhibited initiative, thoughtfulness, and an awkward desire to please. It was not merely a shift in personality, but a complete transformation in behavior. Judging by her recent reactions, her self-perception seemed to be in a state of transition between masculinity and femininity. Perhaps due to some catalyst, the essence within her form had undergone a fundamental change, evolving Mu Xiaozhao into her current self. However, Yushi had no intention of revealing this insight to her. She was intrigued by the present Mu Xiaozhao, captivated by her clumsy yet endearing attempts to please and the inadvertent protectiveness that surfaced. Since she was making an effort, Yushi resolved to use forgiveness as an excuse to keep Mu Xiaozhao close. A fleeting glimmer of obsessive desire crossed Yushi's eyes. In her world, only the silver-haired girl ahead mattered. "Classmate Mu, which attraction would you like to try first?" she suddenly inquired. Mu Xiaozhao turned around. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you." Yushi stepped forward to walk beside her. "Then let us try the teacups, followed by the carousel." Mu Xiaozhao nodded, feeling a mix of apprehension. They approached the teacups, where the line was short, and soon it was their turn. As the cups began to spin to the cheerful waltz, the scenery blurred around them. "Wow, darling, you're so fast," exclaimed a couple in a nearby cup. "Wife, never tell a man to go faster." In stark contrast, Mu Xiaozhao and Yushi remained silent. Amidst the music, the dark-haired girl across from Mu Xiaozhao maintained a stoic expression while Mu Xiaozhao struggled to muster a smile, which quickly stiffened. Staring into Yushi's eyes felt exceedingly awkward. They exchanged glances for 5 long minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, when the teacups came to a halt, Mu Xiaozhao stepped down, feeling slightly disoriented, as though reality had slipped away. Yushi, perhaps we should skip the carousel? I'm feeling a bit dizzy," she timidly suggested. "As you wish," Yushi replied, donning a pair of sunglasses that had somehow appeared on her face. Holding a map of the park. "What should we do next?" The haunted house?" Mu Xiaozhao ventured a glance at Yushi. "As you wish." Before the haunted house, a chilling wind swept through the air, carrying an eerie ambience. A staff member wearing a mask with sharp features helped them store their bags while chuckling. Just the two of you braving the haunted house? No boyfriends accompanying you?" "No," Yushi replied coolly. "The young ladies are quite brave," the staff member continued, his tone laced with mockery. "Not long ago, a few girls like you ventured in alone, only to be too frightened to move. Ha ha ha. Our haunted house has a special rule. If you cry from fear, you can request assistance, but it comes at an extra cost." "Not an issue. I'm not afraid of such things," Mu Xiaozhao declared, hands on her hips, meeting the staff member's gaze with feigned bravado. Don't underestimate me. Though I may appear petite, I still embody the spirit of a warrior. To me, what are monsters but mere plastic constructs, utterly devoid of terror? Yushi, if you feel scared, you can hold on to me." She confidently turned to Yushi, assuring her, "I promise I won't abandon you." Yushi remained silent, merely nodding. "Excellent. The plan is set," Mu Xiaozhao thought, utilizing the haunted house to create a bridge of emotional connection, swiftly closing the distance between them. This was yet another of the romantic strategies employed by her mentor. Once inside, if Yushi would be frightened, Mu Xiaozhao would leap to protect her, showcasing a sense of security during her moment of vulnerability. Thus, in a perilous environment, Yushi's trust in her would surely escalate, leading to an increase in her affections. Mu Xiaozhao could hardly suppress her smile. "May you both have a splendid journey," the masked staff member announced, drawing back the black curtain that revealed a foreboding light. "Ready for a taste of death?" Your descent into hell begins now. Shall we proceed, Yushi? As they entered, darkness swiftly engulfed their figures. The haunted house was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few flickering green emergency lights casting eerie shadows. Old picture frames hung on the walls, their subjects' eyes seemingly following the girls as they moved. A damp, musty odor permeated the air, occasionally punctuated by distant moans and footsteps, as if something lurked in the shadows. Stealthily approaching, Mu Xiaozao led the way, her steps resolute, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. How peculiar! Could it be due to her feminine form? Why did she feel more timid than before? She endeavored to maintain her composure, mentally repeating, "This is all a facade, merely a facade." If it were not for Mu Xiaozao blocking the way ahead, given her pace, she would have likely reached the exit by now. Suddenly, a disheveled, ghostly figure lunged out from a hidden door, accompanied by a sharp, piercing scream. Startled, Mu Xiaozao trembled and instinctively took a step back, nearly colliding with Yushi. She quickly steadied herself, feigning calmness while patting her chest. "You startled me." "No, it's nothing to be afraid of, really. Are you sure?" Yushi asked, glancing at her with an air of indifference. Mu Xiaozao felt a bit embarrassed. After several deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. That was just a reflex. I'm not scared at all. Haha, rest assured, Yushi." But wait, why was Yushi so unfazed? Mu Xiaozao finally noticed Yushi's expression behind her, which remained calm and composed, as if she were leisurely strolling after dinner. Could it be that she was not afraid of these apparitions? Even someone as bold as herself had been startled. Yet here was Yushi, a petite girl, completely unperturbed. It seemed that appearances could be deceiving, and her earlier plans had gone awry. This time, she couldn't blame teacher Shenlin. She had simply not done her research well enough. Mu Xiaozao silently sighed. "Host, I have already surveyed the traps behind us through the camera. These are mere trifles. What lies deeper in the haunted house is truly terrifying. Trust me, even the strongest protagonist won't withstand it." "Really? Oh no, what if I get scared before her?" Mu Xiaozhao's expression shifted from joy to concern. "Then you can only rely on yourself." "Hey!" Mu Xiaozhao wanted to protest, but upon reflection, she realized the system was not entirely wrong. It was all due to her own inadequacies. Thus, she fell silent and continued walking obediently. Ahead lay a narrow descent flanked by iron railings for decoration. Anyone who had dabbled in horror games knew that in such settings, countless ghostly hands would reach out to grab the visitors. She swallowed hard, slowed her pace, and murmured to Yushi behind her, "Don't be scared, Yushi." Suddenly, a pale arm shot out and grabbed Mu Xiaozhao's braid. She let out a shriek, stumbling a few steps and nearly falling. Grabbing the iron railing with one hand, she barely managed to support herself. Panting heavily, she looked up just as a suspended mummy dummy fell from the ceiling. With a ghastly cry, its bandages fell away, revealing a terrifying eye that locked onto hers. "Oh no!" Mu Xiaozhao's heart raced, and she nearly screamed, but she suppressed the urge, closed her eyes, and dashed past. "What is this? Let's get it over with." Less than a meter behind her, Yushi remained expressionless, as if the frightful sights were nothing more than tedious backdrops to her. She kept her gaze fixed on Mu Xiaozhao, unperturbed by the apparitions around them. The calmness in her demeanor even made the actors dressed as ghosts question their own scaring abilities. What a foolish show-off. Watching Mu Xiaozhao flee in panic, Yushi finally displayed a hint of emotion. The headless ghost nearby thought it had succeeded in frightening the beauty, but upon closer inspection, it found her smiling. What? She was laughing in the haunted house. Did she find these ghosts amusing? The headless ghost felt its performance had been ridiculed. No, it needed to up its game and bring this little girl down a notch. Fuming, it slipped into a narrow passageway and whispered to a few colleagues, who nodded in agreement. Thus, the ghosts prepared to ambush Yushi as she passed through the corridor, unaware of their plans. Yushi was preoccupied with thoughts of Mu Xiaozhao, walking leisurely into the narrow passage. The moment her sandals touched the wooden boards, a chorus of ghostly howls erupted. Numerous ghostly hands, more than had reached for Mu Xiaozhao, emerged from all directions, surrounding Yushi in an instant. She paused, glanced around, and then smiled. reaching out to high-five each ghostly hand as she passed. Slap, slap, slap. The headless ghost, having exhausted all its scaring tactics, could only watch in disbelief as its hand was lightly tapped. It froze, hand suspended in midair, momentarily forgetting to retract it. The other actors exchanged bewildered glances. Completely unprepared for such a reaction, Yushi continued on as if nothing had happened, her long black hair swaying behind her, never looking back. She left a frustrated headless ghost behind the iron railing. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaozao had reached the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. She turned around and noticed that Yushi had not yet caught up, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Could it be that Yushi was scared? No. She was so composed. How could she possibly be frightened? But what if? Just as she was about to suppress her fear and turn back to find Yushi, she finally spotted her silhouette approaching. Yushi, are you all right? Mu Xiaozao stammered. I'm fine, let's go. Yushi glanced around. The next stretch of the haunted house was filled with traps galore. Suddenly, fake spiders descended from the ceiling. Skeletons emerged from the floor, and zombies jumped out from corners. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the last room near the exit. In fact, the most terrifying traps had already been encountered in previous rooms. This final chamber was designed to help visitors calm their nerves before departing. So it lacked any truly frightful devices, containing only dim lighting and items to create a slightly eerie atmosphere. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, the two girls stepped inside. The room was small, adorned with Gothic-style murals depicting mysterious creatures and unsettling scenes. The floor was strewn with full-length mirrors, their reflections twisted and eerie in the dim light. Suddenly, all the lights went out simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness. Mu Xiaozao instinctively held her breath, hearing only the sound of her own heartbeat. Thump, thump. A cool hand grasped her own. Mu Xiaozao jumped in surprise, instinctively trying to pull away, but then realized that the hand belonged to Yushi. Mu classmate. In the dimness, Yushi appeared to be drawing closer. Yushi? What's wrong? You said earlier that if I was scared, I could hold on to you. Was that true? I'm a bit scared right now. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback, suddenly feeling Yushi gently embrace her. The familiar scent of her hair wafting over. What was happening? Yushi was scared? How could that be, when she had seemed so unfazed just moments ago? Held in Yushi's embrace, Mu Xiaozao found herself at a loss, unable to push her away. Mu classmate, I can't move forward. Really? But you managed to get through all those scarier paths, didn't you? Mu Xiaozao was puzzled. Everyone has different fears. This room terrifies me. Yushi's voice grew quieter. All right then. Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and finally wrapped her arms gently around Yushi's waist. Indeed, it is rather disconcerting that, amidst her evident trepidation, one would still harbor doubts about her authenticity. Such thoughts seem rather unbecoming of a gentleman. The dim orange light flickers, while the intricately carved mirror frame occasionally shifts, casting mottled reflections of light and shadow. Upon closer inspection, the room's decor possesses a unique charm. The vintage embossed walls, exquisite European-style furniture, and dark-hued velvet curtains exude an ambience of melancholic elegance. Were it not for the haunted setting, one might be tempted to linger and capture the moment in photographs. Yushi, however, showed no intention of loosening her grip. Mu Xiaozao perceived her genuine fear and thought it wise to allow her a moment's respite, thus permitting her to continue holding on. To be candid, this marked Mu Xiaozao's first experience embracing another girl. Yushi's form was fragrant and soft, giving her the sensation of sinking into a cloud of cotton candy, igniting a desire to become wholly enveloped in it. Unconsciously, her arms tightened around Yushi, as if wishing to draw her entirely into her embrace. Due to their height difference, their faces nearly aligned, with Mu Xiaozao's head resting just above Yushi's collarbone, creating an inevitable sense of compression. Her heartbeat quickened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Yushi, is it possible to release me now? No, not yet. But, did you not vow to protect me? Could it be a falsehood? In response, Yushi tightened her grip slightly, her voice near Mu Xiaozao's ear. Mu Xiaozao felt her fingers lightly tracing her back, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, we cannot remain in this position indefinitely. Then let us hold on for another 5 minutes. Mu Xiaozao recognized the futility of negotiation and acquiesced to the request, though lingering confusion remained. How could someone who appeared so composed and profound reveal such vulnerability? The lights brightened, and the mirror shifted slightly. In the frame behind Mu Xiaozao, Yushi's face was reflected. It bore no trace of fear or apprehension. Instead, it glowed with a sickly flush. Her lips parted slightly, her breath quickening, her eyes shimmering with an unusual intensity, as if she sought to engulf the girl in her arms entirely. As the evening descended, they had traversed a series of attractions and finally arrived at the amusement park's iconic landmark, the Time Ferris wheel. The wheel, themed around time, featured cabins designed to resemble clocks, lending it a unique character. Here you go. Yushi presented a lychee-flavored ice cream to Mu Xiaozao, who accepted it gratefully, savoring each bite. The amusement park grew increasingly lively as dusk settled, the two girls adorned with shimmering cat ear headbands, joining the throng in line for the Ferris wheel. In a corner unnoticed by Mu Xiaozao, Yushi occasionally glanced at her phone, lost in thought, casting furtive looks towards Mu Xiaozao. "Two guests, this way, please." Before long, they found themselves at the front of the line. As they boarded a cabin of the Ferris wheel, Mu Xiaozao continued to enjoy her ice cream, taking in the view outside. From the elevated perspective, the city's silhouette stood starkly defined against the twilight. To the east, the affluent district was a forest of skyscrapers, their glass facades glimmering in the sunset. To the west, the impoverished area was a stark contrast, with lowly houses huddled together, rooftops cluttered with makeshift structures, and streets narrow and winding. Mu Xiaozao squinted, attempting to spot her own home amidst the chaos of the western neighborhood. "By the way, how did your roommates learn about your past? Do you have any clues?" Just as she was lost in thought, Yushi's voice broke the silence. Mu Xiaozao hesitated for a moment before recounting her encounter with Tianzi at the entrance, laying bare the details. After all, they were already aware of the video's content, leaving little to conceal. "I see, Tianzi." Yushi murmured the name thoughtfully. "I cannot say for certain, but her recent actions have been peculiar. If she was indeed the one to release the video, her aim was likely to distance my roommates from you. In other words, Mu Xiaozao is now the target of her entire dormitory," Yushi remarked. "What do you plan to do next?" Mu Xiaozao felt at a loss, falling into silence. The situation had unfolded too abruptly, leaving her without a course of action. "I don't know. I must caution you. Those videos are detrimental to your reputation. If Tianzi were to disseminate the video, it could affect not only your dormitory, but also how others in the school perceive you." Yushi's expression turned serious. "The Academic Affairs Office will not remain indifferent. The school's regulations are stringent. If a matter damaging to your reputation arises, the possibility of expulsion or suspension is significant." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaozao suddenly froze. The melting ice cream dripped onto her hand, yet she remained oblivious. "Expulsion?" she murmured, panic rising within her. "No, absolutely not." The original owner's family had faced considerable financial hardships, residing in the impoverished Western District. Her current enrollment at Tianyu Academy hinged upon the sponsorship of a benefactor for her and her sister's education. Should she lose this hard-won opportunity, she would be relegated back to a low-tier school in the West with no chance of rising again. The once joyous mood was instantly overshadowed by gloom, and Mu Xiaozao's countenance dimmed. Yushi, gently licking her ice cream, observed Mu Xiaozao's expression, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips. Although the ice cream was delightful, Mu Xiaozao's current demeanor rendered it even more delectable. "Mu Xiaozao, what troubles you?" she inquired, offering a tissue to wipe the cream from Mu Xiaozao's hand, feigning ignorance. "Thank you, it's nothing." Mu Xiaozao shook her head. "Yushi, thank you for providing me with such a joyful day." "Indeed, I too have relished our time together," Yushi replied, biting into the ice cream cone, the crisp crunch resonating. "However, this pleasant interlude must come to an end. Mu Xiaozao, you must return to school to face your roommates." Mu Xiaozao responded softly. "Is it all right to return and endure their silent treatment?" "No, it's fine." Though Mu Xiaozao wore a smile, her heart grew heavier with Yu's words. The completely strained relationships within the dormitory, the unapproachable Lin Juyi, and the ever-watchful eyes of Song Zhuozhua and her clique awaited her upon entering the classroom. After today, all of these issues would return to engulf her life entirely. Truly, you need not force yourself. If I were in your position, I would certainly want to distance myself from them, Yushi remarked casually, pretending to admire the scenery outside. Mu Xiaozao forced a smile and shook her head again. Yushi, you jest. If I did not return to school, where else could I possibly go? I cannot simply go home. Well, in my view, you do have other options. As the Ferris wheel completed its rotation, the cabin door slowly opened. Yushi rose, her hair billowing in the evening breeze. For instance, you could come my home. She looked down at Mu Xiaozao, her eyes narrowing slightly. At Yushi's residence, there was a 24-hour convenience store downstairs. Mu Xiaozao found herself unable to comprehend why she had followed Yushi there. Regardless, they now stood in the store, gathering everyday necessities. The store was brightly lit, the stark white fluorescent lights illuminating every detail, while wooden shelves lined the walls in neat rows. The host, do you wish to utilize your lottery opportunity now? I almost forgot about this. All right, let's use it now. Drawing from the intermediate prize pool. Ding, ding, ding. Acquired the Jade Beauty skill, which can enhance your charm by 2 points. 2 points? Mu Xiaozao turned to glance at the glass showcase, her reflection revealing her current visage. There was no visible change. Her silver hair and violet eyes remained, her delicate features still exuding the allure of a popular idol. According to the system, the increased charm would not alter her appearance, but would draw others' attention to her attractiveness, thereby elevating their assessment of her looks. Although beauty alone cannot sustain one, it isn't too shabby. System, let me check the values. Generating value panel. Name, Mu Xiaozao Stamina. 4 can reach 7 using the skill Basic Combat. Knowledge, 5 Charm, 6 Luck, for after some diligent effort. Her scores had finally improved a bit. Mu Xiaozao nodded in satisfaction. Yushi was busy selecting snacks from the shelf, quickly tossing a few bags into her basket before handing it to Mu Xiaozao. Here you go. Huh? Didn't you say you would pay for the snacks? All right, since you covered the ticket fee and I'll be staying at your place tonight. Honestly, I don't mind the money. If you prefer to use it as a favor, that's fine too. No, I feel like I owe you too much already. Muxiao Jolvor a charming smile. For some reason, she sensed that Yushi was quite intent on having her owe favors. After pondering for a long time, she couldn't decipher the underlying reason. I'll wait for you at the entrance. You go to the checkout. With that, Yushi exited the convenience store, leaving Mu Xiaozao alone inside. Thus, she began to sort through the items in her shopping cart as she made her way to the checkout area, patiently waiting. Adjacent to the cash register, the Odin simmered leisurely in its rich broth, while the air was filled with the aroma of sandwiches and the rich scent of coffee. Just as Mu Xiaozao's mouth watered, she suddenly noticed Yushi appearing to be on a phone call outside the automatic glass door. Yushi's expression seemed different. Who could she be speaking to? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. At this moment, Mu Xiaozao's perception of she had begun to shift slightly. With the situation having developed to this point, whether it was the former best friend of the original owner or her own earnest efforts to improve relationships with her roommates, they had all drifted away. The only one who remained by her side was Yushi, who once harbored prejudice against her. Meanwhile, the phone screen illuminated Yushi's profile. I'm giving you 15 minutes to tidy up the living room and then move out. As Yushi's words fell, an exaggerated gasp was heard from the other end of the line. It took a moment before the voice responded. Wait, miss, let me confirm. You wanted to leave? Yes. But where am I supposed to go? And Lan's voice trembled, seemingly struggling to contain her emotions. The money has been transferred to you. Figure out yourself, Yushi commanded coldly. Lock your room door. I won't touch your things, but don't leave any traces of you in the living room. Miss, what is this really about? Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. As it appeared she had no interest in further conversation. And Lan displayed a deeply aggrieved expression and suddenly rose from the sofa. 15 minutes? Only 15 minutes. She quickly surveyed the entire rental unit. Drawing upon years of experience as a maid, she commenced tidying up with remarkable speed. As she worked, her mind raced with grievances. What is this nonsense? This young lady, out of the blue, she demands I move out. Is she deciding to dismiss me? The mere thought of this possibility filled Lan with unexpected joy. She had long grown weary of this temperamental young lady. Had it not been for her mother's insistence, she would have returned to her family's estate long ago. Each day spent in the grandeur of the Lord's mansion, walking on exquisite tiles, and catching glimpses of other young ladies and dandy sons was a treat. Even the water was sweet. Finally, she has decided to let me go. I am free. However, as she truly packed her belongings and stepped out of the house, a pang of reluctance washed over her. Turning back to glance at the familiar living room, the coffee table, and that somewhat worn sofa, memories of her time with the young lady flooded her mind. Would the young lady truly manage on her own without me? With that thought, Lan retrieved her phone. She had indeed sent her a red envelope, accompanied by a note. Temporary accommodation fee. Temporary? Just stepping out temporarily? That was a close call. The young lady did not genuinely intend to evict her. Lan felt a mix of emotions, both disappointed and relieved, until she opened the envelope. A sum of 29 yuan. Is this the accommodation fee? Are you expecting me to sleep under a bridge? All fond memories of she vanished in an instant, and the idea of resigning reached its peak. Infuriated, she walked while posting on the Hong Fan Shu app. Due to her status, Lan knew she could not confront the young lady directly, so she vented her frustrations anonymously online. Now her account roommate, Hurry Up and Climb, boasted over 5,000 followers, all eagerly awaiting her updates and even starting to attract advertisements. Who understands? My roommate today unexpectedly wants me to move out without offering any reason. Is she perhaps bringing some wild man home? A wild man? The blogger elaborated, what wild man? Could it be that one she met while rummaging through trash? Stepping out of the convenience store, the night breeze greeted her with a hint of chill. She looked up at the sky, where stars sparsely dotted the night canvas, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yushi stood not far off, her back turned toward her. Yushi, I bought everything. Xiaozao broke the silence of the night. Yushi turned around, her expression restored to calmness, as if the earlier phone call had never occurred. She nodded, signaling for Xiaozao to follow. My home is rented and rather old. Will you find it uncomfortable? Not at all. My home is quite ordinary as well. A flickering light bulb above added to the ambience as they traversed the narrow stairway. Yushi engaged in casual conversation with Xiaozao. As they ascended, a short-haired girl wearing a mask descended from above, brushing past them. The girl wore a gloomy expression, her arms laden with bags, and upon catching sight of Xiaozao, her form hesitated momentarily. Not a wild man. A minute later, the account roommate, Hurry Up and Climb, updated with a reply. It was a girl, a very beautiful girl, 57, bathing at Yushi's home. The key gently inserted into the iron door. Accompanied by a soft click, the door opened. Inside, the furnishings appeared somewhat antiquated. The television, coffee table, the well-worn sofa, and a few potted green plants by the window were all enveloped in a warm yellow light, creating a cozy and inviting feeling. There were many items, yet each was arranged meticulously. Xiaozao stepped in cautiously, and Yushi handed her a pair of plush slippers. Make yourself comfortable. The remote is on the table. Thank you. As she settled onto the dark green leather sofa, Xiaozao felt a flutter of unease. She had not anticipated being invited to Yushi's home in such a manner. The speed of her progress in the pursuit exceeded her expectations. Previously, due to Yushi's occasional cold remarks, Xiaozao had believed that her standing in the heroine's heart was merely one of ordinary fondness, and advancing further seemed nearly impossible. However, today, Yushi proactively displayed an unprecedented warmth towards her, readily accepting the invitation to team up. Had her efforts touched the heroine's heart? Was her hard work finally bearing fruit? The system was elated. In my view, with your prowess in pursuit, you could easily handle not just one, but even 10 Yuzais. No, 10 would be too much for me, Xiaozao interjected, while the system continued to daydream about grand plans. Now that you've successfully been invited home by the heroine, the next step is to maintain close contact, then transition to friendship and, subsequently, to romance. What? Romancy? No, Xiaozao resolutely shook her head. Setting aside other matters, we are both girls. Being good friends should count as completing the task, right? While she hoped she would develop feelings for her, it was only in the sense of friendship. Though the allure of Yuri was enchanting and the sweetness of oranges delightful, reality diverged significantly from the worlds of manga and novels. The possibility of their relationship evolving into a Yuri romance in reality, especially with someone like Yushi, seemed implausible. How could you give up so easily? Before pasta gets wet, it is still straight. You should try a little harder. The system's words were interrupted by Yushi's voice from the balcony. Mu, the hot water is ready. You should take a shower. Mu Xiaozao looked up to see Yushi emerging with a laundry basket. Having already showered, Yushi's skin glowed with a delicate pink hue, and her damp black hair clung to her cheek, exuding an ethereal aura. Thank you, I'll be right there. Mu Xiaozao glanced at her shirt and awkwardly added, I seem to have forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Here were mine. Yushi generously tossed a set of clothes to Mu Xiaozao. Catching them with both hands, Mu Xiaozao unfolded the garments to reveal a light purple, sleeveless floral nightgown. The material felt exquisite, though it was a size larger than her own. With a towel and the clothes in hand, she pushed open the bathroom door. This apartment, evidently a bit aged, had dazzling white tiles that glinted under the light, while the mirror bore the marks of time. As Mu Xiaozao turned on the heater, warm water cascaded down, washing away the fatigue of the day. Yet, her mind remained a whirlwind of thoughts, overwhelmed by various matters. Strangely, upon stepping into Yushi's home, the tension she had carried began to dissipate. Bathing was refreshing, and Mu Xiaozao hummed a tune from her hometown. Outside the bathroom, Yushi held the clothes Mu Xiaozao had just changed out of, her fingers delicately pinching the edge, her breath gradually quickening. Casting a furtive glance towards the bathroom door, she noted that Mu Xiaozao was not finishing her shower anytime soon. She brought the garment to her nose. It smells like Mu Xiaozao, sweet and reminiscent of milk tea, like a cat that had sneakily nibbled on catnip. Yushi inhaled the scent repeatedly, then suddenly blushed, lowering her head to plant a kiss on the fabric. It was the shirt she had lent Mu Xiaozao earlier. Yushi couldn't help but feel that her decision to lend it was astutely made, as it allowed her to bask in the scent of someone she cherished without needing to devise a way to obtain her clothes. Crouching down, she buried her head in the garment, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. The fragrance lingered at her nostrils, creating an addictive sensation that ensnared her. This is still far from enough. Yushi murmured softly, a complex array of emotions rising within her. Once captivated, desire would not cease at mere satisfaction. Much like how a cat craves more catnip. She glanced at the hazy silhouette behind the frosted glass door, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaozao enjoyed her shower, enveloped in soap bubbles. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss with the water temperature. The pleasantly warm water had turned cold, eventually becoming frigid. What is going on? Is something broken? She fiddled with the heater switch, but to no avail. Glancing down at the bubbles covering her body, Mu Xiaozao felt a dilemma. It was not feasible to simply put on her clothes and leave, yet staying to bathe in cold water risked catching a chill. Yushi, she called tentatively, her voice echoing in the bathroom, but there was no response from outside. Yushi, are you there? She called again, a hint of anxiety creeping into her tone. Finally, a response came from Yushi, who sounded like she was on the balcony. What's wrong? Are you done? Not yet. The water suddenly turned cold. Oh, it might be due to the aging heater. Yushi, could you come in and help me? Mu Xiaozao felt apologetic. I'm not very good with this heater. Hearing this, Yushi approached, her fingers damp as she wiped them on her skirt. A smile gracing her face as she looked towards the bathroom door. Her expression mirrored that of a fox eyeing its prey, yet her tone was laced with impatience. You truly are troublesome, Mu. I can help you, but you owe me a favor. Are you sure? I beg you, Mu Xiaozao, feeling cornered, replied weakly. With a decisive movement, Yushi opened the glass door, entering as planned. Mu Xiaozao was taken aback, shielding her front with her hands, soap bubbles clinging to her. She looked at Yushi with trepidation. Why are you so cautious? Didn't you invite me in? Yushi regarded her with an inscrutable gaze, gently pressing her hand on Mu Xiaozao's shoulder. I'm a bit cold, Yushi, Mu Xiaozao said, her voice quivering. Yushi scrutinized her from head to toe for a moment, until Mu Xiaozao's discomfort became palpable, before reluctantly releasing her grip. I'll fix it now. Just wait a moment. She began to operate the heater, her hands moving swiftly across the buttons, too fast for Mu Xiao to follow, accompanied by a series of clicks. Then, Yushi turned her head, clapped her hands, and wore a relaxed expression. Done, but the hot water won't come immediately. Stand here and wait for a minute. All right. Mu Xiaozao nodded, appearing as a compliant little lamb, puzzled by the complexity of this heater, which she had never encountered in her previous world. After closing the door, Yushi tiptoed to the balcony, reopening the hot water switch she had turned it off from there moments ago. Meanwhile, the sound of water flowing from the shower resumed in the bathroom, and Mu Xiaozao continued her shower, completely unaware. My acting is quite convincing, Yushi thought, satisfied with the outcome. She had seen what she needed to see, and now Mu Xiaozao owed her another favor. Upon returning to her room, Yushi dried the ends of her hair with a hairdryer, gently kicked off her slippers, and lay on the bed, waiting quietly for Mu Xiaozao. At that moment, her phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. Upon checking, she discovered it was from Enlon. Yushi raised an eyebrow. Enlon, miss, you haven't rested yet. Have you? Yushi, speak your mind. Enlon, Mississippi. The red envelope you sent me is really insufficient for hotel expenses. Could you possibly provide a bit more? Yushi, how much do you need? Enlon, sends location of the 5-star Wimo Hotel. Yushi, sends location of a budget youth apartment. Yushi, this will do. 29 yuan is enough for a 4-person room for girls. Enlon, dragging her suitcase along the street. Enlon felt the night breeze grow colder. In her circle of friends, many from other affluent families were already enjoying a comfortable life, basking in the luxuries provided by wealthy heirs and heiresses. Only she, Enlon, had been cast out of her home and had to settle for a budget hotel. The young lady was frugal and content with poverty, able to indulge in inexpensive fast food and reside in a shabby second-hand apartment. But Enlon felt she was suffering. She could not fathom why Yushi would forsake a life of privilege, choosing to confront her father and seek hardship. Even for that matter, it seemed excessive to endure such circumstances to this day. Sigh. Lost in thought, Enlon arrived at the end of the street. She paused, looking up at the bright lights, the sign for the budget youth apartment looming before her. Displeased, she glared at the words budget before reluctantly entering to check in. Yet, more than the indignity of being cast out by the young lady, she was far more concerned about the girl the young lady had brought home. That girl was incredibly beautiful. In the past, Enlon had not understood the phrase a fleeting glance, but upon seeing the girl she had brought home, she suddenly grasped its meaning. With silken silver hair that flowed like satin, exquisite doll-like features, and an air of fragile detachment in her eyes. Just a glimpse of her had left a deep impression on Enlon, igniting an unquenchable curiosity to know more about the young maiden. What was the relationship between the young lady and her? Classmates? No. The look Yushi had when regarding her classmates was different. Could they be good friends? But given Yushi's character, would she truly invite a friend home? Even bringing a pet elephant for the night seemed more plausible than inviting a friend. As she pondered, a terrifying suspicion began to form in her mind. Could it be that they were lovers? Enlon gasped, collapsing onto the upper bunk of the youth apartment, feeling the temperature of the air drop a few degrees. No, that was impossible. It must be a misunderstanding. To ease her anxiety, she resolved to conduct a thorough investigation using her phone. 2325 roommate, please advise. Posting how can one determine if someone is a gold digger? Within minutes, a flood of responses poured in. After drying the last strand of her hair, Mu Xiaozao could no longer suppress a question that had weighed heavily on her mind. Yushi, will I sleep tonight? Prior to this, she had gained a general understanding of the rental unit's layout. It comprised 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas. One room belonged to Yushi, and the other, as Yushi had mentioned, was shared with a roommate. The third room was locked, and Yushi had not disclosed its purpose. So Mu Xiaozao refrained from inquiring further, assuming it was not meant for sleeping. Thus, the dilemma arose. While Yushi had a room, where was she to sleep? Her gaze fell upon the soft, inviting sofa. Perhaps I could sleep on the sofa? Just lend me a blanket. I don't have an extra blanket. Then, could I borrow a jacket to cover myself? My jacket is not something I lend out casually. Yushi decisively rejected her. All right, I see I cannot borrow anything. So I must simply sleep here, yes? Well, never mind. I've lived rather roughly in my past life. I can manage a night lying down. Just as Mu Xiaozao prepared to rise, Yushi's hand grasped her skirt. Where do you think you're going? You stay here, Yushi commanded in a half-authoritative tone, and sleep with me in my room. Mu Xiaozao blinked in surprise, then suddenly grasped the implications of Yushi's words, her face flushing crimson. What? Sleep with a girl, especially one as stunning as the female lead? She anxiously lowered her head, her small hands clutching her clothes. We'll be too cramped. If we both lie down on this bed, are you complaining about the space after I'm letting you stay? Yushi interrupted without mercy, patted the blanket, and settled into bed. Otherwise, you can leave. Mu Xiaozao swallowed hard, glancing at Yushi's cold, beautiful face and the alluring curves beneath her silk nightgown. It was an undeniable allure. Who could withstand such temptation? Mu Xiaozao would surrender. The silver-haired girl pulled back the covers and cautiously nestled into the fragrant bed, already warmed by Yushi's presence. Turn off the lights. The night enveloped the room, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the uncurtained window. Yushi lay close by, her breathing steady, her voice gentle. In the dim light, the curve of her profile was striking, her dark hair cascading gracefully over the pillow. Mu Xiaozao can't sleep? Because you are peeking at me. Yushi opened her eyes, her voice soft. If you can't sleep, we could chat. After a moment, she added, you've probably been wanting to ask why I live here instead of with my parents or other family. Well, but Mu Xiaozao replied quietly. Then, she felt her hand being gently held by another. If it's you, I'm willing to share. That night, Mu Xiaozao learned some of the hidden aspects of the young lady's life. This apartment was rented by my mother long ago. She passed away when I was very small, leaving me with only a meager inheritance. Yushi's voice floated lightly, as if from a great distance. Her gaze fell upon the ceiling, adorned with colorful origami stars that flickered faintly in the darkness, like fragments of her memories. As for my father, she paused, her tone still calm. He divorced my mother long ago, remarried, and our contact dwindled. Gradually, we became almost strangers. Thus, I have remained in this apartment, from middle school until now, for many years. Having concluded her story, Yushi gently turned to face Mu Xiaozao, her eyes glimmering like water-soaked red agate. That's my tale. And what about you, Mu Xiaozao? Mu Xiaozao was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that she had shared very little about herself. The earlier remarks seemed designed to lead into the next topic. Yushi was not merely sharing, but seeking to draw out Mu Xiaozao's own circumstances. Ahem, as for me. Mu Xiaozao felt no harm in sharing. Searching through the original owner's memories for a moment, she began to speak slowly. My family's financial situation is quite poor. I live in the Xiqing district with my grandparents and younger sister. My parents went missing in an accident when I was young, and they have never been found. They're likely no longer in this world. Fortunately, my sister and I later encountered a benefactor, an anonymous patron who generously provided financial support for our living expenses and covered my tuition fees at Tianyu Academy. While our current circumstances may not be ideal, we managed to get by. Our grandparents exhibit great warmth, and my relationship with my sister is quite harmonious. Yushi listened intently, her gaze fixed on Mu Xiaozao's face, as if savoring each word. Once Mu Xiao finished speaking, the room fell silent, the only sounds being their breaths, enveloped in a subtle understanding. Is everything truly bearable? After a pause, Yushi suddenly inquired. Of course it is. Why do you ask? Mu Xiao replied. It's nothing, merely seeking confirmation. Are you concerned about me? Mu Xiao immediately regretted her words. It seemed a rather naive question. She had spoken impulsively, without considering the repercussions, already imagining the icy tone Yushi would adopt to mock her sentimentality. Yet Yushi did not laugh. And what about you, Mu Xiao? Are you concerned about me? Her tone was flat, leaving her intentions ambiguous. Mu Xiao felt compelled to comply. Yes, I am concerned about you. In the darkness, she couldn't discern Yushi's expression, but she sensed a faint smile. Thank you. The night passed, and when Mu Xiao opened her eyes again, she was startled to find it nearing noon. Wow, the quality of sleep was exceptional. I slept for so long. As her mind cleared, she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Yushi, We're late for class. She sprang from her bed, ready to change, but Yushi grasped her wrist. We've even missed it. It's just a trivial class. Let us skip it. Yushi yawned lazily, rolling over, her other hand securing Mu Xiao's wrist. Mu Xiao realized she was not going anywhere. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the market and buy some ingredients. Oh well, I need to return to school, so I won't be eating here. I'm asking you what you want to eat. Yushi reiterated, her grip on Mu Xiao unwavering, exuding an air of insistence. It's too much trouble for you to cook. How would tea want to be a bother? You still haven't tea, answer my question. Mu Xiao fell silent. Something fell off. Hadn't She already stated her intention to return to school? Why did Yushi show no sign of letting her go? Mu Xiao attempted to withdraw her hand. But Yushi's grip was like a vice, stronger than before. After struggling a few times without success, she resigned herself to the situation. All right then, we can go buy something to eat later. After a moment, she added, I'll head back to school after lunch. Yushi did not respond, merely released her grip and stated, There's some of my clothes in the cupboard. Choose something you like to wear. The two ventured out together. The grocery shopping was swift, as Yushi seemed to have a plan, purchasing only broccoli, pork tenderloin, and pumpkin. Upon returning home, Yushi took charge in the kitchen, not allowing Mu Xiao to assist. The sounds of utensils clashing and enticing aromas wafted through the air. Sitting in the living room, Mu Xiao felt uneasy, sensing something peculiar in Yushi's demeanor, but unable to pinpoint the source. Before long, Yushi served the dishes. The broccoli glistened emerald green, the pork tenderloin was golden and crispy, and the pumpkin soup exuded a rich sweetness. Let us eat, Yushi said, taking her seat first. Mu Xiao sampled a piece of meat, chewing thoughtfully, and had to admit Yushi was quite the cook. The meat was tender and juicy, the flavor just right. However, her thoughts were not on the food, as she contemplated how to broach the subject of returning to school. Yushi, we have class tomorrow. Let us head back to school after lunch, she tentatively suggested. Do you like pumpkin? Yushi did not answer, merely placing a piece of pumpkin in Mu Xiao's bowl. Mu Xiao paused, glancing down at the pumpkin. Yes. Why was Yushi constantly avoiding her question? Something felt amiss, but she couldn't articulate it. I prepared the meal, so you can wash the dishes afterward. Mu Xiao was momentarily speechless and nodded in acquiescence. After the meal, she tidied up the dishes and began washing them at the kitchen sink. The water gushed from the faucet as she pondered the situation, while Yushi sat on the sofa, watching television. The noise from the TV was overwhelming. Just then, Mu Xiao's phone vibrated gently on the table. Yushi's eyes darted, and she quickly turned up the volume, drowning out the sound of the phone. After confirming that Mu Xiao was unaware of the commotion, she reached for Mu Xiao's phone. The screen lit up, revealing an unread message. Lin Juye has sent you a friend request. Yushi's fingers glided over the screen, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Would you like to accept Lin Juye's friend request? Decline. Lin Juye has sent you a friend request. Decline. Lin Juye has sent you a friend request. Decline. Lin Juye has sent you a friend request. Lin Juye, temporary chat Xiaozao. Are you mad at me? Reading this, Yushi scoffed coldly, deftly tapping the options and selecting a black avatar. You have blocked Lin Juye. On campus, students streamed out of class, the noise buzzing all around. Amidst the clamor, only Lin Juye kept her head down, her lips trembling. Her vacant gaze was fixed on her phone screen, her glasses askew, and her chestnut hair a disheveled mess. Driven by an unseen force, she clicked the Send Friend Request button again, anxiously staring at the screen, waiting for a response that felt pivotal. Minutes passed in silence. The screen remained devoid of activity. The surrounding sounds suddenly became unbearably sharp, laughter and footsteps mocking her solitude. Xiaozao, you can't live without me. Why can't you understand that? Her voice rose, tinged with a pleading cry, her fingers trembling as she pressed the friend request button repeatedly. Once, twice, thrice for times. Gradually, her movements quickened, her fingers flying over the phone at an almost imperceptible speed, appearing to outsiders as mere blurs. Add me as a friend. Reply to my message. Mu Xiao, didn't you say I was your best friend? Why? My Xiaozao was never like this. It was as if she were possessed, endlessly repeating her nonsensical phrases. Yet no matter how frantic she became, the person on the other end of the phone remained utterly silent, as if vanished from existence. After what felt like an eternity of turmoil, Linjia slumped on the bench by the roadside, as if all her strength had been sapped away. Her fingers loosely gripped her phone, unable to bring herself to gaze at the screen displaying Mu Xiaozao's profile. "Xiaozao, have you blocked me?" she whispered to the empty air beside her, feeling her heart ache with each passing moment. "No, you cannot do this. If we part ways, neither of us can survive alone. Stay here tonight. I'll cook dinner for you, and you can use hot water and the television as you please." As Mu Xiaozao prepared to leave with her backpack, Yushi called out to her. "After all, we don't have classes tomorrow, do we? It's perfectly fine to stay another night." "But, stop. I don't find it troublesome at all," Yushi interjected, grasping Mu Xiaozhao's backpack. The sudden tug caused Mu Xiaozhao to stumble back a few steps, retreating into the doorway. "To be honest, after that visit to the haunted house with you, I was quite frightened and couldn't bear to sleep alone at night. My desire for you to stay is rooted in my selfishness." "Frightened by the haunted house? Was it really that serious?" "You don't seem affected at all," Mu Xiaozhao replied, skepticism lacing her voice as she scrutinized Yu's impassive expression, her curiosity trapped in her throat. The two exchanged glances, and Mu Xiaozhao's expression grew increasingly uneasy, glancing back towards the door. "All right, you clearly want to leave, don't you?" Yushi suddenly released her grip and took a step back. "It was selfish of me to want you to stay. I apologize. Wait, that day in the haunted house, you held me close, making me feel secure. I wanted to find that sense of safety with you," Yushi confessed. Her expression clouded with melancholy as she turned her face away, hiding her eyes beneath her dark hair, her left hand gripping her right wrist. "It seems I was too greedy." Mu Xiaozhao stood there, momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond, when Yushi gently urged her outside. Bang! The door of Yushi's home closed behind her. Mu Xiaozhao lingered for a moment, blinking in surprise, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. "Did I do something wrong?" She pondered, confusion washing over her. Yushi's previous expression seemed to convey hurt. Upon reflection, while Yushi's words were sharp, her actions had shown consistent care, gifting her on her birthday, accompanying her to the amusement park, and inviting her to stay over. Yushi had done so much for her. Yet during Yushi's vulnerable moments, Mu Xiaozhao had often doubted her sincerity. Was it her fault? Had she constantly misjudged Yushi's intentions? Mu Xiaozhao found herself lost in these thoughts. "Host, perhaps you should stay with her." The system's words struck Mu Xiaozhao like a final blow. She inhaled deeply, half clenching her fist, and rapped on Yushi's iron door once more. "Yushi, I have more to say. I don't mean to reject you. Can we talk? I didn't realize you were afraid. I want to go back to school, I promise. Please, open the door." On the other side of the door, Yushi leaned forward, pressing her face against the peephole, her crimson eyes sparkling with intensity. Mu Xiaozhao continued to plead, unaware of the deception woven into her words. That innocent, naive demeanor made Yushi's heart race, her adrenaline surging. I like her so much. The kind of like that craves to consume." Mu Xiaozhao was completely focused on her concerns. If not for the fear of Mu Xiaozhao losing patience and leaving, Yushi would happily remain at the door, savoring her worried expression all day. No, not just for a day. She could relish it for a lifetime. She yearned for Mu Xiaozhao to feel bashful, confused, and pained for her, to have every thought and feeling tethered to her, filling both mind and body with memories of her. Could there be a greater joy in the world? However, Yushi was not one to rush. She understood the delicate balance of patience and desire. After Mu Xiaozhao asked a few more times, Yushi adjusted her expression and unlocked the door with a click. As Mu Xiaozhao's face lit up with joy, she found Yushi blocking the doorway with one hand, not permitting her immediate entry. "Before you come in, I have a question for you." Yushi maintained her earlier demeanor of sorrow. "Do you genuinely want to stay with me?" Mu Xiaozhao nodded obediently. "Yes, because you said you were scared at night. I have always wanted your forgiveness, so I want to help you as much as I can." "I see." Yushi narrowed her eyes. "I've been feeling insecure lately. You want to leave me midway, will you?" "I want tea. Besides, I live at school and share a class with you. Where could I possibly go?" "Perfect," was the answer that satisfied Yushi. She finally released her hold, allowing her expression to soften as she led Mu Xiaozhao back into the living room. locking the door with an added layer of security. Moonlight poured into the tranquil room, casting a serene glow. Watching Mu Xiaozao drift into deep slumber beside her, Yushi quietly reached out to caress the silver-haired girl's cheek, her fingers gliding from her jawline to her neck. The girl's delicate features, soft and charming, bore a hint of innocence, resembling a flawless gem. Yushi took a strand of silver hair, kissing it gently, her breath trembling with emotion. Though fatigue tugged at her repeatedly, Yushi stubbornly resisted the urge to close her eyes. Because of her little trick, Mu Xiaozao had agreed to stay an extra day. But tomorrow, she would leave this place. The fragrance on the pillow would fade, and the warmth within reach would dissipate like smoke. Thus, she wished to savor every moment of Mu Xiaozhao's sleeping visage tonight, even if just for a minute longer. Yushi could not recall when she drifted off to sleep. She only remembered dreaming of a dim, old classroom where she was bound to a chair, water streaming down her body, surrounded by several girls who tormented her with ridicule and scorn. Why are you just standing there? Act quickly. The familiar scene replayed, the echoes of derision ringing in her ears. Yushi remained unfazed, silently observing with a gaze that was half contempt, half indifference. Her focus shifted to a petite silver-haired girl, trembling slightly, scissors clutched in her hand. It was Mu Xiaozhao. Yushi remembered that name well. A timid follower of Song Zhuozhua, lacking in assertiveness. Yushi held no fondness for such spinelessness, yet she did not despise her. After all, Mu Xiaozhao was merely a tool for Song Zhuozhua's bullying, a being born to be exploited by others. Yushi merely found her pitiable. Until that day, when she realized Mu Xiaozhao had changed. No longer the gloomy girl in the corner, she had become radiant, cheerful, even daring to defy Song Zhuozhua's will. Stepping in to protect her when she was hurt by an electric bike. How dazzling she was. This silver-haired girl sparked a possessive thought within Yushi. To pull Mu Xiaozhao into the shadows, to destroy her with her own hands, to ensure she would never return to the light. What a delightful prospect that would be. With such a frenzied obsession, Yushi found herself descending into madness. Her emotions spiraled out of control, all because of Mu Xiaozhao. Don't just stand there. I instructed you to cut her hair. Did you hear me? The sound of the ear-piercing scissors jolted Yushi back to the scene. Due to Mu Xiaozhao's prolonged hesitation, Song Zhuozhua's patience had worn thin, and the other girls began to threaten Mu Xiaozhao with their glares. After multiple urgings, the silver-haired girl cautiously approached Yushi, lifting the scissors. The blade gleamed menacingly. Yushi tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips. She neither struggled nor exhibited any sign of revulsion. Instead, she gazed into the other's eyes with her crimson orbs, as if anticipating something. Snip! A lock of black hair floated gently to the ground. What's the matter? Can't bring yourself to do it? Yushi's voice dripped with provocation, just as she had said before. However, the scene unfolded contrary to her expectations. Mu Xiaozhao stood before her, expression vacant and eyes lifeless, as if a machine incessantly cutting away. Snip! 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 The scissors opened and closed, with strand after strand of black hair cascading down like falling black snow. In the blink of an eye, Yushi's once long hair was reduced to shoulder length. The class bell did not ring, as she remembered. Only the girls' applause for Mu Xiaozhao echoed. Hearing their praises, a flicker of a smile appeared on Mu Xiaozhao's numb face. No, this was not the Mu Xiaozhao she cherished. Yushi suddenly realized, her complexion paling, her body trembling slightly. Are you scared? Ha ha ha. You were so proud before. Now you're a coward just because I'm getting my hair cut. Cry, go on, let's see you cry. The classmates were taken aback by Yushi's uncharacteristic display of emotion, eagerly waiting to witness her humiliation. Yet, Yushi paid them no heed. Her gaze was fixated on Mu Xiaozhao's face, her breath becoming labored, as if an invisible hand had tightened around her throat. Mu, she whispered, her voice trembling. Snip! Another lock of black hair fell. Mu, why? Snip! 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 The silver-haired girl continued her work, unresponsive, as if she could not hear Yushi's voice. The Mu Xiaozhao she adored had vanished. In that moment, Yushi felt her world collapse. Her eyes became hollow, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, as she helplessly sank into her chair. The scissors in Mu Xiaozao's hands seemed not to be cutting her hair, but rather slicing through her skin, piercing in her flesh, extracting her innermost being. The pain was nearly enough to render her unconscious. The light in Yushi's eyes dimmed gradually. She could not comprehend why she felt such torment. How odd. She should not have harbored such deep feelings for Mu Xiaozao. Wasn't she merely drawn to her for amusement? Why did the thought of the familiar Mu Xiaozao disappearing forever instill such fear within her? What was happening? In the depths of the inky night, Yushi suddenly opened her eyes, jolted awake from her nightmare. She gasped for breath, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Xiaozao! Xiaozao! The moonlight remained tranquil. In the familiar room, Mu Xiaozao lay beside her, quietly sleeping like a kitten, her breathing steady and deep. Observing Muxioju's sitting slumber, iu yedenast exhaled softly. Though the ache in her heart lingered. Xiaozao! She reached out, pulling the sleeping Mu Xiaozao into her embrace tightly, as if fearing she might lose her, holding on a bit too fiercely. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Yushi's pain began to subside gradually. Thank goodness it was all just a dream. Thank goodness. You're still by my side. She felt as though she were gravely ill, afflicted with a disease so severe that no doctor could cure it. The only antidote to this ailment was Mu Xiaozao, to prevent her illness from leading to demise. Yushi made a quiet decision that night, while cradling Mu Xiaozao. Although it was morning, the room was shrouded in darkness. It seems I have a class today. How strange. Why did my alarm go off? Mu Xiaozao yawned drowsily, stretching her limbs, slowly turning over as her hand fumbled beneath the pillow for her phone. Where's my phone? Did I accidentally leave it in the living room yesterday? She rubbed her shoulders, sitting up resignedly, her gaze landing on the empty pillow beside her. The bed next to her was vacant, her nightgown neatly folded on the chair, indicating that she had risen early and left. Sigh, she doesn't even wake me up. Though she murmured this complaint, Mu Xiaozao's feelings toward she had changed significantly. They had visited the amusement park together, cooked meals, spent the night, and shared stories about their families. Having reached such a level of intimacy, even if she refused to admit it, they had undoubtedly become true friends. With this thought in mind, Mu Xiaozao called out for Yushi while slipping on her slippers, intending to find her. Her mood remained calm until she discovered that the door had been locked from the outside. A sudden weight sank in her heart. The anticipation she had felt moments ago was swiftly replaced by panic and unease. Mu Xiaozao instinctively tugged at the doorknob, attempting to open it. But no matter how hard she tried, the door remained stubbornly shut. How strange. Could the lock be broken? She knocked gently and called out, Yushi, are you there? Silence enveloped her, only the stillness of the air responding. An inexplicable sense of eeriness coiled around Mu Xiaozao's heart like a serpent, sending chills down her spine. Yet, she still believed this to be merely an accident. How odd, where's my phone? How careless. It would be nice to have my phone now, with the door locked and no means of contacting the outside world. She wondered if Yushi had already gone to school. If that were the case, she would have to wait for Yushi to return to open the door. Mu Xiaozao was not without patience, but this meant she would miss her professional class today. The thought of this made her head ache. The final exams at Tianyu Academy were notoriously strict, and each year, numerous students were forced to repeat a year due to failing assessments. Sighing, she rubbed her tousled hair and plopped down on the bed, feeling utterly drained. Suddenly, she noticed a brightly colored pink sticky note affixed to the wall beside the door. Mu Xiaozao got up and approached it, only to realize it bore Yushi's handwriting. Dear classmate, breakfast is on the wooden table by the bed. I prepared it for you. I locked the door, so don't bother trying to open it. There are no tools in the room to break the lock. The reason for my actions is simple. You have accrued too many favors. From now on, you are to be my pet until your debt is repaid. I'm going out for a while, and will return in the afternoon to keep you company. The pink note fluttered to the ground, along with a piece of the wall as plaster. Mu Xiaozao stared in disbelief, stiffly turning her head toward the small wooden table by the window. There, indeed, was a bowl of tofu pudding, accompanied by several pieces of steaming rice cakes and a few bottles of mineral water. What on earth is a pet? No, I truly am locked in here. Was it she who had gone mad, or had the world turned upside down? Mu Xiaozao found it difficult to accept that the Yushi who had seemed so normal yesterday would now lock her in her home without a word. All over a mere favor. While her debts were substantial, surely they didn't warrant the forfeiture of her personal liberties. Hey, Yushi, this has to be a jest. Release me. Why am I confined? Have you lost your senses? She pounded on the door, her voice trembling as she cried out, but as before, there was no response. Panic began to set in. Turning back, she noticed that it wasn't just the note on the door. The entire room felt peculiar. Only a small nightlight illuminated the space. The windows were obscured by dark fabric, creating a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Lacking any appetite for the breakfast, she wandered to the window, attempting to pry it open. With a click, she discovered it was locked. The reality of her situation dawned on her. Yushi had imprisoned her in this confined space. System, it's time for you to be of assistance, she said, striving to maintain composure. My heroine conquest plan has encountered snag. I've been locked away. Affirmative. What? Are we talking about a confinement chamber? Yes. Can you devise a solution? Ah, you've come to the right entity. This is my forte. I shall immediately request the procurement of specialized confinement chamber supplies, blindfolds, collars, lollipops, low-temperature wax candles. The system began listing items with enthusiasm. Stop! Mu Xiaozao exclaimed, finally losing her patience. What in the world are those things? System, you'd better confess. Are you a mole sent by Yushi? Meow. Don't play coy. The system is merely a system, unaware of such things. Mu Xiaozao was beyond exasperated. She had once believed this system to be useful, but it only offered terrible ideas and mocked her at every turn. If the system weren't confined to her mind, she would have engaged it in fisticuffs. I'd be better off relying on a useless simpleton than you, she retorted, waving her hand dismissively. After another thorough inspection of the room confirmed that all exits were sealed, Mu Xiaozao returned to the now-cold breakfast. Despite her initial reluctance, her hunger pangs reminded her that she needed sustenance. She sat at the small wooden table and picked up her chopsticks, gazing at the delicate porcelain bowl filled with tofu pudding. I hope nothing has been added to this. In truth, Mu Xiaozao wasn't the only occupant of the apartment. Anlan sat in the living room, hardly daring to breathe. That morning, she had awakened in a budget hostel to an urgent message from Yushi. Emergency, return immediately. Without hesitation, she had rushed back to the apartment. Upon opening the door, she discovered that her employer had decided to imprison the beautiful girl she had brought home the previous day. Incredible. What a deviant. Had she not sensed the gravity of the situation, Anlan would have immediately updated her social media account. However, she restrained herself, maintaining her professional demeanor. Anlan glanced at the locked door, then at Yushi. She fixed Yushi with a serious stare, her expression grave. Miss, you must regain your senses. What you're doing is depriving that girl of her personal freedom, which is against the law. Yushi dismissed her concerns with a scornful laugh. Depriving freedom? Anlan, what do you take me for? Aren't you imprisoning her? Anlan recoiled, looking at Yushi as if she were a ghost. Wait, I remember now. I knew she looked familiar. Isn't she the girl who used to bully you at school? Are you seeking revenge? Eliminating a witness? Don't be absurd. I'm helping her, Yushi said, raising an eyebrow and stepping closer to Anlan with a sinister smile. Then, in a low, deliberate voice, she said, I want Mu Xiaozao to understand that being by my side is the best thing for her. Her crimson eyes seemed to glow faintly. Anlan's fear intensified into terror. What are you saying? I don't understand. Are you planning to keep her here forever? Yushi paused, then shook her head. Of course, I've considered keeping her confined indefinitely. But that's not realistic right now, is it? Eventually, the school, her family, will trace her here, and the security won't overlook it. Taking such action before dealing with those who might interfere would be asking for trouble. Yushi tossed a set of keys into the air, and Anlan caught them. I'm going to school. Stay here in the living room. If she does anything unusual, contact me. Remember, without my permission, you're not to speak to her or interact with her. The security cameras are always on. I trust you'll do your job. The keys felt cold in Anlan's hand, as if she were holding a blade. Before Yushi left, Anlan asked anxiously, Miss, what are you going to do at school? Yushi paused. I'm going to visit Mu Xiaozhao's roommates. With a smile, she closed the door. The author has created an emoji of Xiaozao. Click below to see it. 63. Yushi's Plan 1. The morning sun streamed through the classroom windows, casting a golden glow on the worn podium. The blackboard was covered with notes from the previous lecture. The professor stood before the class, his gaze sweeping over the students before settling on Yushi and Songjuejue. The theoretical analysis assignments from the last class were excellent. In particular, Yushi and Songjuejue, your work had unique strengths that are worth emulating, the professor said approvingly. Yushi analyzed the emerging Ansei technology company, examining the impact of new technologies on traditional bureaucratic management. And Songjuejue, well, I believe Xinghue Entertainment is your family's company? That section was also very well done. The professor looked at the two students. You both rank high in the class. If you're interested in graduate school, come see me after class. Thank you, Professor. Songjuejue replied, casting a displeased glance at Yushi. The thought of competing with her for a spot in graduate school was vexing. Yushi's grades had been steadily improving, surpassing her own. With her success in competitions and publications, Yushi would soon pull far ahead. I'll now call roll. When I call your name, say here. At that moment, Yushi raised her hand. Yes, Yushi? What is it? The professor asked, looking up from the roster. Professor. Yushi said clearly, Mu Xiaozao is absent today. Oh, do you have a note? No, it was an emergency. I'll bring the note next time. All right. I will note the attendance for now. The old professor nodded, marked something on the roster, and continued calling names. The classroom echoed with the students' responses, while Yushi lowered her head, flipping open her notebook, her gaze landing on the densely packed notes, though her thoughts drifted afar. One of her reasons for returning to school was that the greatest threat to Mu Xiaozao now lay in the videos serving as evidence of bullying. Once made public, there would be no refuge left for Mu Xiaozao in this school, and she would face expulsion. Time was of the essence. Yushi could not ascertain whether Mu Xiaozao's roommates or the person who recorded the video would leak it. Consequently, after waking from a nightmare last night, she decisively chose to lock Mu Xiaozao in her room and come to school alone to deal with the video issue. Zhanghua, Zhao Mingming, Shen Wanjia. These three girls had seen the video. Opening the dormitory group chat on Mu Xiaozao's phone, Yushi's expression grew increasingly indifferent. These individuals were truly pitiful. They had been granted the privilege of living with Mu Xiaozao, but failed to cherish it. Yushi couldn't help but ponder. If only one person could randomly disappear, and she could replace Mu Xiaozao's roommate, how wonderful it would be to sleep together every night and see Mu's sleepy face in the morning. What a blissful thought. She sighed softly. Never mind. Let us first investigate the other information about these three. She began browsing through the chat records on Mu Xiaozao's phone. First was Zhanghua. Zhanghua was somewhat well known in the grade, not due to exceptional talent, but simply because she had many friends. Yushi had heard of this before. Zhanghua was righteous and straightforward, with a very outgoing personality. She had a close friend in almost every class in her department, making her quite popular. The chat records were extensive, indicating that Zhanghua had previously been quite friendly towards Mu Xiaozao. However, after that incident, her attitude had undergone a complete reversal. Various activity suggestions were led by her, positioning her as the core figure in the dormitory. Yushi noted a few points down. Then there was Shen Wanjia, who had been constantly inviting Mu Xiaozao to various clubs, anime club, mobile gaming club, and this FFF, preliminary assessment. A homebody with few friends, impulsive, and fond of gaming. Incidentally, she was so immersed in games that she had changed her name to her gaming alias. Should one call her eccentric? Not quite sure. After frowning and jotting down her observations, Yushi continued scrolling through the phone. There were not many chat records regarding Zhao Mingming, and Yushi mostly inferred from secondary group discussions. In the past 10 months, Zhao Mingming had made 25 purchases in the college's secondhand group, 80 of which were related to celebrity merchandise. Her favorite celebrities included Kai Kuan and Ding Zhong. She appeared to be a fervent fan, possessing a strong emotional reliance, a weak character, a lack of confidence, and easily swayed by others. Such individuals are the most vulnerable. She scribbled in her notebook for a while longer. With the class bell ringing, Yushi stood up. The art of negotiation lies in knowing oneself and one's adversary. Now that she had a good understanding of Mu Xiaozao's roommates, it was time to head to Mu Xiaozao's dormitory. At this moment, in dormitory 6310 of Jinxia Garden, Zhonghua, Shan Wanjia, and Zhao Mingming had just returned from the classroom, looking exhausted as they sat in their chairs. The dormitory was silent, with no one speaking. After a considerable pause, Zhao Mingming broke the silence, turning her chair to face Shan Wanjia and Zhonghua. Xiaozao hasn't returned for 3 days. Don't you think that's strange? I do, Shan Wanjia replied. Appearing quite troubled, she sighed softly. I felt something was off from the first day, but after that incident, it's not appropriate for us to seek her out. I need to be honest with you. I can't trust her, Zhonghua suddenly interjected, her tone resolute. But Guajie, Mingming, you don't believe her either, do you? Zhao Mingming wanted to defend Mu Xiaozao, but Zhonghua interrupted her. Sitting with her arms crossed, her wheat-colored face bore an uncommon seriousness. That stranger claimed to be one of the victims. Mu Xiaozao has done those horrible things, and now suddenly acts close to us. She must be planning to use the same tricks again. With that, she pulled out a dorm transfer application from her drawer. Let's persuade Mu Xiaozao to change dorms. Since this is a decision we've made together, let's not discuss it any further. The other two fell silent, but their hearts felt heavy. Just then, a rhythmic knock sounded at the door. I must leave a note here. I am an author who loves plot twists, and the story will not take a singular dark path. There might even be developments entirely contrary to your speculations. Yuxi's plan, too. Zhonghua furrowed her brow, stood, and walked to the door, pulling it open. Standing outside was a tall girl with smooth black hair cascading down her shoulders and a cold gaze. It was Yuxi. Zhonghua scrutinized her with a hint of wariness. I'm Yuxi, Mu Xiaozhao's friend, Yuxi said, her politeness tinged with a touch of aloofness. She didn't collect her test paper from the last class, so I brought it for her. Zhonghua raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Yuxi's presence. She stepped aside to allow Yuxi to enter. Come in. Her seat is by the window. After you, she placed the paper down. Her gaze swiftly swept across the room. The dormitory was somewhat disheveled. A coat hung over the upper bunk. The table was cluttered with books and snacks, and the walls were plastered with various celebrity posters, while a few gaming controllers lay in the corner. Her gaze lingered on Zhao Mingming and Shan Wanjia for a moment before retracting. Mu Xiaozao hasn't been to school for several days, and I'm a bit worried. Do you know anything about her? Her deep voice carried a hint of pressure as it resonated among the three. Shan Wanjia flinched, avoiding eye contact. Zhonghua's expression turned awkward as she glanced back at Shan Wanjia and Zhao Mingming, who both lowered their heads and remained silent. Reluctantly, she turned back to Yuxi, her tone stiff. We don't know where she is. We're not very clear on her situation. You should leave after you're done. Aren't you her roommates? How could you not know? Yuxi disregarded her dismissal, feigning surprise as she blinked. Has something happened? What could happen? She is not coming back. How would we know? Zhonghua's face darkened, clearly unwilling to continue this line of conversation, while the expressions of the other two girls grew subtly tense, as if they were all hoping Yuxi would leave soon. Their guilt was unmistakable. Yuxi observed their demeanor without rushing to retort. Actually, I recently heard some rumors that Mu Xiaozao has been isolated in the dormitory, and some even said she has been bullied. I initially didn't believe it, but seeing her absence these past few days, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? Bullied? At the mention of this word, Zhonghua's voice suddenly rose, her tone laced with evident anger. Who said that? How could we possibly bully her? Yuxi feigned innocence, shaking her head. I'm not sure who spread it, but rumors always have an origin. If you know anything, why not tell me, so I can help you clarify the situation? Zhonghua hesitated, glancing back at Shan Wanjia and Zhao Mingming, both of whom were looking down in silence. Should she disclose the matter regarding the video? Unfamiliar with the enigmatic Yuxi before her, she felt uncertain about the other's intentions. Did they truly do something to Mu Tongxue? Suddenly, Yuxi stepped in front of Zhonghua, her face betraying unmistakable hostility. We didn't do anything. Is that so? Yuxi sauntered to Zhonghua's seat, abruptly snatching the dormitory transfer application form and holding it aloft before Zhonghua. Then why did you seek this form from the dormitory supervisor? The A4 sheet fluttered in the breeze, revealing Mu Xiaozhao's name prominently inscribed in the title box. With evidence in hand, feigning ignorance was now impossible. Zhonghua felt cornered. Known for her sense of justice, she could not bear being accused of wrongdoing. Yushi's antagonistic gaze felt like an affront. It's all her fault. We haven't done anything to her. Those videos, it's all because of the videos. Videos. Yushi feigned surprise, widening her eyes. Zhang Guo froze, realizing she had inadvertently let slip crucial information. Yet, having spoken, she pressed on well. A few days ago, someone sent us some videos depicting Mu Xiaozao's past actions. In a bid to clear her name, Zhang Guo recounted the events in detail. Excellent, the objective was achieved. Yushi sought precisely this outcome. Not to raise the issue herself, but to coax Mu Xiaozao's roommates into revealing the existence of the videos, thus concealing her true intentions and avoiding suspicion. As Zhang Guo grew increasingly anxious, Yushi studied her with skepticism, leading to Zhang Guo's mounting tension. So, you wanted Mu Tongxue to move out because of the videos? Yushi furrowed her brow. Is it really that serious? Yes. Shen Wanjia and Zhao Mingming exchanged glances, seemingly in silent consultation. Then, Shen Wanjia stiffly retrieved her phone and played the video for Yushi. See for yourself. It's not that we don't want to believe her, but the content of the video is indeed terrifying, Shen Wanjia stated. Yes, there are parts that are quite shocking. Zhao Mingming chimed in, her eyes averted from screen. The victim appears to be in great pain, yet Mu Xiaozao seems utterly indifferent. It's quite a jarring impact. She suddenly changed her attitude towards us because she was ostracized by Song Zhuozhuo's crowd. I can't stand people like that. Zhang Guo could no longer contain her anger upon seeing the videos, her voice rising. She turned to Yushi, looking serious. This is the truth. Please don't misunderstand us. She expected her words to resonate, to awaken the self-proclaimed friend of Mu Xiaozao. However, to her astonishment, Yushi remained unfazed, even exhibiting a sneer. Is that all? She asked coldly. What? I mean, you intend to expel Mu Xiaozao based on these few videos? No, we never intended to expel her. We were merely claiming it was merely a discussion. They were in fact subjecting her to emotional abuse in the dormitory. What difference did that make from expelling her? Yushi fixed an unwavering gaze on Zhao Mingming, who felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Videos are one thing, but what about the person? Will you trust your own eyes or the truth that someone else has spoon-fed you? Zhao Mingming fell silent, wilting under the weight of the question. Yushi then turned her attention to Shen Wanjia. Shen Wanjia, I have heard Mu Tongxue speak highly of you. Has she ever wronged you in any way? And no. But, Shen Wanjia stammered, uncertain of whether to truly urge Mu Xiaozao to leave the dormitory. She had half-heartedly agreed under Zhang Guo's suggestion. I knew it. None of you have bothered to let Mu Tongxue explain herself. You blindly accepted what some unknown person said, Yushi remarked, disdainfully surveying the trio from the center of the dormitory. If you think for a moment, which bully would only film their own face while bullying? As her words hung in the air, the room fell silent. Zhao Mingming and Shen Wanjia, already wavering, lost their resolve. Only Zhang Guo stood her ground against Yushi. But Mu Xiaozao has indeed done those things, hasn't he? I detest people who bully others. Isn't it you who is the bully? Yushi interjected, suddenly grasping Zhang Guo's scarred arm, her gaze imposing. Let me be frank with you. I have witnessed some of the events depicted in those videos. Mu Tongxue has always been the one coerced. The reality is not what you think it is. You have spent over half a year with her, and she has cared for you. Yet you chose to believe a few minutes of evidence. How foolish. Her words, though delivered with calmness, left the three in a state of unease, their emotions churning within. Zhao Mingming and Shen Wanjia bowed their heads, while Zhang Guo's expression darkened. She seemingly wanted to retort, but struggled to find the right words. Pain radiated from her grasped arm, a reminder of a past she wished to forget. By the way, I have something to show you as well. Saying this, Yushi produced her own phone, turning the screen towards the trio. The device displayed another video, one Yushi had extracted from Mu Xiaozhao's phone, revealing footage of someone lurking at the entrance of dormitory 6310, eavesdropping. Though she was unsure how Mu Xiaozhao obtained the video, it proved useful now. The figure in the video, with their hat pulled low, obscured their face, yet their furtive demeanor was unmistakable, revealing a glaring inconsistency. This is footage I requested from the monitoring room out of concern for Mu Tongxue. You mentioned an anonymous victim sent you the videos. I believe that person is her, right? Do you understand? That individual is not a victim at all. You have been thoroughly manipulated. The trio's defenses finally crumbled. I was wrong. Zhang Hua's voice was barely audible, her mind replaying the scenes from the videos. Indeed, regardless of the stranger's intentions, the videos were genuine. And Mu Xiaozao's cold demeanor was undeniable. But was the current Mu Xiaozao not real? If one were to discern the truth, the Mu Xiaozao they had spent every day with was evidently more authentic than the one portrayed in the videos. Zhang Hua trembled, struggling to articulate a defense. Yet words eluded her. Ultimately, it stemmed from their lack of trust in their friend. They had witnessed Mu Xiaozao's every word in action. Such a gentle girl, who had treated them to meals and shared drinks with sincerity, had strengthened their bonds as roommates. Yet here they were, doubting her based on a few videos. Distrustful of her, questioning her, heaped with excessive words, to the point where Mu Xiaozao, is it truly because of us that she has chosen not to attend school? Zhao Mingming's voice trembled as Shun Wanjia gently patted her back. It was our fault. No, it was my fault. Zhang Hua could no longer muster any anger. It was I who misunderstood her. Those videos appeared too authentic. And in a moment of impulse, Yushi, can you help us persuade Xiaozao to return? We still owe her an apology. Shun Wanjia cast a pleading gaze towards Yushi. With a resigned sigh, Yushi's eyes grew cold. No, she replied indifferently. You all decided to have her change dormitories. Remaining here offers no benefit. Moreover, it is possible that Mu might consider withdrawing from school. That is only due to a misunderstanding. Yet I cannot trust you. As she spoke, Yushi stood up, neatly folding the room transfer application and placing it in her backpack. Don't, Yushi, wait a moment. Zhang Hua stepped back, arms outstretched to block the dormitory door, anxiety etched on her face. It was my fault. I bear significant responsibility for Xiaozao's absence from school, and I don't want it to continue like this. Yushi, please believe us? We had no idea we would be used. You and Xiaozao are good friends, right? Yushi, please help us persuade her. The group felt despondent. The moment was ripe. Observing their desperation, Yushi felt it was time to proceed. She merely needed to voice her intentions, and they would comply. Thus, she feigned hesitation, turning back to scrutinize them for a while before withdrawing her gaze. Let me ask you this. You haven't shared those videos with anyone else, have you? She inquired solemnly. The three shook their heads vigorously, their expressions resolute. Very well, I shall grant your request and bring Mu back, Yushi continued. But I have two conditions. First, delete the videos from your phones. Second, to ensure you do not inflict further harm upon her. Do not approach Mu Xiaozao from now on. Otherwise, I happen to possess some leverage against you. Upon exiting the 6th floor dormitory, Yushi hurried to the adjacent restroom. She bent slightly, cupped her hands to gather water, and rinsed her mouth vigorously before spitting it out. A wave of nausea threatened her eyes. She felt sick to her stomach. Were it not for the necessity of persuading them to delete the videos, she would have refrained from uttering those words, claiming Mu regarded them as good friends, that she truly cared for them. The mere thought of such sentiments repulsed her. Yet today she forced herself to speak them, feeling as if pricked by needles throughout her body. Were it not for her concern for Mu Xiaozao, she would have preferred the rift between the roommates and Mu to persist rather than witness their regretful demeanor. Indeed, it would have been simpler to eliminate the three of them and delete the videos, under the cover of night, when one might silence others. Alas, civilized society forbids her from acting on such thoughts. She wiped her face with her hands, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her dark, damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, her delicate brows unadorned yet striking, the corners of her eyes slightly raised, her cheeks as pure as the cold moon. Her beauty was undeniable, yet the weariness in her eyes betrayed her. Engaging in such acts today was undoubtedly a toll on her well-being. Fortunately, her sacrifices bore fruit. The videos had been deleted, and the trio had placed their complete trust in Yushi, pledging not to contact Mu Xiaozao again. Truth be told, having reached the point of urging a dormitory transfer, even if Xiaozao were willing to forgive, Yushi felt they were unworthy of her companionship. Thus, She had crafted those lies. It was nearly time to return home and reunite with Xiaozao. The dark-haired girl before the mirror murmured to herself, a smile gracing her lips. After the midday classes concluded, without waiting for the bell, Yushi hurriedly exited the classroom. The loathsome day had finally drawn to a close. Now, she could return home to relish the company of her newly acquired pet. However, Yushi did not intend to treat Xiaozao merely as a pet to be tamed. She remained acutely aware that humans differ fundamentally from animals. Animals accustomed to the world beyond their cages require gentle care to thrive. Humans, however, possess thoughts and emotions. A psychologically healthy individual, when forcibly confined, will suffer immense harm to their self-esteem, evoking powerful rebellious sentiments, potentially leading to extreme actions. Therefore, Yushi placed her faith in the power of habituation. The first confinement would be brief, the second extended slightly. Gradually, as adaptability increased, her aim was for the little pet to become entirely accustomed to the confines of her cage. Mo must have been waiting for me at home for quite some time. What should I bring her for lunch? The mere thought of Mu Xiaozhao's face lifted Yushi's spirits. Disdainful of the cafeteria's offerings, she opted for a nearby Western restaurant, ordering spaghetti bolognese and purchasing a cup of pomegranate juice, Mu Xiaozhao's favorite. Subsequently, she visited the package station to retrieve the pet supplies she had specially prepared for her. Today marked the inaugural day of pet ownership. A delightful pet requires meticulous care. Yushi had never owned a real pet, but recalled playing with an electronic pet device in her childhood. It was a small plastic box housing a virtual pet, necessitating constant attention for it to thrive. As a child, Yushi fed it daily, provided water, cleaned its little nest, and played with it to enhance their bond. Correspondingly, as long as it did not perish, the electronic pet patiently awaited her in the box, offering companionship unconditionally. Young Yushi's life had been quite solitary, devoid of friends and parental attention. For her, the pet device represented the world, her most cherished emotional support. However, the current Yushi no longer relied on such virtual affections. She had discovered a far superior companion, more adorable than an electronic pet, imbued with warmth and charm. Igniting her heart, the silver-haired girl, Mu Xiaozhao, although her initial intention was to assist Mu Xiaozhao in deleting the videos, Yushi found herself relishing the experience of nurturing her. Once the door was locked, the room became a world for just the two of them. Yushi's ideal realm. The pet could not escape from within, nor could anything intrude from outside. Of course, it was still premature. After preparing everything, Yushi sent a message to Enlon. Yushi, I'm back. You can return to your side now. Enlon, welcome back, Mississippi. Enlon, after a long day of hard work, is today's lunch king crab with velvety lobster soup? Yushi, oh, I bought you a pack of instant noodles. Enlon, I wouldn't eat that. If you're not even getting me a decent brand of instant noodles, your heartless self deserves to go bankrupt. Yushi, miss. I'm sorry. That was an accidental touch. Enlon, it was a voice message error. Hee. Knowing her maid's temperament, Enlon was likely lost in some absurd daydream. Yushi snorted derisively, quickly replying with a few lines. Yushi, it's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Occasionally, it's normal to accidentally harm something. Yushi, it was a misdial, a miscommunication. No sooner had she sent the message than Enlon fell silent. In less than half a minute, the phone displayed that the other party had gone offline. Yushi tucked her phone into her pocket, ignoring Enlon's inexplicable reaction, and headed towards her familiar rental apartment. From a distance, seeing the window covered with black cloth, Yushi felt a warmth in her heart. How delightful. Xiaozao was waiting for me at home. With no classes in the afternoon, it was time for the two of them to enjoy each other's company, engaging in various activities together. Filled with blissful fantasies, Yushi tightened her grip on the shopping bag, her footsteps unconsciously quickening. The room that secured Mu Xiaozhao was locked with two heavy doors. First, she locked the outer door, then opened the room door, ensuring that even if Xiaozhao attempted to escape in the brief moment of opening, it would be impossible. The sound of keys clattering echoed as Yushi unlocked her door. The room was in disarray. The quilt was haphazardly piled on the bed, clothes strewn across the floor, and books lay scattered on the desk, paper crumpled everywhere. Mu Xiaozao sat on the edge of the bed, her hair disheveled, resembling straw that had been tousled, cascading chaotically over her shoulders. Her eyes were filled with hostility, mixed with a hint of confusion. Yushi did not offer her a warm greeting. Instead, she walked expressionlessly to the bedside and placed a shopping bag on the small wooden table. "Dinner," she stated curtly. Mu Xiaozao remained motionless, silently protesting, sitting there as if in quiet rebellion. Yushi furrowed her brow, seemingly annoyed by Mu Xiaozhao's lack of cooperation. "Don't like this? What do you want to eat? I can go buy it for you." Yet, Mu Xiaozhao remained still, her gaze fixed on Yushi's face, an expression that felt utterly foreign to Yushi. "Yushi, please explain to me why you are doing this," Mu Xiaozhao implored. Yushi was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. "Don't you already know? It's about the favor. So, you're keeping me here as your pet?" Mu Xiaozhao's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Had she not experienced it herself, she would never have believed that Yushi could treat her this way. The atmosphere between them had been so pleasant at the cat CAF and the amusement park, yet now it felt so estranged. Being a pet isn't so bad. Yushi replied with a light laugh. "After all, you owe me a favor, and there must be some form of compensation." As she spoke, she produced a gift box, her delicate white fingers lifting the lid to reveal its contents to Mu Xiaozhao. Inside were small accessories for pets, a pink furry cat ear headband and a collar with a bell. However, the size was clearly meant for an adult. A wave of humiliation surged through Mu Xiaozhao, yet she fought to restrain herself, only silently clenching her fists. "Come closer, I'll put it on you." Yushi spoke softly, pulling the little girl closer. Mu Xiaozhao made no resistance. Once adorned, Yushi gazed at Mu Xiaozhao with an almost dreamy expression. The fluffy pink cat ears perched atop her delicate silver hair, framing a porcelain-like face with a hint of rosy blush. Her eyes sparkled like two brilliant amethysts, their lashes fluttering gently, exuding fragility. The collar bore a small bell that chimed sweetly with the slightest touch. "Xiaozhao." This beguiling appearance made it impossible for Yushi to look away, her heart racing slightly. Without thinking, she reached out, ruffling Mu Xiaozhao's hair, treating her like a pet owner would. "Are you satisfied?" Mu Xiaozhao's expression remained cold. "Please let me go." Yet to Yushi, that expression resembled a stubborn cat, and it only made her fonder. "No, I told you. You must repay your debt before you leave." Yushi continued to play with her cat ears, her palm gliding over the soft fur. "But I don't want to repay my debt this way." Mu Xiaozhao's voice quivered, attempting one last effort at communication. "Yushi, please let me go and return my phone." Why was she treating her this way? Was it out of hatred? Did Yushi still harbor resentment from the past? Mu Xiaozhao had already done so much for her unfounded sins. Was it not enough? She could not comprehend, clinging to a shred of hope that this was all a jest, that there had merely been some misunderstanding between them. She gazed silently at Yushi, awaiting a response. Unfortunately, Yushi merely replied lightly, "No." In the dim light, the spark in Mu Xiaozhao's eyes was extinguished. Had she been deceived? Those seemingly joyful memories were merely a beautiful dream woven by Yushi. The current she was her true self. "At least return my phone to me." "No, give it back." Mu Xiaozhao protested with a trembling voice. She reached out to grab Yushi's bag, but was swiftly caught by Yushi, who firmly grasped her wrist, leaving a red mark on her pale skin. "I told you no." Yushi's reaction was calm. Mu Xiaozhao attempted to struggle, but Yushi's strength was evidently far superior. The petite Mu Xiaozhao could not break free. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could utilize her skill to channel her stamina. Gritting her teeth, Mu Xiaozhao summoned a surge of strength, forcefully pushing Yushi away and snatching her bag. She unzipped it, only to find it empty. The void bag felt like a premeditated trap, awaiting Mu Xiaozhao's disappointed expression. Bang! On the other side of the room, Yushi was caught off guard and stumbled against the wardrobe, causing it to thud heavily. Her black hair fell around her as she slowly sank to the floor. Her legs folded beneath her. A smile still lingered on her lips. The pet was angry, but she felt no surprise. Taming was such a process. First came resistance and struggle, followed by self-doubt, and ultimately, numb compliance. They were still in the initial phase, and Yushi was patient intending to teach her how to be a good pet. Yushi, do you truly hate me? Mu Xiaozao, having failed to locate her phone, was on the brink of losing control. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes began to redden as she staggered toward Yushi, half squatting before her. No, Mu Xiaozao. Yushi tilted her head, gently caressing Mu Xiaozhao's face. I don't hate you. I just want to be with you. Mu Xiaozhao was momentarily taken aback, and in that fleeting moment, Yushi suddenly seized her shoulders, pushing her down and forcefully pinning her to the carpet. Ugh! Mu Xiaozhao's pupils dilated in shock. This was bad. In her emotional turmoil, she had inadvertently depleted her ordinary combat stamina reserve too early. Now, she found herself in a state of weakness. A sense of powerlessness washed over her limbs, not only physically but mentally as well. Mu Xiaozhao could only kick her legs feebly, her feet barely making any impact against Yushi's abdomen. Let me go. What do you want? She cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Despite the previous burst of energy, Mu Xiaozhao now appeared utterly drained. Yushi narrowed her eyes, applying more pressure against Mu Xiaozhao's shoulders, eliciting a sharp pain and causing her petite frame to tense. Then, Yushi leaned closer, gradually approaching Mu Xiaozhao's face. Yushi, don't. Mu Xiaozhao was engulfed in despair, trembling all over as she pleaded pathetically. Yet to her astonishment, Yushi did nothing. She merely brushed her nose against Mu Xiaozhao's, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, the skin barely grazing before retreating. Mu, do you truly despise the notion of being my pet? It should be a delightful affair. Of course. I have no desire to be treated that way. Treated how? Was it merely Mu Xiaozhao's illusion, or did Yushi's voice soften? I would never harm you. I would only adorn you in beautiful garments and prepare your favorite meals daily. Would that not bring you joy? Mu Xiaozhao fell silent for a moment, then vigorously shook her head. No, I refuse to forsake my dignity. Please treat me as an equal. Her tone was resolute, unwavering. Money, possessions, emotions. The world is rife with things that can satiate one's desires, yet no matter how splendid, none can supplant a person's dignity. That is the line that must not be crossed. Mu Xiaozhao possessed her own sense of dignity. She would forever belong to herself, not to be a mere plaything for anyone's amusement. Is that so? What a pity. Yushi released her grip and stood once more. It seems you intend to evade your debt of gratitude, planning to renege entirely. In that case, I must resort to some debt collection tactics. What are you going to do? Mu Xiaozhao inquired warily, her gaze fixed on Yushi. A vague instinct told her that something ominous was about to transpire. In your current frail state, you undoubtedly lack the strength to resist me. I do not relish taking advantage of the vulnerable. With that, Yushi gracefully strolled to the door, retrieving something from a drawer. Mu, you claim you do not wish to lose your dignity and desire to be treated equally. Then, Yushi returned to Mu Xiaozhao's side, gently lifting her from the floor and tidying her disheveled hair. Her demeanor had transformed entirely. Just as Mu Xiaozhao believed her communication had finally borne fruit and that Yushi intended to spare her, something cold was suddenly thrust into her palm. Yushi wore an enigmatic smile, intertwining Mu Xiaozhao's fingers around the object. Thus, I grant you equal power to resist me. Mu Xiaozhao looked down. In her palm lay a gleaming small knife, roughly the size of her hand, its dual blades glinting ominously, sharp enough to sever a strand of hair. Staring blankly at the knife, she abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with fear, as if gazing upon a monster. Are you out of your mind? This woman must be insane. No, I refuse, she murmured, retreating step by step, her legs trembling, her grip faltering on the icy blade. If you do not take the initiative, do not blame me. Yushi began to advance towards her. Mu Xiaozhao's heart thundered in her chest, her gaze flitting between Yushi and the knife in her hand. Yushi, what? What do you intend to do? Yet Yushi merely smiled, her eyes reflecting a morbid tenderness, as though relishing Mu Xiaozhao's every reaction. Raise the knife against me. Resist, and you shall earn your freedom. Yushi's voice was low, her deep-set eyes harboring a sickly, obsessive desire, as if anticipating something, mocking something. You must be mad. Mu Xiaozhao's voice trembled, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. She could not comprehend Yushi's logic, nor could she accept such a warped notion of equality. Her emotions spiraled into tumult. Yushi edged closer yet again. Mu Xiaozao clutched the knife tightly, its handle icy, the sharp edge gleaming with a silvery light, like a silent threat. Do not come any closer. Her fingers quivered, as if ready to lose control at any moment. The room was small, and Mu Xiaozao had retreated to the wall, the cold surface pressing against her back. There was no escape. Mu, if you do not resist me. Yushi's voice shattered the silence like breaking glass, piercing Mu Xiaozhao's eardrums as a hand reached to grasp her shoulder. Mu Xiaozhao's pupils dilated, her body instinctively reacting. She swung the knife forward. Swish! The cold gleam sliced through the air. Simultaneously, crimson blood trickled down Yushi's cheek, slowly sliding over her porcelain skin. The wound was not deep, yet it was sufficient for blood to fall like pearls. Drip! Drip! The red droplets cascaded from her lips to her chin, ultimately staining her clothing, resembling vibrant blossoms blooming in the snow. Beautiful, yet suffocatingly terrifying. I am so sorry, Yushi. The knife clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound as Mu Xiaozhao collapsed to her knees, her legs devoid of strength. Yushi's face was marred. She had accidentally inflicted the injury. Her mind was a blank slate. The hatred, revulsion, and fear that had once filled her chest suddenly evaporated, leaving behind a tangled mess of confusion. Stop the bleeding. Yes, I must stop the bleeding. She stammered, her gaze darting around for something to staunch the flow. What should I do? It's still bleeding. Just as she floundered in despair, Yushi gently grasped her hand. Mu Xiaozhao looked up, meeting Yushi's gaze. There was no hint of blame in those eyes. Instead, they resembled an unfathomable lake, calm and gentle. Do not search any further. I have no band-aids at home. Yushi's voice was as soft as a whisper, imbued with a heart-wrenching tenderness. Her lips curved into a faint smile, as if all that had transpired was merely a game. Did you know? Animals lick their wounds after injury. Their saliva contains antibacterial properties that aid in healing. Her fingertips traced the wound on her cheek, blood droplets trailing down her fingers. She slowly knelt, locking eyes with Mu Xiaozhao. Mu, if you truly feel remorse, would you help me stop the bleeding, please? Mu Xiaozhao's face drained of color. She instinctively shrank back, but realized she had nowhere left to retreat. The blood continued to flow, as though condemning her sins. Mu Xiaozhao was utterly disoriented. Had Yushi been a bit more forceful, she might have felt justified in resisting. Had she been more understanding, perhaps Mu Xiaozhao could have devised a way to persuade her. Unfortunately, Yushi embodied neither. She seemed to have grasped the delicate vulnerabilities within Mu Xiaozhao's heart. Not too aggressive to provoke outright rebellion, yet not accommodating enough to allow escape, like a frog slowly boiling in water. That phrase echoed in Mu Xiaozhao's mind. Under Yushi's watchful, smiling gaze, Mu Xiaozhao felt her body drawn closer to her, as if ensnared by an invisible force, her control slipping away. Her heart raced, each rapid beat echoing in her ears. Then, as if possessed, her lips parted. Enduring the unease and resistance, she pressed her mouth against the wound on Yushi's face. In an instant, a potent flavor flooded her mouth, both sour and metallic. Initially, the iron tang was overwhelming, nearly inducing nausea. Yet, for reasons unknown, after a moment, a peculiar sweetness unfurled upon her tongue. Yushi sat quietly on the bed, one hand gently resting on Mu Xiaozhao's lower back, gradually pulling her closer into her embrace. Mu Xiaozhao, in a daze, allowed herself to be maneuvered, her gaze vacant, as though she had become a soulless marionette. She could feel the warm liquid flowing from Yushi's wound, trickling down her skin. The sticky sensation made her shiver, leaving her utterly drained of strength. The world around her began to blur and distort, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. Following the crimson trail, her lips glided from Yushi's cheek, down to her chin, her neck, finally rising to the corner of Yushi's flushed lips. Yushi's hands, she noticed, had found their way to her waist, the voice barely a whisper. Continue, help me clean it up. Mu Xiaozhao's shoulders trembled incessantly. Tears cascaded uncontrollably, mingling with Yushi's blood, falling onto her already disheveled clothing. Xiaozao here. At some point, Yushi had altered the way she addressed her. Mu Xiaozao bent slightly, pressing her lips to the bloodstained spot on Yushi's lips. Was this her first kiss? Having never experienced such a moment in either of her lives, Mu Xiaozao was uncertain how to approach this nascent intimacy. Yet, her initial kiss was neither sweet nor shy. It was laced with danger, the metallic taste of blood, and an overwhelming sense of fear, akin to being ensnared in the coils of a serpent. It felt as if she were plunging into an abyss intertwined with madness and despair, consuming both her body and soul. Time slipped away, and eventually the blood ceased to flow from the wound. Mu Xiaozao gently released her hold and cautiously descended from the bed, standing on the floor. When she lifted her gaze again, she found Yushi's face, typically cold and indifferent, now flushed with an unhealthy hue, revealing unmistakable obsession and desire in her crimson eyes. Yushi caressed her lips, kissed by Mu Xiaozao, with an air of lingering satisfaction. Xiaozao, she smiled, thank you. A chill surged up Mu Xiaozao's spine as realization dawned. She had misjudged everything. Yushi was a perilous woman, extraordinarily so. She was a beast lurking in the depths of the forest, while Mu Xiaozao was merely the prey. The afternoon felt like a nightmare, dragging on unbearably. Mu Xiaozao felt queasy, skipping dinner entirely, and only managed to sip a few spoonfuls of porridge after Yushi's insistence. Once Yushi returned home, Mu Xiaozao's range of movement expanded slightly. She could now roam the living room and kitchen, in addition to Yushi's chamber. However, stepping outside was out of the question. Yushi had meticulously hidden the keys, and Mu Xiaozao had never once seen them in her possession, clearly indicating Yushi's vigilance against her. In the living room, reclining against the armrest, Mu Xiaozao observed Yushi folding clothes beside her, her heart a tumult of emotions. The scar on Yushi's face lingered like a blemish on her beautiful exterior, leaving Mu Xiaozao wondering when it might heal. A pang of guilt stirred within her. Is your wound still painful? She inquired softly. Yushi frowned slightly. It still hurts. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to. In truth, Yushi paid little heed to the wound, even finding it meaningful. A mere cut had disarmed Mu Xiaozao, prompting her to offer a kiss. What could be more rewarding than that? If the wound had been deeper, would Xiaozao have lingered a little longer, feeling more pity for her? Yushi relished seeing Mu Xiaozao's concern for her, the guilt etched across her face, as it made her feel uniquely significant in Mu Xiaozao's eyes. The incident with the knife had been meticulously orchestrated. If Mu Xiaozao had refused to take the knife, it would indicate her care for Yushi. If she accepted, it would reflect her hatred. Regardless of the outcome, Yushi would leave an indelible impression on her. This was Yushi's desire. Yet, Mu Xiaozao remained oblivious to Yushi's intentions, grappling with a tumult of conflicting feelings. On one hand, she believed she should never harm another. On the other, the knife had been given to her by Yushi, making the injury feel like poetic justice. Yushi, why did you give me the knife? Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but ask. Because you wanted to resist me, didn't you? I merely supported you in doing what you wished, Yushi replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Mu Xiaozao found a semblance of logic in that, but upon deeper reflection, it seemed nonsensical. She realized that attempting to decipher Yushi's thoughts was akin to navigating a black hole. Each inquiry led her further into chaos. It was time for a shower. Clutching a change of clothes and a towel, Mu Xiaozao approached the bathroom door, but as she attempted to close the glass door, Yushi's hand intercepted her. Let's shower together, Yushi suggested. Mu Xiaozao quickly shook her head. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. She was reluctant to allow Yushi to touch her. The atmosphere between them felt decidedly strange, and sharing a shower with another girl was far too embarrassing. Then I won't insist. Yushi released her grip but leaned in closer, whispering in Mu Xiaozao's ear. However, if you agree to let me help you wash, I can release you a day early. It was a tantalizing offer. Mu Xiaozao hesitated for a moment. How many days do you intend to keep me? By the debt you owe, 7 days. 7 days? What kind of calculation is that? Surely you aren't just pulling numbers from thin air. Yet, she understood that this wasn't the time for negotiations. She had to comply with Yushi's proposal. Fine, but you must keep your word. Yushi nodded. Of course. Thus, they entered the bathroom together. As they stepped inside, steam enveloped them, the air thick with humidity, the figures of the young women appearing hazy, as if shrouded in mist. Mu Xiaozao stood still, allowing the vapor to caress her cheeks, while her mind was in turmoil. The plan had spiraled completely out of control. Not only had she been confined by the female lead, lost her first kiss, but now she was to share a bath with her? Mu Xiaozao felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance and profound embarrassment. However, since she had already entered, she resolved to endure it a little longer for the sake of ending this ordeal sooner. After a long moment, she finally turned to face Yushi, taking a deep breath. Can I face away from you while we shower? I'm really not used to bathing with others. Her voice trembled, her gaze wavering, laced with hesitation and shyness. Yushi smiled. Suit yourself. The water heater buzzed to life, and hot water surged forth, creating glistening droplets. Mu Xiaozao sat on a wooden stool, her hair falling over her eyes, lost in thought. Behind her, Yushi held the shower head, gently rinsing the soap from Mu Xiaozao's back. The water flowed down her skin, creating rippling waves. The damp towel glided softly over Mu Xiaozao's back, waist, and neck, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged. Her heart raced, cheeks flushed, and her breath became erratic. She bit her lip, striving to regain composure. Yet, the more she restrained herself, the more intense the sensation became, nearly suffocating her. Though she couldn't see Yushi behind her, Mu Xiaozao could vividly imagine her presence, sharing a shower with such a beautiful girl. Despite knowing Yushi's true nature, her mind spiraled with an influx of provocative thoughts. Fortunately, Yushi had allowed her to turn away. Otherwise, Mu Xiaozao might have lost control entirely. Just as she submerged herself in the sound of rushing water, attempting to calm her breathing, a loud thud echoed from behind. Yushi gasped sharply. What happened? Mu Xiaozao instinctively turned around, only to find the shower gel bottle rolling across the floor, having slipped from Yushi's grasp. It's nothing, Yushi replied nonchalantly, holding a shower head. Yushi gazed at her, causing Mu Xiaozao to freeze momentarily. She abruptly realized she had turned to face her, and Yushi was also facing her directly. Yushi! I didn't mean to. Mu Xiaozao's ears burned, and she quickly covered her face, feeling a mix of shame and anxiety. She had promised to keep her back turned, but she had inadvertently turned around. It was all because Yushi had dropped something. It was that strange sound. Mu Xiaozao shook her head, trying to dispel the odd thoughts, but the more she shook, the more vivid the image in her mind became. Suddenly, Yushi grasped her arm from behind. Lower your hands and look at me. I can't. Mu Xiaozao refused in a faint voice. But Yushi pried her fingers open one by one. Look at me, Yushi said. A pet should obey commands, shouldn't it? I never agreed to be your pet. Despite her words, Mu Xiaozao reluctantly opened her eyes, feeling uneasy, unsure where to focus her gaze. Yushi smiled meaningfully. Xiaozao is shy around girls. How peculiar. You're imagining something naughty, aren't you? Mu Xiaozao was speechless. Sure enough, her thoughts had been instantly seen through by those eyes, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Her uncontrollable thoughts were now evident in her blushing cheeks. I'm sorry. Your face is so red. It's like a symptom of illness. Yushi took her wrist and gently pressed on her moist skin. It's all right. I'll help you treat it. How? Treat? Mu Xiaozao's eyes shimmered with confusion and innocence. Yushi smiled enchantingly. Do you know about sensory adaptation in psychology? When a stimulus continuously acts on the same receptor, the sensitivity adjusts accordingly. I suspect the reason you're like this is because you haven't had much contact with girls before. Now, I'll help you gradually adapt. More contact will do the trick. Mu Xiaozao paused, still not understanding Yushi's words. So Yushi put down the shower head and pulled the little Loli closer. Through the misty air, she gazed at Mu Xiaozao's fair, rosy cheeks, lowered her head, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with one hand. Then, she left a mark on Mu Xiaozao's fragrant shoulder. Ugh! Mu Xiaozao trembled. Don't make a sound. Endure it, Yushi commanded in a low voice. This is just the beginning. Mu Xiaozao bit her lip and obediently fell silent. What strange logic. She knew Yushi was deceiving her and that Yushi was dangerous, But the moment she felt her lips, Mu Xiaozhao's heart raced, controlled by her physical reactions. 70. A dark morning, Mu Xiaozhao opened her eyes in the early morning. Darkness surrounded her, as if she were still in the depths of night. She felt heavy, realizing that she was hugging her tightly like an octopus, as if she were a bolster. When did this girl start hugging me? It was strange. When they went to sleep last night, they were separated by a distance, but now they were pressed together. Mu Xiaozhao sighed. The early summer weather made the room feel stuffy without air conditioning. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and she wanted to turn over and pull back the quilt to cool down. As she turned her head, she noticed another purple heart-shaped sticky note on the opposite wall. It was clearly in Yushi's handwriting. No early classes today. Don't wake me, or I'll add another day of confinement. What is this? It was simply an overbearing clause. Mu Xiaozhao felt helpless and rolled her eyes. But she knew she was in enemy territory and had no say. So she suppressed the urge to pull back the quilt and lay still on the bed, silently praying that Yushi would wake up soon. Time passed slowly. The weather grew hotter, making her face flushed. Grumble. Mu Xiaozhao suddenly realized something was amiss. She had drunk too much water before bed, and now she urgently needed to use the restroom. But getting up meant escaping Yushi's embrace, and such a large movement would surely wake her. If Yushi woke up, the one-day reduction in her sentence that she had worked so hard to earn would be wasted. No, Mu Xiaozhao was unwilling and decided to grit her teeth and endure. It's okay, just hold on a little longer. Yushi will definitely wake up soon. She cheered herself on. Less than 10 centimeters away, Yushi's breathing was even and steady as she slept soundly. Time became unbearable. After waiting for a long time, Yushi still showed no signs of waking up. Mu Xiaozhao was starting to feel like she couldn't hold it any longer. She tried to move her body gently, but Yushi's arm was wrapped around her like a chain, preventing her from moving. Hey, does this octopus have suction cups? Mu Xiaozhao was out of options and just wanted to escape this dark room. System, it's your time to shine. I really need you this time. She called out to the system in her mind. I, Mu Xiaozhao, am a loli with a golden finger. Even with a 3.0 rating, I can still make a comeback and defeat the MVP. Can you make the female lead wake up sooner? I can't hold it anymore. Understood. Let this cat help you. The system's voice sounded confident, giving Mu Xiaozhao a glimmer of hope. Do you have a way? Of course I have a way. Watch this cat wake her up. Yushi, Yushi, Yushi. Wake up. A cute voice shouted loudly in the room. The hope on Mu Xiaozhao's face instantly turned dark. Yushi, the sun is shining on your butt. He. Oh, right. She can't seem to hear this cat's voice. FW. Mu Xiaozhao kerst inwardly. Daddy? Trash. She strongly suspected that not only Yushi, but also the system was playing with her. Damn it. I really can't hold on any longer. Mu Xiaozhao was anxious. This was a matter of utmost importance. She decided not to endure any longer and forcefully pried open Yushi's hand, trying to get up. But Yushi's arm suddenly tightened, and just as Mu Xiaozhao raised her head, she was pulled back onto the bed and pinned down. Ugh, Mu Xiaozhao groaned. Where? Do you think you're going? I told you not to wake me. Yushi's voice was lazy. I need to use the restroom. Mu Xiaozhao tried to make her voice sound as righteous as possible. People have urgent needs. It can't be helped. Hearing this, Yushi slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes filled with a few unshed tears. She yawned, her long hair messily draped over her shoulders, making her look particularly carefree. Indeed, if you need to go to the restroom and I still make things difficult for you, it would seem unreasonable, she said vaguely, her voice still sleepy. However, I still need to confirm whether my pet really can't hold it anymore. That's for sure. Why would I lie to you? Mu Xiaozhao quickly defended herself. I don't believe you. Let me confirm. As Yushi spoke, she suddenly hugged Mu Xiaozhao tightly around the waist. Hiss! Mu Xiaozhao frowned, squeezing out a breath between her teeth, and glared at Yushi. At the same time, she heard Yushi snicker. All right, go ahead. As Yushi finally released her grip, Mu Xiaozhao hastily donned her slippers and hurried out. Fortunately, the dimly lit room where she was confined had a restroom. Upon her return from freshening up, she found the room empty. The door remained locked, indicating that she had likely returned to class, leaving her alone. Mu Xiaozhao aimlessly paced the small, sparsely furnished room, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. The space was quite modest, with minimal furnishings. On the desk sat a laptop, which, though unable to connect to the internet, could still be powered on. However, she found nothing of particular interest within it. A bookshelf held a few textbooks, several Western fantasy novels, and some psychology books, none of which contained any hidden treasures. A rather ordinary oil painting of lilies adorned the wall, devoid of any concealed mysteries. The drawer housed an assortment of Yushi's cosmetics and skincare products, primarily from mid-range to high-end brands. The wardrobe, oak-colored and infused with the scent of gardenia perfume, Yushi's favorite, contained garments leaning towards a forest-inspired style, predominantly in darker hues. After browsing for a while, Xiaozao paused when she stumbled upon some lingerie. After circling the room once more, she concluded that it was an exceedingly ordinary girl's room, utterly incapable of connecting with Yushi's peculiar behavior. Just as she was about to give up, she unexpectedly discovered a cardboard box in the corner by the door, topped with a new sticky note reading, "Treatment plan? What on earth?" Xiaozao opened the box to find a collection of orange-scented comics. Was this the so-called poisoning, the poison method? She could almost hear Yushi's serious voice echoing in her ears, claiming that if one indulged excessively in such heart-racing scenes, they would soon become mundane. No, dear sister protagonist, I hope you are sincere. Xiaozao could not fathom the workings of Yushi's mind, which could conjure such an outrageous treatment plan. Yet, fortunate enough, this plan resonated with her, and thus she made no objections, accepting it willingly. She casually flipped through the comics, finding them relatively new. Among them was a series titled Loving You Until Life's End, which had just received an announcement for an animated adaptation. To her delight, the original comics she had longed to collect were right there on the shelf. With nothing else to occupy her time, she began to read with great interest. As she read, a sudden noise emanated from the direction of the door. Thud. Was it merely a trick of the mind? She set the book down and listened intently. Thud. How strange. Could it be that Yushi had returned unexpectedly? But it seemed unlikely she would be so stealthy. Curiosity piqued, Xiaozao approached the door, only to notice a small note being slowly slipped through the crack beneath it. She paused for a moment, crouched down, and unfolded the note in her palm. Are you okay? The white paper displayed a few crooked black letters, clearly not penned by Yushi. Xiaozao was taken aback. There stood someone she did not recognize outside the door. Who could it be? After a moment's reflection, she recalled that Yushi had mentioned having a roommate, which meant the person delivering the note must be the very roommate Yushi had spoken of. A spark of hope ignited within her, akin to finding a savior. And just as she was about to call out, she heard a tense shushing sound from the other side. Xiaozao promptly sealed her lips. Returning to the desk, she added a few words to the white paper. I'm fine for now. May I ask who you are? After a brief wait, a response came from the other side. I'm Yushi's roommate. Don't speak. There are cameras in this house. I've covered the lens, but the listening device is still on. What? Xiaozao felt a chill run down her spine. This seemingly ordinary house concealed so many secrets. She had underestimated how terrifying she truly was. Can you help me escape from here? Xiaozao tentatively relayed her request. No, while I have a key. I cannot go against Yushi's wishes. Otherwise, she might kill me. What in the world? Was Yushi truly so cruel to her own roommate? Initially, Xiaozao thought the other person was joking, but upon further reflection, it seemed to align with Yushi's character. Before long, another note was passed in. However, if you need anything, you can let me know through the note. A wave of gratitude washed over her. The stranger, whom she had never met, appeared genuinely concerned for her welfare, indicating that they were likely a good person. Perhaps she could trust them. Thus, the two began to communicate back and forth through notes. Thank you. I don't need anything for now. Could you help me find my phone? Xiaozao inquired. Phone? What does it look like? It has a pink case with cat ears as decoration. Ah, that one. Your phone was taken to school by Yushi. She hardly ever lets it out of her sight. All right, I see. Xiaozao felt a hint of disappointment. By the way, I have another question for you. Do you know why Yushi locked me up? After sending the note, there was a pause before the response came. I don't know. That woman has always had peculiar hobbies. Believe me, even after spending so long with her, I've never truly understood her. Has she ever locked anyone else in here? No, you're the first. In fact, this is the first time I've seen her bring someone home. Yushi has very few friends and seldom interacts with others. Thank you. Mu Xiaozao's expression dimmed slightly, as if sensing her unease. A new line appeared on the paper a minute later. Don't worry. If Yushi dares to harm you, I will report it to the authorities. On the other side of the door, Anlan gazed at the charming, round handwriting that slipped through the crack, her curiosity about the girl deepening. Although they had crossed paths at school, she had hardly noticed her until that fleeting glimpse in the corridor. Anlan's heart had tightened in that moment, feeling a soulful resonance upon encountering such beauty. Thus, when she learned that Yushi intended to confine such an adorable girl, Anlan was resolute in her opposition. Yet, as Yushi's maid, she found herself compelled to obey her orders. After over a day of observation, Anlan was increasingly convinced that Yushi harbored an inexplicable special affection for the silver-haired girl in the locked room. Though outwardly unchanged, Anlan could discern the warmth in Yushi's gaze whenever it fell upon the girl. Moreover, during their exchanges, Yushi's attention was consistently drawn to the locked room. The young lady must be fixated on that poor girl. A sense of justice surged within Anlan. She could not allow Yushi to act with impunity. She felt it was her duty to protect the lovely girl. Thus, she took the risk of slipping a note to Mu Xiaozao, betting that Yushi would not review the footage. Although Anlan currently lacked the means to rescue Mu Xiaozao, her motivation for delivering the note was driven by another desire. The vague feeling she had experienced upon first meeting had ignited an insatiable yearning within her. The first time she felt her heart race, the first time she experienced the flutter of emotions, how could a mere glance suffice? Now, Anlan was impatient to admire the girl's visage once more. Can I see you? I will crack open the window later. Please help me. Upon receiving this perplexing message, Mu Xiaozao could not help but furrow her brow. In the desolate gymnasium, the basketball soared through the air, tracing an elegant arc before swishing through the hoop. Ji Xiaoming stood resolutely, his hands confidently cradling the ball. He crouched slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the basket, then sprang upward with remarkable agility, delivering a precise shot that found its mark. This month heralded a crucial basketball match against the neighboring academy, a formidable team that had consistently showcased their prowess in competitions. As a key player, Ji Xiaoming acutely understood the significance of this upcoming game. He yearned to demonstrate his skills and secure glory for his team, while also proving his worth to himself. Thus, he had arrived early at the court to hone his technique, diligently practicing his shots again and again. At that moment, he noticed a figure standing at the edge of the court, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Ah, here we go again. He initially assumed it was just another fan, waiting to hand him water or intrude upon his personal space. However, when he lifted his gaze to see the visitor, he was momentarily stunned, nearly losing grip on the basketball. With long, raven-black hair, porcelain skin, a coldly beautiful visage, and a graceful figure, she exuded an air of understated elegance. Yushi, what brings you here? Ji Xiaoming inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never expected Yushi, who had always maintained her distance, to appear so proactively at the basketball court. It felt like a dream to him. Ji, I need to discuss something with you. Yushi replied, her tone as composed as ever. Ji Xiaoming quickly regained his composure, clutching the basketball to his chest as he approached her. He had long awaited an opportunity to deepen their relationship, and now, the prospect of Yushi seeking him out filled him with quiet joy. Yushi regarded him with a faint smile that barely masked her true feelings. Truth be told, she was not particularly keen on engaging with this young master, unless it served her purposes. Shall we grab a coffee? Or perhaps some juice? What do you prefer? Ji Xiaoming asked, glancing back at Yushi to ensure she kept pace. No need for drinks. You still have practice, don't you? I want to take up too much of your time, she responded. It's all right. Practice can wait, Ji Xiaoming insisted, waving his hand dismissively. Are you seeking my assistance? Is it about Miss Song? You guessed correctly. As Yushi nodded in confirmation, Ji pressed further. What? Have they been bullying you again? With a sigh, Yushi nodded and looked earnestly into Ji Xiaoming's eyes. Yes, Ji, I must rely on you for this matter. Her words seemed to flick a switch within him, illuminating his senses. Actually, I came here because Tianzi requested my help with something. You know she is a friend of Miss Song. and we've never seen eye to eye. Recently, Tianzi asked me to assist her, warning that if I failed, she would make my life difficult. I'm quite frightened and had no choice but to seek you out. Ji Xiaoming listened intently, his brow furrowed, observing the slender, beautiful girl before him, who bore a hint of detachment. He couldn't help but feel a surge of protectiveness, recalling her experiences of bullying at school. He had noticed a faint scar on her face earlier by the court. She must have been wronged again. His heart swelled with empathy for Yushi, realizing she needed him, though she had been feigning strength to avoid burdening him. Please tell me everything. I will help you, he urged. Yushi lightly tapped her fingers on the wooden table, pausing before meeting his gaze with solemnity. Well, it's about Tianzi. She has been harboring feelings for you, and you must be aware of this. Ji contemplated for a moment, recalling the numerous admirers who had expressed their affections, including someone named Tianzi. He remembered a day when a girl with strikingly dyed hair had intercepted him at the gym's back door, handing him a love letter. Though she was not his type, he had accepted it out of courtesy. Yushi continued, "It's not a major issue. Tianzi asked me to retrieve her love letter from you." "Oh, is that all?" Ji replied, surprised. Yushi nodded. She didn't explain her reasons, only instructed me to handle it. "I realize this may inconvenience you, but I had no other option." No, it's a trivial matter. I can certainly assist," Ji Xiaoming said, rummaging through his backpack. He had yet to open the letter since receiving it, and, fortuitously, it surfaced from the depths of his bag. He handed it back to Yushi. "Give her this, and they won't trouble you anymore, right?" "Yes, thank you, Ji." Yushi accepted the pink envelope and, for a rare moment, smiled. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon her face. This smile stirred something within Ji Xiaoming. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. In contrast to the various fans who idolized him, Yushi's ethereal beauty and fragile demeanor captivated him immensely. Not at all. It was a mere trifle. He stammered, utterly entranced. After receiving the letter, Yushi stood and nodded slightly. "Thank you for today. I won't impose on you any longer." As she turned to leave, Ji Xiaoming felt a pang of urgency. "Wait, Yushi, can we arrange to meet again, just the two of us? I've been quite busy lately. Let us discuss it another time," she replied with a smile, waving her hand as she departed. Ji Xiaoming remained lost in thought, unaware that, in the instant she turned, the warmth on her face vanished, replaced by a disdainful click of her tongue. Clutching the envelope, she casually skimmed through its contents. The letter was filled with overly sentimental declarations and some disparaging remarks about Song Zhuozhuo and other girls. It seemed that the incident at the basketball court had prompted Tianzi to worry about Ji Xiaoming's impression of her. Hence the inclusion of excuses about being coerced by Song Zhuozhuo in her letter. This was merely the second phase of her plan. Yushi was keenly aware of her relationship with Tianzi and understood that dealing with her would not be as straightforward as managing the roommate of Mu Xiaozao. Just as she had anticipated, the videos were not intentionally recorded by Song Zhuozhuo. The ever-cautious Song Zhuozhuo would not allow such incriminating evidence to remain on her phone. The truth was evident. The videos were surreptitiously captured by Tianzi without Song Zhuozhuo's knowledge. As for Tianzi's motives, Yushi was still uncertain, but she was convinced that once Song Zhuozhuo became aware of these videos, she would demand their deletion. Using Song Zhuozhuo to compel Tianzi to erase the videos would be far more efficient than intervening herself. While she pondered this, a commotion erupted nearby. The path ahead was blocked by a throng of people. "Senior, I tried that weight loss product you endorsed last time, and it worked wonders. Summer, could I add you as a friend?" In the center of the crowd stood the campus celebrity, the president of the Tianyu Academy Student Council, Xiaozao. She donned a chic leather skirt, her makeup meticulously applied, adorned with sparkling nail art, and her signature wavy pink hair styled into a single ponytail. Xiaozao was engaged in cheerful conversation with those around her, seemingly discussing some new activity amidst a lively atmosphere. However, her smile faltered when she came into her line of sight. "Thank you all. I have a matter to attend to." Abruptly, Xiaozao weaved through the crowd, hastening towards Yushi. "Senior, where are you going? Will you be attending the social event next week?" called out a girl, tiptoeing and reaching out to follow her. But Xiaozao appeared oblivious, as if she could not hear. She crossed the street in her high-heeled leather boots, casually tousling her voluminous curls, and halted before Yushi. "Good morning, Yushi," she greeted politely, her smile directed at Yushi's icy demeanor. "I noticed you chatting with young Master Ji earlier. May I inquire about it?" "That seems to be none of your concern," Yushi replied coolly. "There's no harm in asking. I merely expressed a casual curiosity." Xiaozao's smile grew a tad stiff. "I think he may have an interest in you, just showing a little concern. Am I in your way, Miss Xiao?" Yushi crossed her arms, her gaze towards Xiaozao laced with disdain and a hint of annoyance. Yet, Xiaozao shook her head earnestly. "Not at all. I only believe he could be a good opportunity for you. Yushi, you cannot continue living this way. If you could rely on him, wouldn't that be beneficial?" Xiaozao was quite popular at school for various reasons. Not only was she the daughter of a prominent family in Central City, but she also excelled academically, held a significant position in the student council, and enjoyed immense popularity as an influencer on social media. In short, if one were to name the most glamorous girl in the academy, it would undoubtedly be Xiaozao. Despite having all this, she did not carry herself with the airs of wealth like Song Zhuozhuo or other heiresses. Instead, she was remarkably approachable and greeted her junior peers with warmth, earning her a stellar reputation in school. There was, however, one notable exception to this warm reception: Yushi. Curiously, many longtime admirers of Xiaozao had, to some extent, noticed Yushi. This girl, whose family background was rather ordinary and who was not particularly popular, seemed inexplicably favored by the senior. This stirred jealousy among those who admired Xiaozao. Yet, the ungrateful she never returned Xiaozao's warmth. "I genuinely say this for your own good. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Xiaozao stepped forward and grasped Yushi's hand firmly. Yushi's pupils contracted, and she abruptly turned to shake off Xiaozao's grip. A cool breeze swept past, leaving Xiaozao's hand suspended in the air, her face alternating between shades of pale and flushed, thoroughly embarrassed. I truly have something to discuss with you," she chuckled awkwardly. "My birthday party is at the end of this month, Yushi. Will you come?" "No," Yushi replied decisively. "That's all right. You needn't show your face, just your presence would suffice." Xiaozao persisted, gazing intently at Yushi. "Still not going? Please, just this once. If you have financial concerns, I can assist. Are you bothersome?" Yushi interrupted, her voice icy to the core. The chill in her tone rendered even the adeptly composed Xiaozao unable to maintain her smile, her lips merely twitching. Realizing she could not sway Yushi, Xiaozao discreetly clenched her fingers and took a small step back. "Very well, I shall not press you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." With that, Xiaozao, not wishing to further humiliate herself, adjusted her bag strap and cleared her throat, preparing to leave. Yushi remained rooted in place, watching Xiaozao's retreating figure. Just as she was about to round the corner into the academic building, something seemed to strike her. "Xiaozao," she called out. Xiaozao turned back instantly. "I've changed my mind," Yushi said, her face stern as she approached the gradually smiling Xiaozao. "I will attend your birthday party, but in return, you must do me a favor. As the student council president, this should be a simple task for you. Help me erase Mu Xiaozhao's attendance records for this week." Xiaozao agreed with alacrity. Of course. That afternoon, under the blazing sun, Song Zhuozhuo was drenched in sweat after running several laps during gym class, one hand wiping her brow while the other wielded a small fan vigorously. A few of her entourage appeared utterly exhausted, particularly Tianzi, who had always struggled with physical exertion. After moving to the shaded rest area, Song Zhuozhuo leaned back against a chair and waved at Tianzi, who understood immediately and rushed off to fetch drinks. Since Mu Xiaozhao had distanced herself from their group, Tianzi had unwittingly fallen to the lowest rank within their circle. Deep down, she felt a pang of indignation, for she had once held the position of second in command. But following the revelation of her feelings for Ji Xiaoming and Mu Xiaozhao's departure, her status plummeted, relegating her from a close friend to a mere errand runner. "Give me Coke, Pepsi, coconut water, and mineral water. All chilled," she muttered while pressing buttons on the vending machine. Various drinks clattered out, which she cradled in her arms as she glanced up at the distant figures of Song Zhuozhuo and the other girls. If it weren't for Song Zhuozhuo's affluent background, she would never deign to play the sycophant. Tianzi thought bitterly. Indeed, there were numerous advantages to associating with Song Zhuozhua, such as having absences excused by the student council or obtaining internship verification from the Song family company. Reluctant to abandon these benefits, Tianzi resolved to swallow her discontent and attempt to regain Song Zhuozhua's favor. Well, you didn't get the drinks wrong. As for the money, you can cover it for now. You certainly do a far better job than that little shorty, Mu Xiaozao, she said upon returning to her spot, as Song Zhuozhua casually opened a bottle. As long as you enjoy it, Tianzi replied with a servile smile, though inwardly, she couldn't help but curse Mu Xiaozao. That little shorty hadn't shown up to school in days. Tianzi surmised that her video must have had an effect, causing Mu Xiaozao to be ostracized and retreat into seclusion at home. While this initially brought her some satisfaction, the realization that all the unwanted tasks had now fallen upon her shoulders made her wish for Song Zhuozhua to retrieve that little traitor and restore her to the role of errand runner. "Ah, this heat is unbearable," Song Zhuozhua exclaimed, tossing an empty beverage can back at Tianzi, who was then bombarded with garbage from the others. "We're heading to the locker room to change. Tianzi, you can dispose of the trash yourself and come join us afterward." Tianzi nodded eagerly, plastering a smile on her face as she backed away. Song Zhuozhua stretched her shoulders and led the group toward the locker room. With the previous class just ending, the locker room was crowded with students changing out of their sweat-soaked clothing. Fortunately, the air conditioning kept the space from becoming too stifling. As usual, Song Zhuozhua approached her locker and inserted her key. Upon opening it, she discovered an unexpected addition to her belongings. "A letter? What is this?" she mused, picking up the pink envelope, examining both sides with a complicated expression. Her features, already somewhat fierce, now displayed a hint of impatience, though curiosity flickered in her eyes. Has Sister Song received a love letter?" The gall of those boys at our school, thinking they could ever be with Song Zhuozhua. It's like a frog aspiring to mate with a swan. Hurry, open it. Open it. Several sycophants clamored, quieting down only after receiving a glare from Song Zhuozhua. Still, their curious gazes remained fixed on the pink envelope. Song Zhuozhua's popularity with the opposite sex was neither terrible nor remarkable. Her unapproachable appearance meant she hadn't received many confessions growing up. So, despite the envelope's overly girlish appearance, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Who could be sending her a love letter? With this question in mind, Song Zhuozhua opened the envelope. She quickly scanned the pages, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock, then to anger. This wasn't a letter meant for her. The words and content clearly indicated it was a love letter from Tianzi to Ji Xiaoming. It contained not only a slew of saccharine words, but also disparaging remarks about Song Zhuozhua and other girls. "Xiaoming, I've loved you for so long. Whenever I see you playing basketball, I feel like you're the only light in my life. I've even taken so many pictures of you. Don't blame me for what happened at the basketball court. It's all Song Zhuozhua's fault. She's not that great. She just looks down on others because she has some money. She even bullies me. I'm so pitiful. Would you be my boyfriend and protect me?" This letter, every word carefully chosen, was written by Tianzi with Enlan's meticulous guidance, costing her 200 yuan. According to Enlan, Ji Xiaoming liked Yushi because he was drawn to weak and pitiable girls. Seeing Yushi being bullied always triggered Ji Xiaoming's protective instincts. So Tianzi, in a poor imitation, wrote this love letter to Ji Xiaoming, trying to appear just as pathetic. Unfortunately, Ji Xiaoming didn't even glance at her manipulative words. Instead, Song Zhuozhua read it thoroughly from beginning to end. "That vixen, Tianzi!" Song Zhuozhua angrily threw the letter on the ground. "How dare she do this behind my back?" The lackeys exchanged glances, unsure of what had happened. One of the bolder girls picked up the envelope, read it, and exclaimed in surprise, "Song, this is a love letter from Tianzi to Ji Xiaoming. How dare she write a love letter to Ji Xiaoming behind our backs? Tianzi definitely doesn't want to hang out with us anymore." Amidst the chatter of her followers, Song Zhuozhua was seething with anger, wanting to tear the letter to shreds. With a dark expression, she glared in the direction Tianzi had left, barely containing her rising fury. "Song, what should we do?" a lackey asked cautiously. Does it even need to be said?" "The usual punishment," Song Zhuozhua said menacingly. "Secretly writing letters behind my back? Secretly taking pictures? I'll make her regret betraying me. The group waited in place for a while. Soon, Tianzi returned with a large bag of ice cream. Everyone must be tired after class. Have some ice cream. It's on me. Tianzi's awkward greeting was cut short when Song Zhuozhua snatched an ice cream from her bag, tore off the wrapper, and forcefully smeared it across Tianzi's face. The piercing cold stung her eyes, and Tianzi's smile instantly turned to terror. Song, take her phone. I want to check her phone, Song Zhuozhua commanded the girls around her. Then drag her to the storage room. Tianzi struggled in a panic, trying to break free from Song Zhuozhua's grip, but she was held down by the lackeys, unable to move. Her eyes widened in fear. Song, what's happening? Why so suddenly? After being dragged to the storage room, the door slammed shut with a click. Once again, she found herself in the punishment room. But Tianzi never imagined she would be the one being punished this time. Read it yourself. The pink envelope, bearing shoe prints, was thrown in front of Tianzi. Tianzi's mind went blank, and her body grew stiff. Every joint felt locked in place. What was going on? Why was her love letter to Ji Xiaoming here? Who took it? Could it be Yi Xiaoming? No way. Xiaoming would never do this to her. She even opened the envelope and carefully checked the contents before believing that her love letter had been deliberately handed to Song Zhuozhua. Tianzi looked at Song Zhuozhua pleadingly. Song, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Song Zhuozhua sneered as she smeared ice cream on Tianzi's face. The cold liquid ran down her cheeks, mixing with her tears, making her even more terrified. As she smeared, she mocked. Now you're scared? Where was this fear earlier? You're on my side, yet you go and confess to that idiot who's bewitched by Yushi. The lackeys cheered, some taking pictures with their phones, others laughing loudly at Tianzi. Tianzi was pinned down on the old, dilapidated desk in the abandoned classroom. The paint on the surface was almost gone, revealing the wooden boards underneath. No, please let me go. She struggled desperately, only causing her body to rub against the desk, creating more noise. Then, Song Zhuozhua took Tianzi's phone from her bag and quickly scrolled through the photos. I heard you took a lot of pictures of him. Let's see. Suddenly, Song Zhuozhua's voice trailed off. She stared in disbelief at the photos in the album, one after another showing videos of bullying, scenes she thought no one would ever see, clearly recorded on her phone. Song, no. Let me explain. Song, please. Tianzi realized what had happened and frantically broke free from the girls, scrambling towards Song Zhuozhua to take back her phone. But Song Zhuozhua raised her hand, and Tianzi lunged into empty air. Song, I thought. Before she could finish, Tianzi felt a burning sensation on her cheek, followed by a warm liquid filling her mouth. She hadn't recovered when she wiped her lips with the back of her hand, only to find blood. Mixed with the blood was a tooth. Just now, Song Zhuozhua had kicked her with force. No, don't. Tianzi stared at Song Zhuozhua with wide, terrified eyes, scooting backward. But Song Zhuozhua's anger only grew. More than the betrayal, more than siding with Ji Xiaoming. Leaving these videos that could ruin her reputation meant that Tianzi had completely crossed the line. Who allowed you to record this? Tell me, who allowed you to record this? I just thought it was funny to see Xiaozao trembling. You're asking for death. She nearly screamed at Tianzi, her fists and feet raining down on her. The other lackeys joined in, adding their own blows. How dare you offend Song? Tianzi, you little bitch, I've never liked you. Instantly, the throbbing pain and acrid taste of blood dominated Tianzi's senses. She desperately tried to shield her face, but the relentless assault left her battered and bruised in short order. As she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, her gaze fell upon the tattered remains of a pink envelope, and a single question echoed in her mind. Why? Why would Ji Xiaoming, the object of her affections, betray her so? In the aftermath, Tianzi embarked on an extended leave of absence. The student body buzzed with speculation. Some whispered of grievous physical injuries, while others surmised she was grappling with profound emotional trauma, seeking solace in the sanctuary of her home. 75. The errant maid just a smidge more to the side with the window, yes, precisely there. Unlan knelt precariously on the window ledge, her torso cantilevered over the security bars, a rather comical tableau. She gingerly peeled back a corner of the black cloth, peering intently inside. her countenance suddenly animated with fervent emotion, her lips forming words. Hold on, I'll devise a means to extricate you from this place. Is that truly feasible? Thank you. A faint voice responded from within the room. Indeed. By the way, my name is Alon. May I call you Xiaozao in the future? Despite the hushed tones, these clandestine exchanges were intercepted by Yuxi's ever-vigilant surveillance system. Yuxi's gaze was fixed on her phone screen, which displayed a live feed from the security cameras within her residence. Suppressed fury smoldered in her eyes, threatening to consume the image before her. It seemed she had placed an undue amount of trust in her domestic help. Yuxi held one thing as utterly inviolable: any interaction with Mu Xiaozao. As Enlon had trespassed upon this boundary, she would not be allowed to evade retribution with impunity. After stowing her phone, Yuxi retrieved her keys, gently inserting one into the lock and pushing the door ajar. As expected, a cacophony of hurried movements and the muffled thud of a falling object emanated from within. A glacial smile played upon her lips as she stepped across the threshold. Enlon scrambled to her feet, her face ashen, her voice trembling. Miss, you're back. I was just about to go out and procure lunch for you. Hold your horses, Yuxi commanded. Enlon froze in her tracks. Anlang, you are cognizant of my cardinal rule, are you not? Yuxi's voice was like shards of ice, capable of freezing the very air around them. You defied my explicit directive and met with that girl, didn't you? A flicker of stark terror crossed Enlan's face. And no, I didn't. Before she could complete her denial, a phone screen was thrust before her, displaying the damning footage from moments prior. Don't be so naive. Did you honestly believe I only installed one camera in this house? Enlan was utterly dumbfounded, caught red-handed with irrefutable proof. Her throat constricted and the intense, suffocating sensation threatened to overwhelm her as she stared into Yuxi's crimson-tinged eyes. Yuxi was formidable under normal circumstances, but in enraged she was an altogether different beast. She should have never succumbed to the temptation of wishful thinking. She had only managed to steal a fleeting glimpse of the girl, savoring her beauty through the window's narrow opening. The girl's snow-white hair, her endearingly delicate features, and her aura of untainted innocence rendered her as exquisite as a fragile songbird confined to a gilded cage. A mere glance had been enough to instill in Enlan a sense of inner peace and rejuvenation. Of course, she harbored no ulterior motives toward the girl. She was, after all, not a lesbian. Her appreciation stemmed purely from an admiration for aesthetic perfection. Alas, it appeared that this indulgence would come at a steep price. Leave his house. Yuxi's tone was devoid of warmth. It was the first time Enlan had ever witnessed such a look in Yuxi's eyes, one that regarded her not as a longtime companion and confidant, but as a veritable enemy. Her voice was choked with emotion. Miss, please don't do this. Without this employment, I leave, Yuxi repeated. Miss, please allow me to explain. Enlan lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. I only felt pity for that girl. Imprisoning her in this manner will inevitably lead to dire consequences. Is it your place to lecture me? Yuxi scoffed, suddenly closing the distance between them, seizing Enlan's wrist and forcibly dragging her forward. Her sharp nails bit into Enlan's skin, drawing beads of blood in short order. Enlan chembo un lang, as if afflicted by a violent tremor. Never before had she experienced such profound fear. Yuxi spoke in a low, menacing voice. Leave. Do not mistake my patience for limitless tolerance. Miss Enlan choked back a sob, gazing at the furious Yuxi. A torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. Although she routinely vented her frustrations with Yuxi on social media, frequently voicing her desire to resign, the reality of Yuxi's potential dismissal threw her into utter disarray. Remaining in Yuxi's service was a promise she had made to her mother. The Yin family had served the Yuxi lineage for generations, and Enlan's role as a maid was merely the continuation of a hereditary tradition. Regrettably, following the death of Yuxi's mother, Yuxi had adamantly severed ties with her family, and Enlan had dutifully obeyed her mother's directive to accompany Yuxi. Enlan had naively believed that their relationship as mistress and servant would endure indefinitely, weathering any disagreements or conflicts that might arise. Yet, the expression etched on Yuxi's face at that moment was one she had never before encountered, an unwavering resolve. Miss, please reconsider. I do not wish to leave in this manner. and Lan pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. My decision is made. Depart, Yushi replied, her voice devoid of any discernible emotion. And Lan's heart plummeted. She knew that Yushi was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. She wiped the tears from her eyes and silently retreated to her quarters to gather her belongings, each step feeling as though she were treading upon shards of glass. Her soul's throbbing with pain. I can move out, but at least, please don't terminate my employment, all right? She was utterly perplexed. She had merely glanced at the girl, merely sought to prevent she from descending further into the depths of her misguided actions. Why then was Yushi so incensed? In the past, she had inadvertently damaged Yushi's necklace, ruined Yushi's dress, and even shattered a framed photograph that served as a memento of Yushi's late mother. Yet she had never once displayed such anger toward her. This time, however, was different. She knew that Yushi was genuinely furious, exceedingly so. At least allow me to continue working for you. If, should you require anything, you can always contact me. Yushi remained silent, offering no response. Lan knew that she would not receive an answer. She lowered her head and quietly departed. Watching Lan leave, Yushi's mood remained unchanged. She approached the tightly shut door, unlocked it, and found Mu Xiaozao sitting within, her expression inscrutable. You dismissed her, Mu Xiaozao said softly. She had overheard the conversation between the two women, and she was fully aware of the situation. Yes, Yushi replied tersely. That girl called you miss. Yushi, who exactly are you? Is she truly your roommate? Mu Xiaozao inquired, her eyes filled with apprehension. Who knows? Yushi shrugged nonchalantly. That question is of no consequence to you. It's time for lunch. She placed the meal before Mu Xiaozao, her tone commanding. Mu Xiaozao knew that she could not resist. She lowered her head and mechanically consumed the food, which tasted like ashes in her mouth. As she opened her bento box and began to eat, a piece of braised potato was suddenly placed near her lips. Eat, Yushi commanded, adopting a feeding posture. Mu Xiaozao recoiled, evading the gesture. That, I can manage to eat on my own. Why? Is it not the same as eating? Just let me eat by myself. Yushi reluctantly lowered her hand, but she pushed a box of vegetables toward Mu Xiaozao. Very well, then try this. Mu Xiaozao then noticed that the dishes Yushi had brought back were precisely the ones she usually enjoyed, and the name of the establishment was the same as that of the restaurant she had previously visited with her roommates. Is it merely a coincidence? Mu Xiaozao struggled to swallow, wishing to avoid delving into the matter. Once, she relished delectable meals with her roommates, but now, dining with you, she felt oddly unsatisfying. Yet, she was acutely aware that Yushi's gaze was fixed upon her. She had no right to refuse food. Yushi appeared unperturbed by Lan's absence. As usual, she returned to her room, depositing an array of bags on the floor before meticulously unpacking them. A multitude of items emerged. A pink pleated skirt edged with lace, newly released comic books, novels, animated DVDs, and even a projector. They lay scattered across the floor, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Mu Xiaozao regarded the assortment with an impassive expression. Wasn't the anime you were following called Kowloon Rock? I bought you the comics, Yushi said as she rummaged through the pile, producing a comic book, tearing off its plastic wrapping, and extending it towards Mu Xiaozao. However, she did not accept it. Not interested? Yushi inquired. Then let us chat. The comic features many adorable characters. By the way, do you have a favorite? They're all quite similar. The live music is delightful. What do you think? I'm not in the mood for that right now. In summary, Yushi endeavored to engage her in various topics of interest. Mu Xiaozhao's responses were neither cold nor warm. After all, confined within this lightless abode, she found little inclination to ponder anything else. Watching anime and reading comics merely served as a distraction. Thus, regardless of Yushi's efforts to converse, Mu Xiaozhao remained largely indifferent, only managing a few half-hearted replies out of a sense of obligation. Yet Yushi seemed determined to cultivate conversation. She even suggested they watch a movie. Let us watch a bouquet of love. Are you familiar with it? No, I want to watch it with you. As the projector whirred to life, the screen illuminated scenes of neon lights and the vibrant streets of Tokyo unfolding within their modest space. They nestled together on the bed, the music resonating and the light flickering across their faces. In the film, the protagonist, Yamaoto missed the last train and encountered her fateful counterpart, Yada. Mirroring each other, they regarded one another as their singular confidant in a vast world. Love, cohabitation, work, and job hunting. The trials of reality caused the once-loving pair to drift apart, shattering their artistic and romantic microcosm, forcing them from their suburban retreat to the grand stage of Tokyo. Love, akin to a party, inevitably reaches its conclusion. On the seaside, Yada Jun reminisced about this very sentiment, ultimately confronting the end of a romance. As the film concluded and the music played, silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Mu Xiaozao heard she softly inquire, "Xiaozao, do you have someone you like?" Uncertain of Yushi's intent, she bowed her head in silence for a time before truthfully responding, "No." For reasons unknown, Yushi seemed rather pleased with this answer. The air conditioning hummed as Mu Xiaozao felt Yushi's hand gently extend toward her, intertwining their fingers, their hands clasped together. Love, like flowers, has an expiration date. I felt this way the first time I watched this movie. Yushi's grasp was restless, her palm against Mu Xiaozao's, softly kneading. Circumstances shift, and the entities surrounding individuals evolve. No matter how well-suited two people may appear, they can become entirely different from their former selves. Recently, the divorce rate seems to have surged. What once seemed an eternal bond has become increasingly unreliable in the eyes of many. Thus, what significance does pursuing fleeting love hold? Mu Xiaozao remained impassive, sensing Yushi's desire to convey something, yet she resisted understanding. The film's portrayal was commendable, and the couple's breakup was indeed lamentable. But upon realizing that Yushi had ulterior motives in sharing this film, Mu Xiaozao felt a disquiet in her heart. Rather than ephemeral beauty, enduring value is paramount. Yushi continued, her gaze averted from Mu Xiaozao. There are myriad ways to preserve flowers, flattening, drying, and crafting them into specimens to maintain their bloom indefinitely. At this juncture, Yushi's cool hand released its grip only to tighten again, nearly enveloping Mu Xiaozao's small hand in her palm. At that moment, Mu Xiaozao glanced up, noticing a painting of lilies on the wall. The lilies bloomed vibrantly, lush and eternal. Yet such splendor was lifeless, merely serving to please those who desired its exterior while its essence had long since perished, a beautiful corpse. She sighed deeply, ultimately saying nothing. After all, she knew that speaking to you, she would be futile. The narrative and outline may diverge slightly. This chapter has been subtly revised. Today, after finishing a bouquet of love, Yushi locked the door and stepped out. Mu Xiaozao remained alone in the room, seated in her previous spot. What should she do next? Today, she watched the comic sugar's happy life while she went to school. Mu Xiaozao sat alone in the room, still in her original position. What should she do next? Today, she listened to a song from Yushi's playlist, Imprison 12, before Yushi left to pay the rent. Mu Xiaozao remained in the room, still in her original spot. What should she do next? She did nothing. Mu Xiaozao stared blankly, immobile, her body soft and devoid of strength. How strange, despite not having ventured anywhere. Why did she feel so weak? Was it due to the prolonged absence of sunlight? She tightly shut her eyes, frail fingers clutching the bed sheets, her head heavy. The room eerily silent, as if it were a frozen expanse. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a faint light seeping through the curtain's gap. Yet that light only deepened the surrounding darkness, suffocating her. What day was it today? Mu Xiaozao strained to recall, only to find her sense of time obscured. When she first entered confinement, her state was relatively stable. Yushi had provided her with some entertaining comic books. She devoured many, finding solace in reading to pass the time. However, she had underestimated the nature of her confinement. As time wore on, Mu Xiaozao's energy gradually waned. She had grown weary of the books and comics, some of which she lost interest in halfway through. With no watch or timekeeping device, the passage of time felt excruciatingly slow, each second a torment. The sensation of solitude was unbearable. The oppressive darkness was intolerable. Immersed in the anguish of entrapment, Mu Xiaozao's mindset had subtly warped, whether she wished to admit it or not. The only moments she experienced light and human interaction were during Yushi's return. Where had Yushi gone, and when would she return? Was acutely aware that her longing was not specifically to see Yushi, but rather for something to disrupt the protracted and monotonous tedium. Each time Yushi materialized, she would bring her cherished sustenance or manga, and proactively engage in dialogues about topics that piqued her interest, despite Mu Xiaozao's lack of enthusiasm. However, the mere presence of another person, a beacon of light, would inexplicably alleviate the suffocating sensation, as if she had obtained an antidote. Yushi had not yet returned. It's all right, she reassured herself. She promised to release me. I must persevere. She had lost count of the number of times she had consoled herself in this manner. It's so stifling. The air in the room was oppressively stagnant. I yearned to fling open the window and inhale the crisp, external air. Mu Xiaozao ambled to the window and pressed her ear against the pane, discerning the distant clamor of the bustling marketplace, the indistinct murmur of conversations, the blare of automobile horns, and the clatter of pots and pans emanating from a nearby restaurant. A surge of exhilaration, an ardent desire for freedom, coursed through her, intensifying and becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Alas, it was all tantalizingly out of reach. The window was immovably locked, as was the door. Within this tenebrous and confined prison, there was only a bed, a desk, and scarcely enough space to maneuver. The once subtle fragrance of gardenias had now transformed into a noxious vapor, inducing giddiness. Alas, Mu Xiaozao sighed, retreating from the window, and, with a hunched posture, braced herself against the bookcase, resembling a marionette as she gradually slid to the floor. Her silvery white tresses, unkempt for days, cascaded over her shoulders and onto the floor like a skein of shimmering threads. She steadied herself with her hands, revealing portions of her pallid, bloodless arms beneath the lantern sleeves. Host, are you all right? The inept system had finally learned to express concern for its master. Previously, when she had sought to inquire about the time, it had claimed that there were no accessible devices nearby, and when she had attempted to engage in conversation, it had merely advised Mu Xiaozao to focus on seducing the female lead. Mu Xiaozao did not respond, but laboriously propped herself up, attempting to stand. Just then, her elbow inadvertently struck Yushi's bookshelf. With a resounding crash, something fell, startling Mu Xiaozao. She glanced down and discovered a palm-sized, antiquated candy tin. The tin was fashioned from iron, its surface mottled with rust, adorned with a series of Latin inscriptions that Mu Xiaozao could not decipher, and embellished with vibrant depictions of confectionery. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, Mu Xiaozao stooped down, retrieved the candy tin, and gingerly pried it open. A photograph slipped out. Mu Xiaozao picked up the photograph, her fingertips pinching it as she turned it over, and instantly gasped in horror. It was a chilling, red-tinted wedding photograph. The individuals in the photograph were unremarkable in and of themselves, but the photograph's condition was unnerving. The man's head had been excised with scissors, while the woman's head had been defaced with black marker, rendered unrecognizable. Each stroke of the black marker was applied with such vehemence that it threatened to pierce the photograph, making it difficult to fathom the frenzied state of mind that had driven someone to commit such an act. Mu Xiaozao felt as if she had stumbled into a horror game. What is the relationship between these two people and Yushi? Could they be her parents? If these are Yushi's parents, why would she subject this wedding photograph to such treatment? Mu Xiaozao dared not gaze at the photograph any longer. She gingerly returned it to its original position and relocked the drawer. Her mind was clouded with suspicion, as if an invisible web of locks was tightening around her. System, I still yearn to escape, Mu Xiaozao murmured, pausing as she approached the door. Can you devise a plan to assist me? Host, you are so pitiful. I am also striving to assist you. Rolling around, I found it. I have discovered an exceptional mission for you, host. Completing the mission will grant you access to an intermediate lottery. Really? Was the pulmonary fog system actually proving to be useful for once? Xiaozao's spirits lifted. What is the mission? Of course, it is a mission to seduce the female lead. Play a game with the female lead and triumph over her. Intermediate lottery entry. As I have inserted a cheat software into the lottery, I can directly assist you in obtaining the secret to unlocking the confinement. Hearing the system's pronouncement, Mu Xiaozao perked up. Indeed, one cannot simply resign oneself to fate. She was uncertain of how many days of confinement remained, nor was she certain that Yushi would truly honor her promise to release her. The most prudent course of action was to seize the initiative, rather than allowing Yushi to manipulate her. 78. Game of confinement or opportunity for escape? At long last, Yushi returned. Today, she carried a cellophane bag, its colorful packaging revealing 2 ice creams. Unfolding the small round table, the two sat facing each other with solemnity. Would you care to sample one? It's a limited edition seasonal ice cream. Yushi slid one of the ice creams toward Mu Xiaozao, its surface adorned with a tempting pomegranate coulis. Mu Xiaozao recalled that this particular dessert was immensely popular at the chain store, requiring a lengthy wait in line to acquire. She offered no word of gratitude, but silently began to consume the ice cream. Perhaps it was indeed exceptionally delicious, for as the cream melted in her mouth, Mu Xiaozhao's mood improved somewhat. Yushi, seated opposite her, did not immediately partake in her own ice cream, but rather observed Mu Xiaozhao as she ate, her crimson eyes concealing an unspoken emotion. Eat slowly. You've gotten some on your face. Just as she raised her head. The little Loli's soft cheeks were gently crumpled by a tissue, as she wiped away the cream from the corners of her mouth, her movements tender. Mu Xiaozhao lowered her head in slight embarrassment. I mustn't allow myself to be distracted by these trivialities. I must complete the mission expeditiously, she mused to herself, devouring the ice cream in her cup with gusto, before summoning her courage. Yushi, do you have any other commitments later? No. Well, I'm rather bored in this house. Shall we play a game? She tentatively proposed. Oh, you're proactively suggesting a game. How unusual. Yushi regarded her with amusement, propping up her chin with one hand, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. No problem. I will indulge you in whatever you desire. Thus, Yushi pulled out the chair beside the desk and pressed the power button on the computer, causing the desktop screen to illuminate. What game would you like to play? Yushi inquired, tilting her head. Oh, I recall you mentioning the game True Love Yuri last time. Shall we play that together? No. Mu Xiaozhao was aghast, shaking her head vigorously. Absolutely not. Why? Yushi's curiosity was piqued by her reaction, and she turned around, her eyes gleaming with a hint of playfulness. In any case, it's out of the question. Mu Xiaozhao remained in a state of shock. How peculiar. How did Yushi know that I had played True Love Yuri? I certainly never mentioned it. That game is inherently restricted. Playing it in the confinement room would be far too mortifying. Very well, then you decide. What games do you typically enjoy? Yushi chuckled softly, ceding the choice to her. Mu Xiaozhao sat cross-legged on the bed, absently twirling a strand of her silvery white ponytail as she lapsed into contemplation. In her previous life, she had played numerous multiplayer competitive games with her friends, such as Elbow Strike Party or Cow and Horse Slaughter, but those were clearly unsuitable for the current mission. In order to triumph over Yushi, she had to select a game in which she excelled, thereby maximizing her chances of success. After a brief interval, I have it. Mu Xiaozhao lightly tapped her palm with her fist, her eyes brightening. Let's play this. Upon hearing the game title announced by Mu Xiaozhao, Yushi nodded slightly, opened the application store, searched, and then downloaded it. Before long, the game was ready. All right, take a look if this is the one. She turned around to call out, and Mu Xiaozhao approached the computer desk. Just as she grasped the mouse, Mu Xiaozhao suddenly felt someone wrap their arm around her waist. In the next moment, she found herself seated on Yushi's lap, her slender legs dangling in the air. Mu Xiaozhao blinked in confusion, dropping the mouse onto the desk. There's only this chair in the room. You might as well sit here to play, Yushi said nonchalantly, her gaze still fixed on the screen, completely ignoring the flustered girl in her embrace. Who would believe you? This is definitely an excuse. Mu Xiaozhao half quietly to herself. Yet, she understood that refusing was futile, so she sat nervously on Yushi's lap, her body tense. Meanwhile, Yushi seemed to relish the situation, her arms slipping under Mu Xiaozhao's armpit to reach for the mouse, beginning to navigate the game panel. The proximity between them was intimate, and Mu Xiaozhao could distinctly feel the softness against her back. The light summer fabric was airy, and her loose loungewear only heightened her racing heartbeat. What's wrong? Are we not starting the game? A voice whispered in her ear, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. I'll start right now. Mu Xiaozao struggled to calm her nerves and clicked to begin the game. Keep a calm mind. It's just sitting in your lap. We're not doing anything else. She was Mu Xiaozao, steadfast like Lu Xiaoya. Hey Yushi, why don't we have a competition? You play a round, then I'll play a round, and we'll see who scores higher. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xiaozao proposed. Sounds good. A mischievous glint flickered in Yushi's eyes. What is the reward for winning? And what is the penalty for losing? Of course we need to set rewards and penalties, Yushi continued. Otherwise, why would I waste my energy playing this game with you? All right then, penalties and rewards. Why does that sound a bit strange? Mu Xiaozao began to ponder. Hey host, I have a great idea. Let us use a cat as the wager. If you win, you dress up as a cat. And if you lose, she dresses up as a cat. Shut up. You're still thinking about your cat. I seriously doubt whose side you're on. Why? It's clearly adorable. She was too lazy to argue with it and pressed her temples. This silly system proposed 10 ideas, 9 of which were untrustworthy. And the one that was particularly untrustworthy seemed to be the only option left. Well, how about this? If you win, I promise to wear cat ears for you again. If I win, well, don't think I'll let you off easily. Yushi interrupted her. Mu Xiaozao wanted to roll her eyes. I know you want to agree to that, so my condition isn't about letting me go. She swallowed hard, mustering her courage to raise her head, and said seriously, if I win, you'll help me review for my studies and let me achieve first place in the class. Yushi paused for a moment after hearing this, but quickly agreed, sure, no problem. Let us get started. The game commenced. Yushi's skills were entirely as Mu Xiaozao had anticipated. She was clearly a novice at gaming. Not only did she struggle with parachuting, but she also couldn't even pick up equipment. After a long while, she had barely taken down a few opponents, and at one point, she even accidentally injured herself with a grenade. Before long, the results page appeared. Why did I earn the title Master of Human Outlines? Xiaozao, is this a good or bad sign? Yushi inquired. It's a compliment to your marksmanship. Really? Just kidding. Mu Xiaozao felt a swell of pride. Victory in this match was within reach. As the next round approached, Mu Xiaozao took a deep breath to calm herself. Gripping the mouse, her fingers hovered over the keyboard, her gaze intensely focused on the screen. Host, will you win? Absolutely. As the game began, she swiftly found her rhythm. Mu Xiaozao skillfully maneuvered her character, quickly reaching the high ground on the map and seizing a favorable position. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, adjusting her view and searching for enemies. Everything was going smoothly. Just when Mu Xiaozao felt she was almost guaranteed victory, Yushi, who was holding her from behind, began to make small movements. Hey, wait, don't. Before long, Mu Xiaozao's cheeks flushed and her fingers grew weak. No. But Yushi had no intention of heeding her pleas. Instead, she became increasingly audacious. Bullets went astray, resulting in another defeat for Mu Xiaozao. Her performance plummeted, and teammates began questioning her family in the chat. Yushi, what are you doing? Her face burned with anger, turning to see glistening tears at the corners of her eyes. Is that not allowed? I'm not breaking any game rules, Yushi chuckled softly. You smell so nice. I just want to enjoy a little longer. Though she said that the only scent in the air was Yushi's perfume. Don't mind it. This is merely training for you to adapt to interacting with girls, Yushi stated casually. However, Mu Xiaozao was far from calm. The warmth blooming in her cheeks and the restlessness coursing through her body rendered her unable to regain her composure. Yushi seemed to have figured out her reaction patterns, teasing her relentlessly to draw out her shy side. Her heart raced. It was utterly impossible to continue playing. Darn it, I must stop. This delicate figure was far too vulnerable to such teasing. If this continued, all sorts of erratic thoughts piled up, and the game screen before her became increasingly blurred. Just as she entered a new area, Mu Xiaozao succumbed to defeat. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and Mu Xiaozao's character was surrounded by enemies. GG, game over. All the weapons she had collected were snatched away, and her final score was even worse than Yushi's. Unbelievable. How can you be like this? Shutting off the screen, Mu Xiaozao was furious, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes, her breath coming in quick gasps. and her small hands half clenching into fists as she glared at Yushi. You are the one being excessive. Yushi rested her head on Mu Xiaozao's shoulder, a teasing smile on her lips. I'm just hugging you. Yet you make me feel like I need to wash this dress afterward. You. The moment those words left her mouth, Mu Xiaozao's face turned completely crimson. Embarrassment surged within her, making her wish to leap off Yushi's lap. But how could her petite frame contend with Yushi? After a futile struggle, she was easily subdued, leaving the little girl fuming. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you, Yushi murmured, rubbing her cheek against Mu Xiaozao's. With a clumsy student like you, it just takes a bit more patience to teach. I don't want to learn this. She sat in Yushi's embrace, feeling utterly aggrieved, unable to move freely or escape. She had thought that playing the game would be a surefire success, but now this predicament had arisen, causing her hard-won opportunity to slip away so easily. At this moment, her heart was filled with frustration. Should we continue? This dark, suffocating life, akin to a prison, how much longer would she have to endure? Just imagining it left her breathless. After a while, Yushi finally released her, allowing Mu Xiaozao to place her small, sock-clad feet on the ground, her heart feeling a little more at ease. All right, I'm ready to play the game and fulfill my role. Here's the refined version of the text you provided. Very well, a bet is a bet. You know what comes next, right? Playing the part of a cat. Mu Xiaozao muttered, displeased. Although the idea of wearing such an outfit in front of you, she was mortifying, she had no choice but to accept the term she herself had proposed. Then, Mu Xiaozao watched as she leaned down and retrieved the fluffy pink cat ears, collar, and bell she had purchased the other day. Holding the accessories, her eyes gleamed with delight as she beckoned Mu Xiaozao to kneel before her on the bed. Like dressing a doll, she began to adorn Mu Xiaozao with each item. I'm going to be played with again. The fair-skinned girl donned the cat ears, a ribbon tied around her neck, the bell chiming softly. Mu Xiaozao sat on the bed with her slender legs crossed in a demure posture, her eyes vacant, a picture of resignation. She could only hope that this ordeal would pass quickly. She anticipated that she would caress her head as before, or perhaps toy with the bell. However, this time, Yushi seemed to have discovered other, more enticing amusements. There are a few other accessories today. Yushi wasn't in a hurry to touch her head. Instead, she rummaged through the bag for a moment before producing a leash. In an instant, Mu Xiaozao's pupils contracted. She immediately recognized that it was no ordinary rope, but a pet safety leash. The leash was a charming lavender, complementing the color of Mu Xiaozao's eyes. Wait, what are you? What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. A surge of revulsion welled up within her. Yushi simply smiled, wordlessly grasping Mu Xiaozao's collar with one hand and holding the end of the leash in the other, about to fasten it around her neck. Don't come any closer. The sound of the metal clasp echoed in the room. Quick as a flash, Mu Xiaozao shoved her away, recoiling backward, her lips twitching. She's insane. This woman is utterly deranged. She knew perfectly well what Yushi intended to do, and it was something no sane person could tolerate. An indescribable sense of shame, unease, and dread washed over Mu Xiaozao. Her throat felt constricted, as if filled with acrid liquid, and she instinctively covered her mouth, watching helplessly as Yushi approached. There was no escape. The house offered her no chance to flee. Even if she could summon the strength to resist for a time, she would only become more vulnerable once she was weakened. Can I? Just with cat ears? She pleaded, hoping Yushi might reconsider. However, Yushi's eyes were filled with amusement, clearly unwilling to yield. No, please. Why? I chose it for you so carefully. It will look adorable on you. No. No, no, no. Mu Xiaozao retreated, until she could go no further, collapsing to the floor, her eyes reddening. I agreed to accept the punishment. But not like this. But you lost the game, didn't you? Yushi said, seizing the opportunity to grab her wrist. It's time to fulfill your promise. Pinned to the bed, Mu Xiaozao no longer held back. She struggled and screamed, her teeth clenched so tightly she felt as if she would draw blood. But I never made such a promise. Let me go, let me go. How much do you hate me to lock me up here and amuse yourself by tormenting me? Can't you hear me? Let me go. I don't want to wear this. By now, she had abandoned any thought of seducing the female lead. Villainous schemes and affection points were irrelevant to Mu Xiaozao. All she wanted was to push this woman away, to push her away with all her might. Just hate me then, hate me, Yushi. Were all those things you said to me lies? Did you just want to make me suffer? She continued to resist, her voice growing hoarse. Despair crept out from some dark recess, gradually enveloping the girl's heart, threatening to extinguish the last vestiges of her illusions about the woman before her. However, at that moment, Yushi slowly released her hand and put down the leash. Mu Xiaozao ceased her struggles as well. The only sound in the room was their shallow breathing. They stared at each other for a long moment. I didn't lie to you, and I don't hate you, Yushi said softly. But Xiaozao, do you really dislike this so much? Of course. Mu Xiaozao was still shaken, staring blankly at her. I understand. She casually smoothed her disheveled dark hair, straightened up, and sat up from Mu Xiaozhao's body. Xiaozao, I think you misunderstand me. To put Mu Xiaozhao at ease, Yushi retreated a little further until she reached the edge of the bed. Although you were the one who suggested the terms. I won't force you if you're not willing, she said, gazing into Mu Xiaozhao's face. Xiaozao, why are you so resistant to being my pet? Mu Xiaozhao drew her legs up, hugging her knees, assuming a defensive posture. I told you, you need to treat me as an equal. Equality, equality, Yushi repeated, deliberately emphasizing the words. I understand what you mean. You want me to treat you as an equal friend, is that it? She didn't respond, merely watched the other woman warily, trying to discern she's true intentions beneath her words. What was the purpose of this sudden change of heart? One moment she was exuding a palpable sense of oppression. The next she was all gentle and harmless. The constant shifting between these two extremes made Mu Xiaozhao scrutinize every word Yushi spoke before making a judgment. I seem to have struck a chord, Yushi said, finding Mu Xiaozhao all the more endearing. She narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze teasing. But I'm sorry, Xiaozhao, I've never believed in friendship. So, it's impossible for me to be your friend. Because being a pet doesn't necessarily mean inequality, does it? Mu Xiaozhao's eyes flashed with animosity. But Yushi seemed oblivious, continuing to speak as if nothing had happened. Not everyone in the world is the same. Some people may abuse and mistreat their pets, but others regard them as family. Even more important than family. There are countless examples of this on the internet. As Mu Xiaozhao listened in astonishment, Yushi closed the distance slightly. Xiaozhao, think about it. Friends come together for mutual benefit, and they part ways for the same reason. Lovers come together because of desire, and they betray each other because of desire. Most people form connections with others out of material need. But pets and owners are different. Owners keep pets purely for emotional support. Without realizing it, she had returned to the same proximity as before. Yushi tentatively touched the back of Mu Xiaozhao's hand. Seeing that Mu Xiaozhao didn't resist, she covered it with her own. Her lowered eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes as clear as rubies. Pets accept the love of their owners, and owners use pets as a vessel for their affection. Isn't that a purer relationship than that of lovers or friends? So, Xiaozhao, it's not an unequal relationship. I regard you as a pet because you are important to me. Twirling a strand of silvery hair around her finger, Yushi leaned in close, almost touching Mu Xiaozhao's lips. It took Mu Xiaozhao a moment to react. She quickly recoiled. In her life, it was the first time she had heard someone utter such words with such sincerity, and she was left speechless by the distorted values. Yushi, do you not have family or friends? She asked softly. No, I only have you. Yushi smiled, the expression particularly captivating on her beautiful face. After a pause, Mu Xiaozhao gazed at the black-haired beauty with a serene countenance before her, removing the cat-ear headband from her head and placing it on her own. Xiaozhao, I shall impersonate a feline for you. Please, do not be vexed. Mu Xiaozhao regarded her with astonishment as Yushi, adorning the cat ears, brandished her hands in the air, lightly exclaiming, Meow. Subsequently, she leaned in and pounced upon Mu Xiaozhao, the mischievous expression and actions forming a peculiar contrast. Meow. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? No, that is not what I meant. Mu Xiaozhao, pinned to the bed by Yushi, felt her mind in disarray, ceasing her vehement resistance. Excellent. The distance has been reduced to nil. Yushi, with her hands supporting herself on the bed, her dark hair cascading down, gazed upon Mu Xiaozhao beneath her, her lips glistening with a lustrous sheen, a smile of increasing intensity gracing her face. "You're no longer upset, are you?" "I am," Mu Xiaozao retorted, averting her gaze. "Cease attempting to deceive me. If this were truly an equitable relationship, you would release me from this place. But everything I do is for your sake." Yushi's voice was gentle, like a soft murmur. "Xiaozao, I have confined you here for your own benefit. You did it for me? What do you mean?" I did not comprehend. Finally, she had elicited the question. Like a spider weaving its web for an extended period to ensnare its prey, she had patiently awaited the moment for her to fall into the trap. Now, the time had come to reel in the net. Yushi cleared her throat, proceeding to elucidate her thoughts in detail. "Xiaozao, do you recall that rainy day? At the cat shelter, you appear to be in a distressed state. I feared that remaining in the dormitory would further depress you, so I brought you home, intending to create more joyful memories for you." Naturally, this was not the sole justification. The more significant reason pertained to the videos from your past that remained at the school. I believe the school posed a threat to you. As long as those videos existed, they could continue to exploit them to blackmail you, and I did not wish to witness you displaying that expression again. So, this was the reason she had confined her to the solitary room? Was it truly for her own good? Mu Xiaozhao's heart wavered slightly, yet she bit her lip, remaining vigilant. "Yushi, I am not your possession. I do not wish to be perpetually confined here. Indeed, you desire to leave, do you not?" Yushi responded with a smile. "Very well, we shall attend school together tomorrow." Leave? She had actually consented to her departure? Surely, the time had not yet arrived. Mu Xiaozhao abruptly looked up at Yushi, noticing Mu Xiaozhao's own reflection in the depths of Yushi's profound pupils. "All this talk of repayment was merely a jest. During the period of your confinement, I have persuaded Tianzi and your roommates to expunge all the videos in their possession," she stated calmly. "The potential dangers at the school have been eliminated, and I can confidently permit you to return. You are genuinely willing to release me?" "Indeed, I give you my word." The abruptness of the shift caused Mu Xiaozhao, who had previously been resolute, to question her attitude toward Yushi once more. How had Yushi managed to delete those videos? Had everything she had done been for her sake? She was aware of Yushi's perilous nature, but there was no hint of deceit in Yushi's words, her voice so gentle that it was difficult to doubt. During the days of confinement, Yushi had indeed committed many excessive acts, but if the impetus for all of this had been her well-being, something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint the source of the problem. Mu Xiaozhao was torn, unsure of how she should feel toward Yushi. While she was lost in thought, Yushi gently embraced her once more. The blend of body heat and floral fragrance made it difficult to discern her innermost thoughts. "Xiaozhao, come here. I wish to hold you." The defenses she had erected began to crumble. That night, Mu Xiaozhao slept more soundly. The following morning, the locked door was, as expected, unlocked. After washing up, Yushi, dressed neatly, her smooth black hair draped over her shoulders, stood at the door, her canvas bag slung over her shoulder. Awaiting Mu Xiaozhao. "Xiaozhao, let us depart. We must attend class," Yushi said softly. Mu Xiaozhao fastened her shoelaces, stood up, and walked toward the door with an indescribable feeling. The sunlight and birdsong from outside felt so unfamiliar and fresh, even though only a few days had passed. Am I leaving? The joy of imminent freedom surged within her, and she began to envision a life of freedom after her release. However, just as Mu Xiaozhao stepped over the threshold with one foot, Yushi gently grasped her hand. She turned her head. "Xiaozhao," Yushi stood in the hallway, smiling, the sunlight illuminating the top of her head. "If anything ever causes you distress or pain, you can always return here. No matter how many times, I will assist you." The pursuit of liberty is intrinsic to human nature. Persuading a normal individual to adapt to, or even embrace, the feeling of confinement is exceedingly arduous. However, with appropriate guidance, one's perception can be transformed accordingly. A crucial principle at play here is associative learning. Within the solitary room, Yushi provided Mu Xiaozhao with her favorite foods, engaged her in her preferred games, offered companionship, and expressed concern, minimizing her inner desire to coerce Mu Xiaozhao and striving to project an image of gentle kindness. Consequently, even if she outwardly loathed being confined, Mu Xiaozhao's subconscious would associate the solitary room with the things she enjoyed, thereby mitigating her aversion to confinement to some extent. Having achieved this, the initial plan was sufficient. Next, she would release her, allowing her to return to the place she desired. However, this was by no means granting her freedom. Rather, it was weaving a more expansive web, constructing an invisible cage, while leading her to believe that she had genuinely attained emancipation. Streets bustling with traffic, a cloudless sky. The towering and imposing gates of Tianyu Academy came into view, students entering the campus in twos and threes, a scene of bright summer splendor. Mu Xiaozhao mingled among them, a sense of long-awaited reunion welling up within her. During her time in that dark room, time seemed to stretch endlessly. Apart from Yushi, she was virtually isolated from the world, like a caged canary. Now, having finally regained her freedom and stepping onto the familiar campus, Mu Xiaozhao's mood was bright. Throughout the journey, Yushi remained by her side, walking alongside her. Yushi was dressed in an elegant, light blue dress, her flowing hair styled into a ponytail, her profile gilded by the sunlight, her neck fair and slender. Even with her simple attire, her exceptional appearance remained dazzling in the crowd. Recalling that it was this very young woman who had confined her for several days, Mu Xiaozhao felt somewhat disoriented, as if it were all unreal. Knowing a person's face does not mean knowing their heart. I must remain vigilant when interacting with this female lead in the future. Xiaozao, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. Upon reaching the dormitory, Yushi abruptly halted and called out to Mu Xiaozhao. She opened the folder in her backpack, extracted a sheet of paper, and presented it to Mu Xiaozhao. This is a withdrawal application form that I obtained from your roommate. Mu Xiaozhao's eyes widened in astonishment. The pre-filled information on the paper was incomplete, but the name field clearly displayed the 3 characters of Mu Xiaozhao's name. And the handwriting was unmistakably Zhonghua's. What does this signify? I did not comprehend. She picked up the form, already suspecting the answer, but still looked up at Yushi in a daze. Your roommates had once intended to persuade you to leave the dormitory. Amidst her efforts to maintain composure, Mu Xiaozhao felt a wave of bitterness wash over her as she contemplated the words spoken to her and the dormitory withdrawal application form clutched in her hand. Memories of laughter and camaraderie with her roommates flooded her mind, particularly the moments they celebrated her birthday together. In those instances, she genuinely believed she could forge lasting friendships with them. Yet the outcome had taken an unexpected turn. Yushi continued, reassuring her, but fret not. I have persuaded them to abandon the idea of transferring you. Regarding the video incident, she added, as long as you sincerely explain to them, I trust they will come to understand your perspective. Mu Xiaozhao lowered her gaze, taking a considerable amount of time to muster her response. Thank you. I suppose we shall meet again. Yushi waved goodbye. With her cat-eared backpack held tightly, Mu Xiaozhao hastened towards the girls' dormitory. The familiar door number, 630, loomed before her. Yet, upon encountering it once more, a sense of trepidation gripped her, and she hesitated before inserting the key into the lock. Thoughts of the withdrawal application and her roommate's skeptical gazes before their parting weighed heavily on her mind. What would the atmosphere in the dormitory be like now? She felt an urge to retreat, but quickly rallied her spirits, thinking, perhaps, with time, our relationships will mend. On the other side of the door, 3 girls were engrossed in their phones, having been re-added to the same group chat after the previous anonymous incident. The group leader's name was Yushi. To summarize her message, because you have hurt Xiaozao, I cannot trust you. Given what has transpired, even if you were to become friends again, it would be meaningless. Thus, I require you to assure me that, henceforth, regardless of what Mu Xiaozhao approaches you about, you shall maintain your distance from her. This is not a suggestion. It is a demand. Each of you harbors secrets you wish to keep hidden, do you not? If you wish to avoid my reporting you to the academy, you will comply with my instructions. The so-called secrets were trivial matters, such as minor cheating on exams. Although the school turned a blind eye to such transgressions, they would not ignore a report made against the student. The ultimatum came with a mixture of coercion and guilt. The 3 girls deliberated throughout the night and ultimately acquiesced to Yushi's proposal. A sound at the door caught their attention, and they instinctively knew who had returned. Mu Xiaozhao pushed open the door and stepped into the dormitory, her heart still fluttering with anxiety. Inside, her roommates were preoccupied with their own activities. Xiaozao expected them to acknowledge her presence, but strangely, no one seemed to notice her, as though she were merely a wisp of air. A sense of unease crept into Xiaozao's heart as she took her usual seat, opened her phone, and scrolled through the screen, her thoughts wandering elsewhere. She occasionally glanced at her roommates, hoping to glean some insight from their expressions. Yet, to her dismay, she found nothing. Yushi had mentioned deleting the video and suggested she explain herself to her roommates. Given this, should she not take the initiative to reconcile with them? Rising from her seat, Xiaozao first approached Shen Wanjia. Wanjia, but Shen Wanjia donned her headphones and immersed herself in her game, seemingly intent on blocking out Xiaozao's voice. After several attempts to call her name with no response, Xiaozao reluctantly moved on to Zhao Mingming. Mingming, I wish to discuss something with you. Zhao Mingming abruptly lifted her head, her expression one of alarm, before quickly averting her gaze and inching her chair away. Clearly, she was avoiding her. Xiaozao felt her sense of helplessness deepen as she turned her attention to Zhonghua. Zhonghua was applying skincare products at her desk, the light casting a glow on her skin. Guajia, regarding the video, Xiaozao began. It has been deleted, Zhonghua replied coolly, continuing to apply her eye cream. Oh, that's fine. I'm busy, so if there's nothing else, please return to your seat. With that, she resumed her skincare routine, signaling clearly that Xiaozao should not disturb her further. Xiaozao realized that she had no further opportunity for conversation. The three roommates, each with distinct personalities, seemed to have reached a tacit consensus in their treatment of her. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped that after she clarified the situation, her roommates' attitudes would soften, yet they remained cold, as if the warm camaraderie they once shared had become a distant memory. Why? Knowing she had been coerced, did her roommates refuse to alter their stance? Did they still harbor doubts? Feeling dejected, she returned to her seat, unable to find clarity. How peculiar. What has gotten into them? Are you all right, host? I'm fine, Xiaozao replied with a bitter smile, attempting to appear more at ease. At this point, she felt a chill towards her roommates, since they were unwilling to change their perceptions of her. Further attempts to explain seemed futile. It's all right, after all. We merely share the same dormitory. Just then, her phone vibrated on the table, revealing a message from Yushi. Xiaozao, have you discussed matters with your roommates? Xiaozao's fingers hovered in the air for a moment before she hesitated to respond. System, do you find Yushi's demeanor somewhat strange? I wish to be informed of everything about you, came the reply. Oh, what do you mean? I mean, ever since Yushi was willing to release me, I can't shake the feeling that she is subtly hinting at something. Is that so? I haven't noticed anything. Think about it. Not long ago, she asked me to repay a debt of gratitude, and now she suddenly claims that everything is for my sake. Xiaozao mused, resting her chin on her hand, pondering the inconsistencies in her logic. In truth, Xiaozao had sensed something amiss from the very beginning, yet every time she attempted to unravel the threads of her thoughts, she found no tangible evidence. The rainy day visit to the cat shelter, the amusement park's haunted house, the time spent locked in a small dark room. Yushi had provided seemingly valid explanations for all of these actions, leaving Xiaozao without a foothold for suspicion. 1. Why ponder so much? This is undeniably a good thing. It signifies that the host's strategy is exceedingly successful. Host, consider this. Your goal is to alter the antagonist's fate and achieve a life of happiness, regardless of the heroine's reactions. As long as it enhances her affection towards you, the host will be rewarded abundantly. Though the strategy has faced some setbacks, the situation is now overwhelmingly favorable. It is time to embark on our new strategic plan. No, that can't be right. Am I overthinking this? Of course you are. Now, hurry and respond to the heroine's message. The system maintained its nonchalant demeanor. Xiaozao, feeling somewhat exhausted from overthinking, acknowledged that Yushi did not intend to harm her, and the deletion of the video was indeed a fact. For the moment, she decided to continue coexisting with her roommates. Thus, she contemplated her words, intending to explain her roommates' indifferent behavior to Yushi. Just as she was about to reply, a jarring ringtone interrupted her thoughts. The screen displayed an unknown number. Initially assuming it was a spam call, she answered, only to hear Lin Juye's voice on the other end. Xiaozao. Lin Juye's voice was raspy, laced with tears. What's wrong? Xiaozao. You finally agreed to take my call. On the other end of the line, Lin Juye was quite agitated. In Mu Xiaozhao's memory, she had rarely spoken with such fervor. What? Juye, what are you saying? You're asking me? Xiaozao, you don't answer my calls, nor do you accept my friend requests. I almost thought you would never forgive me, boo-hoo. She was a bit dazed. Something was amiss. Wasn't it Lin Juye who had been reluctant to reach out, not answering calls? I haven't done that. You say you haven't. I send you friend requests every day, worried you might have blocked my number, and I even borrowed different phones to call you. You finally want to talk to me. As she spoke, the tears flowed uncontrollably, making her words nearly incoherent. Mu Xiaozhao had a flaw in her past life. She could not bear to hear a girl cry. Seeing Lin Juye so distressed, she hastily began to think of comforting words. Ahem. Well, Juye, please stop crying. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. What misunderstanding? Boo-hoo. Suddenly, Mu Xiaozhao remembered that her phone had been with Yuxi for the past few days, and she hadn't touched it at all. The issues Lin Juye mentioned about not accepting friend requests and rejecting calls were likely actions taken by Yuxi. Why hadn't Yuxi informed her of these matters? A suspicion arose in Mu Xiaozhao's mind, prompting her to check Lin Juye's chat account. Sure enough, her account had blocked Lin Juye. This confirmed her suspicions. It was undoubtedly Yuxi's doing. Juye, do you have some time now? There are things I want to explain to you face to face. Ignoring Yuxi's messages, she suggested to the tearful Lin Juye, let us meet at that CF by the lake. Okay, I wanted to see you too, Xiaozao. Upon hearing this, Lin Juye's tears turned to smiles, and she quickly agreed. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the school, Yuxi was stirring her bitter coffee at the lakeside CF, her gaze fixed on her screen. Everything had been arranged perfectly. Mu Xiaozhao's roommate was completely under her control. By showing more concern and inquiring about Mu Xiaozhao's dorm situation, she could provide her with additional comfort and emotional support. Mu Xiaozhao's dependency on her would gradually increase. That was the plan. However, she realized that her scheme had gone awry. Mu Xiaozhao hadn't responded to her for a full 5 minutes. The message expressing concern lingered on the chat screen, and more critically, the status showed read, but not replied. What was going on? Was she in the restroom? Or had something else come up? She inserted her straw into the mixed coffee, her elegantly shaped brows furrowing slightly. Surely, she couldn't be starting to doubt me. To ascertain the situation further, Yuxi typed a string of passwords into her phone, quickly opening an app page. It displayed a map with a little heart indicating Mu Xiaozhao's location. Before returning the phone to Mu Xiaozhao, Yuxi had secretly installed a listening device and GPS tracker on her phone. Although she didn't intend to monitor her 24 hours a day, she needed to be aware of Mu Xiaozhao's current circumstances when necessary. The movement pattern seemed strange. She hadn't gone to the dorm, but was instead heading toward the lakeside. Wait, had she already arrived? Yuxi lightly tapped her knuckles on the tabletop, shifting her gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window. Today, Mu Xiaozhao wore a fuchsia dress, its hem fashioned into ruffles, adorned at the back with little white pom-poms. Her hair, though not meticulously styled, fell in loose waves over her shoulders, adding a charming touch to her already delicate features. Yuxi had never seen her in this outfit before. A sense of displeasure began to brew within Yuxi. She rose discreetly, adjusted the brim of her fisherman's hat, and moved her coffee to a more concealed spot. As the wind chimed, the automatic glass door swung open. Accompanying Mu Xiaozhao was a bespectacled girl with braided hair. Lin Juye? Yuxi paused momentarily, then clicked her tongue in annoyance. Yuxi had initially believed that, after blocking Lin Juye, she would be furious and sever ties with Mu Xiaozhao, never wanting to interact again. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Juye valued Mu Xiaozhao so highly that she took the initiative to seek her out. How bothersome. Yuxi retrieved a wireless earbud from her pocket and pressed play on her phone. The listening device activated, and the audio waves danced as Mu Xiaozhao and Lin Juye's conversation streamed clearly into her ears. Xiaozao, I wanted to talk to you properly, There's a spot here, let us sit here. Yushi watched as they pulled out chairs and occupied the seats she had just vacated. Today, I'll pay the bill. Xiaozao, you should order more. Lin Jie pushed the menu toward Mu Xiaozao, looking particularly radiant and cheerful. No, you're a student too. I can't let you treat me to so much. Mu Xiaozao hastily declined, but Lin Jie was insistent. No, I promised I would apologize to you properly today. Such things. Noticing Lin Jie's reluctance to order first, she began to place her own order. So, compensation is necessary. Just a moment. Xiaozao likes fruit tea, spicy fried meat, and baked potato fries, right? Great. I've ordered everything. Juya, you're too kind. The two girls chatted merrily. In the corner, Yushi, wearing a fisherman's hat, pulled the brim down slightly and let out a cold snort. She had diligently recorded Mu Xiaozhao's preferences. Yet among the items Lin Jie listed, there were two she had never heard of. Why did that girl know more than I do? Feeling irked, she pouted and swiftly entered the names of the dishes Lin Jie had mentioned into her phone's notes, then continued to eavesdrop on the conversation. Xiaozao, this is wonderful. I thought you would never respond to me again. I never intended to cut ties with you. Lin Jie reached across the table, grasping Mu Xiaozhao's hands, her voice choked with emotion. I understand, Jia. You were just dissatisfied with me, which led to all this, right? It was about the comic voting, but I've come to terms with it. It's all my fault. I was too willful. Lin Jie clasped Mu Xiaozhao's hands together, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You've always treated me so well, yet I would get angry and block you at the slightest provocation. During the time you were away, I reflected on many things and was so afraid you would never return to school. As she spoke, Lin Jie sniffled, tears spilling down her cheeks. I hurt you. Xiaozao, I often act irrationally when my emotions flare up. I am truly, truly sorry. Please forgive me, boo-hoo. Seeing Lin Jie's remorseful demeanor, Mu Xiaozhao's heart softened, and she quickly took out a tissue to gently wipe away Lin Jie's tears. Patting her back, she comforted her softly. It's all right. I never blamed you. Please stop crying. The past is behind us. Let's not dwell on it, shall we? Boo-hoo. Lin Jie continued to cry, suddenly taking one of Mu Xiaozhao's hands and pressing it against her face, tilting her head to look at her with a pitiful expression. Can I still be your friend, Xiaozao? I swear I won't block you again. Of course. Mu Xiaozhao smiled, thinking that this girl had finally matured. Best friends? The most important person in this school? Yes. The sounds from the listening device synchronized perfectly with their conversation. As Yushi chewed on a sugar cube, the words reached her ears, and with a sharp crunch, the sweet morsel shattered in her mouth, darkening her expression. What an inconvenient character she was. Even more troublesome than Mu Xiaozhao's roommate. The two had known each other since high school, their long acquaintance fostering a deeper understanding between them. If she attempted to use her roommate's strategy to separate Lin Juyi from their circle, the outcome would likely be contrary to her intentions. A change in plans was imperative. Yushi diligently revised her notes. Meanwhile, the two girls on the monitoring software continued their conversation. By the way, Xiaozhao, where have you been these days? Lin Juyi inquired, nudging Mu Xiaozhao's sleeve. You didn't even mention it to me suddenly, her brow furrowed. When did you start wearing perfume? Is that the scent of gardenias? Though the comment seemed innocuous, Mu Xiaozhao detected an undercurrent of displeasure and caution in Lin Juyi's gaze. Lowering her own head, she took a whiff and felt a pang of annoyance. It was likely that after staying at Yushi's for so long, she had unconsciously absorbed her scent, lingering on her sleeves even after this time. However, Mu Xiaozhao could not explicitly mention the events in the small, dark room, so she responded vaguely, perhaps it's just the scent of my body wash. Is that so? Well, let us not dwell on that. Shall we talk about something else? She feared that if Lin Juyi probed further, she might uncover something amiss. So she quickly patted Lin Juyi's shoulder to redirect the conversation. Yet, Lin Juyi persisted, her lips pursing slightly, gaze fixed intently on Mu Xiaozhao, as if trying to peer in her thoughts. As the waitress arrived, bringing forth an array of milk tea, beverages, and snacks, neither of them seemed inclined to eat. No, you must tell me where you went a few days ago. I just went out to take care of some matters. What matters? With whom? Where? The intensity of Lin Juyi's questioning left Mu Xiaozhao flustered. Suddenly, The shrill ring of a phone interrupted Lin Zhuyi's inquiries. "I'm sorry," Mu Xiaozao exclaimed, hastily grabbing her phone. She felt an immense relief that the call had come at such a timely moment. Otherwise, Lin Zhuyi would not have easily let her off the hook. Stepping onto the balcony, Mu Xiaozao answered the call. "Hello, is this? Are you not supposed to meet me for English conversation practice? Let us meet at the back gate of the botanical garden in 10 minutes. Yushi's cool voice resonated. It dawned on Mu Xiaozao that she had indeed arranged to practice English with she the following day. But I have something to attend to right now. Come over. I want to repeat myself." Her tone was calm, yet undeniably commanding. Mu Xiaozao bit her lip, glancing back at Lin Zhuyi, who was still waiting for her in the CF, caught in a dilemma. Only children make choices, the system chimed in with perfect timing. Friends are merely friends. Our target is the heroine. So forget about Lin Zhuyi and head to the botanical garden. However, this time, Mu Xiaozao found herself contemplating differently. She was acutely aware that defying Yushi's command would undoubtedly anger her. Yet, it seemed unreasonable to abandon Lin Zhuyi, who had spent so much on their meal, as a gesture of apology despite her financial constraints. Caught between a prior commitment and a sudden request, she made her choice without further deliberation. "I'm sorry, Yushi, but I truly have something important to attend to. If it's convenient for you, can we meet in 2 hours?" Silence enveloped the line. "Yushi?" Mu Xiaozao tentatively called out. If not, an hour would suffice. The only response was the sound of the call, disconnecting with a decisive click. "Oh dear," she hung up just like that. Mu Xiaozao grimaced, fearing that she would resent her for this decision. Nevertheless, she did not regret her choice. After placing her phone down, she returned to the table where Lin Zhuyi awaited her. The bitter coffee in her cup had nearly reached the bottom. Yushi had been gnawing on her straw, her expression growing increasingly morose. She had initially felt displeased watching the two converse, intending to use this as an excuse to pull Mu Xiaozao back to her side. Yet, she had anticipated that Mu Xiaozao, having just emerged from the small, dark room, would resolutely reject her. Why? Was the plan ineffective? It shouldn't be. Every reaction from Mu Xiaozao had been anticipated, and no unusual behavior had manifested. After weaving an intricate web, she had been thwarted by her prey. Such an occurrence was utterly unforgivable. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yushi's deep red eyes. The cheerful chatter of the girls continued to flow in from the monitoring software, each word jarring Yushi's nerves. Clenching her teeth around the straw, her fingers danced across the screen, contemplating another call to Mu Xiaozao, but then reconsidered and abandoned the idea. The most crucial rule in trapping prey was to conceal one's true intentions. Acting too hastily would only arouse suspicion, leading to the opposite of the desired effect. So, Yushi merely ordered another fresh brew of coffee, continuing to observe the two girls' every move. "Xiaozao, you're so cheerful," Mu Xiaozao beamed, her lips animated with chatter, appearing quite content. The radiant, pure, and unguarded smile was one she had never shown Yushi. Strangely, Yushi felt a pang of pain in her heart. How odd. Isn't love supposed to be about possessing someone and deriving pleasure from it? Why then do I feel this anguish and bitterness? Initially drawn to Mu Xiaozao out of amusement and intrigue, Yushi had unknowingly lost herself in the game. Her emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, were entirely at the mercy of Mu Xiaozao, as if she were a marionette controlled by some unseen force, no longer able to navigate other matters with the same ease as before. "I've completely botched this," she gulped down the last of her coffee in a fit of frustration, burying her head in her arms, allowing her dark hair to cascade down. "Xiaozao, please look at me, smile for me. I am the only one who cares for you. Why can't you see that?" Merely because Mu Xiaozao had declined to form an English study group with her, Yushi found herself in a state of despondency, a feeling she detested. Of course, it must be that my efforts are insufficient. The plan remains incomplete. If only I could eliminate those bothersome interlopers, I would be free from this intolerable feeling. As her frustration and disappointment subsided, Yushi lifted her head, and when her gaze fell upon Lin Zhuyi once more, her expression had transformed. "Xiaozao, conversing with you is truly delightful." Lin Zhuyi smiled, her eyes crinkling behind her glasses. "Hee hee, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. I'll be more careful next time. Mu Xiaozao was still savoring the last bite of her sandwich salad, her cheeks stuffed. Reuniting with Lin Zhuyi lightened her mood. At least she now had a friend at school to rely on, rather than enduring her roommate's cold demeanor. By the way, I haven't found a conversation partner for tomorrow's English class yet. Xiaozao. How about we form a team? Upon hearing Lin Zhuyi's words, Mu Xiaozhao's eyes flickered. Actually, I had made an arrangement with classmate Yuxi, although she felt she had to stood up Yuxi. Oh, I see. Lin Zhuyi appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she did not immediately concede. Then how about this? The three of us. Practice together? Indeed, such an option existed. Mu Xiaozhao suddenly realized, feeling as if a door had opened to a vibrant spring. She could neither neglect Lin Zhuyi nor refuse Yuxi. Thus, it would be best to invite both. Children make choices, adults embrace it all. That is quite normal. Just studying with classmates, Mu Xiaozhao thought it perfectly reasonable, unaware of the system's exaggerated concern. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The system murmured, there is nothing wrong. It's merely forming a study group. Besides, I want Yuxi and Lin Zhuyi to become better acquainted. Mu Xiaozhao considered that she and Lin Zhuyi were good friends. While her relationship with you, she was more of an acquaintance. All three were members of the comic club, so it seemed logical to strengthen their connections for future collaborations. With that in mind, Mu Xiaozhao sent a message to Yuxi. Yuxi, I've finished what I needed to do. Are you free to meet near the botanical garden now? At that moment, Yuxi had already departed the CAF. Feeling glum, she had turned off her monitoring software and was sulking alone by the lakeside. Ah, a message from Xiaozao. The sound of her phone drew Yuxi's attention, and she quickly unlocked the screen, reading Mu Xiaozhao's invitation. The jealousy that had simmered within her dissipated somewhat, replaced by a flicker of joy. Xiaozao, you must have chosen me over Lin Zhuyi, right? A smile crept onto Yuxi's lips, though she maintained a cool tone in her reply. Don't keep me waiting, or we will need to renegotiate our friendship. I'll be there shortly. Mu Xiaozhao responded eagerly. Yuxi could not help but quicken her pace toward the botanical garden, her long, dark hair swaying at her waist. The morning school path was tranquil, devoid of sounds aside from her footsteps. Before long, the lush botanical garden appeared at the end of the path, vibrant and flourishing, like a green jewel embedded within the school. With her plans back on track, all she needed to do was wait for Mu Xiaozhao. The thought of Mu Xiaozhao arriving, breathless and blushing, casting shy glances her way, filled Yuxi with anticipation. Little did she know that their cherished afternoon would soon be interrupted by a third person. As the sunlight filtered through the dense grapevines, casting dappled patterns upon the verdant leaves, Yuxi stood quietly beneath the trellis, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Her gaze downcast. From a distance, she resembled a figure from a painting, seamlessly blending with the vibrant surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Yuxi turned her head. How slow of you to keep me waiting. But before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell cold upon Lin Zhuyi, who stood behind Mu Xiaozhao. How troublesome, she thought. Why is she here? Did Xiaozao bring her along? Mu classmate. She shot a frosty glance at Mu Xiaozhao. You never mentioned that our practice would involve 3 people. Ah, what's wrong? Mu Xiaozhao stammered under her piercing gaze. I just thought it would be livelier with more people. Livelier? Are you here to study or to socialize? Her anger barely contained. You asked me to team up. Please take this seriously. I didn't. Didn't you what? Yuxi, Lin Zhuyi interjected, unable to endure Yuxi's harshness any longer. Please don't speak to Xiaozao like that. I suggested we all practice together. Well, 3 people can practice too, Mu Xiaozhao quickly affirmed, nodding in agreement. In that moment, the atmosphere seemed to chill by a degree. Yuxi eyed the 2 of them coldly, her lips pressed tightly together, her knuckles turning white from the tension. The presence of this unwelcome pet was utterly intolerable. Clearly, a mere brief confinement would not suffice. Taming Mu Xiaozhao's heart proved more challenging than controlling her body. Yuxi realized she needed to tighten her grip further. Yet, she was not the type to lose her composure over emotions. She understood that overreacting would only drive Mu Xiaozhao closer to Lin Zhuyi. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her anger. Lin Zhuyi, she silently etched the name in her mind. This meddlesome pest must be eradicated completely. Yushi? What's wrong? Noticing the change in Yushi's expression, Mu Xiaozao felt a pang of anxiety. Nothing, let us just practice. Yushi concealed her emotions, reverting to her usual impassive demeanor. Oblivious to the subtle shifts in Yushi's mood, Mu Xiaozao nodded and rummaged through her bag for the practice materials. The entire practice session was steeped in an odd atmosphere. Despite Mu Xiaozao's attempts to mend the rift between the two, the results were far from satisfactory. At times, she could even sense an inexplicable tension in the air. Lin Zhuiyue, you mispronounced that word just now. Having barely reached the midpoint of their dialogue, Yushi rolled up the text in her hand and halted. The first sentence, the third sentence, and the last sentence were all incorrect. Do you even want to practice? She regarded Lin Zhuiyue with disdain. I. Lin Zhuiyue felt utterly wronged by the barrage of criticism, prompting Mu Xiaozao to interject. Yushi, and you Mu classmate, you don't know how to pause or group your thoughts. Did you forget everything I just taught you? Before she could finish, Yushi's ire shifted back to her. We've practiced 3 times already. There's been no progress whatsoever. Is this how you both intend to team up with me? To drag me down in class? With her arms crossed and her gaze sharp as a blade, she bore down on the two of them, leaving them speechless. Mu Xiaozhao's lips moved, but the words fell silent. Indeed, given Yushi's level, seeking her assistance seemed akin to expecting to coast through without effort. Yet, recalling Yushi's earlier eagerness to team up, Mu Xiaozhao assumed she had no qualms about it. Just as she planned to soothe Yushi with kind words, Lin Zhuiyue, unable to contain herself, stepped forward. Yushi, stop it. Lin Zhuiyue confronted Yushi, tilting her chin defiantly. I know you're skilled, but you can't just keep criticizing us. We are practicing earnestly. This is your serious level of effort. You can't even recite correctly, let alone pronounce the words. Yushi scoffed, her eyes glinting with derision. We just need time, Lin Zhuiyue protested. I've given you more than enough time. Yushi, don't go too far. Lin Zhuiyue shot back, her frustration boiling over as she regretted suggesting they team up with Yushi. Had she known Yushi had such a foul temper, she would have opted to practice with Mu Xiaozhao alone, avoiding this unnecessary vexation. Seeing Lin Zhuiyue prepare to argue further, Yushi's expression grew colder, her gaze sharp enough to cut. Parched, Mu Xiaozhao felt compelled to mediate. Listen to me, she began, forcing a smile and extending a hand to interpose between the two. Suddenly, a cool sensation washed over her chest. Instinctively, she reached behind her back. Disaster. The bra clasp hadn't been secured properly, and the vigorous movements had caused it to come undone. A blush instantly colored Mu Xiaozhao's cheeks as she felt the undergarment loosen. Mortified, she lowered her head and clutched her chest. I need assistance. Her gaze darted between Yushi and Lin Zhuiyue, settling on the former. Lin Zhuiyue was out of the question. Her long-standing aversion to touching girls hadn't abated, and she couldn't risk Lin Zhuiyue discovering the predicament. Xiaozao, what's wrong? Lin Zhuiyue asked, her concern evident. Nothing, Zhuiyue. Sorry, I need to speak with Yushi. I'll be right back. Before Lin Zhuiyue could respond, she seized the raven-haired girl's wrist and steered her toward the restroom, leaving Lin Zhuiyue holding the practice sheets, dumbfounded. Hey, Xiaozao! Lin Zhuiye's gaze followed them, fixated on their intertwined hands until they vanished from sight. Those two. Their relationship is peculiar. They claim not to be friends, yet they arranged a practice session before her, and now they're departing together, right in front of her. Lin Zhuiyue crumpled the sheets, clenching her jaw, resentment toward she burgeoning within her. Inside the vacant restroom, Mu Xiaozhao led Yushi in, their contrasting statures reflected in the mirror. Mu Xiaozhao released her hand. Why did you bring me here? Yushi's tone was still tinged with displeasure. I need a favor. Mu Xiaozhao murmured. I can compensate you. What kind of favor? My bra clasp came undone. Mu Xiaozhao cautiously raised her head, meeting Yushi's gaze. Yushi sighed, her expression softening. Turn around. Mu Xiaozhao complied, and the zipper of her dress was lowered. She felt cool hands slip beneath her dress, adjusting the straps and tracing her shoulder blades. You can't even fasten a clasp? Did you only wear children's bras before? They're more convenient. Idiot. Yushi's deliberate movements seemed to prolong the moment as she aligned the tiny hooks. The silence of the restroom was broken only by the dripping faucet and their breathing. Mu Xiaozao recalled their earlier exchange. Yushi, my English isn't very good. I'm sorry. Were you angry because of that? She furtively observed Yushi's reflection in the mirror. What do you think? Yushi had finished fastening the clasp, yet her finger lingered on Mu Xiaozao's back, caressing the smooth skin. I'm sorry. I'll study harder. I didn't mean to scold you. I'm just upset that you misjudge people. Do you mean Juya? Think about it. Isn't it true? She constantly throws tantrums, expecting you to come and go at her beck and call. What exactly is so good about Lin Juya? That's not true. Even treated me to a meal to apologize. Mu Xiaozao attempted to defend Lin Juya, but couldn't find the words. Lin Juya was an impetuous friend, but genuinely cared for the original Mu Xiaozao. Their friendship had endured since high school, and Mu Xiaozao knew Lin Juya valued her, contrary to Yushi's assertion. Xiaozao, you're too naive. Yushi embraced her from behind, her lips nearly grazing Mu Xiaozhao's earlobe. Just a meal is enough to win your favor. In that case, I'll treat you to countless meals. Mu Xiaozhao shuddered, her ears burning. Wait, this sounds off. Does Yushi like me? Impossible. If anything, it's the kind of affection one has for a pet, wanting to lock me away. I can't overthink this. She took a deep breath, calming herself. I understand why you'd think that, but Juya isn't like that. She's inherently kind and has helped me since high school. She looked into Yushi's eyes in the mirror. For example, when Song Zhuozhuo and her friends were harassing me, Juya rescued me and offered to pay money to protect me. Pay money? Yushi listened intently, her expression shifting. Yes, Juya, despite her financial struggles, stood up for me and tried to resolve the issue with money. Why didn't she use other methods? Mu Xiaozhao recalled the strange messages Lin Juya had sent her. This was the source of her confusion. After learning of her success against Song Zhuozhuo, Lin Juya, instead of rejoicing, had reprimanded her. You should have endured it. Why don't you ever listen to me, Xiaozao? You don't understand me at all. These were the last words before she was removed from Lin Juya's friend list. Although they had reconnected after reconciling at the cafe, Lin Juya had never explained those words. What are you thinking about? Mu Xiaozhao startled, realizing Yushi's hands were now on her stomach. Yushi seemed to have calmed down. Mu Xiaozhao glanced at her, wondering. Ever since touching her, Yushi's anger had subsided, reverting to the gentle demeanor she displayed in the darkroom. She didn't understand the pattern of Yushi's mood swings, but her experience of being confined told her to be wary when Yushi acted strangely. Tell me, it'll make you feel better if you talk about it, Xiaozao. Yushi's voice was seductive yet tender, as if deliberately coaxing Mu Xiaozhao to do her bidding. Mu Xiaozhao began. Tell me, Xiaozao. Mu Xiaozhao hadn't intended to, but after Yushi's repeated prompting, she inexplicably revealed that Lin Juya had deleted her. I see. She didn't want you to resist those who bullied you. Yushi mused. Xiaozao, you've been deceived by Lin Juya. Think about it. If she truly considered you a friend, why would she want you to be bullied? She claims to be your friend, yet disregards your feelings. She's deliberately trying to harm you. Snap. Upon hearing those words, Mu Xiaozhao felt an invisible thread connecting her to Lin Juya's sever within her mind. Despite her insistence that the two had reconciled, the undeniable truth of their distrust lingered, and the chasm between them was far from easily bridged. At some point, slender and delicate hands that had been resting against her skin began to stir restlessly. Xiaozao, listen to me. You should distance yourself from someone like Lin Juya. She is not worth your devotion. The tension in Mu Xiaozhao's heart tightened reflexively, a wave of inexplicable anxiety washing over her. In the mirror, Yushi wrapped her arms around Mu Xiaozhao from behind, enveloping her soft form entirely, her chest pressed against Mu Xiaozhao's back, as if cradling a cherished doll. Be good. When we return, tell her you do not wish to team up with her, and ask her to go back alone. Do not worry about the grades. I can help you achieve high scores. As for our practice, I will not be upset, regardless of the outcome. Xiaozao, you only need me. Her crimson lips brushed gently against the edge of Mu Xiaozhao's ear, the smile ambiguous, embodying tenderness, greed, or perhaps a desire that teetered on the brink of an abyss. Yushi, the rhythm of her heartbeat intensified. Yu Shi's words acted like a narcotic, numbing her thoughts. Mu Xiaozao clutched her clothing tightly, striving to maintain her clarity. I cannot do this. After a brief moment of contemplation, she shook her head and gently extricated herself from Yu Shi's embrace. Zhuye is my friend. I believe she had her reasons for what she said back then. Yu Shi, let us hurry back. We shouldn't keep Zhuye waiting. Yu Shi bit her lip in frustration, reaching out as if to grasp Mu Xiaozao, but her fingers froze just before making contact with the sleeve. I understand. Xiaozao, you choose to trust her over me, Yu Shi said with a hollow laugh. That's fine. One day you will regret this. When you discover Lin Zhuye's true nature, when you realize you are merely an option to her, then Xiaozao will return to my side. She wished to offer further counsel, but Mu Xiaozao had no intention of listening, exiting the restroom with her head bowed, as if deaf to Yu Shi's words. With her brows furrowed, Yu Shi followed closely behind. It seemed that Lin Zhuye held a significant place in Mu Xiaozao's heart, and mere words were insufficient to sway her. Hence, alternative measures were required. Yu Shi was not well acquainted with Lin Zhuye. Her previous deductions were merely attempts to sow discord between the two. However, who said reasoning had to be grounded in reality, rather than deriving an undesirable outcome from reality. It would be more prudent to preordain the desired result and alter reality to fit that narrative. Yu Shi did not know Lin Zhuye, but she could reshape her. The latter part of their English conversation practice that day unfolded far more smoothly than Mu Xiaozao's previous attempts, as Yu Shi, who had earlier exhibited a sulky demeanor, suddenly returned to normalcy and engaged in a coherent dialogue with Lin Zhuye. Thanks to their effective practice, the following day in English class, Yu Shi's fluent speech astonished their teacher, and their group assignment received an A grade. A happy ending. Mu Xiaozao tapit had fortehat, attributing the success to the conversation she had in the girls' restroom. It appeared that the female lead was not entirely unreasonable. With proper communication, she could indeed be persuaded to change. A sense of accomplishment ignited within her, leading her to believe this was her own achievement. Although Yu Shi's feelings toward her remained somewhat twisted, she was determined that with effort, she could steer their relationship back on track. The adorable system cheered her on. To reward the world's most adorable host, I have diligently sought out a new task for you. What task? Dun dun dun. This task requires no lottery, with a prize of up to 100,000. Wow, what is the task? Mu Xiaozao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Having already spent part of the previous reward, she was on the brink of financial strain, and this new wave of economic support from the system was like a lifeline. Task: make the female lead bleed once because of you. Reward: high-level lottery, with a set prize of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaozao was instantly taken aback. What? System, can you repeat that? Bleed? Are you certain this is a task for winning her over and not for inciting hatred? Of course. The tasks I assign are based on the female lead's preferences. Are you implying that Yu Shi enjoys it when I make her bleed? The memory of Yu Shi shoving a knife into her hands in a dark room resurfaced. Well, there might be some truth to that. Mu Xiaozao sighed resignedly. Yu Shi's preferences had always been peculiar. Perhaps if she caused her to bleed in some fashion, it could indeed elevate her favorability. The dilemma, however, was that Mu Xiaozao did not possess violent tendencies and had no idea what justification could lead Yu Shi to bleed for her. She did not relish seeing others in pain. This was quite the conundrum. What could she possibly do to induce Yu Shi to bleed without inciting her anger? Sitting on a wooden bench in the school corridor, Mu Xiaozao rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I have an idea, but for the sake of this book's safety, I cannot reveal it explicitly. What are you rambling about? Mu Xiaozao had little faith in the system and turned to her phone for solutions, spending nearly half an hour searching. This could work. She just wasn't sure if Yu Shi would agree. Regardless, she resolved to discuss it with Yu Shi. Buzz. Her phone vibrated slightly. Yu Shi lit up the screen and saw the message from Mu Xiaozao. A faint smile crept onto her previously aloof face. You want to go out with me this weekend? It's rare for you to invite me so directly. She replied with a simple okay and tucked her phone in her bag, striding out of the activity room with her long black legs. At the corner of the corridor stood a small arched door leading to a balcony that jutted out towards a flower bed. A slender girl with brown hair, styled in braids and glasses, stood there, gazing into the distance. Hearing footsteps, Lin Jie turned. Her eyes narrowing as she regarded She warily. So, what business do you have with me, Lin? Shi's eyes narrowed, her tone half challenging, causing Lin Jie's opinion of her to plummet further. Setting aside Xiaozao's influence, it was clear that Lin Jie harbored a deep-seated dislike for Shi. She appeared calculating and radiated an inexplicable malevolence. It was evident she was not someone to be trifled with. Shi, I will ask you once more. Are you truly not friends with Xiaozao? Lin Jie stepped closer, her voice firm. Are you particularly concerned about this matter? Because you all agreed to practice together, yet continuously emphasize that you're not friends, I wish to understand your relationship with her. It's merely the dynamic of a pet and its owner. Although She thought this to herself, she merely smiled. This matter does not concern you. Turning away, she feigned indifference. I would like to inquire why you are so invested in my relationship with Xiaozao. Lin Jie faltered. Shi, I will be frank. Xiaozao is my most important friend. Your attitude towards her raises my suspicions that she is under some sort of duress to remain by your side. I hope you can provide me an explanation. A peal of laughter, like the sound of silver bells, echoed in the air. Shi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she covered her lips, seemingly amused by a humorous anecdote that left her doubled over in laughter. So this is how you perceive me, Lin, she chuckled. After a moment, she paused, gazing down at Lin Jie's anxious expression, and cleared her throat. There is no such thing. It was all voluntary on Mu's part. Voluntary? Lin Jie echoed. Indeed, Shi replied, her tone shifting. You need not disguise your feelings before me, Lin. I can tell you actually have a fondness for Xiaozao, don't you? In an instant, Lin Jie's entire body froze. Fondness? She had never truly considered her feelings for Xiaozao. Surely Shi meant a platonic affection? Well, rest assured, I have no intention of competing with you. After all, I have no interest in Xiaozao either. However, if you wish to know how to make her take the initiative in your direction, Shi gently patted Lin Jie's shoulder and presented a friend request verification code. Here, let's be friends, shall we, Lin? On a Saturday morning, following a light rain, sunlight streamed through thin clouds, illuminating the streets. On the sidewalk, Xiaozao stood before a shop window, tilting her head slightly to admire her reflection. A white, doll-collared suspender dress paired with a petite round bag, and on her feet, a pair of classic black Mary Janes, note, inedible. Concerned about mismatching her outfit, she had consulted the latest fashion magazine for guidance, and the result appeared quite fitting. She twirled gently, the hem of her dress billowing in the breeze like rolling white waves. Of course, my aesthetic is unbeatable, Xiaozao affirmed, satisfied with her appearance. This confidence stemmed from her years as a female gamer. Despite once being in a male form, she had always harbored a pure heart, deeply studying the lives of beautiful girls. To prepare for her outing with Shi, she had stayed up late the previous night, crafting an impeccable itinerary, covering everything from attire to dining and activities, showcasing her extensive research. Finally, she arrived at their meeting point. The summer cicadas chirped in harmony, and the trees shaded the path. Standing beneath the agreed-upon sculpture, Xiaozao glanced at her phone. 10 minutes had passed, yet Shi had yet to arrive. With a soft sigh, she nervously fiddled with the hem of her dress, worrying, could she be standing me up? No, surely not. If she does, the 100,000 task reward will vanish. She scanned her surroundings. The park bustled with visitors, yet Xiaozao's eyes searched the crowd, failing to find that familiar figure. Could I have misremembered the time? Or the location? She murmured to herself. Just then, a light, cheerful patter of footsteps approached from behind. Startled, Xiaozao turned to see Shi approaching, her long black hair dancing in the wind, clad in a knitted sweater paired with a light gray pleated skirt. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shi's voice remained calm, yet there was a rare gentleness in her tone. Xiaozao blinked in surprise before breaking into a radiant smile. It's all right, as long as you're here. As Shi reached her side, her gaze lingered on Xiaozao for a few moments. You look quite adorable today. Really? Xiaozao's eyes sparkled. Indeed, Shi replied, lightly patting her shoulder. Shall we go? Aren't we headed towards a fountain? Yes. Xiaozao nodded eagerly, quickening her pace to follow. Walking side by side along the park's path, the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of shadows on the ground. I've planned our itinerary for today, Mu Xiaozao said enthusiastically. First, we'll take photos by the fountain, then head to a nearby dessert shop. I've heard their mousse cake is divine. This afternoon, we can shop, and in the evening, she continued to chatter excitedly while Yushi listened quietly, occasionally nodding. And what do you think, Yushi? Realizing she had been speaking too much, Mu Xiaozhao's voice softened as she turned to Yushi. Or do you have any places you'd like to visit? No, let us stick to your plans, Xiaozao. Yushi smiled, her expression conveying a hidden sentiment. She would be content anywhere as long as it was with her. As Yushi cooperated so readily, Mu Xiaozhao felt a weight lift off her shoulders. They walked along the bustling streets, surrounded by various advertising signs. Since it was morning, foot traffic was light, making their footsteps notably audible. Typically, when friends gather, they engage in casual chatter about life or gossip. Yet, such exchanges had never occurred between Mu Xiaozhao and Yushi. Yushi was not one for idle talk, even during conversations. She only discussed topics that Mu Xiaozhao enjoyed or things related to her. When it came to herself or others, she was notably reserved, speaking only when necessary. Xiaozhao, do you often indulge in sweets? Yushi surprisingly initiated a conversation midway. I suppose fairly often. Sweet treats can really lift one's spirits. What kind of desserts do you like? Matcha chocolate, baked egg tarts, cheese pudding. There are so many. I see, Yushi replied. And you, what do you prefer? Seizing the opportunity to probe into Yushi's preferences for future reference, Mu Xiaozhao was met with an unsatisfactory response. I have no particular preference. Oh, how enigmatic you are, Mu Xiaozhao mused silently. Pushing through the glass door, they entered a CAF filled with the aroma of coffee. The dim, vintage lighting cast a soft glow over the tables, while saxophone melodies played from a nearby speaker. Mu Xiaozhao took her seat at the reserved table, and, as the server presented the menu, she began to order according to her carefully crafted plan. Chocolate mousse cake, latte, tuna sandwich, and at that moment, as she listed the items, Yushi suddenly interrupted her, closing the menu. Xiaozhao, are you doing this intentionally? She stammered. A cake costs 40, a coffee 65, and this and that. Surely this is more than enough for several days' worth of living expenses for you? Why bring me to such an establishment? Mu Xiaozhao stared at Yushi in surprise, her hands fidgeting nervously. Because I wanted to earn your forgiveness. It was difficult enough for you to agree to go out with me, so I wanted to choose a better restaurant. She explained hesitantly, her gaze darting about. Feeling quite insecure, she couldn't very well admit that the entire date had been meticulously planned for 100,000 reward. For the sake of the system's rewards and the fate of the antagonist, she needed to devise various strategies to enhance Yushi's favor, even if it sometimes meant making small sacrifices. Sighing, Yushi shook her head. I'll cover half the cost. Next time, let us choose within our means, all right? I have no fondness for those who overextend themselves. Chastened by the lecture, Mu Xiaozhao could only nod sheepishly. Yushi harbored no suspicions regarding her motives, making Mu Xiaozhao feel as if she had committed some wrongdoing. Before long, an array of pastries and beverages adorned their table, the elegantly garnished, silver-rimmed plates of cake indicating a steep price. After indulging in desserts, their next destination was the city's grandest shopping center. I had previously expressed my desire for your forgiveness. Hence today, I have prepared a gift for you, Mu Xiaozhao remarked to Yushi as they strolled ahead. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. The so-called gift was a solution she had pondered for quite some time, a method for the female protagonist to fulfill her bloodletting task. She led Yushi directly into the most opulently adorned jewelry store within a shopping center. The moment they crossed the threshold, a courteous staff member approached to welcome them. Yushi, I have always thought your ears are quite beautiful, so I commissioned a pair of gemstone earrings just for you. Mu Xiaozhao cheerfully opened the red velvet box presented by the attendant before Yushi. Inside lay a pair of crystalline, cross-shaped earrings. I cannot yet afford pure gold, nor is it anything particularly extravagant, but it represents a token of my sincerity. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Yushi's well-defined ears. From their first meeting, Mu Xiaozao had noticed that Yushi's earlobes bore no piercings. The skin smooth and unblemished. Should Yushi accept these earrings, she would need to get her ears pierced to wear them. This way, Mu Xiaozao could achieve her goal without directly inflicting harm upon Yushi, a win-win situation for her. Of course, this was under ideal circumstances. Mu Xiaozao had also considered an alternative scenario, where Yushi might not wish to get pierced merely for her adornments, and, after accepting the gift, would sell it in the second-hand market. In that case, all her efforts would be in vain. It's the kind for pierced ears, and indeed, Yushi appeared somewhat hesitant, lamenting, "But I don't have any piercings, and it might hurt a bit." "No, it's all right. Modern anesthetics are quite effective, but there will still be some pain, right? Just a little." Mu Xiaozhao's smile grew increasingly strained, and her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that she would truly refuse? She swallowed hard, feeling as though her plan had already faltered. "I truly dislike pain," Yushi whispered, cradling the cool earrings in her palm before leaning closer to Mu Xiaozhao's ear, adding, "However, if it's for you, a little bloodshed is acceptable." With that, she flashed a radiant smile, intertwining her fingers with Mu Xiaozhao's. Mu Xiaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed, not merely from physiological response, but imbued with a deeper significance, even if she was yet unaware of what that significance was. After leaving the jewelry store, they meandered through various intriguing shops, candy stores, doll shops, watch outlets, clothing boutiques, and more, anticipating the imminent arrival of a substantial reward. Mu Xiaozhao generously offered to purchase additional gifts for Yushi. However, Yushi did not accept everything. She only chose a few reasonably priced items, gently urging Mu Xiaozhao not to overspend, clearly not wishing for her to expend too much money on her. As night descended, they ventured outdoors, illuminated by neon lights, making their way to the city's most popular attraction, the Fountain Square. Tonight, the square featured a light show, drawing a larger crowd than usual. At the center stood a magnificent fountain, dancing rhythmically to melodious music. Colorful lights illuminated the pool's surface, with water jets soaring skyward at times and cascading down like curtains at others, droplets refracting myriad colors. Mu Xiaozhao and Yushi navigated through the throngs, laden with bags, occasionally glancing around. Suddenly, an odd squeaking sound echoed nearby. The two turned to see an adorable robotic flower vendor slowly approaching, resembling a charming little bear, clutching bouquets of vibrant red roses. "Dear guests, would you like to purchase some flowers?" the robot asked in a sweet voice. "This fountain is called Dramani, and legend has it that buying flowers for a beloved in front of it symbolizes everlasting love." "Ah, but we are not a couple." Mu Xiaozhao hesitated, sneaking a glance at Yushi, only to find her wearing a bemused smile, leaving Mu Xiaozhao feeling a bit flustered. Yushi reached out to accept a bouquet from the robot. She gazed down at the dewdrops on the petals, then lifted her gaze to Mu Xiaozhao, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her features. "This is for you," she said, handing the flowers to Mu Xiaozhao, her tone remaining neutral, yet her eyes softened significantly. Mu Xiaozhao accepted the bouquet, inhaling the sweet fragrance of the roses, although Yushi's expression remained aloof. Mu Xiaozhao sensed a gradual warming of Yushi's heart toward her. "Beep beep. Since you've purchased roses, would you like to take a picture together?" The robot persisted, its cartoonish eyes twinkling on the electronic screen. "Photography comes with a 50% discount. A gentleman cannot refuse to spend a little more for a lady." Hee. Goodness. What moral coercion? Surely, this contraption was designed by some unscrupulous merchant, far worse than their own system. Mu Xiaozhao waved her hand, declaring it unnecessary. Yet the robot remained obstinately blocking their path. "Are you really not considering it? What about your lovely companion? She must want a keepsake of this unforgettable day." Just as she was about to refuse again, Mu Xiaozhao caught sight of Yushi's fingers unconsciously stroking the stem of the roses, suddenly realizing that she might genuinely be looking forward to this. "All right then." Mu Xiaozhao sighed, scanning the payment. The two retreated a few meters to a cluster of hydrangeas, the June evening breeze caressing their cheeks. "Kind sir and fair lady, please look at the camera." The robot activated the flash. Mu Xiaozhao straightened her posture, but was momentarily distracted by drifting pollen, causing her to frown. At the instant the shutter clicked, she noticed Yushi subtly shifting the bouquet closer towards her. As the photo paper slowly emerged, Yushi fixated on the developing image. In the picture, the two girls stood awkwardly side by side. Yushi's lips pressed together in a straight line, gazing directly at the lens, while Xiaozao tilted her head, resembling a hostage. The photo turned out terribly, Yushi remarked, yet smiled as she gently wiped the picture with her sleeve. She intended to withdraw some of her savings to purchase an exquisite frame, intending to preserve this photo beautifully. A distant jingling sound signaled the robot's departure. Just as Xiaozao was about to suggest leaving, she noticed Yushi still staring at the photograph, her expression shifting to one of unease. "What's wrong?" Xiaozao inquired, puzzled. Yushi remained silent, her gaze fixated on a specific corner of the photo, her brow furrowing. In what should have been an ordinary background, something seemed amiss. In the shadows of the hydrangea bush, a man wearing a black baseball cap was holding a camera, his lens aimed directly at them. Her fingers instinctively tightened, crumpling the edge of the photo paper. These individuals were not ordinary tourists. Their positioning was far too deliberate, as if they were surveilling them. A flurry of details from earlier that day rushed through Yushi's mind. The feeling of being watched outside the flower shop. The footsteps trailing them in the commercial street. "Xiaozao, let us call it day. It's time to head back." Yushi struggled to keep her voice steady, yet her fingertips had grown icy. "But the light show isn't over yet." Xiaozao looked at her, perplexed. "I'm not watching anymore." Yushi's tone carried a hint of urgency that she struggled to conceal. She had to get Xiaozao away from this place. Not a moment longer. Although Xiaozao felt bewildered, she nodded in agreement. She could sense something was off with Yushi, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. The crowd in the square swelled, the music blaring loudly. Amidst the throng, progress became exceedingly arduous. An announcement echoed through the air to maintain order. "The road ahead is closed. We kindly ask all visitors to take a detour." The orderlies began to use loudspeakers to manage the crowd. Unable to proceed on the original path, Xiaozao and Yushi had no choice but to divert to a narrow side alley. A kaleidoscope of lights flickered above, weaving a tapestry of enchanting shadows, illuminating the night with a dazzling brilliance. Unbeknownst to them, the hands they had clasped together were suddenly separated in the crowd. When Yushi regained her senses, Xiaozao had vanished without a trace. "Xiaozao, where are you?" Her voice was swallowed by the cacophony, feeble and futile. A surge of inexplicable fear rose from within, prompting her to urgently grab her phone to send a message and make a call, only to be met with the disheartening notification that the phone was turned off. No, please. Xiaozao must not come to harm." Driven by panic, Yushi frantically pushed through the mass of people, her long hair disheveled and her bangs plastered to her forehead with sweat. She stumbled onward, soon escaping the square and the jostling throng. Just as she passed a narrow alley, a sudden force grasped her arm, dragging her into the darkness between buildings. Her vision was instantly engulfed in black, and her pupils dilated in the obscurity as her back collided heavily with a rough concrete wall. Just as she opened her mouth to call out, a leather-gloved hand covered her mouth tightly. "Shoo!" A deliberately hushed male voice whispered nearby, tinged with a mechanical distortion. Yushi's heart raced, the air thick with the acrid scent of ethanol. As her eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, she discerned 5 or 6 men standing in the alley, their ages ranging from teenage years to their 30s, clad in odd attire, with varying degrees of tattoos etched upon their skin. It was evident they were unsavory characters from the underworld. "What are your intentions?" Yushi inquired, her expression composed. Then, she caught sight of a familiar face emerging from behind the group. With an exaggerated hairstyle and deep-set eyes, it was unmistakably Tianzi, who had been absent from school for quite some time. She approached Yushi, a lit cigarette dangling from her fingertips, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "You know exactly what I want to do, don't you? You're as arrogant as ever, just like in school." She pressed the burning cigarette close to Yushi's eyes, attempting to intimidate her, yet Yushi remained unperturbed, gazing steadily at her. Fortunately, this isn't about Xiaozao. Despite her own perilous situation, Yushi felt a sense of relief at this realization. So, you seek revenge on me? I fail to comprehend, Tian. Our grievances are not so profound. And if the Academy discovers your actions, the only outcomes will be expulsion or imprisonment. And what of it? You don't think mere words can save you, do you? I lack such powers. What you choose to do is your prerogative, Tian, Yushi replied with a smile, tilting her head, a stray lock of hair brushing against her cheek. I simply fail to understand what benefits you derive from your desperate loyalty to Miss Song. Tianzi was momentarily rendered speechless by her words, Yushi's calm demeanor unsettling her already anxious heart. Since being dealt with by Song Zhuozhua at school, Tian had been living in perpetual fear, hiding at home until Song offered her a chance at redemption just days prior, which she had accepted with trepidation. In the midst of this turmoil, Mu Xiaozao, clutching her crossbody bag, followed the flow of the crowd, only realizing after a considerable distance that Yushi was nowhere to be found. She hastily attempted to call Yushi, but as she dialed the number, her phone indicated a low battery and shut down. What to do now? She glanced around, the surroundings obscured by a sea of heads, the music deafening to her ears, the lights blinding her vision, rendering her unable to locate Yushi amidst the chaos. Just as her anxiety peaked, a voice resonated in her mind. Thankfully, the system could filter out external noise, allowing her to hear clearly. Host, trouble is brewing. Yushi is in danger. Mu Xiaozhao's heart sank. What kind of danger? I do not know, but should we investigate? However, if you go, you may also find yourself in peril. Of course we must go. Mu Xiaozhao replied without hesitation. Although they were not close friends, she had known Yushi for some time and could not abandon her in distress. Very well. Let us proceed. Follow me. Turn left at the second intersection. Guided by the system, Mu Xiaozhao quickened her pace, departing the bustling square in search of Yushi. Navigating through alleys, the crowd thinned, and the surroundings grew quiet and dim. Anxiety tightened within her chest as her eyes scanned the streets for any possible clues. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss at the alley's entrance. A shadow flickered, prompting her to tread lightly and approach cautiously, gripping her bag strapped tightly. Just as she was about to step into the alley, the system's voice echoed once more. Caution! Unidentified individuals ahead. Mu Xiaozhao took a deep breath. Yushi's eyelashes fluttered near the glowing embers of the cigarette. Mere centimeters from her eye, the cigarette in Tianzi's hand flickered ominously, the air saturated with the scent of singed hair. What do you intend to say? Tianzi's voice was hoarse. You should not have agreed to do this for Miss Song, Yushi replied, unwavering in her gaze. Do you not realize? You are merely her scapegoat. Song Zhuozhua never gets her hands dirty. If the situation unravels, you will be the one to bear the blame. That's impossible. Don't try to deceive me. I do not know what promises she made to you, but do you truly believe she will honor her word? Ignoring Tianzi's outburst, Yushi continued. Even if she claims she will help you afterward, you know well your family's background. An underworld family, a mere pawn for the Song clan. Should the Academy investigate your family ties, not even the head of the Song family would extend you any favors. When the time comes, they will abandon you to save themselves. Silence. Silence. Her words struck a nerve, Tianzi's eyes widening in fury, nearly bulging from their sockets as she reached out to slap Yushi. Yushi swiftly ducked, but Tianzi's nails grazed her neck, drawing blood. As she instinctively wiped her neck, the crimson stained her fingertips. Before she could catch her breath, Tianzi seized her hair and stomped down on Yushi's shoe. You wretched girl. Hit her. Hit her hard. Tianzi shouted, her voice rising. The group of tattooed men behind them brandished their weapons, encircling Yushi. Gritting her teeth, she shrank into the corner, her eyes darting, searching for an escape route. Hey, don't hide. Weren't you just so bold? The leader of the men sneered, swinging the wooden stick in his hands. I've always had a penchant for hitting women, especially the pretty ones. Ha ha, this little girl looks so frail. I bet a little effort will leave her in tatters. Another chimed in loudly. Yushi disregarded their taunting remarks. As she retreated, she attempted to reach an abandoned beer bottle tucked in the corner, preparing for a counterattack in self-defense. Just as the encroaching circle of adversaries was about to close in, a sudden blare of sirens echoed from outside the alley, and red and blue lights flickered at the entrance. Tianzi's face turned pale, and she abruptly turned around. Her voice laced with panic. Security personnel? How could this happen? The group of men behind her were equally flustered, shaking their heads in ignorance. They had meticulously selected this location, yet had somehow been compromised. The shrill sound of the sirens grew louder. Tianzi's expression contorted with anger as she shot Yushi a fierce glare and commanded the others to retreat. The men, as if granted amnesty, swiftly turned and fled the alley. Tianzi staggered back a few steps before disappearing into the shadows. The alley fell silent, leaving Yushi standing alone, her grip loosening on the bottle as she slid down against the wall. The sirens grew nearer, the red and blue lights illuminating her face. Yushi, are you all right? A small figure with silver hair rushed towards her, concern etched on Mu Xiaozao's face. She threw herself beside Yushi, cradling her face in her tiny hands, her knees scraping against the gravel. The alternating red and blue light danced across them. Yushi, should we go to the hospital? It's just a scrape, Yushi replied, pressing down on her hand, offering a weary smile. The cold touch sent a shiver through Mu Xiaozao. Not far away, a security officer's flashlight swept across the wall, revealing fresh scratches and scattered iron rods. The group had escaped through the other side, intercepted on 3rd Road in the East District. A bearded security officer crouched down, his walkie-talkie crackling at his belt. Name? He activated the recorder, his gaze lingering on Yushi's blood-stained coat. Do you need to tend your wounds first? No need, Yushi tugged at her rolled collar. All right. Then you two will accompany me to the station for a formal statement. Noticing the tension in Yushi's shoulders, he pulled out his identification and added, Don't worry. It's just at the security booth on the west side of the square. Now, Mu Xiaozao looked at Yushi's pale lips, realizing she had just endured. It's a procedural requirement. I'm fine, Xiaozao. Yushi adjusted her skirt and stood up, her expression returning to normal. Perfect timing, officer. I have evidence to present to you. She pulled out her phone, its screen casting a faint glow in the dim alley. Earlier, she had clearly recorded the entire incident of Tianzi and her tattooed companion surrounding her, including Tianzi's threatening words. This evidence was substantial enough to ensure Tianzi's permanent expulsion from the academy. Yushi, will you trust me? After the statement was taken, much time had passed. The light show had concluded, and the two took a taxi home, enveloped in silence. Mu Xiaozao was deeply concerned for Yushi, stealing glances at her while she remained silent, her long black hair obscuring her profile. Yushi's mind was still replaying the recent events. The background on Tianzi had been investigated by Lan previously, and it appeared to be accurate. Tianzi's family was involved in dubious dealings with the Song family. Tianzi's uncle was a notorious enforcer, having served the Song family for years. Through her uncle's connections, Tianzi had established ties with the Song family. Having once been undocumented, her actions in the central city were heavily restricted, but with the Song family's assistance, she not only gained admission to a prestigious academy, but also successfully emerged from the underground world, acquiring a legitimate identity. It could be said that the Song family was of utmost importance to Tianzi, to the extent that she felt compelled to curry favor with them. However, Yushi could not comprehend why Tianzi would go to such reckless lengths, despite her reliance on Song Zhuozhua. If anything went awry, an investigation into Tianzi's background by the academy could risk her expulsion and potentially implicate her uncle. While cornered in the alley, Yushi had intended to persuade Tianzi to abandon her course of action, but it had backfired. From Tianzi's expression at that moment, it was evident she was fully aware of the consequences. To undertake such a significant risk, why? Walking back from a central business district along the school's pebble path, Yushi continued to ponder this question. Her pace was brisk, and Mu Xiaozao struggled to keep up, calling out to her several times without response. Was Yushi too overwhelmed by the ordeal? Observing her unusual demeanor, Mu Xiaozao couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Indeed, in such a secluded place, a girl threatened by multiple men wielding blunt instruments would surely be shaken. With this thought, Mu Xiaozao quickened her steps and grasped Yushi's hand. Feeling the familiar warmth in her palm, Yushi paused, turning to meet Mu Xiaozao's clear, watery eyes, which mirrored her own image. A flutter stirred within her. and she tightened her grip on Mu Xiaozao's hand, as if afraid to let go. Yushi, are you all right? You've been silent since earlier. Mu Xiaozao inquired with concern. I'm fine, just struggling to comprehend certain matters. Yushi forced a smile and shook her head, slowing her pace. Is it about Tianzi? What are you thinking? Yushi's gaze wandered, and after a moment of silence, she focused on the distant, dim street lamp, its light appearing particularly solitary against the night. I was contemplating that perhaps everything was premeditated. She spoke softly. The individuals who attempted to corner and intimidate me were neither acting on Tianzi's orders nor on Song Zhuizhua's. What? Mu Xiaozao gasped, noting the slightly austere outline of Yushi's profile in the night light, her faintly rosy lips seemingly on the verge of articulating something significant. The orchestrator behind these actions must be someone more powerful. In the stillness, only the cicadas chirped, and the coolness of the summer night seeped into Mu Xiaozhao's skin like a splash of cold water. Suddenly, she recalled that Yushi was the protagonist of a revenge narrative. Having spent so long by the protagonist's side, she had only encountered minor antagonists, with no trace of the main storyline. Perhaps the seeds of some conspiracy lay hidden in unseen corners, quietly taking root. But why would that individual engage in such actions? Mu Xiaozhao asked. Yushi smiled wryly and shook her head. I don't know, but it confirms my earlier suspicions. Xiaozao, do you recall why I refrained from resisting Song Zhuizhua and her group? Mu Xiaozhao listened intently, eager for Yushi to elaborate. Because I sensed that their bullying was merely a provocation for me to retaliate. Yushi's voice was low and composed, as if recounting a tale detached from her own existence. Her gaze remained fixed on the distant street lamp, observing the warm yellow glow that diffused in the night. Her eyes deep as the twilight. They have been testing me, forcing me to react. If I were to resist, it would play directly into their hands. Yushi continued, the outcomes of resistance are threefold. First, I could report to the school, and then the Song family would intervene to smooth things over, only for Song Zhuizhua to continue making my life difficult afterward. Second, if I took matters into my own hands, the school could classify the unilateral bullying as mutual fighting, resulting in equal punishment, with the Song family backing her while I might face expulsion. Third, I could enlist the help of others. At this point, Yushi's mind conjured the images of two individuals who had offered to assist her during her ordeal. One was Xiaozao and the other, Ji Xiaoming. Although Xiaozao was unaware of the bullying incidents, she had always been intentionally or unintentionally close to Yushi, expressing her goodwill in various ways. Ji Xiaoming, on the other hand, was more straightforward. He was aware of Song Zhuizhua's actions and frequently showed concern for Yushi, even without spoken words. It was evident that Ji Xiaoming harbored a peculiar fondness for her. However, she did not trust these individuals. Her voice was flat, tinged with a hint of aloofness. Flattery without cause is often a guise for ulterior motives. Their kindness toward her was merely a means to extract the benefits they desired. She would not acquiesce so easily. At that moment, the two had reached a scenic hillock. The night was adorned with a sparse scattering of stars, and a gentle breeze whispered through the air, casting a silvery sheen upon the cobblestone path, resembling flowing mercury. The leaves of the sycamore trees rustled softly in the evening wind. Mu Xiaozhao gazed into the distance, where the silhouette of the experimental building merged into the ink-black night, with only the unextinguished corridor lights on the top floor glowing like a string of amber pendants. She curled a strand of hair behind her ear and suddenly realized that there seemed to be a different nuance in Yushi's earlier words. Oh no, could it be that she, Mu Xiaozhao, was also among those inexplicably trying to win Yushi's favor? Was this veiled insinuation directed at her? She turned to Yushi, who was holding her hand, and anxiously asked, Do you believe me, Yushi? Her heart raced with anticipation. How would Yushi respond? After all, she had put forth considerable effort to redeem herself, aligning with Yushi's preferences, enduring her various challenges, and accompanying her until now. Surely, Yushi's impression of her must have shifted in some way, right? Would she express belief in her, or perhaps disbelief, uncertain of Yushi's potential response? She grasped her skirt tightly, akin to a startled creature. Yushi smiled warmly at Mu Xiaozhao, the night wind tousling her dark hair. the vast starry sky behind her. I am willing to be deceived by you, she replied softly after a pause, her voice barely audible, dissipating into the breeze. Deceived by me? Was it a sign of trust or distrust? Mu Xiaozao failed to comprehend the meaning, yet Yuxi's smile held no malice. Their entwined hands brushed against her skin, igniting a tingling sensation. In any case, Yuxi, I will stand by you, Mu Xiaozao declared, her face illuminated by the moonlight, nearly translucent. Even if Song Zhuozhua, Tianzi, or anyone else wishes to harm you, I will be on your side. Until you forgive me. The underlying message remained unspoken. Just please don't target me as a small villain once you grow stronger. Really? Yuxi inquired. Indeed, Mu Xiaozao affirmed earnestly. All right, Yuxi replied, narrowing her eyes slightly, her fingers entwining a silvery strand of hair. I look forward to your performance, Xiaozao. Due to the swift communication between the Security Bureau and the school, Tianzi's disciplinary notification arrived promptly. Almost overnight, the announcement in black and white spread Tianzi's name throughout the campus. She became the first student expelled for illegal enrollment and outside disturbances. The Song family's stance was unequivocal. They would not bear the consequences of Tianzi's reckless actions. And Song Zhuozhua hastily distanced herself from Tianzi as if she had never known her. The developments unfolded precisely as Yuxi had predicted. On the morning the disciplinary notice was released, the campus air still carried a chill. Tianzi lay half-collapsed at the school gate, seething with rage. Song Zhuozhua, you liar, a fraud. Didn't you promise to protect me if anything happened? Why now? Her voice was hoarse, eyes swollen, drawing the curious glances of passing students. Unable to enter the school due to her expulsion, her fingers clutched the locked iron gate as if that alone could salvage her last shred of dignity. At that moment, her gaze swept the crowd and suddenly fixated on a familiar figure, Ji Xiaoming. The boy she once secretly admired was striding towards the exit, coffee in hand. Clad in a stylish Korean work jacket, headphones perched atop his head. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that everything around him was of no concern. In an instant, Tianzi's fury ignited. She charged forward, seizing Ji Xiaoming's arm, her voice piercing the air. Yi Xiaoming, stop! Ji Xiaoming frowned, regarding her as one would a bothersome insect. He impatiently shook off her grip, brushing off his sleeve where she had touched him. What do you want? Don't play dumb. You handed my letter to Song Zhuozhua, which led to this. What nonsense are you spouting? Ji Xiaoming's forceful push sent Tianzi staggering back, nearly losing her balance. Do you feel no guilt at all? I'm in this predicament because of you. I used to like you so much, bringing you water, writing you love letters. And how did you treat me? She shouted, her voice rising in pitch. You scoundrel, Ji Xiaoming. Scoundrel. She attempted to lunge at him again, but was intercepted by Ji Xiaoming's fans, several girls encircling her, pointing fingers and scolding. Have you lost your mind? Don't lay your filthy hands on Senior Ji. Exactly. You've done disgraceful things, and now want to blame others. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here. Pushed and shoved by them, Tianzi stumbled and ultimately fell to the ground. Trembling with rage, she realized no one was willing to hear her side of the story. The onlookers pointed and laughed, some indifferent, treating her as nothing more than a joke. Just then, the wail of police sirens grew louder as several patrol cars arrived at the school gate. Tianzi was taken away amidst her struggles, her curses still echoing. Ji Xiaoming, listen, even if you beg me, I will never forgive you. You. The security officer shoved her into the vehicle, slamming the door shut, silencing her voice. As the engine roared to life, the crowd gradually dispersed. In no time, the campus returned to its usual state. The presence or absence of an inconsequential individual bore little impact on this prestigious private academy, as long as its reputation remained intact and its tuition revenue unimpeded. All disciplinary actions were deemed justifiable. In the distance, Yuxi and Mu Xiaozao stood on a high floor of the teaching building, leaning against the railing, quietly observing the scene. I told you she would end up like this. Tian is far too trusting of Song Zhuozhua, and it serves her right. Yuxi remarked with a sardonic smile, her lips shimmering as though she had just witnessed a splendid performance. Mu Xiaozao felt a chill run through her. Yuxi, did you foresee this all along? She asked softly, Yushi did not respond, merely giving Mu Xiaozhao's hand a gentle pat, her gaze still fixed on the direction where Tianzi had vanished. If you wish to be a pawn on someone else's chessboard, be prepared to be discarded at any moment, she mused, seemingly to herself. This time, it was Tianzi who was consumed. Who would they wish to use next? Listening to Yushi's words, Mu Xiaozhao's heart tightened. She gazed at Yushi's profile, her exquisitely crafted features appearing unusually cold, almost devoid of the emotions one would expect from a young girl. Yushi, are you truly not the least bit afraid? Mu Xiaozhao could not help but ask, her voice quavering. Yushi turned her head, her eyes meeting Mu Xiaozhao's, a slight smile gracing her lips. Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of the Song family, of Song Zhuozhua, and others who wish to set you up? Mu Xiaozhao whispered, her voice dwindling, as if fearing eavesdroppers. She finally realized that the world was weaving a massive net, with Yushi, the protagonist, standing at its center. Everyone seems eager to conspire against her. Each person has the potential to become her adversary. Behind Tianzi lies Song Zhuozhua, and following Song Zhuozhua is the formidable influence of the Song family. Beyond them, perhaps an even greater power is surveilling the situation. Who exactly is Yushi? This question lingers in Mu Xiaozhao's mind, but alas, Yushi is quite averse to discussing her personal matters. Regardless of the inquiry, she always responds with superficial brevity. Xiaozhao, are you worried about me? The teasing tone of she suddenly reaches her ears, followed by a playful tug at her chin, reminiscent of a cat being coaxed. I should say meow. I refuse to meow. Refuse to do what? I didn't quite catch that. Meow. Yushi chuckles softly. You called. Be a good girl. Xiaozhao, and be my little kitty. At that moment, Mu Xiaozhao realizes she has fallen into another of Yushi's traps. Pouting, she attempts to pull away, only to be drawn back by Yushi. Don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Yushi gently caresses Mu Xiaozhao's cheek, her fingertips brushing against her soft lips. Gazing into Yushi's eyes, Mu Xiaozhao perceives a depth in those dark red irises, akin to an unfathomable abyss that draws her in irresistibly. The morning light spills onto the concrete path before the dormitory of Jingsa Garden, where Yushi and Mu Xiaozhao walk side by side, their shadows merging beneath their feet. Throughout their stroll, Mu Xiaozhao speaks little, her fingers absently tugging at the hem of her clothing, her brow slightly furrowed. Here we are at your dorm, Yushi announces, halting and turning to Mu Xiaozhao. Shall we meet again? Just as Mu Xiaozhao is about to nod, her complexion suddenly pales, her legs weaken uncontrollably, and a sharp pain seizes her abdomen, causing her to stumble forward. Xiaozhao. Yushi swiftly catches her waist, pulling her into an embrace. What's wrong? What do you feel unwell? Mu Xiaozhao buries her face in Yushi's chest. Nothing, it's fine. Don't deceive me. You're breaking out in cold sweat. Yushi brushes her cool forehead with her hand, a sudden thought crossing her mind. Could it be? It's nothing serious. Just menstrual cramps. It happens every month, and it will pass soon. Feeling embarrassed to reveal this in front of Yushi, Mu Xiaozhao is nonetheless overwhelmed by the discomfort. Since becoming a young woman, she has learned much about femininity, from fashion to selecting sanitary products. Yet, the monthly pain remains a challenge to endure. You silly girl. Yushi's expression softens. With a gentle sigh, she wraps one arm around Mu Xiaozhao's shoulders while the other slips beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly amidst the astonished gazes of surrounding girls. Wow! Mu Xiaozhao exclaims, instinctively wrapping her arms around Yushi's neck. Put me down. I can walk. Don't move. Yushi's voice brooks no argument as she strides toward the dormitory. How do you expect to ascend the stairs in your condition? Yushi, I told you not to do this. After struggling a few times in vain, Mu Xiaozhao soon finds her strength waning, resigning herself to nestle in Yushi's arms. Covering her face, she remains silent, though her heart is tumultuous with emotions. How embarrassing. This is the first time she has ever been princess carried. And by such a beautiful girl, the thought alone feels mortifying. What floor? Yushi inquires. The fifth, Mu Xiaozhao replies in a whisper. Then hurriedly adds, but it's quite messy. Yushi laughs softly. Don't worry, I won't mind. In the elevator, Mu Xiaozhao discreetly glances at Yushi's profile. Yushi's heartbeat is steady, her slender arms effortlessly supporting her as though she were weightless. Noticing the gaze, Yushi looks down, her dark red eyes sparkling with gentle amusement. What are you looking at? Nothing at all. Mu Xiaozao hastily averts her gaze, only to be met with another pang of pain in her abdomen, causing her to let out a muffled groan as she grips Yushi's collar tightly. Just hold on. We'll be there shortly. Yushi's grip tightens slightly. As the dormitory door swings open, they find a room empty. Yushi gently sets Mu Xiaozao down on a chair, surveying the surroundings. The four-person dormitory is surprisingly tidy, with a few plush toys piled on Mu Xiaozao's bed and several manga volumes on her desk. Where are your meds? Yushi asks. Mu Xiaozao shakes her head. I took some, but they didn't help. Yushi purses her lips, suddenly kneeling beside the chair, her hand resting on Mu Xiaozao's abdomen. The warmth of her palm seeps through the fabric of her shirt, startling Mu Xiaozao to the brink of jumping. Don't move. Let go. Yushi gently presses down. I'll help you with a massage. Without waiting for consent, she begins to remove Mu Xiaozao's outer garment, rolling up her shirt and applying pressure to her pale abdomen, kneading gently. Yushi's touch is soft, the pressure just right, and Mu Xiaozao's tense body gradually begins to relax. Feeling better? Yushi softly inquires after a while. Not all. It's still quite bad, Mu Xiaozao pouts. A glimmer of mischief dances in Yushi's gaze as her hand shifts lower, her pinky teasingly grazing Mu Xiaozao's navel. What about now? Mu Xiaozao instinctively clamps her knees together. Hey, ugh, stop moving. I'm not moving. This is a massage, Yushi grins, one hand securing Mu Xiaozao's waist while the other continues its skilled ministrations. I'll ask you again, Xiaozao. Are you feeling better? Who would believe your nonsense? Hey, no, please don't. In just a short while, Mu Xiaozao finds herself overwhelmed, tears welling in her eyes. All right, I'm fine. Please stop. Really? Yushi feigns innocence. I just need to confirm. Really, truly. How infuriating. Just moments ago, she had felt touched by Yushi's considerate care, only to realize it was all a ruse. Yushi's playful nature is relentless. I beg you. I don't want a massage anymore, please. All right, we'll stop here, Yushi concedes, rising to retrieve a thermos from her bag. Drink something warm. Mu Xiaozao accepts the cup, taking a sip of the warm, sweet liquid that flows down her throat, filling her with comforting warmth. How did you come by this? Mu Xiaozao asks curiously, raising her gaze to Yushi. She had read online that this concoction could alleviate menstrual pain, a staple for women during their periods. I anticipated you might not feel well these days, so I prepared it in advance, Yushi smiles, wiping a smudge from Mu Xiaozao's lips. Did you really guess? Mu Xiaozao feels something is amiss, but cannot pinpoint it. Be sure to rest well in the dormitory. I will bring you some nourishing meals for both lunch and dinner, and remember to eat on time. Yushi instructs as she helps Mu Xiaozao put on her outerwear. And during your period, try to avoid cold water. Bring me any clothes you want washed tonight. No, that's unnecessary. Are you unwilling? Sigh. It's rare for me to want to help you, and you don't appreciate it. Yushi feigns disappointment. It seems you aren't truly seeking my forgiveness. Those words trigger a swift change in Mu Xiaozao's tone. I'm sorry, Yushi. I spoke out of turn just now. Please help me wash them. Yushi's expression brightens. It's no trouble at all. As she heads for the door with the thermos in hand, she adds, your matters are never a burden for me. With that, the door to the dormitory closes softly behind her. Yushi lowered her head, standing in the deserted corridor, her dark hair obscuring her face, while the deep crimson of her eyes concealed a glimmer of excitement and madness. It seemed she had not erred in her calculations. She gazed at the pink calendar on her phone, murmuring to herself that today marked Xiaozao's menstrual period, followed by the follicular phase, and soon, ovulation would arrive. Girls are indeed delightful creatures governed by hormones, and it is imperative to meticulously note every significant day to comprehend the fluctuations of estrogen within Xiaozao's body. With this thought, Yushi cradled her phone to her chest, unable to suppress her fantasies of helping Mu Xiaozao with her laundry this evening. As the night deepened, the streetlights cast a slanted glow through the window, creating a faint beam within the tranquil room. Kneeling on the soft carpet, Yushi's hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, leaving a heavy shadow behind her. She breathed slightly hurriedly, tightly gripping the dress that Xiaozao had changed out of earlier, her fingers dancing over the hem, sometimes tenderly kneading, other times gripping forcefully. Xiaozao. Suddenly, Yushi buried her face in the fabric, her shoulders trembling slightly, her knees pressed together. After a long moment of breathing, she finally raised her head. Her once cold and distant beauty was now flushed with an incongruous redness. The thought of loving Xiaozao made her heart race uncontrollably. The lingering scent of Xiaozao enveloped her like an intoxicating potion, gradually eroding her rationality under the weight of desire. Such a sweet fragrance, such an endearing scent. Her cheeks burned, as if she were being lulled into a stupor by her affections. Oh, right, she had promised to help Xiaozao with her laundry. After toying with the dress for some time, Yushi blushed and took a moment to regain her composure. She looked up at the moonlight streaming in, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. To be honest, she was reluctant to wash that dress. Yushi had concocted various schemes to claim the dress as her own, perhaps by acquiring an identical one to return, or simply feigning its loss and compensating Xiaozao. Yet, despite her longing for the dress, what she truly desired was the very essence of Xiaozao. The mere thought of Xiaozao, curled up in her dormitory due to menstrual pain, her pale face a portrait of fragility, sent waves of exhilaration through Yushi. She yearned to witness the vulnerable Xiaozao collapse into her embrace, sweetly whining in that soft, tender voice, displaying an air of helplessness. Just the thought of this scene made Yushi's heart tremble with anticipation. However, as she became immersed in her daydreams, an untimely notification sound shattered the silence of the room. Who could it be? Yushi's expression turned cold, and with annoyance, she snatched her phone from the bed. The name Lin Jia appeared on the screen. TSK. With impatience, Yushi opened the message, revealing a large panda emoji accompanied by a hi from Lin Jia. Have you had dinner? Lin Jia inquired. Yushi wrinkled her nose, letting out a disdainful snort as she quickly typed a reply stating she had already eaten. Moments later, the screen lit up again. That's good. Is it convenient to discuss our previous conversation? Lin Jia continued. Please, I really need your help. Reading these words, Yushi couldn't help but chuckle. The anxious girl on the other side of the screen seemed utterly oblivious to the strange atmosphere. Previously, Yushi had sent Lin Jia a friend request, which had been mercilessly declined. Although Lin Jia had not exhibited overt hostility, she clearly could not trust Yushi's intentions, ultimately evading her with a few vague excuses before fleeing. One failed attempt prompted Yushi to devise another plan. While she had not succeeded in befriending Lin Jia, she had sown seeds of doubt regarding her feelings. Lin Jia, with few friends, had a tendency to rely on the internet when faced with problems, which presented Yushi with an opportunity. She created a secondary account, Wanyang, on the forum where Lin Jia was an active participant, posing as a stranger and responding multiple times to Lin Jia's posts. Those people are indeed quite intolerable. It must be tough for you to endure them. I understand. It's difficult to find such friendships. Having a friend taken by another girl. That's outrageous. They promise to be best friends, and this act feels like betrayal. Doesn't it? A cascade of comments ensued. Not only did Yushi provide encouragement and support, but when Lin Jia faced attacks from other accounts, Wanyang stepped in to defend her. In just a few days, Wanyang gained Lin Jia's trust, and they quickly became friends. At that moment, Lin Jia was lost in confusion, and the appearance of this online confidant perfectly filled the void left by Xiaozao in her heart. Wanyang, are you there? Lin Jia messaged, perhaps growing impatient from the wait. After a few seconds of contemplation, Yushi carefully crafted her response. She needed to maintain an air of casualness to avoid appearing overly eager. There were countless ways to lead Lin Jia to abandon her feelings for Xiaozao, stirring discord, creating misunderstandings, intensifying conflicts. Anything was possible. However, these tactics needed to be subtle and not overly malicious. This was not out of a sense of justice, but because Yushi understood that deceiving two long-acquainted individuals was not a simple task. Once misunderstandings were resolved, their bond might strengthen, leaving Yushi feeling isolated. No, Xiaozao must only belong to me. Yushi flopped onto the bed, her silk nightgown slipping to reveal her fair shoulders as the moonlight cast shadows upon her collarbone. The gentle hum of the air conditioner filled the air as she stared at the shifting patterns of light in the darkness, suddenly recalling the mirroring theory discussed in her psychology class. Humans always confirm their existence through others, much like seeing a birthmark on the back of one's neck only when looking in a mirror, to create cracks in the mirror. She lightly tapped the back of her phone, the cool sensation snapping her back to reality. When the screen illuminated once more, Yushi had adopted the persona of Wanyang. I was just brewing coffee. What's up? About that strange woman I mentioned last time, Lin Juye replied. Strange woman? Yes. She keeps approaching Xiaozao for no apparent reason and even tried to add me on WeChat last time. What do you think, Wanyang? Yushi turned over, her long hair cascading to obscure half her face, the cold light of the phone reflecting a twisted smile at her lips. Her other hand absent-mindedly caressed the bow on the dress that lay on the pillow beside her. My intuition tells me that people who suddenly show kindness often have ulterior motives. However, the focus should be on your friend's attitude. Laughs well. Xiaozao says they're just ordinary classmates, but they're spending a lot of time together now, even having lunch during breaks. Wanyang, Juye, may I ask you something rather presumptuous? Do you have feelings for your friend? The conversation suddenly fell silent. Yushi knew that Lin Juye was staring at her phone screen, much like an insect trapped under a glass dome, while she held the entire ecosystem's remote control. She squinted her eyes and sent another message. Oh dear, it's entirely normal for friends to make new friends. Your concern over her being taken stems from your desire to establish a unique bond with her, doesn't it? This is not friendship, it is love. Lin Juye was taken aback, recalling that Yushi had shared similar sentiments with her before. If it were just one person who had noticed, it would be inconsequential, but now there are two individuals who have discerned her unusual feelings for Mu Xiaozao. Could it be that she has indeed harbored feelings for Mu Xiaozao all along? Lin Juye remained silent, her lips pressed together, her face illuminated by the glow of her phone screen. Wanyang's words fell in her heart like a drop of ink into clear water, spreading chaos within her. She suddenly recalled that winter during her second year of high school, when Mu Xiaozao had thrust her frostbitten hands into the pockets of Lin Juye's coat. The sensation heavy and profound. Was this love? The dormitory's air conditioning was slightly chilly, and Lin Juye curled her legs, her index finger weaving through her braided hair. Fragments of memory suddenly sharpened. Her heart raced, a pang of bitterness swelling in her chest. This feeling was all too familiar. It was the same pain that gripped her heart, like a fine thread constricting it, every time she saw Mu Xiaozao walking alongside Yushi. Sister Wanyang. Lin Juye bit her lip as she typed, If I'm uncertain about whether I like Xiaozao, what should I do? In that instant, her cheeks flushed with warmth. What nonsense was she spouting? The notion of girls liking girls. Even if she was willing, Xiaozao would certainly be reluctant, right? The phone screen soon lit up. Wanyang, I have a suggestion for you. Next time, invite her out to meet. Once you gain her attention, you'll know if you truly like her. Lin Juye meet? Wanyang, yes, just say you're feeling down and would like her company, but don't come off too eager. Say as little as possible, making her feel it's her fault. Lin Juye. But why do that? Lin Juye's fingers hovered over the keyboard, questioning why such actions would only lead to her unhappiness. Wanyang, and what if she is unhappy? Think about it. How much has Mu Xiaozao cared about you lately? She's been constantly with that Yushi, hasn't she? Those words pierced her heart like a dagger. Lin Juye recalled the scene from last week when she passed by the playground and saw Yushi smiling, helping Mu Xiaozao adjust her collar. That wicked woman had taken away her most cherished friend, shamelessly attempting to add her contact information. The thought ignited her fury. Fortunately, she had another confidant, her supportive online friend, Sister Wanyang. Lin Juye felt genuine gratitude towards this older sister figure online. Wanyang, from your description, it seems Mu Xiaozao is a naive girl. Such girls are quite innocent and can easily be swayed with a little cunning. Wanyang, right now, she doesn't regard you highly because you two have reconciled. But when you blocked her last time, didn't she frantically search for you? Wanyang, that is how people are. The things they can't obtain become more precious to them. So, you must remain as indifferent as possible. Lin Juye, can this truly work? Wan Yang, haha, haven't you always used this method? Just because she blocked you once? You can't lose your composure. Lin Juye fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Wan Yang's words. In the past, she often quarreled with Mu Xiaozao over trivial matters. Each time they clashed, she would sever contact without warning, waiting for Mu Xiaozao to come to her with an apologetic demeanor. Until the last time Mu Xiaozao had blocked her. Fearing the loss of Mu Xiaozao, Lin Jie had reached out first, even treating her to a meal. Little did she know, Mu Xiaozhao's closest place had already been occupied by another, gradually leaving no room for her. Was it all due to my change in attitude? Lin Jie pondered. Had Mu Xiaozhao become indifferent simply because I no longer threw tantrums? Wan Yang, of course. Crying children get milk. Juya, you'll know what to do. Lin Jie, I understand now. Without needing further prompting from Wan Yang, she resolved to revert to her previous demeanor to reclaim Mu Xiaozhao's attention. Just as she intended to set her phone down, a new message from Wan Yang flashed on the screen. Wan Yang. Oh, and Juya, to keep things under wraps. I have one last thing to remind you. Wan Yang, don't tell Mu Xiaozhao about our friendship. And don't mention it to Yushi either. Mu Xiaozhao, wearing a pair of flip-flops and holding a plastic bag containing painkillers, stood in a daze before a stunning senior with cascading pink waves of hair. Wait. Sister Xia, could you repeat that? Just to go downstairs for medicine, and the campus beauty initiates a conversation with her? The plot was far too dramatic. Her lips twitched as she questioned whether her ears had deceived her, but in the next moment, she saw Xia Suyi extending her friend request code. The very contact information that countless students at Tianyu Academy yearned to obtain. Didn't you just promise to be my friend? Xia Suyi smiled with her eyes narrowed. Mu, I've long wanted to know you. Let us be friends. Oh. Mu Xiaozhao fumbled to take out her phone, feeling no excitement, only bewilderment. No need to be so nervous. I mean no harm. I've simply heard that you are an exceptional girl, and I want to get to know you better. Seeing Mu Xiaozhao accept her friend request, Xia Suyi playfully winked. Thank you. Mu Xiaozhao wished to respond with a polite smile, but her laughter emerged awkwardly, her expression rigid as stone. Exceptional? How could she not know her own mediocrity? A person of her caliber, with average grades and chaotic relationships, had nothing that could attract a star like Xia Suyi. Xia Suyi's unsolicited desire to befriend her must have ulterior motives. Mu Xiaozhao was curious, but she knew better than to ask, as Xia Suyi showed no intent to disclose anything. Phew, I was worried you would reject me. After adding each other, Xia Suyi sighed in relief. Looking forward to our future interactions, Mu. All right, looking forward to it. What should we do to celebrate our newfound friendship? Mu Xiaozhao longed to leave, but Xia Suyi seemed reluctant to end their conversation just yet. Tapping her manicured nails on the glass screen, she suddenly looked up. By the way, I will be hosting a birthday party at my estate soon, Mu, and since you're now my friend, I would like to invite you. What? An estate? A birthday party? ISNT, that the kind of scene exclusive to idol dramas? Mu Xiaozhao felt her toes gripping her flip-flops, a light sheen of sweat forming on her back. I might not be suited for such an occasion. She took a step back, her gaze drifting away, but Xia Suyi grasped her wrist. Don't be shy. Come on. She smiled politely. Your friend Yushi will be there too, of course. Don't forget our agreement. You cannot tell her about this. Some readers want to see a princess carry. Please comment on this segment. She is indeed a double agent. Sister, I finally found you. A clear voice rang from afar as several younger students in dance club uniforms jogged over, sunlight dancing in their hair. The moment Xia Suyi turned, Mu Xiaozhao keenly caught a flicker of impatience in her eyes, quickly masked by a flawless smile. Goodness, they've followed me all the way here. Xia Suyi half tugged at her pink curls, her diamond-studded nails shimmering in the sunlight. Let's pause here for today. I look forward to seeing you at the birthday party, Mu. The girl with pink hair gracefully turned around, yet Mu Xiaozhao remained rooted in place, holding her phone as if she were scanning a code. Did she just agree to the invitation? No, she hadn't said anything. It was only when the system emitted a soft meow in her mind that Mu Xiaozhao snapped out of a reverie. Cough, what are you doing? You startled me. I merely felt a surge of emotion. The host was originally a mere invisible figure. Yet now even the stars of the academy wish to be acquainted with you. It seems you are destined to become a heartthrob soon, meow. Act normal. This is clearly problematic, isn't it? What problem? I don't understand. Mu Xiaozao inhaled sharply, pressing her forehead with her hand. Forget it. You and T comprehend, even if I explained. She knew the system was not particularly intelligent, but she hadn't anticipated it to be this dense. Regardless, host will attend that banquet, right? After all, your heartbeat soared to 100 when she mentioned you. She will also be there. That was merely a fright. Mu Xiaozao clutched the pain relief medication tightly, the plastic crinkling in her grasp. Don't you find it peculiar? Why did she emphasize keeping it from you, Shi? From what she recalled, there had been some friction between Yu Shi and Xiaozao at the CEF, where Yu Shi had displayed a rather frosty demeanor towards Xiaozao, clearly not fond of her. Yet, Yu Shi had still agreed to attend Xiaozao's birthday party. So what was the nature of their relationship? Good or bad? It was utterly perplexing. Mu Xiaozao decided against heeding Xiaozao's advice and resolved to inform Yu Shi instead. She pulled out her phone. Just sending a sticker to you, Shi, when her phone vibrated. A call from Lin Juya suddenly appeared. Hello, Juya? A faint crackling sound came through the receiver, as if someone were softly sniffling. After a moment, a muffled voice emerged. Xiaozao, could you come to the lakeside to keep me company? Now. Mu Xiaozao gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake in the distance, her abdomen subtly aching. Although she had no classes in the afternoon, her menstrual cramps were quite bothersome, and she would have preferred a rest in her dormitory. If you don't want to come, that's fine. The nasal tone felt heavy, weighing on her heart. After all, you have Yu Shi now, that should suffice. No. Hey, don't hang up. Let us meet at the lakeside corridor. At the lakeside? Mu Xiaozao ultimately made her way to the spot Lin Juya had indicated. From a distance, she spotted the petite girl with braided hair standing beneath a tree. As Mu Xiaozao approached to greet her, she only received a faint HM. The two began to walk side by side along the lakeshore. What is the matter? Lin Juya held her phone, remaining silent. Juya, just tell me directly what's wrong. Mu Xiaozao felt a twinge of annoyance, but tried to maintain her usual tone. If you don't say anything, I want to know what you're thinking. Then think for yourself. Lin Jia quickened her pace slightly. Hey, wait. Mu Xiaozao jogged to catch up, reaching out for a moment before letting her hand drop. She furrowed her brows, growing increasingly impatient with Lin Jia's behavior. One moment they seemed reconciled. The next there was conflict. Her rapid emotional shifts left Mu Xiaozao bewildered. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she constantly met with such hostility? If the original host were here, she might have shown more patience, recalling their past friendship. However, Mu Xiaozao was her own person. She didn't harbor deep feelings for Lin Juya and was merely playing the role of a friend, amplifying her dissatisfaction. I can't believe this. Just tell me what I did to upset you. Finally, Mu Xiaozao halted, refusing to continue following Lin Juya. Lin Juya's back stiffened. She quickly extracted her phone from her bag and sent a message to Wanyang. Linja, Sister Wanyang, I did as you said, but she seems really upset. What should I do? Wanyang promptly replied. Wanyang, that's a normal reaction. You haven't made her feel guilty yet. Wanyang, don't rush. Find a place to sit down and ask her why she's in such a hurry. Wanyang, remember, don't use a blaming tone. Instead, question her. This will shift her focus away from your issues and prompt her to reflect on her own attitude. Lin Juya suddenly grasped the situation. It seemed her communication skills needed refinement to garner Mu Xiaozao's attention. So, she followed Wanyang's advice and tilted her head slightly towards Mu Xiaozao. Do you really have to be in such a hurry? What? I mean, I just wanted to chat with you. Why are you so anxious? Mu Xiaozao opened her mouth, momentarily taken aback. Had Lin Juya lost her mind? Why was she speaking so oddly? Just as she was about to ask, a thought crossed her mind. Wait, perhaps Lin Ju did have something significant to discuss, but was hesitant to bring it up. If that were the case, she should indeed give her more time. Therefore, she donned a gentle smile. My apologies, I want to rush you then. Catching sight of a nearby cold drink machine, Mu Xiaozao, her throat parched, said, Ja, I'm going to get you a drink. Think it over. Lin Juya's expression remained unchanged, but internally she was elated. This was remarkably effective. Mu Xiaozao truly valued her. Even when speaking in that tone, Mu Xiaozao was willing to yield to her. Did this not signify that her standing in Mu Xiaozhao's heart surpassed that of Yuxi? Seizing the opportunity, she quickly updated Wanyang. Lin Zuye, Sister Wanyang. Your advice worked. Xiaozao indeed apologized to me. Lin Zhuye. But what should I do next? What can I say to make Xiaozao distance herself from Yuxi? She gripped her phone anxiously, but after sending the message, Wanyang took a considerable time to respond, leaving Lin Zhuye on edge. Wanyang, well, the method is a bit complex. Listen carefully. Ding. 2 silver braids fell behind her as Mu Xiaozhao tilted her head, standing on tiptoe to press a button on the cold drink machine. With a clang, another can of juice slipped from the dispenser, which she held in her palm, savoring its cool touch. Suddenly, a new unread message from you. She appeared on her phone. Yuxi, I didn't TC your message earlier. What do you need? Right. I still haven't mentioned Xiaozao to Yuxi. Instinct told Mu Xiaozhao that the matter was somewhat complicated and not suited for discussion in such a short time frame. Mu Xiaozhao, apologies, I'm a bit busy right now. I'll explain later. Yuxi, what are you busy with? Mu Xiaozhao, I'm discussing something with Lin Zhuye by the lakeside. As she recalled Lin Zhuye's earlier demeanor, Mu Xiaozhao felt a headache coming on. Yuxi, discussing something? But you're still unwell. What could be so important? Yuxi, Xiaozao, please don't push yourself. If there's anything, just talk to me. Yuxi, I'll help you. 98. The world's most tender bad woman. How to undermine Lin Zhuye's image in Mu Xiaozhao's eyes was a thought she had entertained in many ways. If someone else were to ponder this issue, they might consider tactics of instigation or malicious defamation. However, Yuxi would not resort to such methods, primarily because she understood her trustworthiness in Mu Xiaozhao's eyes was still insufficient. Blindly spouting slander against Lin Zhuye would only lead Mu Xiaozhao to perceive her as having ulterior motives, further alienating her. Thus, it was better to take the opposite approach, allowing Mu Xiaozhao to grow intolerant of Lin Zhuye on her own. Lin, have you had another disagreement with her? I suspect. Yuxi typed slowly. Perhaps it was because she felt uncomfortable seeing how close I was to you. After sending the message, she added, my apologies. It's all my fault for saying those things earlier and ruining your friendship. The accompanying emoji was a crying kitten, looking so pitiful that it was hard to feel angry. Yuxi had read a paper on the emotional impact of graphic symbols, including emojis, and knew which expressions could enhance Mu Xiaozhao's fondness. Mu Xiaozhao replied swiftly, Yuxi, it's not your fault. Don't take it to heart. Yuxi stifled a giggle. Indeed, the innocent little pet was completely unsuspecting and even turned back to comfort her feelings. Thus, she maintained her earlier tone, playing the role of the understanding friend. Yuxi, but I still want to help you because I don't want to owe you anything. Yuxi, how about this? You persuade her a bit. Just say that our relationship won't affect your friendship with her. Mu Xiaozhao, but Yuxi, isn't she an important friend to you? She will understand if you say that. In the empty space in front of the beverage machine, Mu Xiaozhao read the message, feeling a tumult of emotions. Initially, she thought of Yuxi as a bad influence, but seeing her express guilt over something so trivial made her question whether her previous conclusion had been too hasty. Yuxi was clearly trying to mediate, but reconciling was not as simple as it seemed. After all, these emotions were stirred up by Lin Zhuye herself. Sigh. She shook her head. Returning with 2 cans of drink, she handed one to Lin Zhuye. Zhuye, I know what's bothering you. Is it because of Yuxi? Lin Zhuye, pulling the tab, was a bit surprised when Mu Xiaozhao correctly guessed her thoughts, nodding in agreement. It really is. Following Yuxi's suggestion, Mu Xiaozhao said, don't worry. While Yuxi and I are close, I won't neglect you. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Zhuye's expression darkened. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. As a girl, you shouldn't suppress yourself. You must learn to express your emotions. The words of Sister Wanyang echoed in her mind, and suddenly Lin Zhuye stood up, her voice trembling with anger. But that, Yuxi, you've known her for far less time than you have me. Why do you pay her more attention than me? Mu Xiaozhao was taken aback. What does that have to do with anything? Didn't you say I was the most important to you? Tears welled in Lin Zhuye's eyes. Her voice breaking, Mu Xiaozhao, you're lying to me. Mu Xiaozhao felt overwhelmed, wanting nothing more than to turn and leave. But remembering Yu Shi's words, she suppressed her irritation and tried to stay calm. Zhu Yi, you are indeed an important friend to me, she said as calmly as she could, but you shouldn't dictate who I associate with. I have my own social circle. She thought this was a compromise, but the words acted like a spark igniting a fuse, and Lin Zhuyi's emotions erupted entirely. Xiaozao, you have completely changed. You weren't like this before. She nearly shouted. You asked me why I blocked you? It's because I care about you, I value you. And you've not only forgotten the books we read together, but turned around to become closer to another girl. Mu Xiaozao felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. The girl before her felt utterly foreign, the heavy, twisted emotions suffocating her and making her want to flee. Moreover, the memories and friendship Lin Zhuyi spoke of all belonged to another person, the original owner who had already vanished. She was Mu Xiaozao, but not Lin Zhuyi's Mu Xiaozao. I have said all I needed to say. Mu Xiaozao stood up, turned her head away, and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Hey Xiaozao, Lin Zhuyi called out, wanting to keep her, but Mu Xiaozao left without looking back. Her pace quickening. Her heart raced, unsure if it was from her brisk walk or the earlier conflict. After turning a corner, Mu Xiaozao finally stopped, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. She took out her phone, staring at the last message from Yushi, her emotions tangled. Lin Zhuyi is nothing like what Yushi imagined, she murmured, unknowingly beginning to compare Lin Zhuyi with Yushi in her mind. In the distance, the lake's surface was as clear as a mirror, a gentle breeze passing over it, creating delicate ripples. A few water birds glided gracefully across the surface, their wings stirring up waves as they skimmed the water. Mu Xiaozao gazed at the serene scene, realizing she had misjudged many things. The originally friendly roommate had isolated her overnight, and the seemingly good friend, Lin Zhuyi, had reacted so excessively over trivial matters that it was suffocating. Only that so-called bad woman, Yushi, comforted her, cared for her, helped her delete those slanderous videos, and even encouraged her to reconcile with Lin Zhuyi. Amidst this oppressive emotion, Mu Xiaozao even developed a strange illusion. The time spent with Yushi in that small dark room seemed, perhaps, better than being at school? No, how could that be? She shook her head vigorously, warning herself not to develop any strange inclinations. With confinement and threats, Yushi was not a normal person. Mu Xiaozao must not be led astray. That girl wouldn't genuinely care for me. Just then, another message from Yushi arrived. Yushi, Xiaozao, have you come to an agreement with Lin? Yushi, don't push yourself too hard. Make sure to rest during your period. I brought you some ginseng and goji berry pork bone soup for dinner, and it's already placed downstairs at your dorm. Regarding the Princess Carrie picture, well, it's not that I don't want to send it, but the app swallowed so many of my pictures that I simply can't send them out. Yes, a hug for everyone is compensation. Let us discuss it in this chapter. 99. Wan Yang, gold medal love strategist. As twilight sank into night, the last streaks of sunset filtered through the glass window, casting a soft glow over the desk. Mu Xiaozao cradled the bowl of soup Yushi had sent, the steam wafting up, carrying the distinct herbal aroma of ginseng. She took a small sip. The broth was rich and hearty, warmth flowing down her throat and spreading through her limbs. The flavor made her heart flutter, and the pain in her abdomen seemed to ease somewhat. Mu Xiaozao bit down on the porcelain spoon, her eyelashes fluttering gently, her thoughts in disarray. Yushi seemed to genuinely care for her. That tender concern was a stark contrast to the unpredictable image she had in her memory. Mu Xiaozao could not determine which version of you she was the true one. I should still express my gratitude to Yushi. The phone screen lit up, and she hesitated before typing out a simple thank you. Yushi almost immediately replied. Yushi, are you feeling better? Mu Xiaozao, yes. Much better. Thank you for the soup. Yushi, your gratitude lacks sincerity. Mu Xiaozao. Yushi, send me a voice message saying thank you, and I'll believe you. With no choice but to comply, Mu Xiaozao opened the balcony door and dialed Yushi's number. The night breeze carried an unknown floral scent that enveloped her as she softly spoke into the microphone, her voice slightly wavering in the evening air. Thank you, Yushi. On the other end of the line, Yushi's dark hair sprawled over the pillow, her face buried deep in the down comforter, her phone pressed closely to her ear. The girl's sweet voice resonated clearly in the darkness, and she replayed the 2-second voice message repeatedly until every breath was etched into her mind. I really love Xiaozao's voice. I'll listen to this to fall asleep tonight. Outside, the moonlight was pure and bright. As she curled up with her phone, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. However, she did not allow this fleeting moment of happiness to linger for too long, for there was another pressing matter that required her attention. Meanwhile, in Lin Jie's dormitory, an oppressive atmosphere prevailed. It was all that waning sunlight's fault. Lin Jie clutched her pillow tightly, her voice tinged with desperation. Had it not been for her suggestion, Xiaozao would not have. On the screen, messages from Wanyang continued to flood in. Wanyang, I already know what you said. Wanyang. So, in the end, she really just turned and walked away? Juya, yes. Wanyang. Without even looking back, Lin Juya's thumb anxiously rubbed against the screen, as if she could erase the embarrassing image from just a few hours prior. The way Mu Xiaozao had looked at her like she was a stranger, and the way her hair had fluttered as she turned away. Juya. She left without even finishing her drink. Wanyang. That was to be expected. This response jolted Lin Juya upright, making her sit up straight. She quickly began typing furiously. Juya, what do you mean by to be expected? Are you intentionally trying to break us apart? Wanyang, how could that be? Juya, but you messed everything up, because you told me to express my true feelings. Xiaozao left me. Wanyang, that's because you were too hasty. Wanyang, I advise you to express yourself clearly and calmly, not to lash out right from the start. Jiao. Linja bit her lip in frustration, about to complain to Wanyang, but upon reflection, she realized there was some truth in her words. Wanyang had indeed only mentioned expressing emotions, not in such an impulsive manner. Had she misunderstood Wanyang? Anger morphed into dejection. Never mind. It's pointless to dwell on it now. I've already soured things with her. Wanyang, it's not pointless. Wanyang, don't be anxious. There's still a chance to salvage it, but the approach needs to be a bit more daring. Wanyang, the reason Mu Xiaozao isn't responding to you is that she feels overwhelmed by the negative emotions you previously conveyed. She thinks you dislike her. Juya. So she is worried about being disliked by me, rather than disliking me? Wanyang, of course. After so many years of friendship, how could she possibly stop liking you over something so trivial? You should trust her more. Lin Jie felt a wave of relief wash over her. Trust, yes. She must trust her more. She recalled her previous argument with Mu Xiaozao in the comic club, which had stemmed from a lack of trust, leading her to say hurtful things. She could not afford to make the same mistake again. She had to believe that Xiaozao would not come to hate her. Juya, I understand now, Wanyang. So, what is this daring approach you mentioned? Wanyang, confess your feelings to her. Juya, huh? Juya, isn't that a bit sudden? Wanyang, what is sudden about it? You've already recognized your feelings for her. Thus, it's best to confess sooner rather than later. Juya, but Wanyang, if you hesitate any longer and she develops feelings for that, I want to be able to help you. This tactic of prodding was highly effective. Lin Jie immediately shed her timid demeanor and resolved to heed Wanyang's advice. She could not allow Yushi to get ahead. She liked Xiaozao, and she needed to make her girlfriend as soon as possible. In the darkness, Lin Jie gazed at her glowing phone, her expression growing increasingly resolute. Since Xiaozao believed she disliked her, she must loudly declare otherwise. She had liked Xiaozao since high school. The most. If the two of them could forge a bond stronger than mere friendship, they would surely not argue as often and could enjoy sweet moments together. Lin Jie could hardly contain her daydreams of what life would be like as a couple with Mu Xiaozao, hand in hand at the comic club, discussing their favorite stories together, nestled together in the corner of the classroom like two little birds without wings. And that inexplicable Yushi, she could be cast aside as far as possible. After entering a relationship with Mu Xiaozao, she would surely distance herself from that strange woman, leaving Yushi to cry in frustration on the sidelines. The more she thought about it, the more cheerful she felt. Lin Jie no longer hesitated and began to inquire about all the details of confession from Wanyang, including timing, method, and phrasing. She was confident that with 3 years of accumulated feelings for Xiaozao, combined with Wanyang's adept understanding of social nuances, a successful confession was a foregone conclusion. The optimal time for her confession would be in 3 days? She understood. But Wan Yang, I'm rather timid. Could I confess over the phone? Still anxious. She quickly received a positive reply. All right, then it is settled. I will send Xiaozao a message on Friday to confess. Lin Zhuye smiled. Everything was in place, and Wan Yang seemed to believe her plan was flawless. Lin Zhuye felt that victory was within her grasp. 3 days later, in the activity room of the comic club, several members were gathered, chatting idly, when the conversation unexpectedly veered towards recent campus gossip. Have you heard? That Tianzi from the literature department has been sentenced. A bespectacled girl whispered, lowering her voice. What? Is that true? The person beside her gasped in surprise. Even more outrageous. Her family has cut ties with her, and didn't he even hire a lawyer? Before she could finish, the door to the activity room was abruptly pushed open, and the president, Du Pingyuan, strode in, his expression notably more serious than usual. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the members immediately fell silent, turning to face him. Du Pingyuan took a deep breath, tapping his fingers against a folder, and spoke. Everyone, I have bad news. The school has just notified us that they will be reclaiming our activity room. What? In an instant, the room erupted in chaos. Du Pingyuan raised his hands to quiet them and continued. The administration believes our club is not engaged in serious endeavors and lacks tangible output, thus deciding to revoke our facility usage rights. But didn't we submit work last year? The hand-drawn detective Corgi was well received. That is precisely the issue, Du Pingyuan sighed. They don't recognize fan creations and demand that we present original comics as our club's achievements. The air grew thick with tension. Moments later, the vice president slammed the table. Then let us just draw. We are a comic club. Creating comics is our fundamental duty. Exactly. Let us draw. Du Pingyuan rubbed the back of his head, forcing a smile. Thank you for your understanding. So for this meeting, let us discuss original comic ideas. In conjunction with Du Pingyuan's words, the vice president pulled out a stack of A4 paper from a plastic bag and distributed it one by one. Please write down any good ideas and submit them to me. Receiving her share of the blank paper, Lin Jie discreetly shifted her gaze to Mu Xiaozao. For her, today's focus was not on the club, but rather on Xiaozao. The confession script had been crafted into its 5th version by midnight yesterday, with the passionate Wan Yang even staying up late to help her edit it, leading to the final draft. Lin Zhuye clutched the blank paper, instinctively moving to sit beside Mu Xiaozao. Just as she lifted her head, she noticed a beautiful girl with long black hair approaching from behind Mu Xiaozao. Zhuye? Mu Xiaozao gently tapped her shoulder. Lin Zhuye recoiled as if scorched, her pencil tip snapping unexpectedly. And no, it's nothing, she stammered. Mu Xiaozao blinked, about to inquire further, when a familiar voice suddenly broke through. Xiaozao, what are you planning to write? Unbeknownst to her, Yushi had materialized behind her, her slender digits gently tapping the draft, her breath caressing her tresses. I haven't quite decided yet. Mu Xiaozao shifted her chair away, a hint of awkwardness in her demeanor. Then let's brainstorm together, Yushi suggested with a smile. And so, the trio congregated in a peculiar atmosphere, forming a small circle. During this time, Mu Xiaozao and Yushi engaged in cheerful banter, creating a convivial atmosphere that unsettled Lin Zhuye. Instead of waiting until later, I might as well confess to Xiaozao face to face. She mused, discreetly sending a message to Wan Yang onto the table. Just then, a chime resonated through the classroom. Lin Zhuye startled, her heart skipping a beat. Wait, could it be such a coincidence? The sound had originated nearby, perhaps within a meter or two. Could it be that Wan Yang is in this very classroom? She inhaled sharply, her gaze darting around, scrutinizing each individual before settling on Yushi. Why are you staring at me? Yushi inquired. Lin Zhuye hesitated, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. Wan Yang and Yushi. Could there be a connection? She recoiled at the notion, shaking her head vehemently. Impossible. In Lin Zhuye's perception, Wan Yang exuded warmth, her demeanor open and confident, with no hint of anything amiss, let alone any association with Yushi. Lin, stop daydreaming. Yushi tapped Lin Zhuye's desk, jolting her from a reverie. We agreed to discuss this together, yet you've been lost in thought. Your draft has even been blown away. Lin Jie turned to discover that her paper had indeed been swept to the corner by the door, bearing a partial footprint. She approached the door and stooped down. But just as her hand was about to grasp the paper, she paused, swiftly turning her gaze back to Yushi. A few meters away, Yushi was cradling her face in her hand, her long hair cascading over her shoulder as she conversed with Mu Xiaozao, a smile gracing her lips. She wasn't touching her phone, and her expression remained unchanged, just as Lin Jie had left it. Returning her attention to the paper, Lin Jie discovered that Wang Yang had replied to her message. You mentioned wanting to confess in person? Wonderful, just have her stay in the classroom after school. Lin Jie, but that annoying Yushi is here too. Wang Yang, so you want to get rid of her? Lin Jie, yes. Seeing Wang Yang's prompt response, Lin Jie's doubts dissipated. Indeed, Wang Yang has always been so kind to me. That notification sound must have been from someone else's phone. Seizing the opportunity while retrieving her paper, she exchanged a few more messages with Wang Yang. Lin Jie, any ideas on how to divert her attention? Wang Yang, no problem. I'll guide you. I've seen plenty of people like you, academically gifted, but with a prickly disposition and a penchant for snobbery. Just find an opportunity to tell her that Xiaozao and I aren't particularly skilled at drawing manga, suggesting she find someone else. She'll leave on her own. Lin Jie, thank you, Wang Yang. Just as she was about to scrutinize Wang Yang's advice, Yushi's displeased voice cut through the air. Lin Jie, this is the second time. Can you refrain from being distracted during our discussion? Yushi, sensing Yushi's severity, Mu Xiaozao felt compelled to interject on Lin Jie's behalf, but before she could finish, Lin Jie spoke first. Yushi, if you insist on being so strict, then find someone else, Lin Jie declared, seizing Mu Xiaozhao's arm. Xiaozao and I aren't particularly adept at drawing manga, so we'll have to decline. So you don't want to team up with me? Hey, no. Mu Xiaozhao protested, aghast. Why is she speaking for me? I didn't mean that. But Lin Jie was already forcefully pulling her away, Mu Xiaozhao's hands flailing in the air as she cast a pleading glance at Yushi. Yushi, no, this is bad. Yushi looked crestfallen, and Mu Xiaozhao was convinced that if she allowed Lin Jie to drag her away, Yushi would be heartbroken. Mu Xiaozhao attempted to break free from Lin Jie's grasp.